after the final experiment? What do you think? This is the most important question. Is flat Earth still tenable after the final experiment? What do you think? My answer should be obvious with my new background. If you did not notice, I removed the flat Earth map, the AE map, from my background, as that map was falsified by TFE. I also removed the ice wall version of Antarctica, as there was no ice wall when we flew to Antarctica. So the ice wall was also falsified by TFE. If you haven't noticed, the flat Earth community cannot make up their mind as to what to do with our trip to Antarctica, and most importantly, the 24-hour sun. Was it a green screen? Were we in a studio? Did we film this in the Arctic last June? Did we fake a sun? Were we in a giant sphere of LED screens? The latest theory I heard from the flat Earth community is Vapegate. This one is hilarious. People think they caught Austin Whitsitt vaping on Dave McKeegan's 24-hour time lapse, and they think Austin did this because no one could see his breath in the cold. I just love all these wild theories. Why, you ask? Because you are giving the greatest gift to the 4 flat earthers who were with us in Antarctica. You are showing them the truth of the flat earth movement. It's not about truth. It's not about critical thinking. It's essentially just dogma at this point. Dogma that is believed regardless of anything presented, regardless of evidence, regardless of eyewitness testimony from your own fellow flat earthers, regardless of reality. Eric Dubé is one of the most well-known flat earthers in the world, and he released a video about a week ago shortly after TFE concluded. And in this video, he said something very interesting.
They made up their own straw man experiment and labeled it final, with the hope that their results would be the last words on the flat versus globe debate. Unfortunately for Will, and to the surprise of no flat earthers, the results of his experiment haven't changed people's minds and aren't the final words on anything.
Now, this is rather disingenuous of you, Eric, because you of all people know that the final experiment changed the minds of flat earthers even before we went to Antarctica. And you know this because it was your longtime supporter, Amaral, who left flat earth thanks in part to your reaction to TFE. He saw with his own eyes your claim that the 24-hour sun in the Arctic proved the Earth is flat.
The midnight sun rises on the 22nd, and for the next 72 hours never disappears from sight, slowly ascending and descending every 12 hours, showing 3 brilliant sunsets and sunrises without ever actually setting below the horizon. And yet the midnight sun can clearly be seen as low as the 65th parallel. This is another absolute proof that the Earth is the flat, stationary center of the universe.
But then after we announced we would go to Antarctica, you then completely changed your tune and now criticize Globers for saying essentially the same exact thing you used to say. It's precisely because flat earthers such as yourself completely going back on what you've said for years and acting as if you never said these things, that will convince flat earthers like Amaral to leave flat earth. And you are incorrect that TFE has not changed people's minds. Testimonies of people leaving flat earth are starting to make their way to me, and we will never know how many people the final experiment actually converted. Here's one that was shared with me a few days ago. It says, so my son is a flat earther. We hadn't told him anything about Will's trip to Antarctica. Well, he called us yesterday and said, did you hear about this guy going to Antarctica to prove the globe? Haha, we said yes, we actually knew him. Well, he told us that the Antarctica trip has completely changed his mind and he's no longer a flat earther. And then I received this email just this morning. Hi, Will. I just want to say thank you for doing TFE. I had been waiting for months in anticipation of what would happen. I have been a flat earther for the past 3 years. What initially got me into the flat earth was a video I saw by Dave Murphy called The Biggest Lie of All. And then I watched many other flat earth videos. I became a Christian during this period, and I saw a lot of scripture that I believed described the earth as being flat. I have been convinced the earth is flat, as the globe just didn't make any sense to me after what I looked into. I made a lot of connections online and in real life with people who believe the same. I am very surprised how many people believe the earth is flat, Christians in particular. Anyway, this belief of mine started to have an impact on my family. Not only did my siblings think I was a nutter, I have children who I home educate. I didn't have a clue what to tell them about the shape of the earth, other than some people believe it's flat and others believe it's a globe. I knew I had to make a decision and teach them something more than this because they are growing and I couldn't avoid it forever. The issue I had was I would not lie to my children about this just because the majority of people believe it's a globe. But then I and they would be ridiculed for this belief going forward. I had questions on both sides that didn't make sense, and I felt so stressed about the whole situation. I then saw a video of you and Justin Peters discussing the final experiment. I thought it was a great idea, and I decided that whatever the result of that experiment was, is what I would teach my children about the shape of the earth. She goes on to say that she found Dave McKeegan's channel because of TFE, and that he soundly debunks so many things she believed about flat earth. She ends her email by saying, anyway, the point of my email is just to say thank you, because without TFE, I would still be worrying and unsure what to teach my children. It has completely changed my life, and I can't describe the weight lifted off my shoulders. All I've ever wanted is the truth, no matter what that may be. So I am happy to say I am no longer a flat earther, and I'm embracing the beauty of the true world we live in and the wonder of how God made it. Here's another email I received a week ago. The subject is, thank you. TFE set me back on a correct path. You can pause the video if you want to read the whole thing. And then you might remember Rob. I interviewed Rob on our channel over a month ago. He had his Gleason's map, and we had a good discussion about TFE and the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Well, Rob called me and said he is no longer considering flat Earth as a possibility. People are leaving flat Earth thanks to TFE, and I have no doubt that this will continue as word travels about the results of our trip to Antarctica. If you have left flat Earth due to TFE, please send me an email. My email is in the description below. And if you know of someone who has left flat Earth due to TFE, let me know. I won't ever mention your name, but it's encouraging to see the good thing that is coming from what we did. As I've said before, the purpose of the final experiment was to help humanity as a whole. Too much time is wasted debating the shape of the earth. And that time would be much better spent with our loved ones and making this world a better place. So is flat Earth even tenable after the final experiment? It is not. Flat Earth is finished. Don't believe me? Well, tune in tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern on the Modern Day Debate YouTube channel, where this very question will be debated. MCToon, who was with us in Antarctica and conducted over a dozen experiments of his own, will be arguing that flat Earth is simply not plausible anymore after TFE. Now, of course, he never thought flat Earth was plausible in the first place, but the evidence we brought back from our time in both Chile and Antarctica is simply irrefutable. It makes flat Earth impossible. And here's the cool thing about TFE. The final experiment changed this debate forever. The topic of flat Earth will always be remembered pre-TFE and post-TFE. You know how we use BC to refer to before Christ? Well, I think we should start talking about flat Earth as BTFE and ATFE, before the final experiment and after the final experiment. Now, I know everyone is dying for us to release our data and our findings and our experiments, and we will do this starting Monday. our channel's new playlist, The Final Experiments, will be released on Monday with our first video in this playlist. And this playlist is going to be the most important contribution that TFE will give to the world. When all 15 videos are released, they will be a preponderance of evidence against flat Earth. And if someone cannot deal with this preponderance of evidence, they need to abandon flat Earth. Of course, willing ignorance and cognitive dissonance are always an option, but don't call yourself a truther if you are going to go down that path. If any flat earther going forward wants to debate flat Earth, everyone on the globe side needs to demand answers to our 15 experiments and their results. Those must be answered first, and if they can't, the debate is over. If a channel is not willing to respond to all 15 of our experiments, then unsubscribe from their channel and move on. There's no need to watch their content anymore, as they have proven to you they are not in pursuit of truth. You see, we did actual science. We have some of the most important data ever collected in the history of the debate over the shape of the Earth. Dave McKeegan and I were actually emailed by a university professor, and he's interested in some very specific data that we collected, which he says he doesn't think has ever been collected before in history. Now, if you are not interested in our data, you are not interested in truth. If you aren't just dying to know what happens in the Southern Hemisphere, which is the part of the world where the globe and the flat Earth myth vary the most, you aren't interested in understanding the true nature of our world. And if you aren't willing to acknowledge that the results of our experiments match the globe predictions, and if you aren't willing to admit that this preponderance of evidence means it's very likely the globe is true, then you are not a truther. So buckle up. This is going to be an incredible ride. We thought of just about everything, and we aren't going to hold anything back either. All of our raw original footage will be released to the public. It just will take time, so please be patient. So make sure you tune in tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern on the Modern Day Debate YouTube channel to see if Flat Earther Brian is able to rescue Flat Earth from the devastation that is the final experiments we did on our trip. And starting Monday, right here on the TFE channel, I will begin releasing our 15 experiments. You do not want to miss this. And Flat Earthers, you should be the most excited for this. Because as Jesus said, you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Welcome to the final experiments. The final experiments are a preponderance of evidence against flat Earth. And the final experiments all confirm the globe. These experiments were all conducted in December of 2024 when 4 flat earthers and 4 globers went on a journey to Antarctica with me, Will Duffy. We spent time in Punta Arenas, Chile, which is at the southern tip of South America, before flying to Antarctica. This entire trip allowed us to conduct historic experiments and collect data firsthand from an area of the world that few people will ever have the opportunity to visit and do this themselves. Prior to my announcement of the final experiment in early 2024, a vast majority of flat earthers, with very few exceptions, promoted the Gleason's map of the world, which is an azimuthal equidistant projection. This map had the North Pole at the center and pushed the south to the outer perimeter of the known world. This made Antarctica an ice wall perimeter around all the world's continents, which served to hold in all the world's oceans, as flat earthers claim water must have a container. It also extends the entire southern hemisphere into a larger and larger area, where on the globe, everything south of the equator gets closer and closer together. This made being at the southern tip of South America and in Antarctica the perfect place to test flat Earth claims and also confirm the globe predictions. Every single flat Earth claim failed. Every flat Earth prediction was demonstrably false. The final experiments are meant to be taken collectively, just like evidence in a court of law. Undoubtedly, flat earthers will attempt to discredit individual experiments we did while at the same time ignoring the rest. If they cannot provide an accurate map of the world and a working model that can account for the results of all of these final experiments collectively, that is because we do not live on a flat earth. If they try to say these experiments are not actual experiments, but only observations, that is because they cannot reconcile our findings with a flat earth. If they say that flat earth does not make predictions, that is because making accurate and testable predictions based on a flat earth is impossible, because a flat earth does not exist. You cannot make and test predictions based on something that is not real. Maps of the globe exist because the globe exists. The entire globe model exists because the globe exists. Countless globe predictions come true every single day, and countless future globe predictions will continue to happen exactly as predicted because the globe exists. If a flat earther tells you that there is no accurate flat earth map and there is no working flat earth model and that they don't make predictions, that is an implicit admission that a flat earth does not exist, because you can map things that exist. You can model things that exist, and you can make very specific predictions that come true based on something that actually exists and is testable. I created the final experiment to give both sides, flat earth and globe, an equal opportunity to prove their side. Only the globe side returned with evidence supporting their position. The globe side returned with tons of concrete evidence that both accurately matches the globe model and also falsifies flat earth. This brings us to crossing Antarctica. Flat earthers have said for years that no one has ever crossed Antarctica. They've acknowledged that crossing Antarctica would be impossible on a flat earth and that it would prove the globe. And the reason for this is simple. On a flat earth, Antarctica is an ice wall that encircles the entire known world. It's not something you can cross or traverse in the traditional sense. But on the globe, Antarctica is an island continent, and you can cross from one side of an island to the other. Here, flat earthers confidently claim that Antarctica has never been crossed and can't be crossed, starting with a flat earth channel called Can't Cross Antarctica.
I'm claiming that crossing Antarctica is impossible. So my whole channel is, when I hit 100,000 subscribers, I'm going to go cross it because it's impossible. So I'm going to go find the edge, right? But I'm just going to go across Antarctica and let's go find out what's out there. Like, let's go. It's all on YouTube, right? The whole community's on YouTube. So why not have a channel that is the entire point of it is to do the one thing is that it's impossible. The worst thing is impossible. That people believe that the world is a globe, they say is for sure possible.
On a flat earth, if you go south, you keep going. On a ball, if I go south, I should pop up over here. I should cross Antarctica and pop up over here. If I go south from Santiago, I should pop up in Australia. Never been done.
And nor do they ever circumnavigate under the supposed ball from one side of Antarctica to the other. They always go around.
Okay, he's not crossing it, he's not going to the tip of South America to here and then crossing it and then going around the other side and coming out and ending up somewhere over here on the Australian side.
But the problem is no one ever goes from here, crosses Antarctica, and then ends up over in Australia. Never happens. Too far of a distance.
Nobody has actually really gone all the way across Antarctica. Yeah. Now there are millionaires out there who could, assemble the resources to make an expedition and completely, go across and chart Antarctica and make a name for themselves, being the first person to do that. Yeah. But nobody ever does.
Now they'll take you to this little peninsula. They'll show you some penguins. They'll charge you $40,000, and they'll kick you out. No one's allowed to go down to Antarctica, and no one's ever crossed over Antarctica.
How do we get to go across Antarctica? I want to go across Antarctica and pop back up on the other side of the ball and just end this for good. You can't do it. No one's ever done it.
When we were in Antarctica at Union Glacier Camp for the final experiment, a conversation was happening between Globers, flat earthers, and an Antarctic logistics and expeditions staffer named Scott. The topic of crossing Antarctica came up, and Austin Whitsitt said that when people claim to have crossed Antarctica, they always go to the South Pole and then turn. Scott corrected Austin immediately and said that's just not true. This intrigued me, and so I pulled Scott aside later to ask him more about this, and I'm really glad I did. Scott is an Antarctic veteran, and while with us was in Antarctica for his 14th season. And Scott introduced me to Eric Phillips, the founder of Ice Trek Expeditions and also PEX. I'm extremely excited to now pass on this incredible information about the world of polar exploration. Eric Phillips is from Australia and has been a polar explorer for over 30 years. And he has been guiding polar expeditions in both the Arctic and Antarctic for over 20 years. He founded Ice Trek Expeditions back in 1999, and they are a world-leading polar adventure company offering numerous trips to the Arctic and Antarctic every single year. And they are the only company to have operated through every established gateway to both poles, specifically reaching the South Pole from Punta Arenas, Chile, Cape Town, South Africa, Hobart, Australia, Christchurch, New Zealand, and Ushuaia, Argentina. Before digging deeper into crossings of Antarctica and PEX, I need to point out again that flat earthers have no idea where the South Pole is. If you ask them, they will first deny that there is even a South Pole. As insane as this is, they must do this as a geographic South Pole cannot exist on a flat Earth. Well, the Amundsen-Scott South Pole Station is located right next to the geographic South Pole. This research station is massive at 80,000 square feet. And since flat earthers have no idea where the South Pole is, they also cannot show you where the Amundsen-Scott South Pole Station is either. This is significant as all full crossings of Antarctica go through the South Pole. So here we are in the 21st century, and many people every year plan expeditions to the South Pole, and the more audacious plan expeditions to fully cross Antarctica from one side of the island continent to the other through the South Pole. And despite this, the flat earth community does not see the glaring problem that they don't even know where the South Pole or South Pole Station are located. And TFE has shown a very bright light on the South Pole because no amount of research will ever lead a flat earther to find the South Pole on a flat earth map. And that is because both a North and a South Pole can only exist on a globe. As we will see throughout this video, crossings of Antarctica not only go through the South Pole, they also begin at different locations along the Antarctic coastline and end at different locations along the Antarctic coastline on the other side of the great southern island continent. And all full crossings of Antarctica are impossible on a flat Earth and confirm the globe. The first land crossing of Antarctica was the Commonwealth Trans-Antarctic Expedition of 1958, led by Dr. Vivian Fuchs. They started at Shackleton Base in the Weddell Sea, which is near 77 degrees south, 35 degrees west. And after the 2,158-mile journey through the South Pole, ended at Scott Base, which is near 78 degrees south, 167 degrees east. Going back to Eric Phillips and Ice Trek Expeditions, Eric has created two very important resources when it comes to polar expeditions. First, he helped create PECS, which stands for Polar Expeditions Classification Scheme. And then he has also mapped out all the various Antarctic expeditions dating back to Scott and Shackleton in 1903. PECS was created as a grading and labeling system for unmotorized polar journeys. This includes skiing, snow kites, windcraft, dog sleds, bikes, and even on foot. The Ice Trek website has maps of hundreds of Antarctic expeditions, including a map specifically for team Antarctica crossings and another for solo Antarctica crossings. I'm going to focus on the solo Antarctic crossings for two reasons. First, flat earthers claim that you can't freely and privately explore Antarctica. But a solo crossing is just that, free and private. According to PECS guidelines, a solo polar expedition must meet the following three criteria. A single person traveling alone for the entire length of the journey. They must be breaking trail for the majority of the journey, and only transitory encounters are permitted. So while flat earthers falsely claim you cannot freely and privately explore Antarctica, there are in fact official guidelines as to how to have your Antarctic expedition qualify as a true solo journey, which means you must be alone the entire time. I would like to highlight just two of these solo crossings. First is Berg Ausland's crossing back in 1996. He started at Berkner Island, which is near 48 degrees west and both south and east of South America. And after going through the South Pole, he finished at McMurdo Station, which is near 167 degrees east and south of New Zealand. This crossing took 64 days and covered 2,845 kilometers and was the first unsupported crossing of Antarctica ever achieved. The next solo crossing I want to highlight is that of Mike Horn in 2016. He started at the Nivy ice shelf right at 10 degrees east and traveled an astonishing 4,930 kilometers, traveling first to the South Pole and then finished at Dumont d'Urville Station, which is right near 140 degrees east. This is the longest solo unsupported traverse of Antarctica ever completed. He started south of Africa and ended up south of Australia. These routes not only make no sense on a flat Earth, but the distances become physically impossible as a flat Earth makes the southern hemisphere bigger and bigger. These unsupported Antarctic crossings, while extremely strenuous and demanding, are only possible with the human body because we live on a globe and because the South gets smaller and smaller the closer you get to the South Pole. Mike Horn traveled 4,930 kilometers, which is about 300 kilometers wider than the continental United States. But to travel from south of Africa to south of Australia, remaining in Antarctica the entire time, would require traveling the continental United States nearly 6 times, as you can see on the AE map. Not only is this physically impossible, imagine allowing the record books to show that you only traveled 1/6 of the actual distance you traveled. No one would settle for that. There are so many solo and team crossings of Antarctica, it's a bit overwhelming. But each one of these crossings falsifies flat Earth and confirms the globe. But we're not done. Crossing Antarctica on foot or skis or dog sleds is not the only way to fully traverse Antarctica from one side to the other. You can also do this by plane. Yes, flying over Antarctica is something else that would be impossible on a flat Earth and would prove the globe. And again, flat earthers for years have acknowledged this, while also claiming that it's never been done, and if done, would end the debate over the shape of the Earth.
Well, what is just a fact is that what would prove the globe is to circumnavigate north to south, go over Antarctica, and pop back up on the other side of a ball. What's illegal to do is freely and privately explore Antarctica and try to go over the continent and pop back up on the other side of the ball, and no one's ever done it.
I say, why do they lie about the globe? Because everything that would prove the globe, they have to lie about. Like, hey, let's circumnavigate across Antarctica. Let's go from Santiago, Chile, across Antarctica and end up in Australia or New Zealand. And it's never been done.
You can check for yourself on all these flights. If the Earth was really a ball and they can survive the cold of outer space, they should be able to fly a straight route across Antarctica.
Other than maybe the 24-hour sun, I would maybe go to see the alleged 24-hour sun, which no one ever sees. But no, not you would have to be able to go over the actual continent, right? And like you can't. So I just find that weird. I mean, because if you could just go over Antarctica and pop back up on the other side of the ball and then continue back to where you started, that would just end the debate for good. And conveniently enough, it's illegal to do that.
The only thing I do know is that nothing flies over the South Pole. Because, again, on a flat map, the South Pole, the continent of Antarctica, is the ring around the Earth. So, you know, you can't fly over the ring and get anywhere. That's why we're not allowed to go there.
And no one has ever gone across Antarctica from Santiago and ended up in New Zealand or Australia. Nobody has ever done that, okay? But nobody crosses Antarctica. You want to put flat Earth to bed? Fly directly across Antarctica from Santiago to Australia.
Planes aren't even allowed to fly over Antarctica anymore. Not even close. They've been banned. They've been banned since the 70s.
I think it's also weird that we've never flown over Antarctica.
You can't fly across Antarctica if we're right. If the globe is right, you can fly across.
On a ball, Antarctica is an ice cap on the bottom. All you'd have to do to prove the Earth's a ball and shut this stupid flat earther up is fly over Antarctica and pop back up on the other side. That's impossible on a flat Earth. It's called north to south circumnavigation. Never been done in the history of mankind, and it's illegal to even try to do it.
It doesn't get much more clear than that. Flat earthers collectively agree that you cannot fly across Antarctica if the Earth is flat, and you can if the Earth is a globe. Well, flat earthers, today is your lucky day. Because not only can you fly across Antarctica, it's been done many times. The first flight across Antarctica was completed in 1935 by Lincoln Ellsworth and Herbert Hollick Kenyon. They flew from Dundee Island, which is near 56 degrees west, and just south and east of South America, to the Ross Ice Shelf near Little America, which is at 162 degrees west, both south and east of New Zealand. Their flight across Antarctica, a world's first, was covered in National Geographic magazine back in July of 1936. And here are some of the more notable flights to fully cross over Antarctica. The Polecat flight from 1965 did a pole-to-pole, north-south circumnavigation of the globe. With 5 pilots and 27 passengers aboard, they spent a total of 57 hours and 27 minutes in the air circumnavigating the world from north to south. After refueling in Buenos Aires, Argentina, they flew over the South Pole to Christchurch, New Zealand. In 1977, Pan Am's Polar Flight 50 did another polar circumnavigation of the globe, this time setting a speed record for polar circumnavigation with a total flight time of 54 hours and 7 minutes.
Pan Am decides to celebrate its 50th anniversary by taking 172 passengers on a spectacular one-time only flight from San Francisco over the North Pole to London, from there to Cape Town, South Africa, then over the South Pole to Auckland, New Zealand, and on back to San Francisco. Around the world over both the poles, all between Friday afternoon and Sunday evening. This will be a weekend to remember.
This flight flew from Cape Town, South Africa, over the South Pole to Auckland, New Zealand. Pan Am's speed record stood for 31 years until 2008. That year, Transpolar 08 circled the globe over both the North and South Poles in just 52 hours and 32 minutes, beating the previous record by 95 minutes. This flight flew from Christchurch, New Zealand to the South Pole and then across Antarctica to Punta Arenas, Chile. And then a very recent flight, actually due to COVID, flew over Antarctica in 2021. Qantas Flight 14 was created to bring 107 Australians stranded in South America back home to Australia.
Australians stranded across the South American continent are scrambling to get to Argentina's capital for their chance to catch a flight back home. The route home travelled involved a fly over the South Pole, giving passengers a spectacular view of Antarctica below.
What makes this flight so important in the Flat Earth debate is that the flight was from Buenos Aires, Argentina to Darwin, Australia. The significance? These locations are much further north than most flights which fly over Antarctica. Buenos Aires is almost 34 degrees south and Darwin almost 12 degrees south, just south of the equator. This means the most direct and shortest route by far on a flat Earth would be to fly north over the North Pole. But since we live on a globe, the actual shortest route was south over Antarctica instead. This record-breaking flight took just 17 hours and 25 minutes, covering 9,334 miles. And the best part? They filmed the beauty of the Antarctic landscape from the cockpit.
Yeah. So this one here, Alex, or straight over the left?
All flights over Antarctica falsify Flat Earth and confirm the globe. And the Flat Earth claim that no flight has ever flown over Antarctica is just plain false. But we're still not done. There is one more way to cross Antarctica. We've covered crossings by foot, ski, dog sled, and airplane flights. What other method could possibly remain to cross Antarctica? Well, this one is my personal favorite, and it's what's known as a polar orbit. Last month, April of 2025, the world's first human spaceflight to do a polar orbit took place. Fram 2 was a private human spaceflight operated by SpaceX. For 3 days and 14 hours, the Crew Dragon spacecraft orbited the Earth in a polar orbit and crossed the North and South poles over 50 times. Flat Earth has absolutely nothing left. Just as they were wrong about the 24-hour sun and the geographic South Pole and the South Celestial Pole, they were also wrong about crossing Antarctica. Antarctica has been fully traversed in all possible ways. And this, of course, only works on the globe. I originally created the final experiment specifically to observe and record the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. But every step of the way through our journey, other flat Earth predictions kept being falsified, and the globe model was confirmed over and over and over again. Make sure to check out all of these in our other videos in the Final Experiments series. And please share this video with anyone you know who is a flat earther or considering flat Earth. As Jesus said in John 8:32, you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free.
We're not allowed to go to Antarctica. Okay? We're not allowed to go to Antarctica. So
there was a treaty, the UN thing. You know, what year was that? Just for folks?
1959, the
59.
UN treaty. Yeah, the not the UN treaty. The Antarctic Treaty said that nobody can go to Antarctica. I'm just looking for it. Yeah, in 1959, they after Admiral Byrd went out there, said, "Oh, there's more land, there's resources, there's everything."
Mm-hmm.
All of the nations of the world eventually signed the treaty that said nobody can go there. But nobody is allowed to explore Antarctica, right? They took our map, they wrapped it around a sphere, and they said, we have to protect the penguins and the ice. No one is allowed to independently explore here. Now, they'll take you to this little peninsula. They'll show you some penguins. They'll charge you $40,000, and they'll kick you out. No one's allowed to go down to Antarctica, and no one's ever crossed over Antarctica. Weird, right?
Hey everyone, so it's been almost exactly 1 year since I published my innocuous little flat earth debunk as part of my astronomy series. That was the one that the Globe Busters foolishly engaged with, and their idiotic insult-filled commentary prompted me to make this little gem that they never recovered from. Then, based on the ridiculous comments I received on that video, I made one more to mock the moronic things that all flat earthers say verbatim, or at least they did until that video made the rounds. And then I put the whole thing down for a while. It was never my intention to make that kind of content, but it was quite satisfying, and I got 10 times the views of my normal content, which was a plus, but I had to move on, lest I be tempted to rebrand myself from a channel with academic intentions to one devoted purely to debunking con men. However, it's been a year, I've made so many tutorials since then, so why not jump back in the muck for a second? This time I'd like to offer some challenges to you remaining few that are desperately clinging to this dying fad to derive some semblance of self-worth. Let's call them 10 Challenges for Flat Earthers. These will be some basic things that anyone could do to test the validity of the flat earth hypothesis. These are so mind-numbingly obvious that the fact that you don't do them is an immediate indicator of your complete lack of intellectual integrity. Let's get started and you'll see what I mean. Number 1. Here's the flat earth map that you all seem to agree upon. Anyone with half a brain can immediately tell that this does not correlate with reality, but for those with an even smaller fraction, let's do a few things to prove it. For example, make a scale. You know, a scale? It's that thing on maps that tells you how far away things are from each other. Look at this map. There's a scale. You can pick two cities and determine the approximate distance between them. Then you can drive your car from one to another and verify that it is the correct distance. Now back to your little map. Where's the scale here? Why do you never include one? Is it because it's impossible? Yes, that is exactly why. And if you disagree, here's your challenge. Pick some distance on this map. A centimeter, an inch, whatever. Tell me the distance it corresponds to in reality. Then pick some cities and use your scale to estimate the distances between them. Pick two on the same continent. Pick two on different continents. Use it to tell me how wide this inappropriately enormous ocean is. Use it to tell me literally anything about the distances between literally anything. When you can't do it and your numbers do not correlate with reality in the slightest, recall that this map does it just fine, and then admit that your map is stupid. Your complete inability to make any kind of remotely legitimate map single-handedly proves the Earth isn't flat. But let's continue just for fun. Number 2, as we all know, the existence of Antarctica poses a huge problem for you. When it is summer in the northern hemisphere, you love to pretend that the sun moves inwards to this tropic, making the days longer here and shorter in the southern hemisphere. And then when it's winter in the north, you like to put the sun at the other tropic, which you think gives you the shorter days up north that you want, but in the south, it's total chaos. You have the sun tracing this enormous trajectory, which would leave everything out here in darkness for most of the day, when in reality, there are long periods of time in Antarctica where the sun never sets. Since your dinky little sun can never illuminate this entire fantasy ice wall at once, this completely obliterates your model, which is why you resort to conspiracy. You simply deny that this midnight sun ever occurs, while claiming that no one can go to Antarctica to verify it for themselves, because the government NASA Jew penguins will kill you. Well, apart from all the commercial cruises, civilians can even apply for jobs there, so you totally could go see it for yourself. But you don't really have to go all the way to Antarctica. Just go to the tip of South America, like this town, where people live. Or don't even go there. Just look up times of sunrise and sunset on the internet. In mid-December, sunrise is earlier than 5 a.m., and sunset is later than 10 p.m. Now take your little model for the seasons and make it show night and day. Then try and make the night and day portions match up with these sunrise and sunset times. Demonstrate the light from the sun illuminating this location for more than 70% of its trajectory. And as you do that, make sure that it does not illuminate Point Barrow, Alaska whatsoever during its entire trajectory, as that town has endless night during this time of the year. That's right, lots of sun over here and zero sun over here. Good luck. If you decide to even try, observe that the light patterns become so nonsensical that not even the most meth-fueled creatives amongst you could vomit enough magnetism jargon to justify it. If you can't make your model show the seasons and night and day at the same time, as I pointed out that you can't almost a year ago, then seriously consider shutting up forever. Number 3, here's an idea. What if you were to actually make a prediction with your model? Like any prediction. You know, those things that you have to do in science for it to be science? Pick any celestial object, a planet, a comet, a star. Now pick any time in the future, and using only the flat Earth model and nothing else, tell me where it will be at that time. If you can't do this, and I know you can't, consider admitting that your model is absolutely irrelevant. People who actually understand the geometry of the Earth and the solar system can predict a solar eclipse, specifying the start and end time down to the second and tracing its precise path down to the square mile. Doing that even a single time means the model used to make the prediction has been undeniably verified, and it's done every single time. Anyone who doesn't see the importance of that has no clue how science works. Number 4, after I demolished essentially all of your favorite talking points in my previous videos, you all now cling primarily to the classic "I shouldn't see this thing" argument. You love this one because you can lie about heights and distances, do incorrect math, and in general act incredulous without having to actually do any science. Well, every time you whine about this, the objects are always suspiciously close, such that you can fudge the numbers, and they're always over water, so you can lie about refractive effects to people who have no idea how refraction works. So try this one on for size. Show me a picture of something over land that's 1,000 miles away. May I suggest the middle of the country where there's not much in the way? It's a straight shot after all, so what's the problem? Use a telescope. Pull Las Vegas into focus from Dallas, Texas. Isn't that where you have your little meeting? Maybe you should try doing something productive rather than blindly perpetuating the dumbest hoax on the internet. Number 5, speaking of things that are far away, you all love whipping out your Nikons so much that I wouldn't be surprised if a Nikon executive dreamt up the entire flat earth hoax as a viral marketing campaign. You take a boat that's far away, pull it back into focus, and then marvel at your own brilliance for figuring out how to operate a camera. Well, try this one then. Stay on the boat. Don't cut away. Stay on it until it disappears. How will it disappear? Bottom up. Just like everything else. I wonder why you've never put that on YouTube. Number 6, the most hilarious thing about Flat Earth is that the most mundane everyday observations make absolutely no sense in your model. Like a sunset. A small sun above a flat Earth would simply recede high in the sky and get smaller and smaller until it fades away. It absolutely would not retain the same angular size and set below the horizon. It stays the same size because it's unbelievably far away, and it sets below the horizon because the Earth is a sphere that is turning. Even a toddler can understand this. It's so blatantly obvious that you have to resort to your typical ad hoc antics, talking about refractive effects that defy all logic and somehow magically apply to the sun but nothing else. Or even better, some of you talk about a dome with the sun on the other side that produces some bizarre optical effect. Apart from the sheer absurdity of this magical dome that no one has ever seen or touched, it creates big problems for you because you also claim that the sun and moon perform other kinds of magic to push the air and water around, to get tides and storms and what have you. That would require that it is inside the dome. So which is it? Is the sun outside of the magical non-existent dome so you can pretend to get the sunset? Or is it inside the magical non-existent dome so you can pretend to get the tides? It can't be both. Or if you bail on the dome and say it's just water, how do all those water molecules that make up around 1% of the atmosphere produce 1,000 times greater refractive effect than actual liquid water? How does the appearance of a sunset never vary at all, whether it's dry or humid or raining? Why does nothing else but the sun behave that way? Show me a projectile or a plane going below the horizon as it recedes. Or show me this dome and explain the phenomena with more than buzzwords. Do something to explain a sunset. Do anything besides making idiotic videos with action movie soundtracks that contradict middle school level science. Number 7, what the hell is a lunar eclipse to you? Seriously, explain anything about a lunar eclipse. The things you say about solar eclipses are stupid enough, but at least you say something. A lunar eclipse happens when the Earth gets between the sun and the moon. That's right, in between. These two objects are not perpetually above a flat plane, and you know it, which is why you're totally silent on lunar eclipses. And if you're going to propose that some other object besides the Earth is what obscures the moon, good luck trying to demonstrate its existence. Number 8, speaking of the sun and moon being small and close to the Earth, what is stopping you from strapping a camera to a weather balloon and sending it up there? Go get up close and personal with either of these objects and take some pictures. If you get crafty with some robotics, which is a stretch given your complete lack of education, you could even scoop up a little sample. Maybe the moon is made of cheese after all. Can't you get even halfway there such that the sizes change? Reach for the sky, fellas. Number 9, take some flights, like any direct flight in the southern hemisphere. Whoops, shouldn't that be impossible? Better yet, fly between two cities 2 different ways, the shortest way on the globe and the shortest way on the flat Earth. Which one do you think will be faster? I'm just joking. I know that none of you will ever be employed long enough to afford a private jet, but next time you're on a regular plane, notice that flights going east or west are not constantly turning slightly to one side, as you seem to believe they all must be. Yeah, you would notice that. If humanity is unfortunate enough that you've actually procreated, send your kid up to the cockpit to meet the pilot and snap a pic of the wheel. What do you know? Straight as an arrow. And number 10, do anything legitimately scientific at all. Publish anything whatsoever about your model in anything reputable anywhere. Invent any technology based on your model. Do anything at all that could be considered actual empirical science. Here's a hint. You may have to study some real science to do it, but then of course you would immediately learn that the Earth isn't flat, so it probably won't be of much use. So that's it for the 10 challenges. I use the word challenge facetiously since all of you will immediately recognize the futility and resort instead to calling me names in the comments section. You flat earth priests with your waste of space channels know full well that doing anything even remotely empirical demolishes your hoax, which is why you stick to shouting conspiracy and very little else. And you handful of mindless followers hanging on to the only thing that makes you feel special, maybe 2020 is the year you finally get a clue and move on with your lives. There's a whole spherical world out there, a world filled with people who won't instantly mock you or be ashamed to know you. There are so many opportunities to actually be a person of even minor consequence. I know I've been hard on you, but I really am rooting for you folks. All you have to do is disengage from these charlatans that lie for a living. Save that $10 super chat and buy yourself some dignity, or even put it in a college fund so you can go to school and learn something useful. The choice is yours. Good luck and good night.
Hey, I'm very excited to announce the first of 3 TFE challenges. These challenges are going to allow each side, Flat Earth and Globe, to make predictions based on their respective models. And then we will see which side's predictions were most accurate. And since I'm a competitive guy at heart, we are going to add a little competition to the mix here. For TFE challenge number 1, we will have a winner from each side. One winner from all the globe entries and one winner from all the flat earth entries. And the best part, we will announce the winners live from Antarctica. Now, the first challenge has to do with our flights to South America. We will all fly on a very long, nonstop flight to Santiago, Chile. And our participants will fly to Santiago from 4 different airports: Los Angeles, LAX, Atlanta, London, and Sydney. Now, 3 of these airports are the busiest airports in the world. It's not well known that Atlanta has the busiest airport in the world, and it's not even close. They have over 100 million passengers each year, and number 2 on the list doesn't even have 90 million passengers. London Heathrow is the 4th busiest airport in the world, and LAX is number 8. Now, the Sydney airport in Australia is not one of the busiest airports in the world, but as you will see shortly, will probably be the most important flight for this challenge. I have modeled these 4 flights on both the globe and the AE map. So let's take a look at these. First, we have the 3 flights from the Northern Hemisphere to Santiago, which is, of course, in the Southern Hemisphere. Just looking at this visually, the flights from Atlanta and Los Angeles look like they are about the same distance from Santiago, with the flight from LAX just a little bit longer. And then the flight from London is clearly the longest of the 3. So that's the Northern Hemisphere flights, which leaves us with the 1 Southern Hemisphere flight, Sydney, Australia to Santiago, Chile. This flight is going to be the most interesting for this challenge, as you are about to see. Let's look at this one on the globe. We are now at the southern end of the globe, and that's, of course, Antarctica in the middle there. And this flight path should travel south of New Zealand or over the southern end of New Zealand. New Zealand is those 2 islands just east of Sydney there. So those are the flight paths on the globe model. Switching to the flat earth model, let's take a look at these. We will start with the 3 flights that begin in the north. As you can see here, things look pretty similar to the globe. The flights from Atlanta and LAX look about the same, with the Los Angeles flight a bit longer than the Atlanta flight, and then the London flight, again, is clearly the longest of these 3. But now let's turn to the Sydney to Santiago flight on the flat earth map. And this is where things get interesting. This is the one which is going to make this challenge tough. Here is the flight on the flat Earth map if a direct route is taken. And as you can see, this flight would be way longer than the other flights, at least double the London flight. But if you remember on the globe, this flight would travel south of New Zealand. This flight path goes nowhere near New Zealand. And the flight on the globe travels over the ocean the entire time. This flight would actually fly over North America. Now, I've been accused of not understanding the flat Earth side, and I've been accused of not spending enough time looking into flat Earth. 3 years is apparently not enough time. Now, I believe I have quite accurately represented the flat Earth position. I spent a long time listening to flat earthers and watching videos to get a good understanding of what you guys believe. Now, if you doubt that, I can even tell you what just went through your mind. You said to yourself, we don't believe this, we know it. Pretty good, huh? So with this Sydney to Santiago flight, it would not be fair of me to force the flat Earth entries to calculate the distance of this flight flying in a straight line, leaving Sydney and heading north, flying over the United States, and then to Santiago. Because I think we all probably agree that this flight does in fact fly south of New Zealand or over the southern part of New Zealand. And I do know that jet streams play an important part when it comes to aviation. As I mentioned in a previous video, airlines must do two things to stay in business. They have to keep their prices competitive, and most importantly, they need to keep their customers happy. And the only way to do this is to reduce operating costs, which fuel is the largest one, and to make the flights the quickest as safely possible. So if flying in a jet stream makes the flight faster, that makes sense. So I went ahead and made a flight path which travels over the southern portion of New Zealand. And here's what that flight path would look like on a flat Earth. So this is the flight path you would want to calculate the distance for. Now, keep in mind that this flight path becomes way longer with this different path that travels south around the perimeter. It would now be at least 3 times the distance of the London to Santiago flight. So make sure you keep that in mind when you are doing your calculations. Now, when you've done a calculation, look at your answer. And if it's not at least 3 times or so the length of what you calculated for the London flight, you may want to double check your math. Now, I think I'm probably going to get some complaints from the flat Earth side that they're not sure how to calculate the distances, and I have a solution for you. Check this out. Gleason's map has a scale on it. Notice it says at the top there, 60 miles to the degree. This is for degrees latitude. And from that, it defines the scale for the rest of the map. And people tell me I'm not familiar enough with the flat Earth model. Come on now. So here is the official challenge. You need to calculate the distance from each of these 4 cities to Santiago. Los Angeles to Santiago, Atlanta to Santiago, London to Santiago, and finally Sydney to Santiago. Now, if you think you're just going to cheat and look up the distances online, not so fast. You must show your math. This is going to separate the men from the boys. Yes, you will need a pencil and paper for this one. I need to not only see your distances from these 4 cities to Santiago, but I also need to see your math. So don't forget to include that. And here's how we are going to know who wins. Remember, there will be a winner from the globe side and all the globe entries, and a winner from the flat Earth side and all the flat Earth entries that I receive. Obviously, this assumes I will receive entries from both sides, so please don't let me down. Since we cannot directly measure these distances, as these distances travel over land masses and oceans and cover a lot of ground, here is how the winner will be determined. We are going to use the actual flights that all of us take on our journey to Antarctica. All 9 of us are flying through Santiago, and I will obtain the flight data after each flight, and I will use that data to obtain the distance for each of those 4 flights. And the person whose 4 distances with supporting math are the closest to the actual distances for those flights will be declared the winner. All right, the challenge starts now. Go ahead and start working on this. and send your answers to me, to my email, which is in the description below. Now, when you send your email, put TFE Challenge 1 in the subject line. Nothing else, just TFE Challenge 1. That way your submission won't be lost in the black hole that is currently my inbox. And remember, if 2 people submit the same answers and those end up being the closest to the actual distances of our flights, the one who turned in their entry first will be the winner. And again, winners will be announced live from Antarctica. And I will see everyone tomorrow with TFE Challenge number 2. Bye for now. Hey everyone, we are live again from Antarctica, which is super exciting. It is midnight again here at Union Glacier. By the way, go ahead and turn the computer here, and that is a midnight sun once again. So the sun has never set the entire time that we've been here. All right, I'm going to do my best to see here. It's incredibly bright, hard to explain, but it's like all day is magic hour. Essentially, it's feels like it's the middle of the day. In fact, I put sunscreen on so that I would not get burned at midnight while I was doing this live stream. So just imagine being in a place where you can get severe sunburn at midnight. I'm going to do my best to see the comments. Someone just asked if we are using Starlink, and the answer is yes, we are using Starlink. It has actually been phenomenal for us, which is exciting. So a lot of things to talk about tonight, a lot of updates. I will also be thanking some people, recognizing some people. I'm going to be giving out some awards, some TFE awards. And then I'm also going to announce the winners of the 3 TFE challenges. So hopefully everyone has been looking forward to that. Before I start, I do want to say that the last 24 hours was probably the most difficult 24 hours I can remember in my life. This was just incredibly taxing. It's hard to explain, but you've got the reality of very little sleep with what we're trying to pull off here. You've got the exhaustion from the sun being up for 24 hours. You have the extreme cold that you're battling and making sure you're staying warm. You have the just the mental stress of trying to think of everything and make everything work, and remember to change batteries and check on things and make sure no one touches or bumps the tripod. So anyway, yeah, it was very difficult. Tonight we were talking just a few minutes ago, and Jaron couldn't believe that we got here yesterday, that it's only been 24 hours. It was the longest 24 hours of our lives. Just crazy what this took to accomplish. And so that's a reminder for everyone to think about the things that you ask for and the things that you state should be easy to do, which are not. Flat earthers have asked for many years for just give us a video of the 24-hour sun. And when you do, they say, well, it's not all 24 hours. Or they say it's a time lapse and not a video. It's like, you guys have no idea how difficult it was to film the sun for 24 hours in Antarctica, but we pulled it off. I personally filmed the sun from 2 different angles with my 360 camera. It might sound weird to people. How can you have angles with a 360-degree camera? But it's really 2 cameras that are like this and come together on the sides. And so that side angle we had facing different directions. And I filmed the sun for 25 and a half hours straight without interruption. And I did that at 5.7K resolution, 30 frames per second. I don't even know if that's ever been done before, to be honest with you. Usually long form videos like that are time lapses as opposed to videos. And a time lapse will take a picture every few seconds, whereas video is 30 pictures per second. So yeah, very exciting times. We obviously dealt with the crazy green screen conspiracy today. Never thought I would be accused of that one, but we dismantled that rather easily by doing back-to-back, meaning two people with our backs to each other, live streams. People are already putting those on YouTube side by side to show that we couldn't have been using a green screen to pull that off. I wore a blue jacket in case somebody would say there was a blue screen, and I brought out my green water bottle and a green and red can of some Chilean Pringle type chips to show that we're definitely not using a green screen. And then I flew my drone backward and then came right back. So there is no screen. The mountain back there, which is just absolutely stunning, is Mount Rossman here in Antarctica, right by Union Glacier. That's about 4,000 to 5,000 foot peak there. And I do want to mention that I was able to drone a little bit around Antarctica today. I actually got my drone higher than I've ever flown it before, 5,000 feet. So I was actually higher than that mountain and was able to do a beautiful cinematic panorama of this area, which I will hope to release soon, one day, maybe in the next few weeks on the TFE channel. But anyway, there is a new conspiracy, surprise, surprise, which is that we are lying about the time and this being midnight. And that's not true. So again, people need to focus on asking questions. If you want to learn, that's the best way to learn. The best way to learn is to not make accusations and do Google searches and believe the first thing that you read. It's to ask questions and to be inquisitive. And that's how you learn, because then you're going to get answers and you can process those answers. So let's deal with this one now. Googling what time is it in Antarctica is not a valid question. There are 8 time zones in Antarctica, which actually makes perfectly logical sense. It's funny to me that flat earthers would think there's only one time zone when they have made Antarctica so much bigger than it really is as an island continent on the globe. There's 8 time zones. And the reason why is because the different areas and bases and stations around Antarctica are usually in touch and in communication with somewhere else in another continent. And that's where supplies come in, and that's where the people come in through. So, for example, I think McMurdo is on New Zealand time. Maybe it's Scott Base. I don't know. They're both right next to each other. But Union Glacier is on Chile time. And the reason why is because ALE runs Union Glacier, and ALE is run out of Punta Arenas, Chile. That's where their flights come out of. That's where their staff is. They have a headquarters in Salt Lake City, Utah, as they're an American company, but they have staff here in Chile. So they use that time zone for logistical and just efficient reasons. So anyway, if you look up what time it is in Chile right now, it is just past midnight. So that would be GMT -3. So last night we covered midnight as the time, which we're doing again right now. So again, there's another beautiful midnight sun. It's the second midnight sun we have broadcast live from Antarctica. And we also did a live stream yesterday at solar midnight, which is different than the midnight of time. Solar midnight is when the sun reaches its lowest point. So anyway, we're covering all our bases here. I did want to mention Steve from England. I woke up this morning with a very negative email from him. He was very upset with me for not calling him at midnight yesterday when we did the live stream. I did mention him. The reason I wasn't able to call him, which everybody should know, is because our original plan with Candace Owens was to live stream the 24-hour sun on a camera known as an X4 made by Insta360. It was going to be a 360-degree camera. Now, that camera is capable of live streaming directly to YouTube. And Mark brought it out. Mark Herman, Candace Owens' director. He practiced it back home, and it was all ready to go. And when we got out here, it did not work. So we did a little bit of research, and the reason it did not work is because you need cell service and Wi-Fi simultaneously in order to live stream with that device. We did not know that. Obviously, back in the United States, you got cell service everywhere. So he was just live streaming and it worked, and we thought it would work. And so there is no cell service in Antarctica. There are no towers in Antarctica, no cables, nothing like that. So we're able to do this through satellite internet only. So yeah, that threw a huge wrench into things, and we really wanted to do the live stream. So we pivoted, and I let them use my cell phone to do the live stream. So we took my cell phone and we kind of jerry-rigged it onto the top of a camera tripod and did the live stream that way. Now, we did it through Rumble because Candace had some big things she was getting out on her YouTube channel and didn't want to tie up her YouTube channel for 24 hours. So we used her Rumble channel to do that. And then we ran into a couple of issues. The first one was that my cell phone, Murphy's Law, asked to do a software update. And so that cut the live feed. We caught that and got it back up and running again. And then Starlink actually did an update as well. It was funny because this Starlink did an update in the middle of MCToon's live stream, which was around 3 to 3:30 in the morning here at Union Glacier. And so I'm guessing that Starlink does updates like that at the most, ungodly hour of the night, thinking that that's when people will not be utilizing the internet and sleeping. But we're doing something pretty special and pretty historic here. So that actually cut MCToon's live stream as well, very abruptly. So anyway, that caused an outage for a long time. And after that, we were not able to get the live stream back up and running on Rumble. Rumble, from a UI/technology standpoint, is very inferior to YouTube. And so I don't think they were able to handle it being cut out a couple of times. So anyway, that's what happened there. What we're doing is still pretty incredible. With just the technology here. And I'm just really excited that I can bring everybody with us to see the beautiful landscape and to see the midnight sun and to just get some live updates. Again, people are trying to state that this is all a studio, and that's a green screen behind me, which of course is ridiculous. I can spin around here. Somebody said today that I spin really slowly or something like that, but I can spin very, very quickly. And I can also show you the snow down here is actual snow, and you can pick it up and throw it at somebody if you want, or eat it, or whatever else you want to do. So anyway, yes, so we're trying to keep up with all the reactions / coping, whatever it may be, from what we're doing out here, but it's not stopping us. We are all very tired, but we all feel very privileged to have this opportunity and excited that we were able to pull it off. So with that, I would like to mention some names for a few different reasons. The first one is I'd like to give a shout out to Frankie. Frankie is the daughter of Cassidy, who was the runner-up in the golden ticket offer. and I felt bad. I had to choose one person out of so many people who gave entries, and I narrowed it down to the top 10, and I had to pick one out of the top 10, and Cassidy ended up coming in second place. And so I told her that I would give her daughter Frankie a shout out from Antarctica Live. So hopefully you're watching, Frankie, and you enjoy hearing your name from Antarctica. I want to thank some people individually who have been very, very helpful to me throughout this entire process. I could not have done this without so many people coming together and just volunteering their time, being available to me to do tasks, answer questions. So the first one I would like to mention is Globie McGlobeface. You can check him out on TikTok, but he's been very, very helpful with me throughout the process of creating and bringing the final experiment to where we're at today. He actually did some crowdfunding to try to get here, which didn't quite work out. But yeah, I just want to thank you, Globie, for everything that you did to help me out there. Next is Peter Markley. So Peter Markley is someone that I was introduced to this year, and he's been very helpful to me in many different ways with social media and answering questions. And so I'm sure many of you have already heard his name in this space of debating the shape of the earth. And if you haven't, you probably will soon. Next up is a YouTuber by the name of Wolfie6020. Many of you probably know who he is. He is a pilot and very knowledgeable. And so he's been very helpful to me throughout the past year or so as I've been trying to bring all of this together to just be there to offer suggestions, answer questions, and just always be there for me. So thank you, Wolfie6020, for that. Up next is Where's Wally? So another YouTuber you can check out. He is very thoughtful and is always thinking. I think he's comes up with ideas in all hours of the night, and when he does, he sends them to me, and they're always so great. He actually created something. I believe he built it from scratch. The name he gave it is the Jeranism, and he's going to be releasing that on his channel soon. And I'm telling you right now, you have to watch his video when he releases it. You have to see exactly what it is he built. When I saw it, it was so intricate and detailed. I just couldn't believe it. I was just in awe, and I didn't even know if it would work. A lot of moving parts and a lot going on there, but it definitely worked out. And so you'll want to see that. Up next is Ruhif. You can look him up on YouTube, Roohif. Ruhif has been very helpful. He's a numbers guy. He's very, very knowledgeable. And whenever I had complicated questions about math or numbers or flight plans and flight paths, he was always there for me to help me get the data that I needed and to understand what I was trying to accomplish. So Ruhif, thank you so much for everything that you did to help me out there. And then also Danny Faulkner. Danny is an astronomer. He taught astronomy and physics, has a PhD in astronomy, and was very, very helpful. The world we live in is incredible, but it's also incredibly complex. And sometimes it's a bit hard to wrap your mind around what's going on and understanding it. And so when I had questions about the cosmos, I would reach out to him, and he would always give me great answers and help me understand it in a way that I could understand it, at least with not having a PhD in astronomy. So Danny, thank you very much. All right, I am going to give out some TFE awards right now. It's nothing physical. It's just going to be just some recognition for a couple of people that really, really, really went overboard in helping out with the final experiment. So the first one I'm calling the TFE Promoter Award. So this would have never happened had we not had people talking about it, had we not had people making videos about it and sharing it with their friends and their families and their audiences and their social media groups. And so the TFE Promoter Award goes to the Creaky Blinder. If you don't know who he is, please look him up on YouTube. Go ahead and give him a subscribe. He is knocking on the door of 100,000 subscribers. And I think with our influence, he could hit that before the end of the year, which would be amazing. So Creaky has really supported the final experiment, and he has done, I just checked, he's done 51 videos on his channel promoting TFE. So thank you so much, Creaky. Really appreciate it. He comes to us all the way from Wales, which is pretty exciting. That's a place I've never visited and would love to visit one day. But can't thank you enough. Your bringing attention to the final experiment was such a huge help for us. And it was clear that you believed in us and were excited about what we were doing, because you just kept talking about it and talking about it and talking about it. So thank you so much, Creaky. Next award, I am calling the Beast Mode Award. And this one goes to Dave McKeegan, who I just noticed is standing here right next to me. So Dave McKeegan obviously came all the way out here to Antarctica with us. And I want to let everybody know he has not gone to sleep since we got to Antarctica. He brought multiple cameras, multiple tripods, and an equatorial mount, and so many other things. And he just was not willing to let that fail. And so he's like, I'm not going to go to bed. I need to make sure all of this is working and continues to work so that we get all of the data that we need. So I don't even know the exact number, but I think it's been about 40 hours since he has slept. So Dave, you have my permission to get a good night's sleep tonight.
I've thoroughly enjoyed seeing the 24-hour sun, and now I'm thoroughly looking forward to not looking at it again.
Awesome. Yeah, so it's been really great having Dave here, because there were times where, as I mentioned at the beginning, this has been the hardest 24 hours of my life. And there were times where I was just completely physically exhausted, where I was completely mentally exhausted, and I would just lay down on the floor and fall asleep. And when you do that, things can happen that are not good, that you don't want, such as batteries dying in your cameras or things going wrong. And so without even me asking him, he kept an eye on all of my stuff and made sure everything was going well. So thank you to Dave. All right, that brings us to the TFE challenges. So these are very, very important. These are going to end up being part of the final experiment. So what became clear to me throughout time, so this wasn't clear to me at the beginning, but what's become clear to me throughout the last year is that the final experiment was actually so much bigger than just the 24-hour sun. The final experiment is really more the final experiments, plural. There are so many other things that I didn't realize until I became more educated, such as things that we could do being at the southern tip of South America, other things that we could do in Antarctica. And so anyway, as will be clear in the coming weeks, there is a lot of data that we're going to be releasing. There were a lot of predictions made by the globe, and we'll see if those predictions came true. And there were actually a lot of predictions made by Flat Earth as well, and we're going to take a look at those predictions. So the TFE challenges were inviting people from both sides of the debate, Flat Earth and Globe, to make predictions prior to our trip. So all of these challenges were open to the general public. Anybody could have made a submission to me, but it just had to be prior to us departing for Chile for the first time. So the first challenge that we did, and this is where I'm going to need to see my screen here, hopefully. First challenge that we did was flight times. This is an important one. So I do believe, as I've hinted at in previous videos, that if we look at flight paths, we will see something that quickly tells us that we live on a globe. Flight paths have to be efficient. They have to be efficient. They have to be efficient for multiple reasons. One, so that the company can stay in business, the airline can stay in business, because they want to make that flight happen in the cheapest way possible, without sacrificing safety. So they're not going to want to just spend tons of money on extra fuel for no reason. They won't be able to stay competitive in that regard, and they'll quickly go out of business. Flights also have to be as short as possible, again, as safely as possible. You're not going to fly an airline whose flights take twice as long or 50% as long as some other airline. That's one of the beauties of capitalism, is letting the market dictate pricing. And so it's a very competitive market, and they're all fighting for your business. And so flight paths are very, very telling. Again, I've mentioned this in the past, but my grandfather worked for Delta Airlines for his entire career. So I kind of grew up around planes, and my dad had a love of planes, and so he would always talk about them. He could just look at one up in the sky and tell me exactly what it was. I still don't have that skill, but the ability to travel by air today is just an incredible blessing that we have, and it's just completely changed the world. We can visit family that's very far away. We can visit and see so many different places in the world in a relatively short amount of time, with a relatively low amount of cost. And so the reason the flight paths for the final experiment were so important was because we were all 9 of us took a direct flight to Santiago, Chile. And all 9 of us went through one of 4 airports: LAX, Atlanta, London Heathrow, and Sydney. And so what I did is TFE challenge number 1 asked for submissions on the distance for those flights. And the cool thing is that I had people make sure that they gave their math. Giving the math is super important, because there's a big difference between the globe and a flat earth when it comes to flight paths. And there's especially a big difference when it comes to the southern hemisphere. I received a lot of submissions on the globe. Let's see, I received submissions from 5 different continents. So countries spanning 5 different continents, which is pretty incredible. And I received all globe submissions except for 1. I only received 1 submission on the flat earth side. There were some people who are globers that submitted answers and numbers for what it should be on a flat earth, which I thought was interesting. They did the math for the flat earth side, but only 1 official flat earther made a submission. So again, there's a huge difference between the globe and the flat earth when it comes to flight paths, especially when it gets to the southern hemisphere. So I'll tell you what the main difference was related to the final experiment. On the globe model, the flight from London to Santiago is actually longer in distance than the flight is from Sydney to Santiago. And so on a flat earth, it's not even close. On a flat earth, the flight from Sydney to Santiago would be 2 to 3 times as long as the flight from London to Santiago. So it's a very, very big difference. Let's see here. I am trying to read my screen. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and announce the winners for TFE challenge number 1, which again, I wanted there to be a winner from each side. The winner on the globe side was Andres Puelma. Andres, I wouldn't say that this was an unfair advantage, but he actually lives in Santiago, Chile, which is cool. So he was having to calculate the distances from those airports to his own hometown. All of the globe answers that came in were all very close to each other, which makes sense because the formula for calculating distances on a globe includes the radius of the globe. And so that's why I was asking for the math, was so that I could look and make sure that people were actually doing the math themselves and not just looking it up online. The one flat earther who made a submission, which means he wins, right? If there's a winner from the globe side and there's a winner from the flat earth side, if there's only one flat earth entry, that's the winner. So the winner is a Stephen Alonso. Now, what's fascinating about this is that his numbers also were very, very close to the globe, which doesn't make sense. As I just mentioned, on a flat earth, that flight from Sydney to Santiago should be 2 to 3 times longer than London to Santiago. But this flat earther, Stephen Alonso, said that the London to Santiago flight was longer. So this didn't make any sense. But this is why I planned ahead and said you must include your math. So I went ahead and checked his math, and what do you know? He used the radius, the average radius of the globe in his formula. But this was supposed to be a flat earth entry, Stephen. So in asking and looking into why he was using the globe's radius to calculate his numbers, I found out that he says that the height of the firmament is the exact same number of the globe radius, which I believe is 6,371 kilometers. Very interesting, Stephen. So I think you know what I'm going to have to ask you, which is, how did you measure the height of the dome? As far as I know, the dome has yet to be seen, which means it can't be measured and can't be tested. And why? And how is it that it just so happens to be the exact average radius of the globe? This smells a little fishy to me. So anyway, the second question I've got for Stephen is, can you please explain how the height of this dome would affect the flight path of an airplane? That doesn't make any sense to me. So these planes are not going that high. And so I don't quite understand what that has anything to do with it. If I had to be honest with you, I would say that you knew ahead of time that the globe numbers would be accurate. And so you wanted to essentially hijack the globe math formula and use it for yourself. And so in a sense, you kind of proved the globe by stealing the radius of the globe and stealing the globe model for your submission. So anyway, thank you for those two winners, Andres Puelma and Stephen Alonso. Thank you for taking the time to take part in TFE challenge number 1. And thanks for everyone else who did as well. Again, blown away, entries from 5 different continents. So that brings us to TFE challenge number 2. This one had to do with the sunrise and the sunset in Punta Arenas, Chile, which is where we stayed for a few days prior to flying here to Antarctica. Again, this was a very significant one because the sunrise direction is different on the globe versus the flat Earth model. The main difference is that on the globe, the sunrise should come from the southeast and it should set in the southwest. But if you look at a Gleason's map or an AE map, the sunrise down that far south, which would be beyond the Tropic of Capricorn, should be from the northeast and set in the northwest. By the way, I was watching a lot of videos from flat earthers once we got to Punta Arenas, and they were asking questions like, which direction was the sun rising and which direction was the sun setting. They know the importance of this, and good on them. They probably thought if they could get a northeast sunrise and a northwest sunset, that would be evidence for flat Earth, and it would be an argument against the globe, which I agree. So before I tell you what actually happened while we were there, I received a ton of entries on this one as well, countries spanning 4 continents for this one. And I received all globe entries and only 1 flat Earth entry until the last minute. I got a second flat Earth entry. So everybody on the globe side gave sunrise times and sunset times, and then also sunrise directions and sunset directions. The winner for this one was PD194. So PD194, thank you so much for entering. He is coming from the UK, and he did a great job with showing me how he came up with this. By the way, I told people they could cheat if they wanted to and look this up online, because again, on the globe, it's the southeast and southwest, but on a flat Earth, it's northeast and northwest. So it's completely different. So if you want to look it up online, that's completely fine. PD194 actually posted a video about this prior to my challenge, which I didn't realize. He made me aware of that when he sent his email. All right, now on to the 2 flat Earth entries. The first one is from a guy who you may recognize his name, none other than Stephen Alonzo. Before I get to him, I will say the second guy was a David Henry. Now, David Henry told me that he used Stellarium to get his answer, which again is completely fine. You can use Stellarium. But I responded to him and let him know that Stellarium is a globe app. And so I was curious why he was making a submission that completely and perfectly matched the globe if he was a flat earther. He responded by asking me what we saw in while we were in Punta Arenas, and I wouldn't tell him. I just said, are you willing to admit that you're submitting a globe answer as a flat earther? And he was unwilling to do so. That brings us to Stephen Alonzo. Stephen Alonzo told me that he expects the sun to rise in the southeast and set in the southwest, and he gave pretty accurate times. Once again, his answers aligned with the globe. We have a common theme here, ladies and gentlemen. You may recall on the channel, if you haven't seen this video, I highly recommend you go watch it. But we released a video in the last few weeks, which was challenging flat earthers to give any globe prediction at all, future prediction, that they think will not come true. The globe has thousands of predictions. This is a prediction. When the globe says on such and such a future date, at such and such a time, the sun will rise in this direction, and the sun will set at this time, and the sun will set in this direction, that is a prediction. So the globe makes lots of predictions. One of the globe predictions right now is that there will be a total solar eclipse over Orlando, Florida in 2045. And so that's a pretty specific prediction. And so I'm curious, which globe predictions do flat earthers think will not come true? If all the globe predictions come true, that would obviously be evidence of the globe. So interesting pattern we have here. Stephen Alonzo, I do know from seeing his stuff that he ascribes to the AE map, which of course has been falsified now with the final experiment. And so he gave a globe answer, even though that doesn't work on the AE map. And I don't know why. All I can do is speculate. And I speculate that he did that because he knew that the globe model would come true. Now, I will say this, the sun did rise in the southeast and it did set in the southwest, just like the globe predicts. I will also tell you that we had a very difficult time filming that. That was something that I really wanted to film, and it was very difficult. We were so far south in Chile that we were experiencing 17 hours of daylight. 17 hours of daylight. So the sun would rise around 5 a.m. or so, and it would set after 10 p.m. And so why did that make it difficult? Well, we're on a mission here with the final experiment, and so we were doing a lot of things. We were also hanging out, and we were excited about going to Antarctica. And so when the sun's out, you're out. And so we would stay up very late, which made it very difficult to get up in the morning. And it just was a rinse and repeat cycle. One morning I woke up at 4:45 and it was already light out. And I was like, oh, wow, maybe I could catch the sunrise. And so I ran outside and I was able to catch the sunrise for only once. There was a ton of clouds while we were there, but one time I was able to catch the sunrise. I will be releasing a video of that on my channel. And I was also able to catch a sunset as well, which we'll be releasing a video. But those videos will prove that they happen in the southeast and the southwest, just as the globe predicts. But anyway, the winner for the flat earth side is none other than Stephen Alonso. All right, that brings us to TFE challenge number 3. Now, this one is very, very important. And again, it is a significant difference between the globe and the flat earth model. So let me try to make this easy to understand for everyone, because these issues can be complicated. On the globe, lines of longitude at the equator are the furthest apart. As they go away from the equator, either north or south, they get closer and closer together until they eventually meet up at the poles, North Pole and South Pole. On the flat earth model, that's not the case. On the flat earth model, the North Pole is in the center, and then everything is south from the North Pole. And so lines of longitude diverge, they get further and further apart indefinitely on the flat earth model. Whereas south of the equator, they converge on the globe model and they get closer and closer together. We were so far south at the southern tip of Chile that we were able to test this. We could measure between lines of longitude and see, are they getting closer together than they are towards the equator further north, or are they getting further apart, which is what you would have on a flat earth. And so what the TFE challenge number 3 was, which was the most difficult, was we asked people to calculate for us the distance between lines of longitude, the distance between these meridians at 53 degrees south, which is where Punta Arenas, Chile is. And so we received tons of entries again that cover 4 continents, and they were all globe entries except for one flat earther, and I'm guessing you know who that is. Yes, Stephen Alonso. So all the globe entries had very similar answers, and the winner of TFE challenge number 3 is Hall Store. Hall Store. Thank you for participating. And Hall comes to us from Norway. And what is Norway? Well, Norway is the home of the midnight sun. Norway is the home of a 24-hour sun, but that would be in the north. He's not having a midnight sun right now or a 24-hour sun. Why? Because we are having that right now. In the south. This is the southern summer. So, Stephen Alonso, interestingly enough, what a surprise, his answer almost perfectly lined up with the globe. This doesn't make any sense. Why would he say this? And so this was getting a little bit crazy. And so I decided to email him and ask him a question. And so I did. I asked him a question and I said, Stephen, can you please help me understand your math here? Based on what I'm seeing, which by the way was globe math, I said, based on what I'm seeing, you would say that the distance between lines of longitude is the same at 53 degrees south as it is at 53 degrees north. Do I have that correct? And he said yes. So he confirmed that in his math, the distance between meridians at 53 degrees south, which is the southern tip of South America, is identical to the distance between meridians at 53 degrees north. ladies and gentlemen, I think you know what that means. He is describing the globe. So, Stephen Alonso, you are the winner again. You get the trifecta. You won all 3 TFE challenges. But what's super interesting is that you used the globe for all 3. And I think that means you knew what we were going to find down here as part of the final experiment. Yes, super interesting. We are going to be releasing all of this data once we get back. We have a ton of data. I believe we have well over 100 terabytes of information already. Obviously, a lot of that is high definition video and pictures, but we brought hard drives on top of hard drives on top of hard drives just to make sure we could collect all of the data that we were going to be obtaining as part of the final experiment. But anyway, spoiler alert, the distance between the lines of longitude at 53 degrees south matched the globe. They did not match flat Earth. So anyway, thank you everybody for participating in those 3 challenges. I did think it was a little interesting that well over 95% of these submissions came from the globe side, and we only had 2 people, 2 flat earthers make submissions. Stephen Alonso made 3, and the other guy made 1 using the globe app Stellarium. But anyway, all of these things are important. They're important because we are in search of the truth about the world that we live in. That was the goal of the final experiment from day 1, was to settle this debate. That is still my goal, and I do believe we have succeeded. You may not agree, but all I would ask for is a little bit of patience and let us get back to our families, let us get back to the warmth, and let us get back into our own homes and spend some time with our families over Christmas and the New Year's, and then we can start to release all of this information. But it is a plethora of information. We have measurements, we have videos, we have so many cool things that I've never seen before. And so again, it became clear to me over time that the final experiment was going to become so much bigger than just the 24-hour sun, even though I think the 24-hour sun is definitely definitive as well. So that is all that I have. I am a little delirious. I am really looking forward to getting a good night's sleep tonight. But I am really happy that we did this and that we pushed through very hard for our first 24 hours in Antarctica. We have an uninterrupted video of the sun over 24 hours, which is super exciting. What's on deck for us tomorrow? We have a couple more things. I would call them experiments that we have set up that take time to run. They actually take more than 24 hours or so to run. So we've got those running, and those are just going to be running through until tomorrow at midnight. But we're also going to be doing something fun tomorrow, which I think everyone that joined us, all 9 of us, are really looking forward to, which is we will be taking a scenic flight over Antarctica. It's mainly going to be over the Ellsworth mountain range, but we're going to be getting in some smaller planes, much smaller than the 757 we came over here in, and they're going to fly us over the Ellsworth mountain range and let us enjoy the beauty of Antarctica by air. So we'll be sure to get a lot of great video to share with everyone so that you can enjoy it as much as you can with us through that as well. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and sign off. I'll give you one more look at the midnight sun here in Antarctica, and I'll do one more spin around here so that you can take one last look at everything that we did and where we stayed. It was amazing. So we're actually leaving this campsite. All of this area behind me was just full of devices and tripods and cameras and equatorial mounts and sun trackers and you name it. But it's all been packed up, and our last 2 remaining experiments are set up over there. It's a little bit hard to see, but we'll get you good high quality video of that when we return. And we're also going to be leaving tonight. This will no longer be our special TFE camp. That orange vehicle back there is called a Tucker. And we're going to pack up right now, and they're going to take us back to Union Glacier base camp, which is where our tents will be for the next few nights or so. So I'll try to keep everybody updated. And again, just want to thank everybody for all the support, all the love for this last year. We made it, we did it, and it's gonna be fun sharing all the details with everybody. So, all right, have a great night, everyone. Bye-bye. Hey everyone, we are live. So it's been a long journey, but we finally got to the end of it. Today was a good day. We had a good meeting with everybody as kind of a debrief of everything and what I'm hoping will happen now going forward in both the globe community and the flat earth community. So we shall see. But I do predict that the final experiment is going to be a very, very significant point in time in this whole debate over the shape of the earth. I think things will be referenced as before TFE and after TFE. I can see, since we're no longer in the incredibly bright white 24-hour sunlit Antarctica. So I will monitor comments. Please let me know if you have comments or if you have questions for me. Someone just asked about TFE too. That's a hard no. This was hard. This was hard to do. I have a lot of updates for you guys today as well. I think the thing that is going to be most exciting about this particular live is I'm going to let everyone know what to expect in the coming weeks. So this is not over, not by any stretch, meaning we have a lot of information, a lot of data, and we're going to be releasing that over the next few weeks. So pretty cool. But someone just said I look tired. I'm very tired. It's trippy out here with 17 hours of sun here in the southern tip of Chile, and then obviously 24-hour sun in Antarctica. It just really messes with you when the sun is like out, bright, magic hour. You know, you just aren't thinking about, hey, I should be tired. I should be going to bed. So really messes with you. And we have a lot going on. By the way, it's pretty fascinating. Different, geographical areas and cultures do things differently. So down here in Punta Arenas, Chile, their restaurants open up at 8:00. So that's a little bit late for how I do things with dinner, but that's kind of how they do things here. So we went to a restaurant all together last night around 9, and we were looking for a place that could seat us all 9 of us. And the restaurant was at least half empty. So it seemed like it wasn't going to be a big deal. And they said, they have all these reservations coming in. So they definitely do dinner late here in Chile. But anyway, exactly, Luca, it's a once in a lifetime experience, and not going to complain. So I can always sleep later and catch up on sleep later. Yeah, this is a real hotel, not a green screen. Someone just made a comment about Joseph Hanvey and Stephen Alonso saying that they were predicting the movements of the sun. That is false. So please don't believe the lies. You guys need to do a little bit more research. Flat earthers are quick to grasp onto something in the middle of their panic, which has been clear just the last couple of days here. all we did was we did a live stream at midnight in Antarctica, and the conspiracy theories were running wild already. So number one, Joseph Hanvey, I have a video of him a year ago. So this is before TFE. And he was bragging to a large room of flat earthers that there was no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. He even said he had a friend who was in Antarctica and confirmed for him that there was no 24-hour sun. So I'm going to hold everyone's feet to the fire, to be honest, and to set the record straight, and not to act like anybody predicted this, because no flat earther predicted this. It was not until I came out and said the final experiment is going to go to Antarctica that people started changing their mind. And that includes Joe Hanvey. Now, Stephen Alonso has stolen Walter Bislin's model. It's very easy to refute. Walter Bislin created a flat earth model based on heliocentrism. So anybody following Stephen Alonso is actually utilizing a heliocentric model. Congratulations. You didn't know that because you didn't look into it, and you just trusted a man who calls himself a doctor and claims he has a PhD in geocentric cosmology. None of this is real. He created a fake university called Flat Earth University and gave himself a PhD. These are the people that you are trusting. And I'm essentially done trying to convince people to think for yourselves, to look into things. I've tried for a year. So now that we're at the end of the final experiment, if you guys are going to keep doing this stuff and not learn, that's on you at this point. I've done my best. But anyway, Stephen Alonso's model is a fictitious model based on heliocentrism. And Walter Bislin created it to show the impossibility of a flat earth. So we will be debunking that rather easily. So if you guys all want to hang on to Joe Hanvey and Stephen Alonso, go for it. It will all be clearly debunked over the next coming weeks. And then I guess we'll wait for the next thing that someone wants to come out with. But you guys really need to look into this stuff before you just latch onto it. Okay, so craziness. A lot of craziness going on. The first one is there is a flat earther who I've never heard of. She is on X. Someone sent this to me today, and she has filed an official complaint with the Internet Crime Complaint Center. She has filed an official complaint with the Federal Trade Commission, and she is working on filing a complaint with the FBI against TFE. So that one really gave me a chuckle. I don't exactly know what she's hoping will come of this or what her complaint is, but yeah, I'm wish I could be there to see the FBI's reaction to her complaint. Pretty wild stuff. That one will be filed in the "you can't make this stuff up" file. All right. Let's see here. The reactions in the flat earth community have been difficult to follow. They've been very varied. And yeah, it's pretty wild. So number one, let's set the record straight here. Flat earthers were adamant. They were adamant that there was no 24-hour sun. They shouted this one from the mountaintops. There is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And so it's like, cool. You've taken a stand, and so let's see who's right. Let's see who's right. Flat earthers have said that we would not be going to Antarctica. They're still saying that, some of them. Flat earthers have said that the footage we have was filmed 6 months ago in the north. in the Arctic Circle near the North Pole, and that we would just reverse the footage to make it look like it was Antarctica. And all of a sudden, what do you know? After we live stream at midnight and release a time lapse that we took of the 24-hour sun, all of a sudden, the position seems to be that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica works on a flat Earth. Here's the problem, okay? And I really hope any flat earthers listening or any flat earthers who will hear this, just set aside any emotions. Who cares about me? Who cares about TFE? Just think about something for a second. If you want to call yourself a truther, if you want to say that you care about truth, then when evidence is presented to you, evidence that's pretty solid and is being confirmed by other flat earthers, 4 of them, in fact, including flat earthers who have been in this game for almost 10 years. When you immediately look to come up with an excuse or find an issue in the videos and measuring shadows and looking for missed frames, that only means one thing. It means you don't care about truth. Can't mean anything else. It means you have your mind set on something and you do not care if you are wrong. So the final experiment is going to expose who is actually a truther, which side is actually looking for truth. So consider that. And again, I can't say anything else, but it was a mere hours after we live streamed that this green screen conspiracy came up. Anyone that's used a green screen immediately knew what was going on, including flat earthers. But it sounds like a lot of flat earthers don't use green screens. So 2 hardcore flat earthers, Dave Weiss, Flat Earth Dave, and Divergent Droid, who I've dealt with before online. They both have green screen experience, and they're both like trying to stop the flat Earth community from saying this because it's so clear that there's no funny business going on there. But man, you guys are still running with it. Again, if you were searching for truth, you would try to search out why that happened and what it means, as opposed to just stating that we are in some big studio. Flat Earth Banjo, who some of you are familiar with, he's really digging in. He just made a community post on YouTube where there's the picture of us with a giant mountain, Mount Rossman, behind us, stating that we are in some sort of a giant set. Craziness. You can go look at videos taken at Union Glacier for probably the last 10 or 15 years on YouTube, and you can see exactly where we were standing and the exact mountain in the background and the exact tents in the background. So anyway, I've tried. I've tried my hardest to help you guys look good and to realize that you need to be making arguments that would convince you and not arguments that are just pulled out of the sky. So anyway, let's see here. Jordan Rose, no idea if he's watching, but he has been the man when it comes to memes. He's been making TFE memes for months, and he made a good one. He made a real good one here. Do I even have it handy? Just wanted to thank him for that. Yeah, I can't find it, but anyway, it was, it essentially, oh, here it is. So, flat earthers on December 13th, they're going to fake the sun in Antarctica to make it look like a 24-hour sun. By the way, that's what they said for months and months and months and months and months. And then flat earthers the next day. Changed my mind. 24-hour sun works perfectly on flat earth. That is what's happening. That is what's being said. And it just like, if your goal is to feel good about yourself, okay, I can understand what you're saying. But if your goal is to convince people that you thought this through and that you have the truth, this is not the way to go about it. An example would be Sean Griffin. So you guys might remember Sean Griffin. He runs the channel Kingdom in Context. He's actually on the TFE scoreboard. He is number 3 on the Flat Earth side. But anyway, he was adamant just a month ago that there is no 24-hour sun. He even stated, I think a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, that he was not sure we were even going to Antarctica. And all of a sudden, he's contacting me today, telling me that there's a model that works with a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth. And so flat earthers have a reputation for moving the goalposts. And that's not a reputation I would want. And so hopefully you guys at some point kind of stop doing that. The good news is we are bringing a lot home. Please don't think that one live stream at midnight and a 48-second time lapse from Dave McKeegan is all that we have. We have a lot. So to quote Bob Nodell, we're bringing home a preponderance of evidence that cannot be overcome, in my opinion, cannot be overcome. Now, a lot of people are frustrated, and I'm reading comments that are, why aren't you releasing all this stuff? And it's like, you guys have no idea how much work this is, how hard this is. Like, today we had a group event at 1 o'clock. And after that, Jonathan Morandi was doing everyone's final interviews. So he interviewed everyone prior to going to Antarctica to kind of get their thoughts on what we were going to do and what we were going to see. And then he's interviewing everybody now that we've seen the 24-hour sun. There's just a lot going on. We have to pack today, and we don't even get to go to bed. So they're going to come pick us up at the hotel around midnight to drive us to the airport to start our long journeys home. But anyway, there's just not a lot of time. And because of the extended daylight hours, because of the fact that in Chile, they just do late dinner, we're out super, super late. And the internet is abysmally slow. It's abysmally slow out here. Downloading something takes forever. Uploading something, forget it. So the reason Dave McKeegan only did that quick time lapse was because he can't even get anything else rendered. There's just not enough time. The data that we have is incredible. The resolution, the length of it. I guess I'll just give away one little thing here. I actually took a 36-hour time lapse at a different location than where we were set up for TFE. And I'm having a hard time getting that off the camera. And my theory, I've contacted the manufacturer of the camera. My theory is that they didn't plan for someone to take a time lapse that long. So it gets cut off at a certain point. I think it gets cut off around 30 hours. So I have a call into them, and I've sent them my files, and they're working on it. But anyway, yeah, it's been a journey. It's been so much fun. This is a trip that I will never forget for the rest of my life. I think everyone feels the same way. And I'll tell you right now, the camaraderie is incredible. We are all like having fun together, laughing together, breaking bread together. Like at the beginning, there was this feeling of one side versus the other, and being careful with what you say and sit together, and it's just not there anymore. And that was a huge part of this, was to try to change and break down these walls that happen in this very heated world of the shape of the earth debate. Okay, cool. So what else are people saying? A lot of flat earthers are still running with the green screen narrative. And again, you guys can do that actually. I will tell you, because it's the right thing for me to do, that I'll tell you that it doesn't make you look good because there's no way to show that it was a green screen. But if you do it, the final experiment is a story. Like, we're telling a story, and the story started a year ago and it's continuing to be told. So just realize that the past is not changeable, and whatever happens is going to be in the record forever. So if that's what you guys want to do, go for it. But man, that's not going to be a good look if that's the best answer, is that you guys think we were using a green screen. Wow. Okay, so there's a guy named Sean Hibbler, and I invited Sean Hibbler as one of the original 24 for the final experiment. The reason I invited him is he's actually a pretty big flat earther, and he also makes documentaries. He makes flat earth documentaries. They usually have the word level in them, and I've watched them all. He never responded to me once. I tried everything I could to find him, contact him, reach him. I sent emails to him through his website. He has a contact us form on his website. And I thought it would be cool early on if he would get involved and, maybe even film the documentary. He's a filmmaker. Well, he never gave me the time of day, never had the courtesy to respond. And he never even said a word, to my knowledge, about TFE. Not a word. All of a sudden, after we show the 24-hour sun, now he comes out about this. And he made a video, and I really hope no one would fall for this. I really hope no one would fall for this. He quickly made a video which was clearly reactionary, and he said that it's either a second sun that we saw or a fake sun. And I'm like, wow. Now, does he actually believe that? I would guess no. But maybe he does. But the reality is that I hope nobody would just believe that. So there's obviously only one sun in our videos. The shadows only go one way. And for someone to say that there was a second sun, you have to have a first sun before you can have a second sun. So if the sun in Dave McKeegan's time lapse is the second sun, where's the first sun? I can also tell you, we're all coming home with sunburns. It was brutal out there. We were literally putting on sunscreen at midnight. And he's also talking about a fake sun. This fake sun really, really gets me. Where in the world are people coming up with this idea that we can have a fake sun? Wow. But anyway, Antarctica has always had a real sun. So if there's a fake sun, where's the real sun? And if you think there's a real sun that gets swapped out for the fake sun, then where's that moment? Something we did is we took we're talking a lot of pictures of the sun using a solar filter to get the sunspots. And what do you know? It's the exact same sunspots everybody else was getting all over the world. The orientation of those sunspots, by the way, is different. It'll be interesting to see if that aligns with the globe or not. I think it will. Let's see here. I saw a flat earther saying that the sun was going through the sky in our video in the wrong direction. That was an interesting one. My guess is that he has seen 24-hour videos in the north and just assumed, because this would be the case on the flat earth model, that it would need to be the same direction. But on the globe model, it goes in the opposite direction. So it's just another globe prediction confirmed. Someone just mentioned a video by Dave Weiss, and I did see that. All right, let me deal with this Jaron paying me back thing. Everybody's talking about it. So just so you know, that's my sense of humor. That was a joke. And I have not stopped laughing about it. Every time I look at that picture, by the way, if you want to know what I'm talking about, go to our community page on YouTube. And I posted last night that Jaron paid me back all $40,000 for the trip. And I just couldn't believe it. When you look at Jaron's face, it's just, he's making the most perfect face ever. And I'm holding, two $20,000 bills. Well, those are actually not $20,000 bills. Those would be pesos. And so anyway, it was hilarious to me. I paid for something with my credit card. I don't remember why, but he wanted to reimburse me for something. And so he just gave me 40,000 pesos, which is about $40. And realizing the cost of the trip was about $40,000 for Jaron. I just thought it'd be a hilarious joke to say, hey, he paid me back. I'm so excited. And so I held them so you could see that they were pesos, but that was missed by a few people, which is fine. But that is my sense of humor. So I came up with that. I said, hold on. I want to see if I can. Oh, bummer. I was trying to pin a comment, but I can't. But anyway, I asked him first, and I was like, Jaron, I think this is hilarious. Can we take this picture? And he's like, oh, definitely. And his face is the best face. Like, hey, I just gave him money, and it's not really worth that much. So anyway, someone just made a comment here. Shiloh Carpenter. They said, you are an idiot, Will. Cool. So this gets me back to my point. I try to encourage people and to tell people that if you want to convince someone, make an argument that would convince you. So Shiloh, I wouldn't do this, but if somebody came up to you and they said, Shiloh Carpenter, you are an idiot, what would you do? How would you react? Would you immediately believe it? Be like, man, I am an idiot. Oh, I need to change. Like, think about it, right? How you would react to someone calling you an idiot is probably similar to how I'm going to react. But I am curious if you want to let me know what you mean. Did I do something wrong? Did I say something wrong? Or is that the only thing you have to say after a very successful globe mission with the 24-hour sun? Cool. All right. I do like to keep things light. And so I do like making jokes. It's just fun. So we've been joking all the time. Okay. Oh, here we go. Okay. Shiloh Carpenter. You said that I already knew the 24-hour sun existed. That's correct, because we live on a globe. So you're right. I did know. I didn't know from personal experience, but I did know because we live on a globe, and therefore globe predictions come true. This is important. I made a video, and we're going to keep hammering this. And I asked flat earthers if they could find just one future globe prediction that they don't believe will come true. Could be an eclipse, could be a sunrise angle, could be a sunset time, anything. A future globe prediction that has a very specific date and geographic location. Can you find one that won't come true? Because if all the globe predictions will come true, then that would be evidence for the globe. So anyway, yeah, let me know. I've been making a list of the flat earth predictions for TFE, and I can't find one yet that has come true. So for example, the flat earthers predicted for 9 years that there was no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. The globe said there was, and there was. That's an example of a flat earth prediction that didn't come true. Another flat earth prediction was that the trip would be canceled. Heard that one 100 times. As you'll see, when Austin and Jaron start making more content and talking about the trip, they both will admit to you that they did not think the trip would happen, that it would be canceled. That was a flat earth prediction that did not come true. Another one is flat earthers said that NASA would make clouds so that we couldn't see the sun. Now let's break that one down. This is a fun one. By the way, it's a prediction that didn't come true. We had 2 days without any clouds in Antarctica, which everybody told us was unbelievable. People that work at Union Glacier, people that work for ALE told me to my face that it was awfully strange that as soon as we showed up, all the clouds disappeared. And as soon as we were done filming the 24-hour sun, the weather came back in. I'll let you guys interpret that how you wish. But when you predict that NASA will create clouds to block us from seeing the sun, that does not have the effect you think it does. You think that that prediction will come true and prove that there's a grand conspiracy. But that's not what we hear. What we hear is that you don't have faith in your model. Because if you actually believe the sun would set, you would not want clouds. You would want blue skies so that we could record the setting sun. So anyway, that's another prediction. So we're making a list. It's almost at 20. And again, we're not leaving anything out. We have yet to find a single flat earth prediction that came true. So someone just gave me some love from Scotland, Steve Draper. Thank you. I've actually been to Scotland and I would go back. It was a very, very beautiful country. I was all over the place. I made it all the way to the Highlands up north, and then obviously all the cool stuff in the south. I will say food was a little weak, but I did enjoy it, and I would love to go back. And if I ever do go back, there are at least a couple people that I would want to visit. One of them named Craig. So, all right. What else? Okay, this was a fun one. By the way, I have the time delay on the comments, and it's not helping. I'm missing 85% of the comments, but I'm trying. Talking and reading is not my expertise here. So I saw a flat earther complain about the time lapse, complain about Dave McKeegan's time lapse, stating that it was only a series of pictures and not a video. What do you say to that? Obviously, videos are a series of pictures, so that wasn't the best argument, but it's okay. We're prepared for all of this. So everything that's thrown at us, we will have a response, and that is because we came prepared. I've been listening to the Flat Earth community for 3 years now, and MCToon and Dave McKeegan and Critical Think, they've been listening a lot longer than me. And so we knew the types of arguments that you guys were going to make. And so we came prepared. Matthew Hakeem just said Duffy's failure. I'm curious what the failure was. I just pulled something off that your entire community told me I couldn't. So what exactly was the failure? Curious about that. Okay. By the way, so at Union Glacier, I wish I would have counted how many tents there are. There are staff tents, and then there are guest tents. And the guest tents are double bed, so double occupancy. And there's a lot. There's at least 30. There's probably, if I had to guess, I'd say 35. And they assign them randomly, and they are all named after someone famous associated with Antarctica. Most of the names I didn't recognize. I didn't even read them all because I just didn't recognize them. But there's a lot of history with Antarctica. And they assigned me my tent, and they gave me Admiral Byrd. And I thought that was pretty cool. So I'm going to be putting a picture out of myself in front of my tent, my Admiral Byrd tent. And I think that it was symbolic in a way. Flat earthers have taken Admiral Byrd onto their side as kind of he's on the flat earth side in a way. And I think the fact that I got that tent and we showed a 24-hour sun means the globe has taken Admiral Byrd back. So as of today, Admiral Byrd is officially on the globe side. Happy to say that. What else? Oh, yeah. This is not the best story, but you'll enjoy to hear it. You'll enjoy hearing it. I love flying my drone, and I love it because not only is it like the coolest adult toy out there, but you can get shots, pictures, and video in just the coolest ways with a drone. You can go where you can't go without it, right? You can go where even a plane could not go or a helicopter could not go. I mean, drones are incredible. And I actually bought a new drone, which was a little bit risky coming to Antarctica because I wasn't familiar with it. But I crashed my other one in Puerto Rico, actually. And I put it back together and it still functions, but I just wasn't willing to take a chance. So I bought a brand new drone. I also had weight issues. Oh, sweet. The Scottish Highlands are so beautiful. Love it. Pikachu. I had major weight issues. Okay. I want everybody to realize the sacrifice that I made for that live stream, because that live stream was historic. I bought the biggest Starlink that they sell. It's massive. If you have Starlink, that's tiny compared to this one. It weighs like 28 pounds. And I brought it in my suitcase, in my checked bag, and it weighs so much. The checked bag itself weighs 12 pounds. The Starlink and the router and all of that weighs 28 pounds. And so I'm going in with a bag that can only weigh 50 pounds with 40 pounds right off the bat. So I sacrificed clothing. I just didn't have the space. So I decided to buy a super lightweight drone. So my drone is 249 grams, super, super lightweight, brand new. So I wasn't worried about having any technical difficulties. And when we got there, the weather was so good that it was great. If you didn't see it, I took a picture of Union Glacier from very high up, and it's a really cool picture. You can see the small planes, the Twin Otters there. You can see all of the buildings, all of the tents. Super neat. I also took a drone picture of our own TFE camp that was set up a few miles out. But anyway, we went on this excursion, and I wasn't even thinking, but we went to this place called the Icefall. And what's funny is our guide, Scott, was from Scotland. And he had his great Scottish accent. And I kept thinking he was saying we're going to the Icefall, the ice wall. So I was like, man, why is he calling this the ice wall? Like, that is not the word to use with our group. So I pulled him aside and I was like, are you saying ice wall? And he's like, no, ice fall. And I was like, okay, cool. So we went to this thing called the ice fall, which looks like a waterfall, but it's frozen and it's massive. And when we got there, I was like, I forgot my drone. I didn't even bring my drone. I felt so bad. Because it's just so beautiful. I cannot tell everyone how beautiful Antarctica is. It is by far the most beautiful place on Earth. It has to be. And people told me that, and I thought that they were just trying to get me to go to Antarctica. And I was like, no, there's no way. It is, okay? It's the most beautiful place on Earth. If you ever have an opportunity, just do it. If you want to get to Antarctica cheaply, I didn't know this until I met all the marathoners here at the hotel that I'm in right here. But if you want to go for about half the price that we paid, just sign up for the Antarctica Marathon. Who cares if you do marathons or not? You could either use it as an opportunity to train for a marathon, or you could just say you're not feeling good, but that will get you to Antarctica cheaply. But anyway, I forgot my drone. I'm just like kicking myself. And Jonathan Morandi, who's the filmmaker, he has a drone as well. And his is legit. It's very heavy. So it does well in the wind. Mine is 249 grams, super, super light. So I'm really bummed. And I decided to ask Scott, I'm like, hey man, I forgot my drone. I feel terrible. Do you think we could come back? And I just want everyone to know, ALE Antarctic Logistics and Expeditions, hands down, one of the best run companies I've ever seen. Incredible. Running a company in Antarctica is almost impossible. And so they just always bent over backwards for us to get us what we needed to be there for us. So when I asked him, he was like, yes, I can definitely do that. But he said he can't do it till 9:30 p.m. And it's funny how we think. And I immediately was just like, man, it'll be too dark. And I completely forgot in the moment of the 24-hour sun. So it's always bright, bright day. It's always great for taking pictures and videos and droning. So I was like, great, 9:30, done. So we have dinner and do whatever else. Actually, I'll tell you what we did. It was interesting. We ended up doing a big talk for everybody at Union Glacier. I forgot to talk about that. So he takes me back out at 9:30 p.m., full bright day. And if you're a photographer or a videographer or you fly a drone, you're always looking for the shot, right? You're looking for the shot. And I found the shot. I was like, this is perfect. We were driving and I'm just looking for the shot, the location where I can just get that shot. And it was so beautiful. It was like insanely beautiful. The wind picked up and the snow was blowing at us real low to the ground. The mountains were lit up perfectly. And I was like, Scott, this is it. This is where I'm going. This is the shot. So I knew what I wanted to do. With a drone, you always have to take chances to get that perfect shot. Like you never get it where it's just no risk. And for this shot, I needed to be low to the ground. And I also wanted to be low because normally the higher you go, the worse the wind gets. And I didn't want it to just take my drone. So I'm low to the ground and the wind is heavy. Like it's really picked up. And I'm like, man, I don't even think my drone can make it. So I launched it and I was like, well, it's hanging in there. So when you launch a drone, it'll immediately start to compensate for wind. The drone tries to stay in one location regardless of the what's going on with the environment and the wind. So it's fighting to just stay right there. But I'm like, you know what? It's hovering. I'm going to give this a go. So I start flying at like 30 miles an hour. And I'm looking at the screen and I'm just like, I am getting the shot. I'm getting the shot. I can't even believe it. This is the best thing ever. Cannot wait to share it with everybody. And then lights out, gone, nothing. So that means I crashed. Brutal. Crashed my drone in the middle of Antarctica. I'll tell you right now, in the moment, the emotions I had were a very strange mix. I was super discouraged. It's a brand new drone, top of the line. So super discouraged that I crashed my drone, brand new drone. And number two, embarrassed. I was like, I'm going to have to tell Scott that I just crashed my drone because they don't allow any trash in Antarctica. It's like the last place on Earth that hasn't just been completely destroyed by humans. So you're not even allowed to leave your waste. Like you're not even allowed to go to the bathroom in the snow. So if you are going out on an excursion, you bring a Nalgene bottle. And if you have to go to the bathroom, you go in the Nalgene bottle. ALE takes everyone's waste from camp back out of Antarctica. So anyway, I'm like so embarrassed and I have to tell him. And so if you crash a drone, they have to recover it. And it's kind of on you, to whatever, if it takes something significant, that's kind of on your shoulders. So anyway, I told Scott, I was just like, man, I feel terrible, but I crashed my drone. And I've never had a crash like this. This was a bad one. I have no idea what happened. So here's the cool thing. He's layering up because he's going to have to now go into the interior of Antarctica, into the wind to try to find my drone. They can't leave it out there. It's like now a search and rescue mission here. And the cool thing is my controller has GPS coordinates for where the drone last was before it crashed. So I gave him those coordinates. He plugged it into his GPS unit and then just took off. He said, "You wait here in the car, in the vehicle." It was, by the way, the vehicle was really cool. It was an F550. I didn't even know there was an F550. That's a beast. And so he just is walking and walking. He's just following his phone, and the weather where we were at. Because remember, we drove far away to get here. This is not Union Glacier anymore. And he's just going and going and going and going. And eventually I see him stop, reach down, pick up something off the ground and come back. So he recovered my drone. Super cool. Now I was like, okay, I know I got that shot. I know I got the shot, but will it be recoverable? And did it save to the SD card? So he brings back the drone, and it is completely covered in snow and ice, just like crazy covered. And I was like, there's nothing I can do right now. So I'm just going to let it thaw out. So I put it in the car. We drove back to camp, and I just had to let this thing thaw out. After it thawed out, I took the SD card out, put it in my computer, got the shot. So cool. Got the shot. Not only did I get it, I got the crash too. So I know what happened. I was flying low to the ground, and that's super easy to do over water, like a lake or even an ocean, because you're going to have essentially the same distance between you and the drone. But out in Antarctica, not going to have that. So there was a little bit of a snow bank, like an ice bank, and I hit it. Such a bummer. I hit it, and you see it in the video. I hit it, it crashes, the drone actually goes upside down, and then bam, lights out. But anyway, I got the shot. Now here's the cool thing. The shot is so good that it's going to be in the documentary. So I can't show it to anybody, unfortunately, until the documentary gets released. But I did show it to Jonathan Morandi. And as soon as he saw it, he's like, that's the open right there. That's the open. So anyway, look forward to this. It's surreal. So in the end, it was worth it. I haven't even tried the drone after that happened. So I don't even know if it's going to work anymore. The propellers are trashed. I'm going to have to replace those. And again, the whole thing was full of ice and snow. And so I'm just letting it dry out, and we'll see what happens. But I will tell you, when you get the shot, it's worth it, even if you lose the drone. Someone's asking when the documentary is going to be released. Zero clue. Know nothing about it. Jonathan Morandi has done an incredible job. You guys, like I told him, we did an award ceremony yesterday. I wish I had an example in my room, but I don't. If someone's listening, like MCToon or Dave McKeegan right now, and you want to bring your award to my room, I could show it to everybody. But there's a guy named Max, and he reached out to me a few months ago and said, hey, can I make some awards for all the participants going to Antarctica? And I was like, sure, absolutely. So he made these himself. They're so beautiful, so cool. And it's just a great keepsake to remember this trip. But anyway, we had an award ceremony where we handed these out. They're the equivalent of a participation trophy, but that's okay. And I just gave my thoughts on everybody and told them what I thought about them being with us and how important they were. And it was really like a very special time, very emotional time. Some tears were held back by myself and others. It was great. But anyway, I told Jonathan that I feel like he's the hardest working man in Hollywood. You guys will have no idea what he's had to go through and endure to film a documentary in Antarctica. The landscape down there is so beautiful. It's a perfect place to film a movie. Like, you don't need to use CGI to make some place. You could just go there, but I realized the conditions, you can't film a movie down there. So he's been carrying these heavy bags and around and laying on the ice and snow and freezing, his butt off. And oh, hold on, someone brought the award. Thank you so much. Okay, so MCToon just brought this, so check out how cool that is. So it's got the location of Union Glacier. It's got the official true shape of Antarctica, which has now been confirmed. It says the final experiment. It's got the dates, December 14th through the 18th, 2024, and then everyone has their name on it. So these are what we handed out. But anyway, Jonathan Morandi has been just incredible. I have a picture of him laying on the ice. Okay, let me pull this up for you guys. I looked out, like, I'm cold, at this moment. I'm cold. I'm trying to thaw out a little bit in the F550, and I look outside the window, and Jonathan is literally laying out flat, prone on the ice. And I'm just like, man, this is so incredible, this guy. And of course, I can't find the picture. I've got so many pictures. It's ridiculous. I don't even know how I'm ever going to find anything. But he's laying on the ice in order. Here it is. I got it. Look at this, you guys. He's trying to get a picture that he wants to get, and so he has no gloves on, and he's laying down to get that. That's by the way, that's the blue ice runway. That's the blue ice runway. So anyway, having Jonathan out here has been incredible. I don't know what it takes to make a movie, but he's put his part in, and I think when he gets back is when the editing process starts. No idea. Could be months, could be weeks, could be longer, just don't know. But obviously we'll let everyone know once we do. And I'll tell you right now that this documentary is going to be phenomenal. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal. No one's going to dislike it. Flat earthers obviously are worried about something like Behind the Curve. No, this is not Behind the Curve. We had a flat earther make the documentary. So you're not going to have to worry about that. It's going to be incredible. It's going to let you feel. I got to answer that question. I've seen it twice. It's going to make you really feel like you were with us and experience this with us. So it's going to be exciting. I can't wait to see it and to see what they do when they work their magic. Okay. Melvin G just asked me a question, which I've seen a couple of times now, which is that we were viewing the sun due south. So the answer to that is yes. When I did the live stream called It's Midnight in Antarctica, I started with you guys looking at me, and behind me was north. But I wanted to add a little drama to the mix, little suspense. That's my style, as everyone knows by now. So I wanted to add a little suspense, and I'm like, hey, it's midnight. So we're now going to see who's right. Is the sun still up, or is this bright from a coffee cup caustic? And so I eventually spun the laptop around, and you could see the sun. Now that sun was almost perfectly due south. Behind me was due south, but the sun wasn't exactly due south because solar midnight, which is different than midnight Union Glacier time, differed by about 2 hours. But yeah, as a general rule, the computer was behind me was south. So yes, the sun goes south. And again, anybody that's going to try to hop onto Joe Hanvey's model is going to regret it, because Joe Hanvey's model is a reflected sun, and it was not a reflected sun, and we can prove that. All right. I'm also sick, by the way. That's okay. When you don't get a lot of rest and you don't eat well, you get sick. What else? Okay, this is cool. Turns out everyone started talking about the final experiment at Union Glacier. The staff was talking about it. Other guests were talking about it. And it got to a point where everyone was talking about it and they all had questions and no one knew the answers to the questions. So ALE came to me and they were like, hey, Will, everybody wants to talk to you guys. Everybody wants to know what's going on. By the way, guys, give me 1 second real quick. I'll be right back. I just have to blow my nose real quick.
Okay, thanks. That would not have been fun to keep going like that. So they came to me and they said, Will, everybody wants to talk to you and talk to your group. They're just so curious and inquisitive. And of course, rumors start that are not true. One of the rumors was that we were all flat earthers and that we were there to prove the earth is flat. So they had an event after dinner that was already scheduled and they canceled it and they switched it to the final experiment talk. They have a whiteboard where they put up, things going on, what time dinner is and what time events are, what building they're in. So they put this thing up and they're like, hey, if you guys want to come to hear about the final experiment, it's going to be in this building at this time. And let me tell you, everyone showed up. There was a group of climbers that were there to climb the tallest mountain in Antarctica called Mount Vinson, which is a 16er. Super tough climb, especially in those conditions. They actually take a twin otter plane and take you to 6,000 feet and land there. You set up base camp and you go from there up to the top. And everyone was there. I mean, it was standing room only. Every chair was full. This room was completely full. People were standing all the way to the back door. It was like everybody was just like, we want to know what the final experiment was. That was really cool. So I explained it and we opened it up for questions. And people got to ask questions of me, questions of Austin, questions of Jaron. And some people were getting upset and they left, but it's fine. People are going to have different reactions. Okay, this is interesting. So a lot of you know Critical Think. His YouTube, oh brother. Nicholas Quinn, you're killing me, dude. Like, I don't understand why you just call someone a Freemason deceiver. Like, I'm not, so that means you're making it up. And so I'm curious why you would just make something up. Like, again, if someone called you a Freemason deceiver, like, would that do anything for you? Like, you guys need to be using arguments that would work on you, because then they might work on other people. But anyway, bizarre stuff, guys. So anyway, Critical Think. Now, his YouTube channel, unfortunately, is hard to find. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because he talks about flat Earth and so he's censored, or if it's just the words critical and think come up for other things. But anyway, for those of you that know who he is, he's obviously a very sharp guy. He's from Australia, and he's got a great mind. Let me just tell you, when he talks, I listen because he has a very interesting view of the world. And he told me something super fascinating. And I want everyone listening to really think about this because it's really good. He's listening to all of the excuses that have been coming out from the flat Earth side now that we've seen a 24-hour sun. Mainly, everybody looking through the time lapse and the live stream, looking for glitches, looking for mistakes, looking at the shadows, trying to measure the shadows, and we're all here, like Austin, Jaron, Lisbeth, MCToon, Dave, McKeegan, myself, Critical Think, Jonathan. We're all here, right? We're all living it. And we all know we just did it. We're sleeping on the floor because we're trying to stay up late. We're freezing our butts off. So we literally just gave blood, sweat, and tears to give you guys a live stream and to get a 24-hour sun video, which was so hard, so hard. We're like feeling like true polar explorers here at this point. So we just live all of this. Not even 24 hours later, people are measuring our shadows on the videos and saying there's something going on, light angles, camera angles, like it's just crazy, all this stuff going on. We were all just like setting up tripods and filming. So Critical Think was like, Will, you know what's interesting is they're using the exact same arguments that they use for the moon landing. They look at those pictures and they look at those videos and they look at the shadows and they're like, this doesn't work. And I was like, you're right. And here's another one. With the moon landing, they say, oh, the background is the same. And if they were moving to different places, the background would be different. And someone actually pointed out that we said we were at a different camp, but the background is the same. And it's like, yeah, these are mountains and they're big, and you can move a long distance and you still have the same mountains in the background. And so Critical Think was like, that's what they did for the moon landing, and that's what they did to us. So at the very least, the 4 flat earthers that came to Antarctica got to see how their shadows and their cameras and their videos are being overanalyzed, and people are making these crazy conspiracies about their shadows when they just did it. And it's like, wow. So anyway, I liked that point that he made about that, which is like, yeah, they're going to do this for anything. And so Critical Think was like, man, maybe that's more evidence that the moon landing was real, when they can do the same thing to us within 24 hours of us being on the ice. I saw a Facebook group. It was super interesting, and I want to know what people's thoughts are, because I think it's valid. So a Facebook group posted that they had a new rule effective immediately because of TFE. And this is a Flat Earth versus Globe Facebook group. They said effective immediately and going forward, they are not going to allow anyone to post the Gleason's map or an equidistant azimuthal map of the world, an AE map, because that has now been falsified by TFE. And I thought about that, and I was like, that's not a bad idea. It's definitely been falsified. By the way, it's going to be falsified 6 ways from Sunday, but once we get everything out, but just the 24-hour sun falsifies that map. So anyway, we're already seeing a change. And here's what I want to tell everybody what I'm most excited about. I am most excited for the first Flat Earth versus Globe debate post TFE. That is going to be epic. I don't care who it is. I'm going to watch, because the entire debate will change. It will change based on what we now know about the world. And all of the things that we experienced and documented and videotaped and recorded while we were on this trip are going to be brought up. And it's like, wow, how is Flat Earth going to stand up to all of that? It's going to be interesting. And I think it's going to change the game, as I mentioned before. I did see one other interesting stretch, one other interesting reach this morning, also on Facebook in a Flat Earth group. This Flat Earther was pulling out an AE map and trying to make it work with us being in the North Pole. And so the picture had like just enough light to where it was like kind of lighting up an area in the Arctic Circle. And I think she was just like, is it possible they're at the North Pole? And it's just like, guys, like, there's no point in this, you know? No, it's not possible we're in the North Pole. If we were in the North Pole, we'd be refuting the globe, number one. Number two, even your model, I'm gonna respond to Jared in a second. Even your model does not have a 24-hour sun in the North Pole right now. It's super important, you guys, that you understand the opposition, okay? If you're going to convince someone that they're wrong, and that's your goal, then you need to first convince them that you understand their position. If they understand you as someone who doesn't understand their position, you're never going to convince them that they're wrong, because they don't even think you understand their position enough to show them that there's any issues. So make sure people understand the globe model first, then you can work on trying to convince someone that they're wrong. For example, there's a meme going around X and Facebook and YouTube showing a 24-hour sun in the north and comparing it to the 24-hour sun that we recorded. And they're saying, ooh, they look different. So this is something's amiss. No, the picture going around that was taken of the 24-hour sun in the north was taken at 68 degrees north. We were right at 80 degrees south. So there's going to be a difference. Not only is there going to be a difference in latitude, there's going to be a difference in the time of year. So comparing a picture or a video of a 24-hour sun in the north to the south, you need to understand the details. So again, I'm just trying to help people make arguments that will be solid. All right. Jared mentions Dean Odle. Super, super important. I was actually telling everyone at dinner last night how important Dean Odle has been to the final experiment. For those of you that don't remember, there was a debate between Dean Odle and Greg Locke in Nashville, Tennessee a year ago. It was last December. And I had already been working on TFE. No one knew. I had already connected with ALE and was already working on the plans. And I found out about that debate, and I was actually going to be in Tennessee already. And I was like, if I'm already going to be there, I'm going to go to the debate. Just see what happens. See if it's any fun. So I go to the debate. I see Dave Weiss there, knew about him. Austin Whitsitt was there, but I didn't know him yet. And I knew a couple other people, but I didn't really know a lot of people. And I'm sitting there curious how, hold on. Oh, that's okay. You're getting a response here in a second. These comments are awesome. So I have no idea what to expect. I honestly don't know Dean Odle at the time. I don't really know him that well. I don't know Greg Locke at the time. And I just am curious, as I think everyone was, how is this going to go? And towards the beginning of the debate, Dean Odle says that the entire debate can be settled by just going to Antarctica and seeing if there's a 24-hour sun. And I was so happy at that moment. I can't tell you guys how happy I was, because that's what I was working on. And when you're working on something and no one knows about it, you have no idea if it's going to work. You have no idea if you're right. And so I had confirmation from this man, Dean Odle, that hundreds of flat earthers came to see and were rooting for and believed was going to destroy Greg Locke, saying from stage that exactly what I was doing would end this whole debate. And he didn't just make that one comment, because I've been accused by flat earthers of taking him out of context, which is insane. Go watch the debate yourself. He then explained it. And he said, he first said, if the sun, does a circle over your head, we live on a ball. He said, but if the sun comes in here and goes out that way, then it's flat. And then he talks about shadows. And he said, if there's a 24-hour sun, the shadows would go all the way around 360 degrees, but he was expecting the shadows would start here from the sun here, only go here, sun sets, and then it repeats. So you'd only have shadows that do that. So he's literally explaining TFE, and it's incredible. So anyway, I'm thankful to Dean Odle, because it's not, people think that I came up with this and that it's a straw man and a false dichotomy and all the other lines that people parrot. And it's like, no, I got this from you guys. I first got it from Flat Earth Dave. Then I started working on it. Then Dean Odle confirmed it. So anyway, super happy about that. There's a guy named Robot Polisher who makes some very bizarre content. But after Dean Odle said that, he went on X and he said, let's settle the debate in Antarctica. He's like, let's do this, because he was so convinced that there was not a 24-hour sun. Now, of course, after I announced that we were doing the final experiment, we were actually going to go, Robot Polisher changed his position to, oh, that's stupid, and the lights in the sky don't tell us about the Earth. And it's like, wow, you guys quickly lost faith in what you said. And so here's my opinion, and it's my theory, and I could be wrong, and I'm totally fine being wrong, but I'm going to give you my theory. My theory is that the flat earth side was not actually that confident that the sun would set. They weren't that confident that there was no 24-hour sun. I think they know that the videos were actually real of it, and they were holding on to the Antarctic Treaty from preventing anyone from verifying it. They were holding on to that as their confidence. So I think that's what gave Dean Odle the confidence to say on stage in front of thousands and thousands of people, both in person and online, that's what gave him the confidence of saying this would settle the debate, is we can't go. So even though it'll settle the debate, good luck trying. And he probably got thrown a little bit of a curveball here in Greg Locke saying we can go and I'll pay for it. That was interesting. Someone actually offered to pay for Dean Odle once the final experiment was announced, and he was He turned it down, but he turned it down for personal reasons, which sound completely legitimate. I don't want to say what they are because I think it is personal, and I'd rather him say it publicly. But I do think it was legitimate, not like a lot of the other excuses, like Mark Sargent saying he'd be too cold, and Flatzoid saying he'd be too cold, and Dave Weiss saying that I'm a demon. That his was good. But I'm curious now. So if anybody has access to Dean Odell, please ask him if he now accepts the 24-hour sun. If he doesn't, he did tell me that he still does want to go to Antarctica, like he said on stage. He even told me he could afford it. He doesn't need a free trip from someone. So if he doesn't accept it, I want to make sure he's there next December. Or if he does accept it, then he doesn't need to go. And I just want him to publicly say he accepts the 24-hour sun, and that what he said from stage is accurate, that it would settle the debate. Okay. So someone named Love Morgan, Love and Grace just commented and said, "Where is your model, Will? Still waiting from your debate with Flatzoid. You never produced your globe model. Where is it?" I did. I had a globe with me during that discussion. And the globe model is easy to research and to look up. The globe model makes predictions, and those predictions come true. As I mentioned before, I'm still waiting for a single globe prediction, future globe prediction, that has a geographic location, a date, and a time that flat earthers think will not come true because the Earth is a flat stationary plane and not a rotating globe. The reason there is no flat Earth model is because you can't model something that doesn't exist. So that's the problem. So for example, flat Earth will never be able to model the exact path of totality for a total solar eclipse, because you can't do that because flat Earth doesn't exist. The only way to model that is if you're dealing with something that does exist. So anyway, just remember that. My model is very robust. It's the globe model. It makes thousands and thousands and thousands of future predictions. No one's time traveling, and the predictions always come true. And if there's one, just one, that's all I want, is that won't come true because we don't live on a globe. Just tell me what it is. That's the model. But again, you'll hear flat earthers say we don't have a map, we don't have a model, and that's correct. It's because you can't model something that doesn't exist. So that's the problem. All right. Somebody just asked about my friend Wendy. So thank you. Absolutely. Axolotl. Believe it or not, so many people have asked me about Wendy. By the way, her name is spelled with an I, not a Y. I like to get people's names right, so I figured I would tell everybody that. So I have not heard from Wendy since before I left for this trip. But prior to leaving, she put out a 4-part video series making her predictions for TFE. She changed the name, The Final Experiment, to The Fraud Experience. She was claiming the whole thing was going to be a fraud. I don't remember all of her predictions. I could go back and look at it, but one of them was that we would not be going to 80 degrees south. We did. One of them was that we would only be going to near the shoreline of Antarctica. We didn't. She made a prediction early on that the plane would not have windows. Our plane had windows. She said that we would be receiving internet via underground sea cables. That didn't come true. We received it via Starlink. There are no cell towers in Antarctica. We tested that. There is no cell service. There are no underground sea cables. I think the flat earthers that came with us were like impressed. They were like, that's the real deal. We brought out the Starlink. We put it on the roof because it's got a face to the sky. And bam, we are live streaming and interacting with people in Antarctica. So haven't heard from Wendy. Do I expect to hear from Wendy? Yes, but I might just be hoping for something that's not going to happen. But I do hope to hear from her. I will give her credit. She never wavered on the 24-hour sun. She said all the way from beginning to end, there is no 24-hour sun. And so now that it's been confirmed, I'm curious what she's going to do. She's probably going to say that it works on a flat Earth now. I think that's kind of where everyone's going. By the way, we have a plan for that. So go ahead and say it, but we will be debunking that here in the coming weeks. But is she going to apologize? That would be cool, but I don't know. We'll see. This issue of the shape of the Earth is way more important to her than it is to me. And I do think at this point in her life, it is a part of her identity. I really think it is. And so that's going to be tough to deal with. And I honestly have sympathy there. So anyway, that's my thoughts. Some guy named Brian Cash says that Shane St. Pierre predicted eclipses on flat Earth sorocycles. So Brian, I use words carefully, and I mentioned a path of totality. So please show me how flat Earth can predict a path of totality. Show me how a flat Earth can predict anything. I'm not seeing it. There was one very strong prediction that everybody agreed on, which was there is no 24-hour sun. And that prediction was wrong, completely wrong. So anyway, all right, lots of comments. I'm trying to catch some of them here. We have a dinner reservation. It's going to be our last group dinner tonight, which I'm looking forward to. So I've got another 20 minutes or so. So anyway, if you have questions, now is the time to ask them. I'll actually see them. And if you've already asked them and I missed them, then you can ask them again. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, brother. Same question I just answered. Okay, so this guy named Vincent just said, I think he's responding to somebody else. I don't want to take him out of context here. Yeah, this whole idea of us being in a studio. By the way, that was another prediction that Wendy made. She said that we were going to be in a set, like a movie set. And she said it would be similar to the Truman Show. So obviously that's not the case. We flew a plane. The plane landed on the Blue Ice runway. And not only that, but a cargo plane also came there while we were there. And we got to film the cargo plane coming and leaving. So never heard of a set that a cargo plane can land in. Okay. Someone asked if there's an email to contact me. Yes. It's thefinalexperiment2024@gmail.com. It's actually at the bottom of our website now. We added that this morning. Let's see. I'm just going through these real quick. Okay. Someone asked if we saw any penguins. No, we were too far south. So that's more evidence that we were where we said we were going to be, which is right at 80 degrees south. No penguins. Interestingly enough, I don't think there are any penguins in the northern hemisphere. There's some right at the equator that might be a hair above the northern hemisphere, but penguins are predominantly southern hemisphere and only near kind of the shoreline of Antarctica. So it would have been cool to see penguins, but that's not what we were doing. We were there to see the sun, and we got it. Okay, yeah, so someone's asking about shadows. I don't really have time to deal with this nonsense, so I'm guessing someone will, but this whole thing of looking at shadows, I don't exactly know what they're trying to say with the shadow arguments, but when you have ground that is bumpy and wavy, which is exactly what it was, you're going to get weird things with shadows. But I'm sure you could just go out into your backyard or some ground that's not flat and easily see what we're talking about, but maybe somebody will deal with that. I don't have time right now. Okay, someone asked if we got a time lapse of the South Celestial Pole. Here's what I'll say. Flatzoid pretty much said a couple weeks ago that a South Celestial Pole would prove the globe. And then he challenged me to capture it and then started laughing as if that was going to be an impossibility. So to answer your question of whether or not we got a time lapse of the South Celestial Pole, I will say, I don't think Flatsoid's going to be very happy. All right. Brian Cash says the path of totality changed from the original prediction. That's false. There was one news outlet that made a wrong prediction based on bad data, but the path of totality didn't change. And once again, Flat Earth can't predict path of totality because you can't model that because Flat Earth doesn't exist. You have to have something that exists to model a path of totality. All right. Someone asked what the worst thing about the trip was. The trip's been just phenomenal. I'll tell you the worst thing. I'm a germaphobe, okay? I'll just admit it. It's probably not good for my health, but I'm a germaphobe. They do not have soap and water to wash your hands after you go to the bathroom. So that grosses me out. They have hand sanitizer, and I don't know if maybe I don't understand hand sanitizer, but I feel like using hand sanitizer is not going to magically deal with the issues there. So that was the worst thing for me. The rest of it was phenomenal. People keep talking about Joseph Hanvey. It's like, yeah, I know. I made a video of his 17 attempts at making the 24-hour sun work. So you guys acting like he predicted this is crazy. I don't know how many models he's on now, 21, 22 or whatever, but it doesn't work, and we'll be dealing with that. Okay, let's see. People are thanking me. You're welcome. This was, I do appreciate it. This was not easy to pull off. It was hard, and I'm super glad that I made it to the finish line, and excited about that. Someone asked about tax write-offs. There's no tax write-offs for this trip. So someone asked if anyone recorded the trip to the second camp. I don't really know what that means. If you mean like the drive, I don't know if we recorded the drive, but I do have drone footage of our camp where you can see our camp, Union Glacier, and Mount Rossman. And I also took a picture from above. You can see all of our tripods, and you can see the shadows from the top, which will make more sense than shadows from the bottom. If you guys have ever seen just like a lineup of poles, the shadows look like they don't line up, but as soon as you go above them, they're all at the exact same angle. Again, guys, how about this? How about you just talk to Austin and Jaron and Lisbeth, and they'll tell you that we were there and there was only one sun. Like, you guys are missing out, I think, by making a big deal about shadows. Crypto Roast. Yes, thank you, man. He's the one that gave me the drone tip to unlock altitude with my drone. So I unlocked the altitude, and I was able to go almost a mile up. And so those shots are pretty cool. I was a little bit scared, but I took my drone almost a mile up above Antarctica and took some really cool video. So when I will release that, I don't know yet. I got to think about it, but it's super cool. I do a 360, so you can see all the way around. Love Morgan is still asking for my globe model. It's hilarious. Okay, cool. Brian, I just got your message. Thanks for the reminder. I'll mention something here in a minute. I'm just checking out make sure I'm not missing any questions that anybody want. What? Josh asks, how is it possible for the sun to be high in the sky in Japan at the same time it's circling Antarctica? So Josh, I'm glad you're watching Flat Earth Banjo. The simple answer is it's called the globe model. That's the simple answer. So on the Gleason's map, the sun cannot be above Australia and above us at the same time. So hopefully that makes sense to you. But the globe model is very robust, and it takes a while to understand it. I didn't even understand it when I first got into this. People are asking me if anyone's had a change of mind after the trip. That's for them to say. So follow Jaron, follow Austin, follow Lisbeth, follow Jonathan Morandi. Obviously, no one on the globe side is going to change their mind since all of our predictions came true. But anyway, yeah, just they'll tell you. They'll tell you. Someone asked if there's going to be a documentary. Yes. Someone asked what is next for me. Sleep and quality time with my kids. So I we'll probably only get one video out on the TFE channel before the end of the year, which is a super important video. So be on the lookout for that one. But I doubt I'll get anything out. And then once the new year hits, I'm going to start releasing other videos. Okay, so Hogwired said, Pastor Will, why did you team up with the atheists? So not sure who you're referring to, but I will tell you this. This is a very, very fascinating observation that I made. And this will probably be the last question that I answer. Then I'm going to tell everybody what's coming, which is super exciting. And then I'm going to go have dinner with my new friends. So check this out, you guys. I have major disagreements with both sides. Just because I'm a Glober doesn't mean everyone on the Globe side agrees with me. And just because I'm a Glober doesn't mean I disagree with the Flat Earth side on everything. So the reality is this. There's a lot of atheists on the Globe side. Okay? I'm not an atheist. I don't believe in evolution. Okay? I never have. I'm open to it. I don't understand it like many people do. And maybe if I understand it, I'll accept it. But I don't. Most of the people on the Globe side believe in evolution. Okay? I don't believe in the Big Bang. Most people on the Globe side believe in the Big Bang. Despite that, okay, despite that, the Globe community welcomed me with open arms and they embraced me because they were willing to see past those differences and join together on what we agreed on, which is that we live on a globe. They agreed with me that this was a good experiment. They agreed with me that this is a definitive test. And then look at the Flat Earth side, where you have a lot of people who are theists. They believe in God and they believe in creation and they believe in the Bible. And so the Flat Earth community as a whole was unwilling to see the agreements and the common ground that we have and use that to build a relationship with me, and instead demonized me and made me enemy number one for the last how many months, and called me all kinds of names, made all kinds of accusations, none of which were true. And so look at the difference. I have significant disagreements with both sides, but only one side was able to look past it and focus on what we agreed upon. And that is how we should be in life. Start with what you agree on, build a relationship there, and then work on your disagreements. So anyway, yeah, atheists are people too. I would never not team up with atheists. That's crazy. We're all, if we're all in pursuit of truth, it doesn't matter who you team up with. If that person is in pursuit of truth and you're in pursuit of truth and you disagree with them and they disagree with you, but you both are in pursuit of truth, you can do a test, you can do an experiment, and you should both come out on the same side. Whatever the results state, that's the side you should come out on if you care about truth. All right, two things. Number one, I'm just going to throw this out. I think it's the first time I'm saying this publicly. I will be leading a group to go see a total solar eclipse in Egypt in August of 2027. This is going to be an epic eclipse, not only because it's in Egypt, but because of how long totality will be. I don't remember how long it is, but it's somewhere between 7 and 8 minutes. It's in Luxor, which is just an incredible place to visit. So I'm going to be leading a group of people. I believe that this will sell out in a very short amount of time. It's not officially TFE related. Sorry, I think it's between 6 and 7 minutes is going to be the totality. This isn't really TFE related, but I'm doing this with a friend of mine. His name is Brian, and this is going to be incredible. So anyway, if you're interested in that, take a mental note, maybe shoot me an email. There's no details yet. It's actually too far in advance to book blocks of rooms and group airfare, but that is coming. And I think the most people that we can handle is 100. They have buses that hold 50 people each. So I believe that's going to fill up right away. So if you want to come with me to Egypt in 2027 to see an incredible once in our lifetime total solar eclipse, let me know. All right, here we go. I'm going to say this and then I'm going to sign off. What is coming with TFE? People have been asking me for months, Will, what are you going to do when this is over? Are you going to continue the channel? What are you going to do with the YouTube channel? What are your plans? And I've always said, I don't know. I just don't know. My goal when I set out to do this was to get flat earthers and globers to Antarctica to see the 24-hour sun, to film the 24-hour sun. That was my goal. That was incredibly hard, but we did it. We pulled it off, and our trip is coming to an end here in a few hours, literally. So I now know what I'm going to do with the channel. And I'll just give everybody a little bit of a hint. I'm going to be creating a playlist called The Final Experiments, plural, The Final Experiments. And it's going to be letting everyone know the multiple experiments we did both in Chile and Antarctica, and just revealing all of that. It's going to show what the globe prediction was. It's going to show what the flat earth prediction was. And then give you all of the data that we have, the videos, the pictures, the numbers. It's going to be pretty powerful. And I want that playlist, so The Final Experiments, I want that playlist to forever change this debate. Meaning, if someone has a friend who says, hey, I'm considering flat earth, you send them the playlist. Someone is telling you that they are flat earth, you send them the playlist. You're going to debate a flat earther. You send them the playlist and you say, this is what I'm going to cover in the debate. The playlist is powerful. It is a preponderance of evidence for the globe. And I just don't see how things can go on as they've been for years with everything that we did and accomplished on this trip. So be on the lookout for those videos. The second thing I'm going to do with the channel is I'm going to create a place where if people film the 24-hour sun, either in the north or the south, I want to host that on our channel. So I want our channel to be a repository to make it easy to find 24-hour sun videos. I will give credit to whoever recorded it. I'll link back to your website or whatever you want. We're not monetized. So we're not making any money off of you, but I want there to be a single place that people can go to be like, hey, there is a 24-hour sun. Go to The Final Experiment. They have a playlist, which is 24-hour sun videos, and you can see who filmed it, where they were, and what the date was that they filmed it. I think that would be very, very happy, or it will make people happy. It'll make it easier to do that. And then I'm going to leave everyone with this, which is super exciting, which is in the next 2 weeks, you will see on our channel a video of the Antarctic 24-hour moon. Good night, everyone.
In a defamation lawsuit, a plaintiff must prove that you made a statement with actual malice to hold you liable for defamation. If a viable defense is available, you may be able to get a defamation lawsuit dismissed early in the proceedings or negotiate a favorable settlement. We'll get to that.
Mark, let's see if we can't sort this out, shall we? On screen right now up here, I have a PDF of a cease and desist letter. This was sent to perhaps the most famous flat earther in the world, Mark Sargent. Now, you might be asking yourself, how have I got the actual PDF? Well, the answer to that is Mark Sargent emailed it me. Yeah, he didn't ask who I was or why I wanted it, but he emailed it me anyway, so you know, we've got it. And it doesn't seem to be bothering him. The prospect of almost being sued to him doesn't seem to be a problem.
Let's break down the defamation side here really quick, guys, which is defamation means that you have to prove malice, that I wanted to destroy you. I absolutely do not wish, and I have said this in how many interviews, because I got into flat earth, I will never do anything malicious to anyone ever again.
Now, you know, if I make a video in the middle of the week, that it's not going to be my normal style video. My normal videos come out on a Sunday. I've obviously seen something that I think I want to respond to quickly, and that's what this is going to be. It's going to be very different to my normal stuff. Anyway, having said that, Flat Earth is a horrible community. We've seen it over and over again. The vitriol that they show anybody who questions what they've got to say, and the ignorance in which they say what they have to say. And it appears that this ignorance doesn't just extend to physics and science, but also other matters as well. Just simple common courtesy, perhaps. Now, Mark Sargent has received a cease and desist letter from ex-Flat Earthers Robbie Davidson, Patricia Steer and Paul on the Plane. Allegedly, he's been making some accusations about them that they're not happy with. And like I said a second ago, he's not too bothered because, firstly, he hasn't made these statements with malice.
But you have to prove malice, that I wanted to destroy you.
No, I'm no attorney, but it didn't take me long to do a bit of research and find out that malice in US defamation law also means a reckless disregard for the truth. It's not just about wanting to upset or hurt somebody. Now, 2 questions. The first one goes to Mark Sargent. Do you think that it would be classed as a reckless disregard for the truth to make defamatory statements with no evidence whatsoever other than your own pure speculation? And number 2, again, to Mark Sargent, have you ever admitted to making statements that are simply just speculation?
I mean, I don't want to be confrontational or whatever, but you're throwing around a lot of accusations here about these people getting paid off with absolutely no proof that they've been paid off. Besides Patricia Steer buying a new car. So let's dial it back. I don't want to fucking
It's absolutely speculation. And but I love catering to the court of public opinion.
Now, this is all going to need some context, but first, this video would not be possible without the Binnell of America podcast. Don't worry, this isn't a sponsorship. They recently interviewed Mark Sargent and they allowed me to use some of the material in this video. Now, the podcast is amazing and I highly, highly recommend it. If you like the old Art Bell Coast to Coast AM stuff, or if you like listening to the Jim Harold podcast, or if you used to like listening to the Almost Unbelievable podcast that myself and Ranty did, well, this is way better than anything I've ever done. It's a fantastic podcast and I've linked the YouTube channel and the webpage in the description. Please go check them out. Anyway, let's move on. Oh, and Mark, if you are watching, there's no collusion here. I don't want to ruin your relationship with the people behind this podcast. I simply asked, can I use some material from your podcast? They said yes. They're not in on the content of this video at all. I said earlier on this video is going to be different to my normal content, and it is. I'm going to be far less sarcastic. In fact, I genuinely am this time, because this is serious. We have 3 people here who have managed to pull themselves away from a cult. They've seen some evidence that has been brought back from Antarctica that has helped them change their mind, and they've gone. The Flat Earth community just needs to let them go, but instead it seems that some sort of conspiracy is being built around it, a conspiracy that's obviously upsetting the 3 of them, and it's just not being let go. Let's have a look at accusation number 1. Accusation number 1 is that Paul, Robbie and Patricia have committed something called SEC violations in relation to, I believe it's a cryptocurrency called Axion. Now, accusing somebody of what I assume is some kind of criminal act is quite serious, so can Mark Sargent prove it?
Alleging that my clients committed SEC violations related to Axion. Can I prove they committed SEC violations? No, I cannot.
But if he can't prove it, at any point in the past, has he implied that they've been involved in something illegal?
In their case, by the way, there's a wonderful little thing I could give you, the Axion disclosure thing, where they said, oh, by the way, they closed it down 4 years ago because they realized they were doing something illegal. That case is still open.
Now, for the record, I don't believe any of the allegations that you're going to hear in this video made towards Robbie, Paul or Patricia. In fact, I just wish them the best. I'm really happy for them that they're out the Flat Earth cult, and I'm really, really sad that they've got to deal with what they're dealing with at the minute from the Flat Earth community. And I also really want Mark Sargent to make the right decision on this situation. You'll see later on what his reaction is, but I would find no pleasure in him suffering great loss because of this. Anyway, let's have a look at accusation number 2. Accusation number 2 is that the three of them lost large sums of money in relation to this axiom, and then were therefore desperate for funds. But did Mark ever really imply that?
Paul and Patricia and Robbie, you got to remember, they were part of a crypto coin thing that died some years ago. They lost their shirts on it.
Now, I'm not American. Maybe that term means something else over there. But over here, if you lose your shirt on something, then literally you have nothing left.
They sunk a whole bunch of money into it. And, you're not supposed to get high in your own supply, especially with crypto. And they invested heavily, and it just gone. It's wiped out.
And if you did make accusations that they were desperate for funds, did you also make accusations that they were so desperate that they wanted to sell out to, I don't know, the first people who approached them?
Is this just a monetary thing? Again, the three people, Paul and Robbie and Patricia, because they lost their asses on crypto and they wanted to make up, what they did. And it's like, okay, we'll sell out to whatever think tank approaches us.
And this all feeds into the third accusation that they were pressured by authorities into renouncing their flat earth beliefs. And like I said before, these are, of course, alleged accusations, maybe based off things like this.
Everybody they went after, in this case, we'll just say the top 5, were all in financial trouble. And they needed the money. And look, short version, it's not a mass exodus. Look, they were flipped. You want the definition of shill? There it is.
Now, I understand that Jeran isn't named on this cease and desist letter, but he does form a lot of the conversation in this podcast. Again, under a kind of similar vein.
Short version, Jeran was flipped with monetary concerns. Was he absolutely bought? Yeah, in my opinion, absolutely 100% bought. The question is for how much and by who.
Now, there were other accusations that were alleged on this document, such as Patricia Steele receiving a car to turn away from Flat Earth, and Robbie Davidson accepting a lot of money from celebrity figures solely for the purpose of them dunking on Flat Earth. But I'm not going to go too much into those. What I want to see now is what Mark Sargent's reaction is.
If you want, there was an exec that I worked with years ago, an older mentor, and he always told me, he said, you either sue someone or you don't. You don't threaten to sue. Threatening means nothing. You blindside people. You go straight into it. This whole thing, this is just to rattle your average person. If you ever get a cease and desist letter, just use it to line your birdcage. As a matter of fact, mine, just, I'm not even going to take it out of the FedEx. What's the point? Anyone wants this, by the way? You can email me, msergeant23. I'm taking offers, and by that I mean interesting trades. You got some, trade me like a samurai sword for it.
Now, my advice to Mark Sargent, and again, I'm not an attorney, is that you do take this cease and desist letter seriously. If you ignore one, it can seriously weaken your position. If you do a live stream in which you mock it and then offer to give it to people in exchange for a samurai sword, and then email it to random people like me, it might weaken your position. But also, you've got to be aware that this cease and desist was sent to you by an attorney. And again, it doesn't really take much research to find out that if an attorney is going to write a cease and desist letter, they must believe the civil claim is based on merit in relation to the law. They can't do this based on unfounded claims. Now, I've looked up this law firm who sent you the cease and desist letter, and they are 100% legit. There is no way they would have sent you this cease and desist letter if they thought there wasn't something substantial to it. Now, as far as damage to reputation goes, all you have to do is click on, for example, a single post by Robbie Davidson, and you will see countless posts of people calling them sellouts and shills, and even referencing Axiom. Now, I know what the Flat Earth community is like, and if I found that number of comments just on a single post, think how many there are out there underneath all those YouTube videos. And I'm sure the lawyers, the attorneys will be collecting that information now. Now, obviously, Mark, I know the Flat Earth community, and I know that all of those won't be down to you. Maybe none of them will be down to you. Heck, I don't know what's going through Flat Earthers' minds. It confuses me and amuses me, if I'm honest. But in a court, do you think you could successfully convince somebody that actually these comments have nothing to do with you whatsoever? That's perhaps something for you to decide. Now, Robbie, Patricia, and Paul made 3 demands. I think they're extremely reasonable. The first one simply being, please stop repeating these statements. And here is how Mark responded to that.
It's not going to happen. I am going to keep talking about this moving forward. If you want to throw me in jail, please try to do it. I would love to see you try. You will turn this into a circus. And the best part about it is you're going to end up paying for it while you're doing it.
The second demand is that Mark removed all the online content where these accusations have allegedly been made. He didn't seem too happy with that either. And the third demand is that he issued an apology to remain on his YouTube channel. And here's how he responded to that.
What? That can't be done. In fact, that would make the national feed for Are You Kidding Me? Even suggesting it is unbelievable, because how would you qualify something like that? How would you qualify an apology video? How many versions of an apology video could be sent? By the way, and that's one of the things you're never, ever supposed to do on the internet is apologize for anything.
I mean, you just say sorry. Yeah, it's not difficult. Mark, one of my favorite YouTubers this week has been absolutely rinsed. He has lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in a defamation suit. These things can be extremely expensive. And one of the problems he had is that he doubled down after making the accusations. He refused to apologize, and he kept aggravating the person that he defamed. The best thing, the grown-up thing to do, and I know I don't know any of you personally, and you would be well within your rights to tell me to just F off, but I'm feeling charitable today. The best thing anybody can do in this situation from the Flat Earth community is just let Robbie, Patricia, and Paul go on the way and leave the community. That's where they want to be. They want to be happy. They want to be alone. You can crack on making your Flat Earth content, and you can do it without dragging people back into it. And that way, all you've got to do is make an apology video and remove a couple of videos and stop talking about them. It doesn't cost you a penny. They have been extremely reasonable. Do you really want to roll the dice and then look back in 6 months or 12 months or however long it takes and think, that was my chance to be reasonable and I blew it? I really hope not. I genuinely have got all of your best interests at heart. Strange that, isn't it? Like, because usually I'm a dick, but anyway, see ya.
Does the Bible teach that the earth is flat? Did pre-scientific people really think that the earth was flat?
The Flat Earth Myth and the Bible, this week on Creation Magazine Live.
Welcome to Creation Magazine Live. My name's Richard Fangrad.
And I'm Calvin Smith.
Now this week on Creation Magazine Live, our topic is the Flat Earth Myth and the Bible.
That's right. Yep. Recently there's been an increase in the number of people seriously considering whether the Earth's a sphere, which is why we chose the topic for today's show. And we're going to give a number of evidences that it is actually round.
Yes. We'll also debunk the Bible skeptics who misuse various Bible passages to suggest that the Bible says that the earth is flat, and that that's what the church used to teach. That they say that that's what the church used to teach.
Right.
Now, but we'll start there, and we'll get to some of the evidences for a round earth in a little while.
Right. For the last 200 years or so, anti-Christians have resorted to fabricating the myth that the early and medieval Christian church taught that the earth was flat.
Right.
With the release of his 1991 book, Inventing the Flat Earth, historian Jeffrey Burton Russell thoroughly demolished the flat earth myth.
Right. The famous evolutionist Stephen Jay Gould, who died back in 2002, favorably reviewed this masterpiece. He wrote this: "There never was a period of flat earth darkness among scholars, regardless of how the public at large may have conceptualized our planet both then and now. Greek knowledge of the sphericity never faded, and all major medieval scholars accepted the Earth's roundness as an established fact of cosmology."
Right. Russell showed that flat earth belief was extremely rare in the church. The flat earth's two main proponents were obscure figures, and they were hugely outweighed by tens of thousands of Christian theologians, poets, artists, scientists, and rulers who unambiguously affirmed that the earth was round.
Right. Russell documents accounts supporting the Earth's sphericity, the roundness, sphericity is what it's called, from numerous medieval church scholars, such as Friar Roger Bacon from 1220 to 1292, the inventor of the spectacles. Another one, leading medieval scientists such as John Buridan. He lived from 1301 to 1358. And Nicholas Orsmy from 1320 to 1382. The monk John of Scarabasco, who lived from 1195 to 1256, a long time ago, and who wrote Treatise on the Sphere, and many more.
One of the best-known proponents of a globe-shaped Earth was the early English monk, theologian, and historian, the Venerable Bede, who lived from 673 to 735. He popularized the common BC AD dating system. Less well-known was that he was also a leading astronomer of his time.
Right. In his book on the reckoning of time, among other things, he calculated the creation of the world to be in 3952 BC, and he showed how to calculate the date for Easter, and explicitly taught that the earth was round. From this, he showed why the length of days and nights changed with the seasons, how the tides were dragged by the moon. Bede was also the first with his insight, with that insight about the moon and the tides. And Galileo explained the tides wrongly centuries later.
Right. Here's what Bede said about the shape of the earth. We call the earth a globe, not as if the shape of a sphere were expressed in the diversity of plains and mountains, but because if all things are included in the outline, the earth's circumference will represent the figure of a perfect globe. For truly it is an orb placed in the center of the universe. In its width it is like a circle. It is not and not circular like a shield, but rather like a ball. And it extends from its center with perfect roundness on all sides.
Now, that's pretty clear from way back in the 8th century. Now, he lived long ago and clearly taught that the earth was a sphere. The leading church theologian and philosopher of the Middle Ages, Thomas Aquinas, who lived from 1225 to 1274, he wrote in his greatest book, "The physicist proves the earth to be round by one means and the astronomer by another. For the latter proves this by means of mathematics, for example, the shapes of eclipses or something of the sort, while the former proves it by means of physics, for example, by the movement of heavenly bodies toward the center, and so forth."
Right. Also, look at these pictures. As early as the 5th century, medieval European kings carried a symbol called the globus cruciger, Latin for cross-bearing orb, as a Christian symbol of royal power. The orb, usually a golden sphere, represented the spherical earth. It was topped by a cross to symbolize Christ's lordship over the earth and held by the ruler to symbolize that he had been entrusted to rule his lands. I mean, that's more good evidence that Christians long ago understood that the earth was round, not flat.
Right. For more details on this topic, there are a number of great articles refuting the flat earth at creation.com. A good one to start with is the flat earth myth. It's at creation.com/flat earth myth.
Right. And when we come back, we'll talk about Columbus and what people thought about the earth when he set sail in 1492.
In his second letter, the Apostle Peter links Jesus' second coming and judgment of the whole world to the historical reality of Noah's flood. He prophesied, "In the last days scoffers will come, scoffing and following their own evil desires. They will say, 'Where is this coming he promised?' But they deliberately forget that long ago by God's word the heavens existed, and the earth was formed out of water and by water. By these waters also the world of that time was deluged and destroyed." And Genesis is clear. The words all, every, everything and entire are used 8 times in chapter 7 to describe what was covered or destroyed by the flood. Genesis 7:23 says every living thing on the face of the earth was wiped out. In the same way the flood was real and global, so too will the second coming of Jesus be real and the whole world be judged.
To find out more from Creation Ministries International, visit our website, creation.com.
Now, if you just tuned in, this week we're talking about the flat earth myth and the Bible. There's ample historical evidence that Christians going way back to early medieval times understood that the earth was round.
Right. Now, moving forward to the time of Columbus, who lived from 1451 to 1506. we find that he was never opposed by flat earthers. This was simply because there were none to oppose him amongst either the church or political leaders. So what exactly was the real issue?
Well, the real issue was Columbus was trying to reach India by sea the long way around the earth. But to do that, his ships had to carry enough provisions for the entire length of the journey, obviously. He had learned from the 9th century Persian astronomer Alfraganus. He'd estimated each degree of latitude spanned 56 2/3 miles.
But Columbus thought that that Alfraganus meant the Roman mile, which is 1,480 meters. But he was using the Arabic mile, which is 1,830 meters. Thus, Columbus thought that the Earth's circumference was only about 3/4 of its actual length of about 40,000 kilometers.
Yeah, Columbus also greatly underestimated the distance between Japan and the Canary Islands as 3,000 Italian miles, about 3,700 kilometers. But the actual distance by sea is over 19,000 kilometers. So he was way off there.
Right. So it was the size of the Earth, not the shape, that was under dispute.
Right.
His critics argued that the ships of his day in 1492 could not carry enough fresh water and food for such a huge journey. And they were right. Columbus was just lucky that an enormous continent was in the way as he was going there.
Maybe people think the debate in his day was about the shape of the earth because that's what Bugs Bunny taught us.
Postafazoon. She's around, she's a firm, she's a fully packed, she's around like my head. She's flat like your head.
She's flat like your head. Yeah, that's about it.
Columbus didn't know about the Viking discoveries centuries earlier, and he still thought he had landed in the East Indies. That was the name at the time for the Indian subcontinent.
Right.
The result of this mistake continues to the present day, and the common name for native North Americans is Indians.
Yeah. Actually, the much parroted flat earth myth obviously doesn't come from Bugs Bunny or from history. So the question is, where did the myth that the church taught that the earth was flat actually come from? It came from a book called The Life and Voyages of Christopher Columbus, published in 1828, authored by Washington Irving. Irving was probably America's first genuine best-selling writer. He admitted that he was, quote, apt to indulge the imagination, and flat earth belief was one of those figments of his imagination.
Yeah, and now it was bad enough that this myth entered the public perception thanks to the popularity of Irving's book, but it became worse when it acquired a veneer of scholarship, so it could be used as a club with which to bash Christianity.
Right.
The main propagandists for the cause were the notorious 19th century anti-Christian bigots, John William Draper and Andrew Dixon White.
Right, Draper was a fine chemist and photographer and the first president of the American Chemical Society, but he was a lousy historian. He wrote the book History of the Conflict Between Religion and Science in 1874. It was a really poorly researched polemic against the church.
Right. White was a disgruntled ex-Episcopalian and the founder of Cornell University as the first explicitly secular university in the United States. He also published the 2-volume work History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom in 1896.
Now, both authors relied heavily on the work of Cosmas the monk, who lived in the 6th century. They portrayed his flat earth teaching as typical rather than the almost forgotten extreme minority view that it actually was. Actually, they're the ones most responsible for the discredited conflict thesis between Christianity and science. The reality is that the Christian worldview was responsible for science in the first place, while it was stillborn in other places like ancient Greece and in China.
Right. Colin Russell is Emeritus Professor of History of Science and Technology at the Open University. And regarding these two hucksters, he writes, Draper takes such liberty with history, perpetuating legends as fact, that he is rightly avoided today in serious historical study. The same is nearly as true of White, though his prominent apparatus of prolific footnotes may create a misleading impression of meticulous scholarship.
Yeah, both Jeffrey Russell and Stephen Jay Gould, who we mentioned earlier, argue that Draper and White had an agenda to discredit Christians who opposed the then new theories of Darwin by labeling them as flat earthers. Yeah. Well, not much has changed. We'll be back shortly.
Genesis Verse by Verse is a Bible study tool available on CMI's website, designed to help pastors, students, and laymen alike study the book of Genesis like never before. and it's completely free. Simply look up any verse in Genesis 1 to 11 or just scroll down the page. The center column provides links to articles that answer common questions pertaining to that verse and the topics that naturally arise from them. Visit creation.com to use it today.
On this week's episode, we're talking about how the myth that the church taught that the earth was flat originated. The church didn't teach that the earth was flat. It originated by people who wanted to discredit Christianity.
Right. Okay. So although hardly anyone in the church had ever taught that the earth was flat, do people outside the church believe the earth is flat? Natalie Wolchover, reporting in Live Science in June 2011, writes, incredibly, some people still do.
Yeah. In her report, she said, the Flat Earth Society is an active organization currently led by a Virginian man named Daniel Shenton. Though Shenton believes in evolution and global warming, he and his hundreds, if not thousands of followers worldwide also believe that the earth is a disk that you can fall off of.
So the next time an evolutionist calls you a flat earther, point out that the leading flat earther is one of their fellow evolutionists.
That's right. There are other religions that have taught that the earth is flat. Hinduism, for example, taught that the world was flat and triangular and sits on the head of an elephant.
Right, yeah. Some people claim that the terminology in the Bible supports a flat earth. There are terms like sunrise and sunset, or in Joshua's time when the sun stood still. Revelation 7 verse 1 refers to angels standing at the four corners of the earth.
Okay, the terms sunrise and sunset are still used today.
Yes.
And everyone knows that when someone uses these terms, it doesn't mean that they believe that the earth is flat and the sun moves in an arch throughout the sky. Yeah. Today we use the same language conventions that the Bible used here. It's the language of appearance or phenomenological language.
Right, and from our perspective on the surface of the earth, the sun certainly does appear to rise up from the horizon high into the sky, and then it sets in the western sky. It's the same thing at the time of Joshua. The miracle at his time that caused the sun to stop moving through the sky, again employing phenomenological language, the language of appearance. Obviously the miracle was that God stopped the earth's motion and held everything in place. That's the miracle.
When Revelation talks about the four corners of the earth, again, we still use that kind of terminology today in the figurative sense. It's the commonly used way to refer to the cardinal directions, right? North, south, east, and west.
Right, yeah. On the other hand, the Bible does indicate that the earth is not flat. In Isaiah 40:22, it tells us that God sits above the circle of the earth. And the Hebrew word used there is kug. It implies ball-shaped.
Right,
that's
not
what the
just
word
a
means.
Flat circle.
Yep.
Job 26:7 says that God hangs the earth on nothing. That adds more detail to the earth's condition. It doesn't sit on the back of some animal. It floats in space.
Floats in space, yeah. As many viewers know, the public current education system is certainly not friendly to teaching biblical truths, and there's plenty of misinformation taught to unsuspecting school children.
You know, for example, that evolution is a fact and that genetics, natural selection, speciation provides support for the idea that humans evolved from a single cell. That's an example of misinformation. Those fields of science actually all provide evidence against evolution and powerful support for creation. The genetic changes that scientists observe in living things aren't the right kind of changes. They'll never evolve a single cell to, towards a human.
Yeah. Another example of this misinformation in the education system comes from the 20th century high school history textbook, The American Pageant by Thomas Bailey. Many of its editions claimed that the superstitious sailors, talking about Columbus's crew here, grew increasingly mutinous because they were fearful of sailing over the edge of the world.
But sailors were fully aware of the shape of the earth. One myth states that people first realized that the earth was round because they saw ships slowly sinking below the horizon. But before telescopes, it was more likely that the other way around, sailors returning to land saw high mountains before the lowlands.
Right, yeah. Also, well before Christ, sailors in the northern hemisphere, when they crossed the equator, they reported that in the south, the sun shone from the north. They also knew how to measure their latitude from the angle of the sun at noon, which only works if the earth is spherical.
Right. So there are many evidences for a spherical earth that people knew about long ago. And of course, we're going to get into some of these when we get back in just a moment.
Does the human Y chromosome suggest that men are headed for extinction? In 2003, an Oxford University geneticist claimed that the human Y chromosome was crumbling before our very eyes and that the demise of men was imminent. Since this time, other researchers have pointed out that these doomsday predictions were overstated. For instance, the Y chromosome has a unique mechanism for correcting harmful mutations. Nevertheless, the Y chromosome certainly shows signs of overall decay, as do the other chromosomes. Human genetic decay is a real phenomenon, but it flies in the face of evolutionary ideas. According to evolutionists, all the complex coded information in our genomes supposedly arose through a slow accumulation of random changes called mutations. However, what we see with the Y chromosome is that such natural processes consistently degrade the genetic instructions as opposed to create them. Since the time of Adam, we live in a decaying world, just as the Bible says.
To find out more from Creation Ministries International, visit our website, creation.com.
Our subject this week is the flat earth myth and the Bible. So let's talk about some evidences for a round earth. I can't believe we need to do this, but we need to do this.
Okay. Okay, well, the ancient Greeks before Christ had realized that the earth is a globe by observing lunar eclipses. Yeah. They realized that during eclipses, the earth was between the moon and the sun, and it always cast a circular shadow, regardless of the direction, which proves that it's a globe. And as you can see in this picture here, these are time-lapse photos of the moon during a lunar eclipse, or partial eclipse, as it moves through the Earth's shadow. And you can clearly see the circular shadow produced by the ball-shaped Earth.
Right. The famous philosopher Aristotle, who lived from 384 to 322 BC, said, "Either then the earth is spherical, or it is at least naturally spherical, and it is right to call anything that which nature intends it to be, and which belongs to it, rather than which it is by constraint or contrary to nature. The evidence of the senses further corroborates this. How else would eclipses of the moon show segments shaped as we see them? As it is, the shapes which the moon itself each month shows are of every kind, straight, gibbous, and concave, but in eclipses the outline is always curved. And since it is the interposition of the earth that makes the eclipse, the form of this line will be caused by the form of the Earth's surface, which therefore is spherical." Aristotle.
Okay, well, since there appear to be a rise in the number of people seriously asking if the Earth could be flat, let's look at 10 evidences for a round Earth. There are videos online that list some of these points, and there are other pro-flat Earth videos that say they debunk these claims, and we'll deal with some of those claims as well a little later.
Okay. Number 10. We'll start with 10 and go back to 1. Yeah. Number 10, the shadow of the Earth during lunar eclipses is curved. We just discussed that one. The shadow of the Earth is always curved, so it must be a sphere.
Right. Number 9, all other planets, moons and the sun are round. It seemed kind of odd that the Earth would be the only one that was a flat disk.
Right, yeah. Number 8, day and night happen at different times. We have time zones. It's always day somewhere and night somewhere else.
Right. Number 7, the Coriolis effect. Since the Earth is a spinning sphere, freely moving objects on the surface of the Earth appear to be deflected to the right in the northern hemisphere and the left in the southern hemisphere. For example, hurricane winds in the northern hemisphere are deflected to the right, while in the southern hemisphere they're deflected to the left. And even if the Earth was a spinning flat disk as opposed to just a stationary flat disk, you wouldn't see this effect, just like toilets going the other way when you go to Australia.
Right. There's another example, yeah. Number 6, you can make a triangle with 3 right angles.
Right.
Now, if you walk 10,000 kilometers on the Earth's surface and make a 90-degree turn, walk another 10,000 kilometers, turn 90 degrees again, and walk another 10,000 kilometers, you'll end up at the place you started, having made a triangle with 3 90-degree angles. On a flat surface, as any geometry student knows, that's not possible.
Right. Number 5, the curvature of the Earth can be measured. For example, pick 2 places a few hundred miles directly north and south of each other. And at noon, measure the angle of the shadow made by a vertical meter stick at each location. You can use the shadow lengths to calculate the angle between the sticks, and the sticks will not be parallel.
Right.
And once you know how far apart they are, you can calculate the curvature of the Earth's surface.
Right. Number 4, the constellations and the moon appear upside down in the southern hemisphere. Now, from the southern hemisphere, any object or constellation that lies near the celestial equator, the imaginary line that divides the northern and southern halves of the sky, would appear both upside down and reversed left to right compared to the northern hemisphere.
Right. Number 3, the Earth can be circumnavigated. If you sail west long enough, you'll eventually return to where you began. Here's a picture showing a typical sailing route beginning and ending in the UK by continually traveling west. This is possible because the Earth is a sphere.
Yep. Number 2, the horizon. Ships on the ocean or tall buildings viewed across a large lake disappear bottom first. Now here's a picture of Toronto buildings from the other side of Lake Ontario. Notice the bottoms of the buildings are missing. If the Earth was flat, you should see the entire lengths of the buildings right to the ground. And of course, all of the shorter buildings that can't even be seen in this picture. Also, because the Earth is round, you can watch the sunset twice. Once if you're lying down, and then again if you stand up.
Right. And number 1, we've got photographic evidence. Astronauts who've traveled to the moon look back and see that the Earth is a sphere, and they've taken pictures of it.
Right. Astronauts on the ISS, the International Space Station, orbit the Earth every hour and a half, every 92 minutes or so. They can see that the Earth is a sphere.
That's right. That's probably the best proof for round Earth.
Yeah.
One of the lame attempts to refute it claims that the curvature of the Earth is, in high-altitude photos, is a result of a wide-angle lens. And wide-angle lenses, do produce distortions. But what about when a wide-angle lens isn't used?
Yes. The curvature of the Earth can be seen. It's an observational scientific fact. That's the bottom line. And we'll be right back with just a few more details on this fascinating topic.
Looking for a single resource that totally destroys evolution? You need Evolution's Achilles Heels. Authored by 9 PhD scientists, the Evolution's Achilles Heels project involved examining areas evolutionists feel are their scientific strengths, such as natural selection, genetics and DNA, the fossil record, and radiometric dating. Discover how these areas and others are actually massive scientific weaknesses for evolution. Get Evolution's Achilles Heels, the Evolution Master Blaster. Order your copy at creation.com.
All right, welcome back. We're just wrapping up this week's show on the topic, the flat earth myth and the Bible. Now, as we said, there are people attempting to refute the many proofs of a spherical earth. For example, regarding the photographic proof, which is probably the best proof there is, they say that NASA is covering up the truth about a flat earth and promoting a spherical earth via doctoring images and video to make the earth look spherical through CGI, computer-generated imagery, that type of thing.
Yeah, except CGI wasn't invented till just a little while ago. So what about all the other photos and things like that? And I mean, the thing is, why?
Why?
Why would NASA do that? What's the benefit of tricking people into believing that the Earth's a sphere instead of being a flat circular disc? What's the payoff? What's the reason you would go through that much trouble and have these secret hidden cult shadow people that just, no, let them think the Earth's a sphere? Why? What's the goal of that?
As we're recording this today, Jeff Williams, an astronaut, is aboard the ISS for a 6-month mission. Scott Kelly holds the current American record for cumulative days in orbit, 534 days. Amazing. Jeff Williams will tie that record on September 6, 2016. Jeff Williams is a Christian.
Yeah.
I heard him speak at a conference at a church in California a few years ago. So he would need to be in, as a Christian, he would need to be in on this NASA conspiracy too. He's got a camera. He's taking pictures, and you can see them on Facebook, right, on the NASA site, of the cameras that he took like an hour, the pictures that he took like an hour ago. So he's
in on it too, and so were the Greeks, and all that stuff. Anyway, so let's summarize here. I mean, almost all the early and medieval church scholars who commented on the Earth's shape explicitly said that it was round.
Okay, medieval European rulers used a golden sphere or orb called the globus cruciger to represent the Earth under Christ's rule, again emphasizing that they understood that the Earth was a sphere.
Right. Columbus's opponents never disputed the shape of the Earth, but only its size, and they were right. The Earth is much bigger than what Columbus thought.
Yeah. The flat Earth myth began with a fictional account of Columbus in the 19th century by Washington Irving. Then it was aggressively pushed in what ended up being an influential anti-Christian polemics by Draper and White.
And, of course, there are many evidences for a spherical Earth.
And the final irony is the leading flat earther today is an evolutionist. So there you have it.
There you go.
It's unfortunate that many people who label themselves as creationists are being drawn into this notion that there's this big conspiracy covering up a flat Earth and saying that it's spherical.
And I think that comes from the fact that people think that there's this massive conspiracy amongst evolutionists, you know, to try to trick the truth of creation. These people actually believe that we evolved, folks. They believe that's a scientific
it's
process.
Not a conspiracy theory among scientists. They actually believe we evolved from apes. It's not a conspiracy.
Right. So then they take that idea that, well, that's a conspiracy, and so maybe the Earth's flat, and maybe the Bible teaches it.
It's unfortunate. Yeah. Next week on Creation Magazine Live, evidence, fossils, evidence that something happened quickly. That's next week. See you then.
Have you ever met a flat earther before? The question came to me years ago from a colleague of mine who'd recently returned from a speaking engagement where he encountered a fellow who had printed out a large stack of evidence he claimed proved the earth that God created was flat. Asking for more details about the encounter, my colleague assured me that the flat earth believer was also a fellow young earth creationist. And this was extremely surprising to me, as up to that point, over 10 years ago now, I'd only heard Bible skeptics use the accusation of flat earth belief as an anti-science slur towards creationists. I never thought there was any sort of identifiable group of Christians that held to such views. Equating belief in a flat earth as similar to belief in biblical creation has been a favorite tactic for atheists as a cudgel to discredit and demean opposition to the story of evolution for quite a while now. And a typical example and smearing of these beliefs came from staunch atheist Daniel Dennett. Insist on teaching your children falsehoods, that the earth is flat, that man is not a product of evolution by natural selection. Then you must expect, at the very least, that those of us who have freedom of speech will feel free to describe your teachings as the spreading of falsehoods, and will attempt to demonstrate this to your children at the earliest opportunity. Now, a standard comeback to skeptics that I used around this encounter was pointing out, according to a 2011 Live Science article, that the head of the Flat Earth Society was an evolutionist and believed in global, well, I guess discal warming. The Flat Earth Society is an active organization currently led by a Virginian man named Daniel Shenton. Although Shenton believes in evolution and global warming, he and his hundreds if not thousands of followers worldwide also believe that the Earth is a disk that you can fall off of. So while my colleague and I chatted briefly about it at the time, we both quickly dismissed it as a weird anomaly, only to have the same type of experience occur to me just 2 weeks later. Now, since then, I've witnessed flat earth beliefs grow in leaps and bounds, and I've been billeted by folks with such beliefs while on speaking tours. I've chatted with people in my home church who held to it and engaged in online discussions with flat earthers as well. Now, I personally don't believe that either scripture or science supports such belief, but I've dialogued with many who do. And let's just say it's been an interesting experience over the past few years. I've had several slurs sent my way from the flat earth crowd. And the favorite of my wife and I is when one of my detractors called me spinning ball boy. And as you can imagine, that really stings to this day. I've also been accused of being non-biblical. a science denier, anti-God, Satan's tool, spiritually deceived, and even a heretic. Now, I should mention at this point that just like any generalized group, such as young Earth creationists, for example, flat Earth believers are not monolithic in their views. And I assume that many are very gracious and charitable in their exchanges, although personally, I've mostly experienced a rather negative dialogue. But I don't wish that anyone with flat Earth beliefs listening to this think I've kind of painted them with the same brush. I freely admit that I've met other biblical creationists that were rather mean-spirited in their approach, and I've seen some express belief in evidence for creation that I don't find credible. So let's face it, there are bad actors in every camp that we could mention. However, perhaps because the term flat earther has become such an unkind moniker, so synonymous with claiming someone is perhaps backward or naive or downright unintelligent, it seems that many people who've come to accept that worldview, and pun intended, are rather forthright, shall we say, when attempting to present their case. Now, I, however, believe that healthy, respectful dialogue should always be maintained, especially amongst Christians. We're to be known for our love for one another, as we're all part of God's family. So even though I disagree with flat Earth believers, I hope the following points against their views can be considered respectfully by them, as we should be able to agree to disagree. And I also want to emphasize that much of what I'll discuss here comes from my own personal experience, so my points may not relate to others who've had different conversations with flat Earth proponents. And to be honest, I don't think this video will be of much help to those fully committed to flat Earth beliefs, as I've found, for the most part, that once they've embraced the concept fully, they're rather entrenched in their thinking, and most are unwilling to look at opposing arguments. But again, I'm sure that not all fall under that umbrella. So I've intended this video for those more on the fence and who want to consider the topic carefully before perhaps descending the rabbit hole of countless hours of YouTube videos and popping out the other side fully on fire for the idea of a flat Earth. And in this brief chat, I won't be digging into the theological and scientific disagreements so much. Rather, I'll be dealing with 3 specific arguments I've heard repeatedly from flat Earth proponents that I hope to show aren't valid. Now, the first argument in flat Earth favor is that those beliefs were originally taught by the church and have been corrupted away since. Argument number 2 is the belief that there's a vast conspiracy to hide that the Earth is flat from people. And argument number 3 involves the thought that convincing people the Earth is round keeps them from believing in God. And again, if you're watching this and believe in a flat Earth, but don't use or believe in these arguments, I'm not trying to tar every flat earther with the same brush and set up some kind of straw man here. I'm just drawing from my personal experience to address the points that I've heard from many, not all, so I'm not accusing all flat Earth proponents of holding these views. So let's begin with number 1, the claim that the church originally taught the Earth was flat and that the practice has been corrupted in modern times. Now, despite what's commonly taught today by many secularists and some flat Earth proponents, the overwhelmingly vast majority of the Christian church has never held to the idea of a flat Earth. The common fable that the church taught the Earth was flat throughout the Middle Ages was invented by 2 atheistic skeptics, Andrew White and John Draper, in the late 19th century. Even famous atheistic evolutionist Stephen Jay Gould, obviously a hostile witness to Christian beliefs in general and specifically creationist, confirmed what historian Jeffrey Russell's definitive study on the flat Earth titled Inventing the Flat Earth revealed. There never was a period of flat Earth darkness among scholars, regardless of how the public at large may have conceptualized our planet both then and now. Greek knowledge of sphericity never faded, and all major medieval scholars accepted the Earth's roundness as an established fact of cosmology. All major medieval scholars, of course, included scholars within Christendom, where thousands of Christian scientists and theologians and artists of all socio-economic levels unambiguously affirmed that the Earth was spherical in nature. Many today have bought into a very simplistic faux history surrounding the topic of humankind's understanding of the Earth's shape, with most in the West being taught that everyone thought the Earth was flat until the time of Christopher Columbus, when everyone realized it wasn't. It was a sphere. But this is patently false. Neither the Bible nor the Church taught that the Earth is flat. But this alternate history is prevalent in the flat earth community. Interestingly, White and Draper invented the medieval Christians believe the earth was flat myth to promote the story of evolution. The promotional blurb on the Amazon listing of the book Inventing the Flat Earth outlines as much after establishing. Neither Christopher Columbus nor his contemporaries thought the earth was flat. It then explains how the idea was perpetuated. The error was first propagated in the 1820s and 1830s. He, Russell, shows how later-day historians followed these original mistakes and how this snowball effect grew to outrageous proportions in the late 19th century, when Christians opposed to Darwinism were labeled as similar to medieval Christians who, allegedly, thought the earth was flat. And the explanation of why these beliefs still linger is also noteworthy. This curious illusion persists today, firmly established with the help of the media, textbooks, teachers, even noted historians. Russell demonstrates that out of the hundreds of theologians that argued the earth was round, the leading Christian proponents of flat earth theory were only two rather obscure figures named Lactantius and Cosmas Indicoplesis. Meanwhile, medieval church scholars and scientists such as Roger Bacon, John Burdon, the Venerable Bede, Nicholas Oresme, John of Sacrobosco, Thomas Aquinas, and many, many more not only believed in an orb-shaped earth, but studied, wrote, and taught about it as well. For example, the Venerable Bede, he was an English monk who lived from AD 673 to about 735, and was a leading astronomer of his day. He was the theologian and historian who popularized the common BC AD dating system. And he was unequivocal in his belief that the earth was round like a ball and not like a circular shield when he wrote the following. We call the earth a globe, for truly it's an orb placed in the center of the universe. In its width, it is like a circle, and not circular like a shield, but rather like a ball, and it extends from its center with perfect roundness on all sides. Thomas Aquinas' greatest work, the Summa Theologica, included the following. The physicist proves the earth to be round by one means, the astronomer by another, for the latter proves this by means of mathematics, by the shapes of eclipses or something of the sort, while the former proves it by means of physics, by the movement of heavy bodies towards the center, and so forth. Now, I could go on and on quoting old dead guys for hours, but an easy exercise anyone can do today is just open up your browser and type in Salvator Mundi, which means Savior of the World in Latin. Now, typically, the first image you'll see is a picture of Christ attributed, but debated, to Leonardo da Vinci, dated somewhere between AD 1499 to 1510. However, if you tighten your search and click images, you'll see many paintings that were done over hundreds of years depicting Christ holding a spherical earth, all symbolizing him as the savior of the world. But the earliest painting found of Salvator Mundi works was done by a great Italian artist named Simone Martini, circa AD 1341. However, it's quite reasonable to believe that he gained his inspiration for such imagery from much earlier artistic and other more mundane works. For example, as early as the 5th century, medieval European kings carried what was called the globus cruciger, which in Latin means cross-bearing orb. These scepters featured an orb near the top of the staff, with a cross protruding from it, symbolizing Christ's lordship over the earth. And this symbol was quite common over the next several centuries, being used on coins and in all sorts of Christian iconography. So one can easily see how the motif, Christ's lordship over the earth, became popular very early on in the church, and was represented in various ways over the years. So, while a flat earth believer might attempt to argue that perhaps the Christian church was somehow corrupted away from belief in a flat earth very, very early on, it's simply not reasonable or just plain honest to say sweeping statements like the majority of Christians believed the earth was flat in the past, or that the modern church has been corrupted away from its former belief in a flat earth, based on the common revisionist history arguments mentioned earlier. In summary, Christian flat earth advocates who promote the belief that the church was somehow corrupted away from flat earth and that it was once commonplace in Christendom should understand that they're participating in propping up fake news advanced by atheists. Now, the second claim I've heard almost every time I've engaged with a flat earth believer is the proposal of a vast conspiracy being perpetrated upon Earth's citizenry to convince them that the earth is round rather than its supposed true shape, which is flat. And almost to a T, whenever I voice doubt and when they know that I'm involved in creation apologetics, they immediately equate the story of evolution to conspiracy level as well, stating something like, well, you believe that people are deceived about evolution, don't you? And this reveals a real misunderstanding of what we're talking about regarding deception, false beliefs, and conspiracy theories. You see, I used to be an evolutionist. However, when I say I used to believe in evolution, I really believed in evolution. I wasn't going to bed at night twirling my mustache thinking, hey, I know evolution's a fraud, but I'm going to keep trying to deceive people into thinking it's real. You see, I believe the reason most people believe in evolution is the same as me, that they've been overwhelmingly taught that it's fact and science and have accepted it as such. That's the reason many Christians have accepted evolution, for example. It's not a conspiracy in the sense that they profess belief in something they truly know is false, i.e. they're lying about it. When creation apologetic ministries like Answers in Genesis expose fraudulent examples used to promote evolution, like the famous Haeckel embryo drawings, we aren't saying they were made by someone who didn't truly believe in evolution but forged them to promote evolution despite that. Rather, we're saying that some people believe in evolution to such a degree that they're willing to lie and fabricate evidence to promote it because of the strength of their belief. Atheistic professors and scientists that promote evolution have bought into the concept of naturalism. Nature is all there is. So they operate according to methodological naturalism and conclude evolution is a fact and therefore God doesn't exist. But they truly believe in evolution. They aren't lying about it. No. When flat earthers say that there's a conspiracy to convince people that the earth is round, they mean that people are actively lying. And we're not just talking about a few people here. We are, in fact, talking about millions and millions of people worldwide and throughout history who, despite them believing the contrary, are fully committed to convincing the rest of the world's population that the earth is round rather than flat. And remember, that group would have included thousands and thousands of professing Christians who were willing to lie despite knowing God condemns it. It would also have included Christians who are and were biblical creationists, willing to lie specifically about how God created. It's truly overwhelming when you ponder the vast scope of this supposed operation and the sheer breadth of time and money and planning and coordination for this conspiracy to be real. Consider how many airline pilots, stewardesses, air traffic controllers, satellite manufacturers, astronauts, GPS software designers, smartphone makers, scientists, engineers, and a myriad of other occupations that must all be involved. And not just them. What about their spouses? Do they keep it from them or do they let them in on the secret as well? What about their mom and dad, their kids, and their best friends? I mean, how do you get into the club in the first place? What's the criteria? Do they recruit you when you're young? I mean, who are they, by the way? I mean, I'm not trying to sound overly facetious here, but I really want to know. Thinking about questions like this reminds me of a time I was discussing the Earth shape with a flat earther, and their idea was that the continents were centered in a spherical disc-shaped Earth and that the ice sheets surrounded the outer perimeter of that circle. And caveat here again, I understand that not all flat earthers hold to the same model, so in this instance, I'm just talking about what they believed in particular. Anyway, when I asked them the hypothetical question as to what would happen if I just got in a boat and sailed to the edge of the earth to prove the earth was flat, they said, well, that's where the guys with machine guns come out. Now, I was a little confused about what they were saying, so I asked further, and they implied that they believed there were people assigned around the entire perimeter of the outer ice wall that would murder anyone that discovered the secret and could take the information back to the rest of the world. Guys with machine guns? How many guys? I mean, who feeds these guys and how do they get paid? Who are their families and how do they get to work in the morning? Yet they held their ground. Such is the level of conspiracy belief flat earthers sometimes come to from pressing the natural outworking of their beliefs. For example, Flat earthers deny that there are any satellites or true astronauts that have gone into outer space. We haven't traveled to the moon, and there's no International Space Station, and all the photos and videos of Earth and space are fakes. I've had flat earthers declare that NASA projects images into the sky to trick people, and that it's a sham organization that's lied about everything it's supposedly ever done. Truly, suppose the flat earthers that hold to this level of conspiracy are in fact correct. It must be the most expensive, ambitious, multi-generational, and sophisticatedly coordinated operation that could ever be imagined. Remember, this kind of ultra-coordinated deception, supposedly perpetrated by millions upon billions of other people, was also all apparently done before the invention of the internet, and for many flat earthers before the telephone, the automobile, or the airplane were even imagined. The resources and problems involved in planning, communicating, and carrying it out globally without such real-time communication or transcontinental travel would have been truly staggering. Which then begs the ultimate question. Why? After discussing the topic of flat Earth with believers for many years now, I realize that most aren't going to be swayed by scientific arguments, and many have waved away my objections surrounding the impossibility of such a vast conspiracy being carried out throughout the ages as me just being naive. So I usually just cut to the chase now and simply ask, why? Why would some nebulous group spend all of this time and money in order to hoodwink the world's population about the shape of the Earth? And the overwhelming response I've received is the demonstrably false claim to turn people away from God and belief in the Bible. Now, the reason I say demonstrably false is the fact that the person asking the question, myself, is a former atheistic evolutionist turned Christian creationist, and someone who never had the topic of the Earth's shape come up as a question regarding faith in Jesus or trust in Scripture during my entire conversion process or afterwards. Now, my friend Dr. Danny Faulkner, a PhD astronomer on staff with Answers in Genesis in the US, has interacted with the Flat Earth movement much more than I have, and has had similar experiences regarding this claim. In his blog article discussing the second Flat Earth conference he attended, he mentions a conference speaker, Garcia, on one of the scheduled Q&A panels opening with a statement saying, "Flat Earth has everything to do with salvation." But it simply doesn't. For example, in a discussion recently with our small group Bible study my wife and I hold in our home, I brought the topic of flat Earth up with our folks. Not a single person, the majority being mature Christian believers who've read their Bibles cover to cover numerous times and continue to do so, had even considered the shape of the Earth to be other than round, and were surprised to hear that there was a large contingent of Christians that have adopted flat Earth ideas. Considering my pastor and elders in my current church and the former churches that I've attended, my colleagues at Answers in Genesis, other ministry leaders that I know here in Canada, such as our good friends at Bible Discovery TV or the Cross Current Ministry, and the vast majority of solid Bible-believing Christians that I know, have never even considered the idea of a flat Earth, let alone it being a barrier to faith. How can flat earthers claim that this hidden knowledge is a barrier to salvation issue with a straight face? Also, the fact that all of the flat earth believing Christians I've dialogued with made a profession of faith and called themselves Christians before them accepting flat earth beliefs also demonstrates its weakness. Although, in a world with 8+ billion people, somewhere out there likely has a testimony that discovering the earth is flat caused them to accept Jesus. And yet, I've honestly never heard another answer from a Christian flat earth believer regarding how the motivation behind a conspiracy to promote a globe-shaped earth would be enacted. And yet it can be so easily shown as false that it seems incredibly contrived. The best they might say is that they believe it might turn people away from God, but they're not remotely close to having a large group of people testify to that claim. I can't even imagine what a non-Christian flat earther might propose as a reason for this supposed incredible scheme. But I speak from personal experience, and I've never spoken to one about it. However, the final conundrum seems to be this. How does a Christian who's a flat earther explain the following? If this coordinated effort to deceive the world into thinking the world is round is to convince people away from God and the authority of the Bible, then how is it that it includes thousands of professing believers in God and Jesus Christ specifically as Lord and Savior, perpetrating the hoax? How are these not completely at odds with one another for that large segment of participants? Why would Christians, who by definition want others to accept Christ, participate in an enterprise designed to make people distrust God and His Word? The only answer that I could give is that they weren't truly believers at all. Christians watching this, seriously consider what you'd be saying. Do you really want to go there? Considering the warning Jesus gave in Scripture regarding anger and calling your brother a fool, how much worse is declaring thousands who claimed Christ as their Savior to be heretics and false Christians? But I say to you that everyone who is angry with his brother will be liable to judgment. Whoever insults his brother will be liable to the council, and whoever says "you fool" will be liable to the hell of fire. Matthew 5:22. Now, before I finish off, if you're pretty new to this topic and want to dive more deeply into it beyond what I've mentioned here, I'd recommend visiting the Answers in Genesis website for resources from my friend and fellow Answers in Genesis speaker, Dr. Danny Faulkner, that I mentioned earlier. But my final thoughts to fellow believers in Christ are cautionary. Please carefully consider whether this idea of a flat earth really makes sense before you buy into it. Get answers from credible sources before throwing support behind an idea that was primarily begun by atheistic groups bent on mocking Christians and discrediting the Bible's authority. In my opinion, unlike the biblical creationist movement, where we've received countless testimonies documenting how people came to trust Genesis 1-11 as real history invigorated their faith, this flat earth movement has certainly not contributed to the cause of Christ.
Right, without any further ado, let us bring in the guest for the Flat Earth debate. Here we go. Here's Flat Earth David. Hey, David, how's it going?
Hey, what's going on? Thanks for having me. This
Thank
is
you for coming back.
Going to be interesting for sure.
It's going to be very interesting, isn't it? And Professor Dave.
Howdy.
Thank you for coming on for the first time.
Thanks for having me.
Congratulations on your YouTube success, man. 2 million subs. That's phenomenal.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is the first time I think a real flat earther, I'll call myself a real flat earther, has spoken direct with Professor Dave, as he normally does videos, that just go out and pretty much straw man us, whether you know it or not, or gaslight us, and then there's really no way to respond because...
No, so you've never seen my channel ever and have no idea what I do because I make academic tutorials?
I have, but your flat earth stuff is is gaslighting us, essentially.
It's devastating and destroys flat earth easily.
Absolutely. So
it started big straw man. Oh, he says that they think the earth is flat. What a straw man.
I'm with you. Listen, I don't mean to come off that way. Would it be okay to look for some common ground? Can I just ask a couple of quick questions, Dave? You good with that?
Whatever you want to do, man.
Yeah, I'm just for, to see if we have any common ground. Do you believe we went to the moon?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe that governments are here, especially the American government, for the people's well-being?
It's a pretty complicated question.
Okay, you don't have to answer it. That's fine. That's good. Do you believe that there's censorship going on YouTube?
Yes.
Some stuff is deprioritized in the algorithm. I don't know if that qualifies as censorship.
And is the news here to inform or to fill us with propaganda?
The news is largely propaganda. None of that has anything to do with the shape of the earth, so I don't know what the hell you're even talking about. Literally none of that has to do with the shape of the earth. So you're really off to a bad start already.
Just looking for some common ground, that's all.
Oh, if we both don't like the government, therefore the earth is flat.
So the common ground is then we're going to try and keep talking points to 3 minutes each, responses to 2 or 3 minutes each, so we could get through this hour. And everyone could get an equal share of the time involved here. And I think the first point that we've got up on the list is, What is gravity?
You want to go first, Dave, or you want me to go?
Oh, okay. This is how we're doing this? Okay, so according to general relativity, it's the curvature of space-time around massive objects. And so this is one of the easiest ways to know that the Earth is a sphere, because everything we see, everything, including the Earth, right, very large, massive objects are crushed into sphere. That's why stars, planets, moons, everything pretty much is spheres. So you can now go ahead and do your like electric gravity bullshit, and then I'll explain to you why it's stupid.
Well, the question is, does anybody any scientists or anybody that's ever proven that any of the luminaries we see in the sky are even physical, let alone spheres?
Yeah, we can see them in telescopes.
You can see them. So you believe that if you see something, that'll tell you its shape. So when I look at this, are these spheres?
Oh.
Are these spheres? Dave, are these spheres?
Yeah, no, I've seen this little trick, and I know the
it's not a
third
little
one from
trick.
the left is flat.
It's showing you.
Here's the
third
problem.
one from the left is flat. Dave, let me give me a second, then you can go.
No, because I've seen you do this, because I watched 2 of your videos, and you say the same crap in every single one.
Right.
I know what these are. I know what these shapes these are.
So how do you know what shape the moon is? How do you know that the moon is even a physical object? Because during a new moon, no one sees the moon in the sky.
I know your talking points. So the reason, this works because that's not moving. The things in the sky move. So if you take the third one from the left, which I know is flat, and you move it around, it's going to start to change shape. Right? If the moon was a flat disk, I don't even know if that's one of your talking points or not. As it passed over you, it would change shape. It would.
I don't think the
distort.
moon is a flat disk at all.
Okay, so it doesn't matter though. That's why what you're saying is stupid, because these objects do not move. Now, the other problem is it's not just about shape; it's about other things like composition. Do you know what spectroscopy is?
Yeah, spectroscopy is you can measure gases, but it has to be in a container. Where's the container?
No. Stop. We are looking at light. We're looking at light, and we are understanding about the materials, right? We're understanding the composition of things based on light. So when you start talking about gases, you show me immediately that you don't even know what spectroscopy is. So you do not know the ways in which we figure out things about celestial objects. You literally don't even know the definitions of the words that represent the techniques that we use. So why are you even talking about it?
So my question is, spectroscopy needs to be in a container. Otherwise, you don't know what you're
Spectroscopy needs to be in a container. The study of how light interacts with matter needs to be in a container. What does that mean?
Otherwise, when you're looking at the moon, you don't know what gases you're seeing in between us and the moon.
Gases? The moon is solid. The moon is a solid object.
How do you know that the moon is solid? How come you can't see it during a new moon?
Why can't you see it during a new moon?
Yeah.
Because, do you understand how vision works? Right? In a new moon, what's happening in a new moon? The light from the sun, sun is illuminating the side away from us.
So,
right? Light illuminates the things that it hits. So a new moon is when the side that the sun is illuminating is the other side away from us. What do you want it to do? The light to go around the moon and come back and hit the other side like magic?
Without interrupting, let me just answer. When we have when it's nighttime, you're away from all lights and there's a full moon, I can read by that moonlight. That moonlight casts a shadow on the ground. Don't interrupt. That casts a shadow on the ground. So that moonlight, which is reflected sunlight off a dusty, dirty, rocky, rock ball in your world, is bright enough to travel 238,000 miles to cast a shadow on the ground and to light up my book so I can read. During a total solar eclipse in your world, the Earth is a full Earth from the moon's point of view. It's bigger and shinier, and it should light up the moon, but it doesn't. And no telescope, from any position with infrared or anything, has ever seen the moon.
Can you think of why? Can you think of why? Can you think of a much, much brighter object that is right there where the moon is?
Well, during
the corona of the sun, which is thousands of times brighter. What you're doing right now is you're basically saying, I'm going to shine a spotlight directly into your eyes, and then you tell me if you can see a firefly 2 centimeters to the right. Like, what are you talking about? Do you seriously not understand this stuff? A child can understand this stuff.
So when you're throwing out words like spectroscopy, what's the difference between spectroscopy and astrospectroscopy?
What do you mean astro? So astro is a prefix that means stars. So if that's even a word, it's spectroscopy pertaining to stars. What are you, like, Googling stuff furiously over there?
I'm just asking you, I've taken a few notes. I figured out. I watch a few of your videos. I know the straw manning that you're going to try to do and the things that you're going to try to claim. And in reality, you know, an infrared camera, a regular camera from the space station, they should be able to see the sun, the moon either approach the sun, eclipse the sun completely, or exit the sun, and nobody has ever seen it. So again, why are we looking up in the sky? When
I just explained. I just answered your question. You just answered it again. You asked a question that I just answered. The sun is very bright, right? Way, way, way brighter than Earthshine. Do you understand that if something very bright, you're looking at something very bright, you can't see something way less bright next to it? What are you not getting about that?
When there's a total eclipse of the sun and you have the the little ring around there, you can block that out so it doesn't blind you and you still can't see it. You know what?
It doesn't block it out. The corona. Have you never seen an eclipse?
Why are we talking? You can make a fake eclipse, right? By putting a disc in front of the sun and then looking at the corona, and you could do the same thing with the corona. You can block it. Why are we looking up at the lights in the ceiling that determine the shape of the floor?
Because it works really well. It's the easiest way to figure out the shape of the Earth is by looking at the celestial objects in the sky and recording their motion. It's very, very easy.
1 second, Ash has said we've got to move on to the next talking point, which is space is not as depicted, displayed in media, movies, etc. Flat Earth, Dave, do you want to start with that one?
Ask the question again, please.
Space is not as depicted, displayed in media, movies.
Yeah, I mean, space is, they're just, giving us images of insanity in space. Like when they show us, nebulas, right? They show us this and they tell us this is where stars are born. This is where there's gas and dust, so much of it that it's creating stars and spitting them out like ping pong balls where they go run away and they park themselves in the rest of the galaxy. This gas and dust in space, in a vacuum, in zero pressure, how does that work? How come this doesn't collapse in on itself? This is just
It does. That's how stars are born.
Yeah,
they do collapse. It's how stars form.
Dave, in your world, this is gases are collapsing upon themselves and then igniting themselves in a vacuum, in a vacuum, and then they
This is
burn
no,
stop.
Look, I know that you want to just spew your script without anybody challenging, but you say so many stupid things, and I'm here to tell you why everything you're saying is stupid. So when you say stars igniting in a vacuum, the reason that's confusing for you is that you think stars are little bonfires because you're a moron. Because you don't understand nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion is the process by which stars glow. They're not little fireballs. And you can learn that by Googling something for 5 seconds, but you don't do it.
So Dave, you believe that all the rocky bits turn into perfect balls, and then all of the gases somehow start getting gravity, and they start pulling it together. And
start
they get
getting
big.
Gravity? What do you mean getting gravity?
How do they grow into stars? How come the dust is accumulating? What's bringing it together? Is somebody popping it up like a snowball?
Gravity.
So they get something, and it's a tiny bit of gravity pulls in some more dust. It pulls in not dust, it pulls in gases, and somehow it's pulling all of these gases together and turning into a nuclear furnace that burns for billions of years. I'm sorry, that doesn't make any sense. And if you want to believe that, that's the world.
So centuries of brilliant astronomers versus is that really all you have? Is the entire field of astronomy and you going, I don't like it. That's dumb. I'm dumb and I don't get it. So astronomy is wrong. That's literally your argument against astronomy right now.
You never met these men. You don't know anything about these men other than the stories that the controllers of this world tell you.
You know they wrote books, right? They wrote books that we can read, and then we base astronomy on that and do astronomy every day, right?
Dave, try not to interrupt. Aristophanes figured out the shadow. Eratosthenes figured out the diameter, the circumference of the Earth with his sticks and shadows. But nobody in that area that came out of that, other mathematicians, never wrote any books about him. They ignored him. They just never mentioned it, and then all of a sudden it shows up in the 1900s in books that go into the education
that's not true.
system.
I mean, if you're just going to lie, then we can just play the lie game.
And Dave, what about the fact that proves nothing? It works perfectly on a flat Earth. Sticks and shadows prove the Earth is flat, and it proves it's a globe. But you'd have to assume parallel rays. Listen to this. Aristophanes believed that parallel rays are coming into Earth, right? And no one has ever seen parallel rays coming into Earth. right? When we look, we always see them curved. We always see them corpuscular. But he also believed that the Earth was geocentric and we had an infinitely far sun. And so that sun is orbiting around a minuscule.
Far?
Well, infinitely far. Infinitely far means so far away that the rays come in parallel. And that's a whole nother problem. But how is a distant sun orbiting around a speck Earth in the middle of space? That doesn't make sense. And they didn't think about
what
that.
Doesn't make sense? What doesn't make sense about an Earth orbiting a sun? What?
No.
That doesn't make sense.
Dave,
Isn't an argument.
Dave, stop being a dick. Listen to what I said.
You stop being a dick.
The Eratosthenes believed that the Earth was geocentric, that the sun orbited us, but the sun was a distant sun. How does a distant gigantic sun orbit a minuscule speck Earth?
Well,
Yeah, you have no answer for that.
They don't know. It's the ancient Greeks. They didn't know. Now we know, right? We figured out heliocentrism in like the 16th century.
His
So
story
it was like 500 years ago. It's a pretty long time.
His story makes no sense. And the other question is, you believe that the sun rays that come in are parallel, right?
No, there are rays that are parallel, and then you can point a ray from the edge, one edge of the sun, and the other edge. Look, light is going in all directions, right? The sun is expelling light. They're spherical waves of light, photons in every direction, right? So you can identify parallel rays, and then you can identify one from this edge. And if you want to talk about individual photons, you can draw paths from the edge of the sun going in one direction, the edge of the sun going in the other direction. You're trying to oversimplify things. You're trying to go, oh, it's corpuscular, it's all parallel, and so then this time it works for my talking point, and then another time it doesn't work for my talking point.
My point is Aristophanes' story doesn't make any sense with a distant sun orbiting a geocentric Earth.
Yeah, if you just say it doesn't make sense and stop talking, I guess.
How does a distant sun orbit a geocentric Earth when the Earth is tiny and the sun is gigantic?
Well, it doesn't.
In your
Long
model.
story short, it doesn't. Yeah. But so he was an ancient Greek, and he didn't know heliocentrism. They didn't know when Newton developed Newton's law of universal gravitation. He didn't know why massive objects attract one another, right? He just said, "This is what happens," and I have this equation, and we use Newton's equations to do all these incredible calculations that predict the motion of objects on Earth and in space. He didn't know what gravity was. Einstein gave a better explanation. The curvature of space-time are warped around massive objects. We're probably going to get a better model later. Just that we don't know why things happen doesn't mean we can't do science at predictive power. So as it turns out, Eratosthenes and Ptolemy, the Ptolemaic model, was wrong. Heliocentric model is correct. It doesn't matter that they didn't know that part, or that they didn't know why something happens. Do you not understand how science works?
So if he was wrong and were heliocentric, do you think his experiment proved your globe?
Well, yeah, it did. All of those experiments proved the globe. It just didn't have anything to do with heliocentrism. It proved the Earth is a sphere.
Absolutely not, because with a local sun in like the flat Earth is, we have no shadow here and we have a shadow here, and then you could do your math and figure out what the sphericity of this flat plane is, right?
Okay. So for that to work, how close is the sun?
How close is the sun?
How close is the sun?
Yeah, the
really
sun,
close, like right above the clouds, which we'd be able to see if you went up in a plane or a balloon, and it'd be like right there. Huh?
Dave, there's tons of videos explaining how the sun is an apparent object, and we all see it in a different position.
Oh, there's videos that say dumb things.
There's
true.
that show science, show experiments, and when you try to triangulate the sun, there's a problem. You can't do it. You can't triangulate the sun. So how far the sun is? Some flat earthers say it's 3,000 miles away. I don't like that answer. The math works. We can scale it and make it 6,000 miles away.
You've never done any math in your entire life. You just say the math works and expect people to...
Stop being a condescending prick, all right? Try.
Why don't you stop condescending to the entire human race and pretending that every scientist ever is a liar and satanic deceiver? That's much more offensive than me calling you stupid, which you are.
Dave, what is the sun?
What is the sun? It's a star.
It's a star. It's a burning
star.
It's a nuclear furnace that's working perfectly, and it's bending space-time where it could hold on to all of the planets that go all the way out to Pluto. Is that your belief?
Well, Pluto's now a trans-Neptunian object.
So we'll go
Neptune.
Yes.
Yes.
and then the sun's gravity ignores all of the moons because the moons are attracted to their planets, and it negates the sun. That's what you believe.
What do you mean negates the sun?
Yeah,
so
negates the sun.
moons. So what you're saying is that like one of Jupiter's moons should go flying towards the sun? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that at all. I'm asking you if you believe that the sun's gravity has no effect on moons.
Yeah, it had. You can calculate. You can see. This is what real scientists and people who understand science can do calculations. So instead of you going, I don't believe it, what you could do is you could take Newton's law of universal gravitation and take a moon, whatever moon, if you want to talk about our moon or one of Mars's or one of Jupiter's or whatever, and you could calculate a number that is the gravitational attraction between the sun and whatever moon you're talking about. And then you could do the same thing for the moon and its parent planet that it is orbiting. Which number do you think is going to be bigger, buddy? Which one do you think is going to be bigger?
And so
the planet, the one that it is orbiting around.
When we have a planetary alignment where all the planets are lining up, all of that gravity.
Hang on. You know what? Sorry. I would like you to actually just address what I just said, because this is what happens is I say something, or a flat earth debunker like myself says something that just annihilates the idiotic thing you just said, and then you just gish gallop to another point. I would like you to admit that what you just said is stupid based on what I just said.
Repeat what you said.
I just explained to you why what you said about the sun and the moon is stupid, and you jumped to another talking point.
So you say that the gravity of the planet is holding on to these moons, and it's so much stronger. Let me finish. I'm reiterating what you say to show you how stupid it is. It's holding on to the planets, but the sun's gravity, it can hold on to the planets, hold on to distant planets, but can't affect those moons at all.
Can't affect, like I just said, you can do a calculation. Did you want to do the calculation? Do you want to do it together? Do you want to learn something today? It's called Newton's law of universal gravitation. Do you know what is in the denominator? R squared. It drops off, gravity drops off by the square of the distance. So as things get very, very far away, their gravitational influence is dramatically less, exponentially so. So when you have a moon that is right near a planet, the gravitational effect is way more than the faraway sun. Isn't that neat? Isn't that a neat thing that we can do with math and numbers that are real things that scientists do, instead of just going, it doesn't make sense, so that's dumb.
You done?
Yeah. What do you got? Do you want to address this thing, or do you want to jump right to another thing?
I want to jump to something else, because you say that the sun's gravity that can hold on to Neptune and Pluto can't affect the moon, which is way closer to it, and that the Earth's gravity overwhelms that. That's stupid. That's me saying it.
Why?
You're the
all you're saying is that's stupid. All you're saying is that's stupid.
And all
Why?
you're saying is that it works because I could do math, but it doesn't. It doesn't work.
What do you mean it doesn't?
Dave, model it. You know about the 3-body problem? I'm sure you know about that.
Oh, the 3-body problem. So we can't do
Dave,
calculations.
Stop being such a condescending prick. We already know. Just talk normal. Have a discussion.
Sorry, hang on one second. This is serious. This private chat keeps covering the screen. Can this stop? Why is this doing this? The private chat.
Yeah.
Like,
it shouldn't cover the chat, should it? Just trying to make sure everything's all right.
Covering the whole screen. All right. Anyway,
hang on. Yes, we're sorting it out. There seems to be a problem with Sean's. I can't hear you, Sean.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what's going on. I've been watching Sean every now and then, just chatting away, and we've not been hearing him. There's tons of important snippets of information lost forever to the ethers of the internet. How are you guys doing? There's a lot of back and forth, isn't it? It's a very, dare I say it, American debate, isn't it? It's insults and stuff.
Well, here's the thing. I would like to get off of the lights in the sky, because I'd rather talk about the shape of the Earth.
Because they destroy the flat Earth?
Well, you say that, but the lights in the sky have nothing to do with the flat Earth.
Okay, so this was my first talking point. Were we going to do the talking points that we prepared? Because my first talking point is about this, and it is an absolute annihilation of flat Earth. That's why you don't want to talk about it. That's why you say, why do we look at the things in the sky to figure out the shape of the Earth? Because that's how we figured it out 2,000 years ago, by looking at the stars. Can I show my slide that shows this?
Go for it.
Okay, here we go. Observation of the stars. Next one. You're controlling it, right? Do I just tell you when to go? Okay, so if you're in the northern hemisphere looking at the North Pole, then hang on, all this stuff is covering. I can't even see the text. I think I remember what it says. Anyway, if you're looking at the North Pole in the Northern Hemisphere, the stars rotate counterclockwise. Go to the next one. If you are in the Southern Hemisphere looking at the South Pole, the stars rotate clockwise. Next one. How does this make sense on a flat Earth? Sorry, this is a screenshot from one of my videos. So in the video, they're rotating in different directions. Why would two people on a flat pizza land look at the sky and see a sky that is rotating in different ways? Next one. And furthermore, why can't we all see the same stars? There are stars that you can only see in the northern towards the Northern Hemisphere, and stars you can only see in the Southern Hemisphere. Next one. On a globe, this makes perfect sense. If you're in the Northern Hemisphere looking at the North Pole, east is to your right. If you are in the Southern Hemisphere looking at the South Pole, east is to your left. Next one. And the reason we can't see certain stars is because you can't see through the Earth. Next one. That's why in the Northern Hemisphere we can't see the Southern Cross. That's why in the Southern Hemisphere we can't see Polaris. Next one. Almost done. Quick one here. So it actually gets a lot worse than that in the Southern Hemisphere because you've taken a globe and you've unwrapped it. The Southern Hemisphere makes absolutely no sense. People in the Southern Hemisphere who are all looking at the Southern Cross are somehow supposed to be, we're believing that they're all looking in completely different directions and seeing the same object often at the same time. Next one. Go to the next slide.
It might be that because Ash is doing this. Oh, has he done it? Has it worked?
Yeah, that's it. I think this is the last one. So again, on a globe, south actually means something. People who are looking south are all looking at the South Pole. They're all looking in the same direction. So that's why they all see the same thing, such as an object like the Southern Cross.
All right, can you go back
I think
to
that's the last one.
Let me go through the slides.
Check if it's the next one.
Yeah.
Check if it's the last one.
And if you can go back to the first one, that would be great. So in your world, we have people standing upside down, and you're assuming hemispheres on a sphere.
What do you mean upside down? What do you mean upside down? What does that mean?
Compare their feet are antipodal to my feet, people in the South.
Okay, so yours are upside down compared to them. What's the difference? What's down on a globe?
I'm not saying. I'm just saying people are upside down to each other halfway across the world. So if we can go back to the original slide so I can remember all the points he made so I can address them, that would be fantastic.
I think the issue is that Ash, the producer, is having some issues with his internet and isn't able to do it. Sorry about this, guys. We're usually quite good with the tech and everything.
So
yeah,
I'll try to.
I can tell you the points again.
I'd rather just see the points rather than hear you say them again.
Okay.
If I don't know, he can't change it back.
I don't think so. He's in the Philippines or something mad like that. So he's having some difficulties with it. And I think Sean is as well. Good thing I'm here, saving the day.
Okay, look,
but yeah,
it was that in the Northern Hemisphere, the celestial sphere rotates counterclockwise. In the Southern Hemisphere, it rotates clockwise.
Let me
respond. And we can't see certain stars.
You don't have to do the whole presentation. You can just remind me.
That was it. Go ahead.
So no matter where you are in the world, all of the stars, all the lights in the sky from things that we call planets, wandering stars, sun and moon, they all rise in the east, set in the west.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm standing on a flat Earth looking out to the south, the stars are coming from my left. If I'm standing in the north, looking at the north, the stars are coming from my right. That explains the opposite direction.
No, you just explained the globe model. You didn't explain anything.
You don't understand.
On the flat Earth, how do people see the sky rotating in different directions?
Because
explain
you're
that.
Facing in different directions, David.
What do you mean facing in different directions?
I will explain. If I'm
wait, hang on. Speaking of facing in different directions, Flat Earth Dave, because we've changed the angles a bit, you're a bit off the screen. There, that's it. You look
I
good
got
now.
it. It would be better if you can make me widescreen so I can show what I'm showing. But
okay, well there you go. And I'll just say, Sean's just saying that his thing is freezing, so I guess he'll be back when he can. But for now, you keep going.
So on a flat Earth, if we have our flat Earth, north is to the center, south is every direction away from the center. So if the stars are going this way from my right shoulder to left shoulder, I'm looking at the North Star, they're going one way. When I turn around and I look at the south away from the center, they're coming from my left shoulder to my right shoulder. They just changed directions. Okay, there's no argument there. There's nothing to argue. That we're
Okay, now do clockwise and counterclockwise,
Well, it
because
doesn't
that's really
matter.
what we're talking about. What do you mean it doesn't matter?
Again,
You're
David,
talking about a direction. I'm talking about clockwise versus counterclockwise when you're looking at the poles.
Dave, the optics
the
of the sky.
poles.
Yeah.
Huh?
Well, you say the poles. So getting back to your point where you have somebody in Santiago, somebody in Johannesburg, and somebody in Australia, when they see the Southern Cross, well, they don't see it at the same time. They see it 12 hours apart from Santiago.
They don't see it at the same time, so people looking south can't see the night sky at the same time?
David, if you understand what the flat Earth model is, if somebody's in Santiago,
You don't have a model.
listen.
Yeah.
Stop being a dick. Okay.
You stop being a dick.
if some-
Your entire existence is being a dick to
Hey.
all of science. So stop telling me to stop being a dick.
Keep going.
Mhm.
So somebody's in Santiago and it's midnight. They're looking at the Southern Cross. Well, somebody in Australia that's looking south, they're looking at the noon sun. You tell me how they can
Noon
see the
sun?
star-
How
the noon
many?
sun.
How many time zones apart are they? Are they 12 time zones apart?
Well, at noon, close to noon, right?
Okay, no, first of all, not close to noon, but it doesn't matter. How about you go 4 hours apart? Why don't you go 4 time zones apart? They should still be looking in completely different directions. 12 midnight, 4 a.m., night sky, both looking south, both can see the Southern Cross. On your pizza world should be looking in completely different directions. Explain that.
Dave, when the only time that can happen is in Johannesburg and Santiago, and if you add magnetic declination in there, they're both looking in the same direction.
Magnetic declination?
Yeah.
So you think just saying the word magnet is going to be an argument here that's going to work for you?
Look up the magnetic declinations of those areas. You don't know what direction you're facing, right? There's certain areas of Antarctica that the magnetic declination is 170 degrees. So when your compass says north is that way, it's 170 degrees the other way, according to, NOAA or whoever's in charge of that, right?
Look, you can dress it up however you want. We're talking about looking this way and looking that way, and they see the same thing. And you're fixating on Santiago and Johannesburg because you think that they're far enough apart that they're not going to both be nighttime. I'm telling you, you can go any distance apart. Just go from Perth to Sydney, right? That's far enough apart that if you're both looking directly south, you're looking in different directions, and you can see the same thing. You cannot explain that. That's why you're trying to throw out jargon to confuse people.
I'm not trying to throw out jargon to confuse people, David.
That's exactly what you're doing.
When you're looking towards the same area. You're looking towards the same area.
But on your pizza world, south is a different direction for every longitude line. Do you not understand that? On your pizza land, right, you have all these longitude lines. Directly south is towards your magic ice wall. Everybody looking south is looking in a different direction.
Magic ice wall.
Yeah. So stop trying to skip to something else, right? Are you denying that longitude lines, everybody on your pizza world is all looking in a completely different direction when they look south?
NASA or NOAA, they tell us, what longitude lines are you talking about? They tell us that the magnetic declination is a different direction. So we're listening.
Do they, or are you just randomly grasping at words to try to make sense of something that is absolutely unexplainable for you?
David, it's not true. And the optics in the sky, again, do not prove the shape of the Earth. You say that they do.
I just did prove it with that, so I don't know what to tell you.
Let's move on.
So I'm sorry, guys.
Do you want to move on?
My entire
from
system
this thing?
crashed. I want to move on from looking
you
at
hear
the
me,
lights in the sky
Andrew?
to figure out. Yeah, we hear you.
Because I proved the Earth is a sphere by using that. Is that why you want to move on?
No, not at all.
Well,
we hear you. We don't care.
It is.
What talking point?
We hear you, but we don't care.
What talking point are we on right now?
I just finished proving the Earth is a sphere by looking at stars, something that we've been doing for thousands of years.
Yeah, so says you. Go ahead.
Yeah, and everybody who's ever lived. So NASA isn't gonna really help you with that one. Sorry, buddy. They started in the 1950s.
All right, so we've got a talking point from Dave, which is the Bible has 200 references to the flat Earth. Every major ancient civilization cosmology depicts the Earth as flat.
That's from me or from Dave?
That is
I would
from
never say
you,
that.
I think.
That's not from me. That's not from me.
It's from Ash. It's from Ash.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Bible believer, from page 1 in the Bible, it says God separated the waters from the waters and created the firmament. That's all interesting. but I don't use the Bible as science, because science will show us on a ball Earth, Dave, you have to have a physical horizon, right? If my fingernail is a boat, as it goes away, it disappears below a physical horizon, and zooming in will not bring it back. However, we can see too far. They say the ball is 24,901 miles around, but we can see things that are way, way, way farther. And with infrared now, we're seeing things 500 to 1,000 miles away. The amount of curvature.
You're not.
Yeah, we are.
Not.
Go look at Jay Tolan Media's channel.
Go look at some lies that a flat earther said. That is real evidence.
No,
sure.
It's Dave. It's well documented. You haven't looked at it. And then when you say the curvature formula is a parabola, I absolutely agree. It is. Over 1,000 miles, it gets off a little bit, but anything under 1,000 miles, all three formulas come within a very close proximity of each other.
Yeah,
right?
but the problem is you can't do math, so you just do the math wrong.
Well, you just say that, but if you look at all of the curvature formulas under 1,000 miles, it's perfectly accurate. And then you think that we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and we don't feel it, and we're changing, we're changing directions. How is that possible? How about when the Earth comes around comes around towards the sun in the winter, in our northern winter, it's speeding up and taking its sharpest turn, and then we don't feel any of those forces?
It's sharpest turn. Okay, so this one's really hilarious to me. So the sun goes around the Earth, the Earth goes around the sun in how long? How long does it take?
A year.
A year, right? So why don't you go ahead and get in a car and do a 360 turn and make it take a year? Are you going to feel that?
Dave, that's not a
Let's break it down. 360 degrees, 365 days, that's about a degree a year, right? Why don't you get in a car and drive for 24 hours, and over 24 hours veer by 1 degree? Are you going to feel that?
That would be equivalent to this. People say, I'm just trying to think of the easiest way.
I'm just trying to think of something to say that will make sense.
Stop being a dick. Right? Imagine you want to compare that.
Man.
If you want to compare that to reality, imagine you're in an airplane where you remove the outer shell of the airplane, you double the speed of the airplane, and you nosedive 2 miles a minute. Okay? And that just to follow the curve of the Earth. That's the speed that the Earth is curving. And when something's moving and it's curving, that's acceleration. Okay? So
big words.
Acceleration's a big word.
When it is for you, because you're not using it properly. So, acceleration is rate of change in velocity. So you're using it like it's velocity.
When you change off of your vector, change off of your vector, that force is equal to acceleration. Okay.
Yeah, but I just told you, right? It takes a year to go around the sun. What? How much are you feeling? Do you want to calculate it? Should we calculate it together?
I'm talking about the spin of the Earth. The spin of the Earth. The spin of the Earth. Right? You're dropping.
The spin of the Earth is constant.
2 miles.
We do not feel.
You're falling, like if you take a point in space and you go for an hour, you're falling at the same rate as a skydiver free falling. Okay, that's ridiculous, right? You are curving off of your line of your trajectory.
I think I figured out, and I think this one is genuine confusion on your part. So I don't want to hold this one against you as much as other lies you tell, which are just blatant lies. This one is just you not understanding. You're trying to compare motion within the atmosphere of the Earth. So you're like, oh my gosh, something going through the atmosphere so fast and it's crazy and we feel it, versus motion in frictionless space. Do you not understand that that's not the same thing, right? The atmosphere on Earth is very thick. There's a lot of friction, right? So when you try to move through air, there's friction and you feel it.
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
If that air is spinning with the Earth, which you have to believe in your model, you would feel
doesn't matter.
You would feel that motion. If you're in an airplane,
why would you feel the motion? Why would you feel the motion?
Because your energy is changing directions, and you would have
your energy is changing directions.
What about eclipses, guys? What about eclipses?
Hold on.
That's my third talking point. I hope we get to it.
Let's finish this point. Your mainstream science says that because of the spin of the Earth, because of the centrifugal force, that the water bulges at the equator 14 miles high.
What?
This is what Neil deGrasse Tyson and science tells us about the spin of the Earth. The water at the equator, yes, it does. It bulges 14 miles high. It makes the Earth 29 miles wider at the equator.
No. That's the Earth, not the water. What are you talking about? Are you a moron? Dude, the radius. This is what happened. You're very confused.
So let me ask you a question.
No, stop, because you just said a very specific number, and I know why you said that number. The diameter of the Earth is about 27 miles greater at the equator. That's the whole Earth. You're trying to pretend that it's all water, that there's just this big thing of water that's 14 miles. Is that what you're genuinely trying to say? Are you that stupid?
Well, that's what Neil deGrasse Tyson says. But
he didn't say that.
I'll go with you. The Earth is bulging. So does that mean that large bodies of water at rest near the equator, if you hung a plumb line over it, that it wouldn't be perpendicular to the surface of the water? It would be off just a little bit because of that bulge? Or does gravity?
What does the bulge of the equator have to do with the water?
Well, because the gravity pulls everything to the center of the Earth in your whole world. And if we have a bulge at the equator, a plumb line, which should be vertical, it should be perpendicular to the water, would not be perpendicular to the water because the water would be sloping away because we have a bulge.
What do you mean sloping away? Okay, a bulge isn't, first of all, as I just said, this has nothing to do with the water. It's the shape of the Earth itself. So you're just completely wrong anyway. But second of all, what this is the thing with you guys. You think that the curvature of the Earth is supposed to be, you're talking about a plumb line. Do you think that the curvature of the Earth is supposed to be like this or something? Do you have no idea how big the Earth is? Do you not understand that the curvature is not detectable at the surface of the Earth? It's really big. It's a really big planet.
Horizon. We can see boats go over the horizon. We can see boats go over the horizon, but we can't see the curve, right? Dave, according to your math, there's certain things that should be behind a curve at certain distances, but we can see too far.
But we can't. You just lie about them. You just said earlier that we can see things 1,000 miles away. Are you out of your mind? Everybody should be able to take a telescope then and see something 1,000 miles away. Why can't they?
Dave, you don't know where it was taking it from. It's infrared cameras. Go look at J-Toll and Media One and watch all of the.
He's the special one. He can do it. Nobody else can do it.
Actually,
Nobody else can get this footage. But they don't.
Dave, let me ask you a
question. They just don't because they don't feel like it.
Do you believe that the ground is horizontal?
It's almost perfectly horizontal. Yes.
Okay. Are horizontals parallel?
Horizontals
parallel? That's a question.
I think what you're trying to ask is if you have parallel planes, right? If you have two flat planes, can they be made parallel? Yes, two flat planes can be made parallel. Well, what are you saying? Because nobody has any clue what you're saying.
If you have a horizontal line on Earth, then there's only one point that would be touching the Earth, and the rest would just rise up into space. But all horizontal lines line up with the horizontal horizon. Okay, they're all parallel.
Do they, or do they just look like that because your eyes suck and they can't distinguish between arc seconds of angle?
All right. Well, let me phrase
looking
it this way.
like it perfectly overlaps doesn't mean that it perfectly overlaps. Just because the horizon looks flat doesn't mean it's perfectly flat.
10 minutes left, guys, to move on to eclipses.
10 minutes left. I didn't even get to do I did one of my things.
It could be 13 minutes.
Well, my question is, the top of the World Trade Towers, when they were up, are those floors larger than the lower floors? Because for them to be perpendicular, they would have to get larger. Right?
How far apart were they? How far apart were the towers?
I don't know, but I'm asking you about one tower.
Okay, but it doesn't matter. Look, it doesn't matter. We're talking about the distance between the towers or the width of a tower. Do you know how much curvature there is over such a small distance? It is so small that it is 100% negligible. What are you not understanding about that? The Earth is really big.
So do you believe that horizontal lines are parallel?
If you make them parallel, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about horizontal lines on Earth. When you're, surveying the land and you have a horizontal line, another one, another one, another one, are they parallel?
If you make them parallel, they're not lines, right? They're not actual lines. Do you know that lines are just approximations, right? We can draw lines, we can graph lines and do math in perfect Euclidean geometry. The Earth has a spherical surface. So yeah, we can go, that's a line and that's a line. And if we're just looking at less than a mile, yeah, it looks really straight, but it's not because the Earth is a sphere. So you're not comprehending scale. That's the problem.
Has anybody measured curvature in large body of water at rest? A large body of water needs a container to hold it in place. And has anyone measured any curvature on resting water? And don't tell me your drop and your wave, which is in your stupid video that got 10 million views.
Drop and wave? I don't even know what you're talking about.
We talked about water curves. And you showed a drop of water.
Oh, yeah. Okay, no, I know what you're talking about.
That is just a complete straw man.
Well, it's not, but actually, this is what's funniest to me is that you're flat earth, you debunk yourself with this level water thing, because the funny thing is that, so tides exist, right? And so on your little pizza world, tides are these little mounds of water that kind of travel around. I don't really know how else you're going to explain this, but tides exist, right?
Yeah, they do, but they don't correlate to the sun and the moon. There's
stop. No sun and the moon. No sun and moon. There are the water levels go up and down, right? And in different places, not everywhere at the same time, right? Yeah, so on your little pizza world, you've got a little you've got a little mound of water that's just kind of traveling around. So I'm sorry, but water isn't level on your pizza world either.
Dave, what causes your high tides? The moon?
What causes tides? The moon and there's solar tides and there's lunar tides.
Right. And so when there's a new moon, which means the sun and the moon are on the same side of the earth, the tide should be bigger, but there's not. There's bigger tides when they're opposing.
It is.
No, they're not.
No, it is.
You're absolutely wrong.
No, I'm not. And you can Google it right now. What are you talking about? When the solar and lunar tides align, that's the highest tide.
Right, guys.
You're just saying it's not because you're just lying.
I'm being pushed by Ash to move on to day/night regions of illumination.
Okay.
Right. What does that mean?
Oh, well, that's my second thing. I can try. I'll do it super fast. I'll do it as fast as possible.
Go on. Do you need him to put the thing up?
Yeah.
Yeah, he might not be able to do that, you know. Sean, what are you thinking?
The system has crashed. That's why I got kicked off.
I mean, I can try to. I mean, you kind of need the visual, but I mean, I'll wing it if you guys want.
Please wing
it. We're not going to get the slides.
So.
Okay, so
sorry about that.
So this is the funny thing about your pizza world is that in the northern hemisphere things are kind of okay, not really, but in the southern hemisphere it all goes to crap. And so to try to explain night and day and seasons, which you absolutely cannot do, you try to make the sun go way out towards the bottom, and you think that works because it makes it the longer nights, right, up in the north. But the problem is in the southern hemisphere everything is terrible because you've got the sun way out towards the edge. And therefore, it shouldn't be able to illuminate very much of the Earth. But in the southern hemisphere, in like December and January, you've got regions like towards the southern ends of those continents that are almost day almost all day. So you've got 19, 20 hours of daylight. So you've got this sun that's traveling around way out towards the edge, because this is how you like to do it. And it is somehow illuminating almost all of the outer regions of your pizza world. And yet it is somehow not illuminating the center because areas towards the North Pole have 24 hours of night at that time. So unfortunately, you can't do the like Antarctica isn't real, so the South Pole, that's not a thing. These are places where people live.
Antarctica is not real. We don't say that at all. You say
you say the South Pole isn't real.
We don't.
Even though there's people who go there and work there, and
people work at the South Pole.
Yeah.
Yeah. Prove it. Okay. So
you can get a job there. Did you know that civilians can get jobs?
So the way it works,
you should apply for one. I think that'd be a cool video for you to do.
Dave, on your upside down world, on your ball world, in the north, Norway and northern Alaska, we have the 24-hour sun in June. Okay, and we see the sun, and it's been filmed by millions of people, and you can watch the sun circle around. Makes perfect sense on a ball. Makes perfect sense on flat Earth. We're on the same page there. But 12 months, 6 months later. 6 months later, at equal southern latitudes, you should see the same. But there's no video No, you don't. There's no video of the 24-hour sun. There's 3 or 4 fake videos, clearly fake, taken apart. I'm talking, right? I didn't interrupt you. And there's no 24-hour sun. The sun antarcts away from you. It comes towards you and it goes away. Okay. Unlike the Arctic where it's circling around. I'm still talking. Okay. And there's no 24 hours of daylight. But if you add a dome in there, and again, we're looking at the lights in the sky, which is something that doesn't prove either. When you bring the sun closer to the dome, it wraps around, and we could show you this. Get a dome, get a glass, move the light, and you'll see that the light wraps around, and that's exactly what we see in Antarctica.
Okay, so I know that you can do your fun little middle school science project where you have a little, serving tray thing and you make a flashlight do funny things, but you cannot make it actually. So this is why you have your dumb little app, your little thing in your sun and stuff. It doesn't actually show the regions of actual daylight and nighttime. It just shows like a little cartoon. You don't actually see, it doesn't actually do these patterns. So when you're called out on this, instead of going, oh, my app shows the actual patterns and this crazy arc that would make sense. So first of all, I'm sorry, even though there are videos at the South Pole, I'm sorry that Antarctica is not where a bunch of people live. So we don't have all of these videos like we do way up towards the North Pole. But again, as I said, the way southern region of Argentina, like I did in my video, Ushuaia or whatever it's called.
Which cartoon do you like the best showing Antarctica?
What do you mean, which cartoon?
Which cartoon? There's no pictures of Antarctica from space.
Okay, well, there are, so that's really dumb. But let me continue demolishing. Okay, stop. I'm going to continue demolishing the idiotic thing you just said earlier. So you can do your little thing. Flat Earthers love to do their little middle school science project. So, okay, you've got the thing and blah, blah, blah. So why can't your Flat Earth app do it? Why can't you actually show the regions of day and night? Why can't you look at that and go, yeah, look at that. I see the light illuminating this part of the Flat Earth. Right, and I can see that we have 20 hours of sunlight in southern Argentina, and I can see that you just have a little cartoon doing nonsense, and then all of your idiot people who buy that thing, they're not like, oh, that looks cool, and they don't actually look at what it does at all, right? Why can't you have it show that, right?
It shows pretty accurately the amount of day and night, but I can't show it. Well, I can't show it because if on the latitude line that you're on. It's different where you are, so I have to kind of blend them together. It's just a tool to show
the amount of day and night depends. The amount of day and night that objectively happens in a place depends on your latitude.
Absolutely, 100% on your ball too. When I'm in the north,
I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand what I just said.
No, you don't understand what I just said.
No, I definitely know that you're not saying anything. I'm saying that in that town in Argentina, there is an objective time where the sun rises and sets.
Yes,
and where you are doesn't change that.
There's no place that you have 17 hours of sun. You have daylight. Daylight is the illumination of the sky. It's not the sun.
From the sun.
No, the sun is.
You're saying that daylight is not from the sun?
Absolutely. So if the sun
where is it from?
If the sun rises,
what's making the sunlight then?
No. The sun is lighting up the sky. It's like a photographer. You have your main light and then you have your backlight. The sky is the daylight. When the sun is on the east side of your house, right on the horizon, go to the back side of your house. You can read the newspaper. Well, where's that? That sunlight's not. What's it going through your house? It's lighting up the sky.
It's scattered by atmospheric particles.
That's what
it's
you
still
say.
Sunlight.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you say to say a thing that
Dave,
explains why what I just said is stupid, and I have no way to combat it.
How come nobody has filmed the 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
They have. You just say it's a lie.
No,
they have, and you just go, oh, that's fake.
No, we don't. We don't just go, oh, that's fake. We
But
show
guess
you how
what?
it's fake.
That's why in my video I don't talk about Antarctica because you just say it's fake. That's why I picked southern Argentina because people live there and they have 19 hours of daylight and you can't explain it because it's this huge.
Explain it. You can't
no, you didn't.
understand
You
it.
just said there's a glass thing in the flashlight. You're just doing a middle school science project. You're not actually explaining anything. You're just going, oh, I did a thing in my living room, so all of science is wrong. That's what you're doing.
You don't.
The globe. I wish I had this slide because the globe.
Dave, the optics of the sky are no way to prove the shape of the Earth. They
are.
Yeah, well,
and I just did it twice.
Yeah, well,
and you have no way to combat anything I just said, so that's why you say that thing over.
Can I just interrupt here? Flat Earth, Dave. What would it take? Because I think Dave is saying that people live in Ushuaia and that they have this, and you could just go and ask the people though. You could go. What would it take to convince you? And how important is it? Why is it important to you to hold this belief? What does it mean to you?
It's not important to hold the belief. I'm looking for the truth. And if the globe was true, then when in Antarctica in December, you should be able to see the sun circle all the way around without dropping.
And you do.
You can.
Dave,
I've seen loads of documentaries where that happens.
You can. You cannot see it. It's absolutely untrue. And we show the best one that they have. They show it 24 hours of the sun going around. And when it comes around, not only is it the same clouds, the sun is in a completely different position, like months different position. So it's all camera trickery, and it's provable. It's not just us saying it. So when you watch,
it is
like,
just you saying it.
Yeah, well, not true. And do some research, Dave, and then get out of your little ball model, and you'll see we don't live upside down on a space ball flying through an empty
Down
space
is towards the center of the earth. Nobody is upside down. That's one of the dumbest things you morons say. Down is towards the center of the earth. Nobody is upside down.
On your world, there's people upside down relative to me.
And you're upside down relative to them. It's a sphere. Who cares?
Good luck with that.
Your response to basic shapes is good luck with that.
Yeah.
Are you 5 years old? You have the intellect of a 5-year-old. You can't understand, little kids understand this stuff. You know that?
I just want to say that you're more of a condescending prick than I thought.
I wouldn't say you're more than anything I thought. I know what you are, but I'm sorry, again, to reiterate for the third time, your entire identity is based on the idea that all the scientists in the entire world are lying deceivers. So you're a condescending douchebag.
You say.
And me calling you stupid, which you are, does not hold a candle to what
John,
you are.
That's what he claims. I don't believe that. And
Wait,
that's what
I've
you're
got another question for other Dave,
Oh.
Professor Dave. Just so obviously I can see. I mean, it means a lot to you as on the other side, of course. Why does it annoy you so much, the flat Earth stuff?
Because it's so. I mean, first of all, a lot of what I do. I do mainly academic tutorials, but I also address misinformation. I'm very passionate about public science literacy and science denial. And flat Earth is the bottom of the barrel. So I go after like anti-vaxxers and stuff like that, and that is a little more sophisticated. And you have to actually understand a little bit of biochemistry, a little bit of immunology, and things like that. Flat Earth is the only one. I just proved the Earth is a sphere multiple times in this exchange based on looking at things in the sky and thinking. That's how we figured out the Earth is a sphere several thousand years ago. It's like the first thing we figured out. So this is why it's so offensive, because it is a denial of literally all of science. Astronomy, all wrong. Geology, all wrong. Physics, all wrong. It's so unbelievably offensive to the entire human race. That's why you're a douchebag, and me calling you stupid is nowhere near the magnitude of douchebaggery that is your entire identity.
You're talking to him, not me, right?
Sorry, to Davey boy over there.
So he believes that scientists that he never met 2,000 years ago proved that the Earth is a globe, when in reality, in the 1940s and 50s and up to the early 60s, they were still teaching flat Earth in public school here.
No, they weren't. That's just the thing you're saying.
That's the absolute
There's globes from hundreds and hundreds of years ago. You can't just say that. Like, you should show me something. Show me a textbook. You can't just say, oh, this thing I made up is true. You're an idiot. What are you talking about? We've known the Ptolemaic model, which was reigned supreme from 100 or whatever, to the Copernican model, used a spherical Earth. Geocentrism used a spherical Earth. And then Copernicus and Kepler happened. And they wrote books, by the way. They wrote books, and you can read them, that they exist. And we've known about heliocentrism for 500 years since. So I don't know what you're talking about. You are completely pulling that out of your ass. Nobody taught a flat Earth anywhere for any measurable amount of time.
Can we have Dave tell us how seasons happen on the globe?
Okay, so I wish I had the graphic, because it really works really well. So there's a tilt in Earth's rotational axis, right? It's tilted like this. So one of the hemispheres is exposing more of itself to the sun, right? And so you get more direct light versus, so let's say this is the northern hemisphere, this is the southern hemisphere. More of the northern hemisphere is exposed to direct sunlight, so you have longer daylight, right? So it's so hard to just do in my hand like this.
No, I get it. I understand. You get it when we're tilted towards it, the sunlight's hitting direct, and it's more intensified here, and down here it's spread out more. Makes sense.
Because of the curvature, so it has to spread out around a greater area.
But isn't the sun so large that all of the rays leaving the sun are parallel? And why wouldn't the parallel rays that are a little off to the left, hit us direct? Are the rays leaving the sun parallel, or are they leaving not parallel.
Okay, when you have a certain, okay, here's a lateral distance. If the sun is directly hitting the part of the earth that's directly facing it, that's a certain area. Then if you move this way, we have the same lateral distance, but there's a lot of curvature here. It's covering a greater surface area.
I have that question. So can the earth
okay, do you want to admit that I just explained that perfectly and that your talking point was invalid?
I know. I admit that you explained that perfectly, but I have to ask
great.
a question. So we have the pole here, and we tilt the earth. Okay, and can you tilt the earth this way? That's a tilt, also, right? Absolutely.
You're just turning it. What are you doing?
No. What I'm showing you is here. Here we let's say the sun is over there, and we tilt, and we're now directly towards we have a more direct angle. We're in agreement on this. But if I'm here and I tilt it this way, well, now the sun is lower. It's now skimming. It's now skimming, and it's not hitting as direct. So here's the problem with your seasons. In the north here, in December, when we're 3 million miles closer to the sun, but we'll just ignore that because it's not significant.
Yeah, it's not significant, so I don't know why you said it.
Well, we're 3 million miles closer. At sunrise, in December at noon, when the sun is 50 degrees in the sky, and I look at the sun, I can barely feel it on my face. I can't get a tan, right? But in June, when we're farther away from the sun, doesn't matter. And at sunrise, when the sun is literally an 89-degree tilt, the worst possible angle, as soon as it shows up on the horizon, I can feel the heat and I can get a tan. Why is that? Because in your world, it should be arctically freezing every morning all year long.
I genuinely have no idea what you're saying. You're throwing around 89 degree. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, so you have the sun here, right? The sun, and we're tilted, so it's 34-degree tilt. Well, if I tilted it all the way down to the horizon, so I'm here and the sun's over here, okay, that's an 89-degree tilt, 1 degree off the horizon, right? Any farther, it would be below the horizon. The sun sets.
I'm already lost. I have no idea what you're saying.
It's because you're stupid, Dave. Right?
5 minutes left, guys.
It's because you're not saying anything. You're just going, if I tilt it this way, this has nothing to do with anything.
If the earth is tilted 34 degrees, that's how
23 degrees, something like that.
23 degrees, whatever. If we tilted it 90 degrees, the sun would set. It would set over the pole, which doesn't happen. So the farther,
5 minutes left, guys. 5 minutes left.
The farther I tilt it, the more spread out those rays are. Well, the spin is the equivalent to the tilt. So when I'm spinning away from the sun's getting lower and lower and lower. It's spreading out across the world. It should get colder and colder and colder because that sun is spreading out.
Spreading across. You understand that there's always a face of the earth. The sun is always hitting half of the earth.
Not according to time and date. All right, but that's
the sun isn't always hitting half of the earth.
On the ball, it would be, but it doesn't.
Yeah,
that's not
well, it does though. So what are you talking about,
David? You're not listening. Okay,
I am. You're just not saying anything.
I can tilt. So if we're tilted away from the sun, we have our winter. And if I tilted farther, it gets really cold because Antarctica or the Arctic is tilted farther away. That's why it's cold in your world. Right,
but it's not. What do you mean? If we tilt it further, it's not tilted further. It's a 23-degree axial tilt. So what do you mean tilted further? What are you talking about?
Why is it colder in the Arctic in the winter than it is in Florida in the winter?
I just explained it earlier.
Well, I know, Dave,
it's getting more direct sunlight.
Absolutely. So don't interrupt.
If the axis is tilted away, then it is. Dude, I just explained this. How do you not get this?
No. You're not getting it. Listen.
Okay, so you can just say that, but I actually explained it.
You're not getting this. Okay.
Dave, we've run out of time. We've run out of time.
Listen.
I'm just going to let you guys tell the viewers where they can find you and support you. So, Professor Dave, we'll start with you. Thank you for coming on, Professor Dave.
Thank you.
Can you tell the viewers where they can find and support you, please?
Professor Dave explains.
FlatEarthDave.com.
So, Professor Dave, go on. And what socials are you on, Professor Dave?
Just YouTube channel, Professor Dave Explains.
All right, so Professor Dave's YouTube channel link will be in the description box below this video if you want to subscribe, if you want to check his stuff out. Huge thank you for coming on. Flat Earth Dave, do you want to tell the viewers where they can find you?
You can find me at FlatEarthDave.com, but I'm thinking of making it making it ProfessorFlatEarthDave.com, but FlatEarthDave.com because
Isn't that cute?
we get to make up to being professors. That's always nice.
Yeah, I actually taught at an accredited university, though, so it's not
without
that
a degree,
weird.
without a degree, they fired you.
Multiple degrees. I have a master's degree.
And they fired you.
Can I get those bitcoins? Can I get those bitcoins?
We've got another debate. We've got another debate coming up in a minute.
guys.
So huge
Thank
thank you,
you,
guys.
Yeah.
Take care, and you're
All right, bye,
always
buddy.
welcome to come back on. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Cheers.
Right.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Goodbye. Good night. Bye. Goodbye. Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
they make for a nice couple, don't they?
Welcome to the final experiments. The final experiments are a preponderance of evidence against flat Earth. And the final experiments all confirm the globe. These experiments were all conducted in December of 2024, when 4 flat earthers and 4 globers went on a journey with me, Will Duffy, to Antarctica. We spent time in Punta Arenas, Chile, which is at the southern tip of South America, before flying to Antarctica. This entire trip allowed us to conduct historic experiments and collect data firsthand from an area of the world that few people will ever have the opportunity to visit and do this themselves. Prior to my announcement of the final experiment in early 2024, a vast majority of flat earthers, with very few exceptions, promoted the Gleason's map of the world, which is an azimuthal equidistant projection. This map had the North Pole at the center and pushed the south to the outer perimeter of the known world. This made Antarctica an ice wall perimeter around all the world's continents, and it served to hold in all the world's oceans, as flat earthers claim water must have a container. It also extends the entire southern hemisphere into a larger and larger area, where on the globe, everything south of the equator gets closer and closer together. This made being at the southern tip of South America and in Antarctica the perfect place to test flat Earth claims and also confirm the globe predictions. Every single flat Earth claim failed. Every flat Earth prediction was demonstrably false. The final experiments are meant to be taken collectively, just like evidence in a court of law. Undoubtedly, flat earthers will attempt to discredit individual experiments we did, while at the same time ignoring the rest. If they cannot provide an accurate map of the world and a working model that can account for the results of all of these final experiments collectively, that is because we don't live on a flat Earth. If they try to say these experiments are not actual experiments, but only observations, that is because they cannot reconcile our findings with a flat Earth. If they say that flat Earth does not make predictions, that is because making accurate and testable predictions based on a flat Earth is impossible, because a flat Earth does not exist. You cannot make and test predictions based on something that is not real. Maps of the globe exist because the globe exists. The entire globe model exists because the globe exists. Countless globe predictions come true every day, and countless future globe predictions will continue to happen exactly as predicted because the globe exists. If a flat earther tells you that there is no accurate flat Earth map and there is no working flat Earth model and that they don't make predictions, that is an implicit admission that a flat Earth does not exist, because you can map things that exist. You can model things that exist. And you can make very specific predictions that come true based on something that actually exists and is testable. I created the final experiment to give both sides, flat Earth and globe, an equal opportunity to prove their side. Only the globe side returned with evidence supporting their position. The globe side returned with tons of concrete evidence that both accurately matches the globe model and also falsifies flat Earth. This brings us to the 24-hour moon in Antarctica. A 24-hour moon is a moon that is visible in the sky all day and never disappears from view below the horizon. It's visible in the sky all 24 hours. Most flat earthers are completely unaware of the 24-hour moon in Antarctica. My flat earth friend Wendy, who many of you know is responsible for getting me into this flat earth debate in the first place, told me something right before I left for Antarctica. She said, "I don't know where you came up with the moon idea, but I've never heard of a 24-hour moon anywhere from anybody until I watched your video." The only flat earther I can find that was even aware of the 24-hour moon before the final experiment is David Weiss, better known as Flat Earth Dave. And here is what he had to say.
Right? So the moon goes in and out every 2 weeks, right? You know, there's a 24-hour moon in the north, but not a 24-hour moon in the south.
Flat Earth Dave says there is not a 24-hour moon in the south for the same reason he and other flat earthers claimed there is not a 24-hour sun in the south, because it cannot work on a flat earth. They were all wrong about the 24-hour sun, and Flat Earth Dave is also wrong about the 24-hour moon. The globe predicted a 24-hour moon in Antarctica when flat earthers said there would not be a 24-hour moon. Because we live on a globe, the globe prediction was accurate. The moon can stay above the horizon for up to 2 weeks at a time in Antarctica. Anthony Powell, who is best known for his award-winning documentary, Antarctica: A Year on Ice, has captured multiple time lapses of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And I am extremely excited to release to the public for the very first time Anthony Powell's time lapse of the 24-hour moon in Antarctica, which he captured during the Antarctic winter at Scott Base. If a flat earther tells you that a time lapse is not a video and therefore doesn't count as evidence of the 24-hour moon, remind them that a video is a series of pictures, as is a time lapse. And remember that they are only using that excuse because they cannot reconcile a 24-hour moon in Antarctica with a flat earth. So they will come up with other ways to attempt to dismiss the reality of the 24-hour moon. But these will fail as they have already been shown to be completely wrong on the 24-hour sun in Antarctica as well. Let the record show that the globe prediction was correct and the flat earth prediction was wrong. But there's more to the story here. Globe predictions are precise and detailed, again, because the globe exists. You can only make accurate predictions that can be tested and verified with something that actually exists. Flat Earth cannot make these types of predictions because a flat Earth does not exist. The globe model not only has a 24-hour moon in Antarctica, but also a 24-hour moon in the Arctic, in the north. This will be a common theme in this series, where we will see a beautiful symmetry between the northern and southern hemispheres of the globe, a symmetry that is impossible on a flat Earth. And the globe model says that the 24-hour moon in the north will move through the sky from left to right, while the 24-hour moon in the south, in Antarctica, will move through the sky from right to left. And this is another common theme that will emerge in this series, a type of mirror effect when comparing observations in the northern hemisphere with observations in the southern hemisphere. Again, something that makes perfect sense on a globe, but would be impossible on a flat Earth. But the globe model does not stop there. The globe model also predicts the exact elevation angle of the moon based on where someone is in Antarctica and what time of day it is, including the up and down wave motion pattern throughout the day. And if that's not enough, the globe model also says that at the geographic poles, the South Pole and North Pole, the moon's elevation angle will not have any visible change in a 24-hour period, meaning no wave pattern. And that is exactly what we see at the South Pole. Compare the time lapse from Anthony Powell that we just watched, where the moon moves through the sky up and down in a wave pattern, with this time lapse from Robert Schwartz, which was taken over consecutive days at the South Pole. As you can see, the moon did not move up and down through the sky each day in a wave pattern like it did at Scott Base. Yet both of these time lapses were taken in Antarctica. And still, the globe accurately accounts for the moon's elevation angle changes at Scott Base, in addition to accurately accounting for the lack of elevation angle changes at the South Pole. Because the globe exists, it can be modeled by anyone and will accurately predict what will be seen at any geographic location. This is impossible to do on a flat Earth because a flat Earth does not exist. All data points perfectly match the globe. A 24-hour moon in the south that moves through the sky from right to left, with a 24-hour moon in the north that moves through the sky in the opposite direction. And then the moon's exact elevation angle based on where the viewer is standing in Antarctica and what time of day it is. And finally, the lack of visible change in the moon's elevation angle at the South Pole, which is only 750 miles from Scott Base. Flat Earth cannot account for any of this. I predict that flat earthers will attempt to try and make sense of the 24-hour moon in Antarctica by shining a flashlight on a plastic dome. But this will fail for many reasons. First, the moon is not a bright light like the sun. And so appealing to things like coffee cup caustic and reflections off of a dome won't work with the moon, especially with crescent moons like this one captured by Robert Schwartz in Antarctica. Despite the fact that shining a flashlight on a plastic dome is not applicable with the moon, flat earthers will still undoubtedly shine a flashlight on a plastic dome in an attempt to create a 24-hour moon on a flat Earth. And they will film from the outside of the dome, hoping you won't notice. They would need to show a video from inside the plastic dome, not outside, as there are no observers outside a dome. And that video inside the dome would need to have a 24-hour moon in the south, where the moon phase is vertically flipped for observers north of the equator, and where the moon moves through the sky in the opposite direction in the south, while the flashlight continues moving in the same direction as the moon in the north. And it would need to have the moon's elevation angle making an up and down wave pattern for observers in Antarctica, and the moon's elevation angle not visibly changing for those further south, all at the same time. If you didn't follow all of that, that's okay. It's not possible on a flat Earth. And all of this together simultaneously will never be modeled, because again, you can't model something with this amount of precision and make these very specific, accurate predictions concerning something that doesn't exist. It's only possible to do this with something that is real. And because the globe is real, every single globe prediction concerning the 24-hour moon has been confirmed. And the flat Earth prediction of no 24-hour moon in the south was completely false. Please watch our other experiments, which are part of these final experiments, where you will see results that confirm the globe and results that would be impossible on a flat Earth. And please share this video with anyone you know who is a flat earther or considering flat Earth. As Jesus said in John 8:32, you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Hey everyone, this is super exciting. I am bringing you today a real pilot to talk about the Earth and aviation and everything associated with it. Now, for those of you that have been involved in this flat Earth versus globe debate for many years, you will know this pilot that I'm with today. This is Wolfie of the YouTube channel Wolfie6020. Wolfie, so great to be with you today.
Fantastic, and thanks for the invitation, Will. Hello, everybody. This is Wolfie, and I'm very pleased to be with Will today to discuss aviation matters.
Awesome. Now, Wolfie, a lot of people don't know your story and how you got involved in this whole debate over the flat Earth. So let's talk about that. We have to go all the way back into the past, and I believe you were in Brazil. Tell us that story.
That's correct, and the irony of when I encountered flat earthers is that I was halfway through a circumnavigation of the globe. We had flown from Sydney to Christchurch in New Zealand, and then across to Argentina and up to Brazil for the Olympic Games. And it was while we were sitting in Brazil for 3 weeks that I first saw flat earthers on YouTube, and probably wouldn't have given it much thought, except some of the videos were popping up were related to aviation, and everything I saw was completely wrong. So I thought, okay, this is interesting. The first video I saw was from Eric Dubé, and it was talking about the horizon always rising to eye level. Now, in the type of aircraft that I fly, we're at very high altitudes. We go up to 45,000 feet and above, and we're actually trained to identify that the horizon will be below horizontal it's in the head-up display. It's actually in the flight manual of the aircraft that states this is due to the curvature of the Earth. So I started to think about how I can respond to that, and on the trip back from Brazil, we went to Cape Town, Africa, and then we went across to Perth and back to Sydney. And on the trip back, I made a number of videos, which are some of the first videos on my channel.
Amazing. So we're going to talk about all these issues during this interview, which I'm really excited about. But the first thing that happened when you started engaging with flat earthers on these issues and you told them that you were a pilot, what was their response?
They immediately thought I was lying. They did not believe that I was a pilot. They wanted proof that I was a pilot. And I got called a liar many, many times. The amount of times that flat earthers would say, "You're not a real pilot, you're a liar, you're an agent." It was just comical. It was like a whole new experience of how people treat you when you talk to them. And it was like complete disbelief, you know. And for me, it was very easy to prove that I was a pilot. Show footage from the aircraft, show footage of myself, you know. So it was something that came later on my channel, and I think there were a couple of people. Bob Nodell was one that actually accepted I was a pilot, but majority of flat earthers I was encountering, the sort of the no-name people that were just commenting on my channel, they just did not believe it.
Yeah, this is a common theme in the flat earth community, is anything that they don't like or they can't refute, they will just say is fake.
Absolutely.
So you come in and you say, "Hey guys, I'm a pilot. The things that you're saying are not true. I'm speaking from a place of expertise and experience." They immediately say, "No, you can't be a real pilot. You're a fake pilot." This is so crazy. They've even called me a fake pastor.
Yes.
So this is what they do. Now, I want to cover something which I think is important to just highlight how the flat earth community as a whole acts, and that is this. There is a long history of flat earthers lying about being pilots, and you've dealt with them. Let's start with Bob Nodell. Bob Nodell was making a public claim that he was a commercial pilot, and tell me how you reacted to that.
Yeah, when I first started, I had people commenting on my channel that Bob Nodell was a commercial pilot and he disagrees with me and that he's going to tear me to shreds. You know, that was the information I was going to say, okay, come and talk to me, Bob. So Bob actually did comment on my channel, and in that comment he mentioned that he was a commercial pilot, that he had a multi-engine rating and an instrument rating which allows you to fly in poor weather. And what he probably didn't realise is that there is a public database where we can look up any FAA licensed pilot and you can see all their credentials. So very shortly after that, I looked him up and I realised he wasn't a commercial pilot. He was a private pilot, single engine aeroplane only, no instrument rating. But the important thing is his last medical was in 1978. And for a private pilot, a medical is valid for 3 years. So 1978 to 1981, he probably had not flown an aeroplane since 1981.
Wow. And then the next flat earther was a flat earther who went by the name of Pilot LX.
Correct.
Let's
yeah.
talk about him.
Pilot LX was being featured on a number of flat earth channels showing footage from the cockpit of an aircraft. And I have a number of videos on my channel inviting flat earth pilots to come and talk aviation with me. He actually did show up, and it's very easy when you start using correct aircraft jargon, especially at the commercial pilot and the air transport pilot level, to pick a fraud, you know. And as soon as I started asking him questions, he was stumped. He was flustered, and within days of communicating on my channel, he basically left hurling insults behind him, and I never saw any more about him. So for me, it's very easy to spot a fraud. You know, I've got 11,000 flying hours. I've been in aviation since I was 16 years old. I'm now 60 years old. I've been a flying instructor. I've been in police aviation. I've been in corporate aviation. I know how pilots talk. I know how they react from student pilot right up to air transport pilot, and it's so easy to spot a fraud.
Incredible. And then another flat earther you came in contact with went by the name Vertical Freedom.
Yes.
Let's talk about him.
Vertical Freedom, I first came across him on a channel called Paul on the Plane, where he interviewed this guy, Vertical Freedom, who went by the name of Zach on that video. And he claimed that he used to fly a Gulfstream, and he flew it from Brisbane direct to New York and flew over Alaska. Well, firstly, the plane doesn't have that range. And when you plot the route, it doesn't go anywhere near Alaska. And digging a little deeper, I don't want to expose the gentleman's name, but digging a little deeper, it turns out he actually was a helicopter pilot, but he has no jet experience at all. So he was lying about flying the Gulfstream, lying about the Brisbane to New York flight, but he was a helicopter pilot.
And this is important. The reason he was lying about that flight was to try to give credibility and credence to the AE map.
Correct.
Because a straight flight on that map would have gone over Alaska.
Correct.
Now, the latest flat earther who lied about being a pilot was Stephen Alonso. Stephen Alonso wrote a book called something like A Pilot's Journey to Flat Earth, and I had him on our channel, and he admitted that the book is all completely fabricated. What's crazy, though, is I've spoken to so many people who have shown me that they have personally communicated with Stephen Alonso, both in public on forums and also in private messages like on Facebook. And they've said over the years, they've debated him because they were questioning whether or not he was a real pilot. And he was answering their questions, trying to convince them that he was a real pilot. So we have this history in the Flat Earth community of people lying about being pilots. And I think the only reason is because pilots know that we live on a globe.
Absolutely.
That's their training is globe-based, their flight planning is globe-based, all of it is. And so I also want to mention too, you mentioned Paul on the plane.
Yes.
Paul on the plane is one of the fortunate flat earthers who is no longer a flat earther.
I have heard that. That's fantastic.
Yeah, thanks in part to the final experiment.
Absolutely.
And so there's a lot of good that's happening. Let's now talk about the issues. And my goal in this is to completely refute all of the things that flat earthers say in regards to aviation by actually talking to a real pilot. Now, for the record, I tried to find a flat earth pilot to join us for this interview, and I couldn't. I even opened it up to any retired pilots, anyone who's ever flown a plane that believes the earth is flat to give another take or another side, and I just simply cannot find one. I'm not so sure a true flat earth pilot even exists.
I totally agree with you, Will. Yeah, I've been asking for years to debate a flat earth pilot, and they just always run away, or very quickly during the conversation I expose them as being complete frauds. Yeah.
So the first thing I want to cover is, I hear this all the time, flat earthers claim that pilots are trained on a flat earth and not a globe, but I'm guessing nothing could be further from the truth.
That is completely incorrect. I can remember very clearly going to my pilot theory courses in Sydney, Australia in the 80s, and we had a globe in the classroom, and all our textbooks show the globe, the great circles, the calculations are based on spherical math for a globe Earth. Absolutely ridiculous to claim that pilots are trained for a flat Earth. That has never crossed my mind or crossed my path in my 40 plus years of aviation.
So I'm guessing if we were to look in your flight manuals, in your training manuals, in your FAA documents, they're going to talk about the globe.
Absolutely. And one document I have on my channel it's an FAA order that specifically relates to how they design the instrument approaches that are used for pilots in bad weather. And there's two basic types. There's one type which is following a beam to the ground. That is actually a straight line from the ground. But there's another one called a Barrow VNAV, which is actually following a GPS lateral path and an altitude based on the altimeter on the aircraft. That is actually a curved path that factors in the curvature of the Earth. And I can show you the FAA document that specifically demonstrates this and also shows you the calculation they use and the radius of the Earth used in the calculation. So you cannot deny the fact that the FAA absolutely factors in curvature when they're designing these approaches.
Now, I've also heard flat earthers try to claim that software training, like flight simulator software, is a flat earth, but I don't even think that's true.
Completely wrong. Even Microsoft Flight Simulator, X-Plane is another good software based, they're all based on a globe. And if you look at how the software is designed, it's all based on the WGS84 spheroid, which is the Earth. It's the same database, the same datum that we use in our aviation apps, in all the instrument approach charts, in the flight management system in the aircraft. Yeah.
Now, there seems to be a huge misunderstanding when it comes to flat earthers and aviation. And this huge misunderstanding leads to things like them thinking taking a spirit level on a plane would somehow settle this debate over flat earth and globe. What is this misunderstanding that they have causing them to come up with these bizarre experiments?
It comes down to one thing. They do not understand how up and down works on a globe. If you could pass me that globe, I can do a quick demonstration. It seems that there are some, and I never say all, I always say some flat earthers who believe that south is down, okay? But on the globe, down is towards the center of the globe. So my finger is showing the direction of down at various points on the globe. And not understanding this, and not understanding that if you have a direction of down, you have 90 degrees to that, that's horizontal. So that's how aircraft instruments define horizontal, by knowing the direction of down and going 90 degrees to that. That's horizontal. So when we talk about pitch attitude, and we'll come back to that later, the horizontal that they're referring to is 90 degrees to down, and that direction of down changes around the Earth. If they could understand that, most of their claims and arguments are just empty, worthless information, because it does not apply to the situation on the Earth.
Now, I remember Rob Skiba, before he passed away, was talking about taking a spirit level onto a plane. Probably most famously, D. Marble, a flat earther, not only took a spirit level on a plane, but also filmed it. And they seemed to think that this shows that we don't live on a globe and that the Earth is flat. The biggest misunderstanding that I see on this particular spirit level thing is in their assumption, based on where you start on the globe, the spirit level would maybe look like this if you started here, and then as you traveled along the globe, it would change. So, but what they're not acknowledging is that no matter where you are on the globe, you're going to start here.
Yes.
And so let's demonstrate that here. I'll let you hold this.
The difference is, if I can just show that, flat earthers think this should happen.
Yes.
But what actually happens if you hold the spirit level is this. So the spirit level is always at the position of up, because up is opposite to down, and down is always towards the center of the globe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things that I hear most frequently from flat earthers is something about pitch data.
Yes.
And they like to bring up pitch data, which I think is just another misunderstanding.
Absolutely.
And they seem to think that the pitch data is going to drastically and radically change throughout a flight around the globe. Explain why that's not the case.
It's the same fundamental problem of not understanding that down changes direction as you follow the globe. And because down is changing direction, so is horizontal. Again, if we have the globe. So if we look at the globe here, horizontal is there, but if we move to this part of the Earth, horizontal is like that. Now, pitch data is being measured from horizontal at the location of the aircraft. And what flat earthers believe, or what some of them claim, is that this is the only horizontal there is. And so that as the plane goes around, it should be pitching down from this horizontal. What they're not realizing is that the horizontal is changing with the curvature of the Earth. 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles. Pitch data is measured from the horizontal at the airplane. Yeah.
Now, I brought along this little model airplane, which has a pitch to it.
Yes.
Should we give it a number?
Oh, that would be about 5-10 degrees, yeah.
Okay,
that's
so
fine. Yeah.
so this model airplane here, which I think is a 737, has about a 5 to a 10 degree pitch on it. And so if I put it on this globe here, and this flight is now flying around the globe, has the pitch changed?
It hasn't. It hasn't. When you look at it externally, as we see, it looks like the plane is pitching down. But again, if you look at it from the perspective of the aeroplane, where the pitch data is actually being derived from, it's not changing at all as it flies around curve.
Yeah, and the important thing is I can move this plane anywhere along this globe, and the pitch is not changing. So understanding the globe model and the globe predictions is important, because planes can fly over the curve and the pitch doesn't change. And so for people to really understand this, it's from the perspective of the plane.
Absolutely. And again, if we do that same demonstration, the plane is there. What the plane is seeing is this. The pitch data is being derived at the aircraft, and down is always directly down towards the centre of the Earth. So it makes perfect sense that flying around a globe, the pitch data is not going to change. This is the massive misunderstanding the flat earthers have. Yeah.
Yes. So what I like to refer to this as is actually a straw man.
Absolutely.
So when a flat earther makes a claim that the pitch data should drastically change on the globe model, that's a straw man.
Completely.
That
It's
is not
completely
what the
incorrect.
globe predicts. That is not what you understand and what happens in aviation. And so this is important to point out. What I tried to do with the final experiment was to make sure that I was accurately representing the flat earth side. I was not creating a straw man position that I could easily tear down. And so it's important to actually understand what the other people think and what their actual predictions are. So what I see a lot is flat earthers will make what they call globe predictions, but in reality it's just a straw man setup of what is true.
100% true. 100% true.
Let's talk about flight planning. This is a big one because the flight paths on a globe versus a flat earth would be drastically different.
Absolutely.
Planes need to get to their location. They need to get there in as short of a time as safely possible.
Yes.
They need to make sure they have enough fuel. And no one's going to fly on a commercial airline that is getting to locations in much longer times than other airlines.
Correct.
So everyone's using the same flight planning.
Yes.
Is flight planning done on a globe or a flat earth?
It's absolutely done on a globe. I've got my app here, which is what I use in the aircraft all the time. And you can see very clearly that it's a globe. We put our flight plans on that. We can overlay the instrument approach charts. We can pan around. You know, that particular route that I've marked on there now is from Sydney to San Diego. And you can see that when you look directly above it, it will appear as a straight line. So yeah, absolutely false that flight planning is done on a flat earth. It's 100% done on a globe. And if we can bring up the globe, I'll show you something that might make it a bit more intuitive. If you pick any two locations on the globe, let's say we were here and we wanted to go to here, how you find the shortest route is you would put a piece of string between 2 points and you would pull it as tight as possible, and it will then naturally fall across the Great Circle track. And you can do that between any 2 points on a globe. A bit of string here and a bit of string here, pull it tight, and that will then show you the Great Circle path.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, the Great Circle route is what is used by pilots to get from
Always.
point A to point B.
Always, yep.
And let's talk about the Southern Hemisphere. You're obviously from Australia.
Yes.
So you're intimately familiar with the Southern Hemisphere. The Southern Hemisphere, in my mind, ever since I got into this whole flat earth debate, was the key to settling the debate and it completely ending flat earth.
Yes.
Because the Southern Hemisphere on a globe, south of the equator, everything gets closer and closer together.
Yes.
But on a flat earth, everything gets further and further apart. And so when we get to the Southern Hemisphere,
yes,
and we have flights that are going to go from, say, South America all the way to Australia, they're going to follow what we're talking about here, which is the Great Circle route, which is the shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere.
Correct.
And when you get really far south, you're actually going to find that you're going to head in a southerly direction toward Antarctica, and then kind of come back up north to, say, go from Santiago to Sydney.
Yes.
And so flat earthers for years, they first denied that these flights existed.
Yes.
How many times did you hear that?
All the time. And the funniest part is I heard that within a week of having just done one, you know, having flown from, where were we? From Sydney, Australia. We were going to San Diego in Chile, you know, the big flight. But the aircraft I was flying at the time didn't quite have the range to make it non-stop. So we stopped in Christchurch, New Zealand to refuel. But then from Christchurch, we were flying across to San Diego. Now, as it turned out, our arrival time was early in the morning. There was fog, so we ended up landing in Argentina, which was our alternate. But our flight was absolutely in the Southern Hemisphere at all times, and it went quite a way further south than the latitude of both Christchurch and Santiago.
Now, once these flights were shown to be real, the flat earthers had to pivot. Let's ignore the fact that they actually said that if these flights were real, that would end flat earth and it would prove the globe. They have a history of doing that as well. They then pivoted and they started to claim that these planes were not flying the Great Circle route and were instead flying a straight route over a flat earth map, over an AE map, to get there, which then meant that the back of the seat showing you the flight route was being faked. They would take magnetic compasses onto planes and try to show, oh, it's actually flying in a different direction. Talk about that, and especially why using a magnetic compass on a plane is not a good idea.
Absolutely. And I have videos on my channel that demonstrate this. I've taken a magnetic compass on our aircraft and on a number of commercial aircraft. I've placed it at various positions on the tray table, on the side panel in the aircraft, in our cockpit, and you can see that any metal near the compass is going to affect its position. Literally, by moving this compass a few inches on the tray table, it can be pointing in completely the opposite direction. The compass that we have in an aircraft, it's especially shielded. It's located in a position where it will minimize the amount of interference, and it is also, we have, not in this aircraft, but in the smaller aircraft, we have a compass deviation card, so that when the compass is set up in the aircraft, they go out and they measure at different directions how much error is in the magnetic compass caused by the metal in the airframe, and they have a little deviation correction card in the aircraft. But yeah, to think that you can use a basic handheld hiking compass on an aircraft inside a metal frame and expect accurate results, it's completely unrealistic.
Yeah, and now that the Santiago to Sydney flight has been confirmed, our mutual friend Critical Think just took this flight, filmed the entire thing on his way home from being in Antarctica with the final experiment.
Yes.
Now that this flight has been shown to be a real flight and that the path is not going on a straight line on a flat earth, that was very easy to show because people who take this flight can film out the window and occasionally see Antarctica.
Yeah.
And they also travel to the south of New Zealand before coming up north to Sydney. And so now on a flat earth, which takes the southern hemisphere and makes it just huge, it takes the southern hemisphere and it puts it like this, they now have to make a route that goes 2 to 3 times the distance to accurately map what people are seeing out the window. And that flight is just not possible either.
No, that's right. And I think a lot of the explanation they have for that is that the aeroplane is flying in extremely strong jet streams. Now, you're never going to get a jet stream that is 100% favourable to your flight in both directions, you know. It's going one way. So, as an example, we fly Sydney to Perth quite often. And going from Sydney to Perth, we're usually flying into a headwind. Coming Perth to Sydney, we're usually flying with a tailwind. So there's about an hour difference in the flight time, you know, going to Perth and then coming back. It's usually faster coming back. But their argument is that the aeroplane's in a jet stream that is adding hundreds and hundreds of miles per hour to the speed to explain the extra distance. And another thing I've heard is that the planes fly faster than what we're told. Completely wrong. You know, this aeroplane that I fly, it's nice, it's fast, it can cruise up to 90% of the speed of sound, but it can't fly faster than the speed of sound. You know, it's not designed for that. The type of engines it has won't operate faster than the speed of sound efficiently. It's just a ridiculous claim, especially to think that airliners are flying faster than the speed of sound. It doesn't happen,
Yeah, and so we hear from flat earthers a lot that, and again, it's their misunderstanding that a plane would constantly have to nose down to get over the curvature of the earth. But what they don't realize is in creating these impossible flight paths for these non-stop flights in the southern hemisphere, they're actually making a huge curved path, which is not real. No pilot is going to fly that, which actually would mean that the plane is banking, even if it's slight, is banking the entire time. Not only is that not true, there are instruments in the cockpit which would show if that was happening.
Yeah, the attitude indicator shows us angle of bank. It's not super precise to down to the decimal points of a degree, but if we were turning at all, it would indicate on the artificial horizon. Yeah.
And when you fly these Southern Hemisphere flights, which you do all the time, nonstop Southern Hemisphere flights, you're not banking the entire time.
We're not banking. What we're actually doing, a flight plan will consist of multiple waypoints. So even though Sydney to San Diego might be a Great Circle route, we may not always fly that perfect Great Circle route because the flight planning computations will take into account other factors such as the wind, weather. You know, for example, the Great Circle route might be a straight line, but if we go a little bit further north, we're going to be in much stronger tailwinds. So we'll do that. The flight planning computation will take you slightly north to benefit from the winds. It will always try to design the most efficient flight path based on the winds, and if you're going the opposite direction, it may take you further south than the perfect Great Circle to avoid stronger headwinds. You know, so Great Circle is ideal in nil wind. In reality, there can be variations to that based on the wind.
Yeah, the Great Circle route is a mere starting point.
Absolutely.
But then there's other factors which you're going to take into consideration for speed, time, fuel efficiency, and safety.
Yes.
But you're never going to have variations that would make sense on a flat Earth and not a globe.
No, that's right. That's exactly right. And the other point I wanted to make is, on a long flight, we have multiple waypoints. Now, the waypoints might be cities that we fly over. They might be latitude, longitude coordinates over the ocean. But the reason we have waypoints is it's a check. So we're flying from one waypoint to the next, and when you line them all up, they're basically as close as possible to the Great Circle. But the flight management system, our flight plans, have these multiple waypoints. And at each one, we do a fuel check, we do a time check, we report to air traffic control. Now the aircraft does it automatically. It's automatically communicating. But each waypoint, we do a position report, we do a flight plan check, we do a fuel log check. But the key point is, between each waypoint, it's a Great Circle track. So from this one to this one, we're flying a Great Circle. Now we're at this point, there may be a slight turn. We're now flying a Great Circle to the next one. And that's how every track and distance on a flight plan is calculated. Great Circle to Great Circle to Great Circle to Great Circle between waypoints. Yeah.
Now, Wolfie, one of my favorite things was at the very beginning of you getting into this whole flat Earth debate, when they were saying that you're a fake pilot and that you're lying. One of the things you did is you were actually interacting with a flat earther while you were in the air.
Correct, yeah.
And so my question to you is, how did you have internet access when you're flying at 40,000 feet?
The aircraft I fly and the previous one have satellite-based internet that essentially works all around the world. It's quite an expensive system, obviously. It's not as fast as NBN or broadband. It's reasonably quick, but it's satellite-based. The satellite antenna is in the tail of the aircraft, and we have an app that shows the different regions. You know, it's communicating with the geostationary satellites, and as we fly around the Earth, it may lock onto one satellite for a period of time, and when it becomes closer to the region of the next one, the little dish will transmit across. And sometimes we can be flying across the Pacific and we'll have momentary dropouts in the internet access, 1 or 2 minutes, and that's while it's moving from one satellite to the next. But essentially, we can fly anywhere in the world and have good internet access. Yeah.
Now, flat earthers tell us that internet is mainly coming from undersea cables. So let me just take a wild guess that the satellite antenna on the plane is on the top of the plane and not the bottom.
Absolutely, it's on the tail. It's right up on the top of the tail. Yeah.
So as close to the satellites as possible.
There is a option for corporate aircraft to get Starlink, and it's something that we're considering. We're looking at the pros and cons of that. It's a fairly major operation where they have to cut into the airframe to put the big flat panel antenna on top. But yeah, you can go online, you can have a look at Starlink for aviation, and it will give you photos of what it looks like, and that gives you extremely fast speeds. You use Starlink in Antarctica, you know how well it works, yeah.
Yeah, let's talk about something which got you into flat Earth at the very beginning,
yes,
which was Eric Dubé claiming that the horizon always rises to eye level.
Correct.
Now, interestingly enough, Austin Whitsitt made this same claim to us at dinner when we were in Chile before flying to Antarctica. So this is something that has been stated by flat earthers for a decade now. They're still saying it. Here's what I've seen is that if you go, say, into a hotel and you go to the top floor, the horizon still looks like you're at eye level.
Yes.
But you're really not that high off the ground considering the size of the Earth.
Correct.
Now, a pilot, someone who routinely flies at 40 and even 45,000 feet, tell us, does the horizon rise to your eye level up there?
No, it definitely doesn't. And it's actually in our flight manual. It states specifically that the horizon will be below horizontal due to the curvature of the Earth. I can send you a picture of that page of the flight manual. But it's only a small amount, and this is where the confusion comes in. At 45,000 feet, it's only 3.7 degrees down from horizontal, and that's not much. You know, like if I told you to look across at the other side of the hangar and tell me if something is at eye level, if it's a few degrees up or down, you can't see that with your eye. And what I've always considered is that when you're looking at the horizon, it's not that your horizon is rising to eye level, it's that your eye will naturally look at the horizon, okay? And your eyes are not calibrated to measure 1 or 2 degree increments, you know? So if you're in an aeroplane at 35,000 feet and you see the horizon and you look at it, you're going to look at the horizon, you think, well, that looks like my eye level. But in reality, it's a few degrees below. In the aircraft that I operate and the previous one, we have a head-up display, which is a visual depiction of essential flight data, and specifically the pitch attitude of the aircraft, and also the true horizontal line. And I've got videos about this on my channel showing the true horizon line, which is true horizontal, and the Earth horizon is several degrees below. You can actually see it in the pitch scale. It shows you how many degrees below it is. As well as that, there's been other times where we've been flying across the ocean and we see the sun setting or the sun rising, and when the sun first comes up over the horizon, you can see the sunlight streaming into the aeroplane in an upwards direction. I've got a number of videos of that where I look at the sun and then you look inside the aircraft and the sun is hitting the ceiling of the roof of the cockpit. Yeah.
So there's a good challenge for flat earthers right there, which is how does the sun light up the ceiling of the cockpit of a plane flying at that height?
Yes.
I think there is literally no answer that they can give. Now, just to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, on the globe, the horizon should drop as you increase in altitude.
Correct.
And so using this instrument in the plane, this head-up display, this HUD, I'm guessing that when you're on the ground, you see the horizon at one place, and then as you increase altitude, you see that horizon dropping below eye level.
100%. You know, if you're looking at ground level, the HUD horizon line is on the horizon. You know, if you've got a clear view, sometimes at an airport it's not easy when you've got buildings and whatnot, but if you can see a clear horizon, that horizon line will be exactly on the Earth's horizon when you're at ground level. And the higher you go, the gap continues to increase. I have another video on my channel from a different aircraft that shows that from taking off to climb, and you can steadily see the Earth horizon dropping from the HUD horizon line.
Incredible. Now, the question that we get all the time, I get it almost daily at this point due to my involvement in this place with the final experiment, is why can't we see the curvature? So flat earthers are always asking this question, where's the curve? And the easy response from the globe side is you can see the curve if you get high enough, if
Absolutely.
you get high enough off the Earth. So here's my question for you as a pilot,
Yes.
who should be able to answer this question is, can you see the curve when you're flying?
100%, and I have actually photographed it and filmed it in videos. If I could just grab the globe for a minute. Again, the mistake flat earthers make is they believe that a pilot should be able to see this curve. Now, in reality, at 45,000 feet, we're only just on this scale, slightly above the Earth. So what we can see is probably about that much. We can probably only see about that much of the Earth at 45,000 feet. And what we're looking at is that horizon, which is at our field of view. So it's only such a tiny part of the Earth that we're actually looking at. We're not seeing the 1 degree per 60 nautical mile curvature. We're seeing the edge of that small circle of our vision, and that's the curvature that we're seeing. So it's not the curvature of the Earth, it's curvature of the horizon based on the small circle of our field of vision. When I say small circle, it's about 250 nautical miles from 45,000 feet. So in all directions, we're only seeing the horizon at about that distance. But absolutely it is evident, yeah.
Now, with my limited experience, you've been doing this a lot longer than I have. flat earthers will reject any evidence that you give them, which goes against a flat earth and supports the globe.
Yes.
So I'm guessing they've rejected your pictures and your videos of this curvature. And one thing that I would predict, which is pretty easy to predict just once you're in the mind of flat earthers, is they're probably going to say that if there's visible curvature in a picture or video that you took from the cockpit, that it's due to curvature of the windows in the plane.
Yes.
Deal with that.
That is exactly true, Will. I've had that claim many times made by flat earthers, and as a rebuttal, I have shown footage from inside the cockpit looking at straight lines in the hangar, proving that there is no curvature induced by the cockpit. And I've had friends come out, some of my subscribers that live in Perth, they have come out and witnessed it themselves. But I've shown it in videos as well.
Yeah, one of the difficult things I found is getting flat earthers to tell you what they would accept, right? What kind of a camera, what kind of a lens, what kind of a test to show you that the window in the plane or the window in the cockpit is not causing this curvature. And they don't really want to do that, because once they say, I will accept this, we know the truth of reality, we'll be able to provide that, and then they'll kind of be stuck.
Yes.
Now let's talk about something else which flat earthers have made a huge deal about over the years, which is emergency landings.
Yes.
So our mutual acquaintance, Eddie Alencar,
Yes.
who goes by Flat Earth Banjo, he's made such a big deal about this. He's actually written a book about it. And so flat earthers seem to think that emergency landings prove flat Earth and refute the globe, but when you take a close look at it, that's just not the case.
Absolutely not the case. I've had some dealings with Eddie. Back in, before 2020, I was communicating with him quite a bit. I was explaining his errors. A lot of his errors, if I could just grab the globe, is that when he is presenting his own videos, he's producing another straw man by drawing the incorrect route as it should be on a globe. So, for example, there's a very famous one where the aircraft diverted to Alaska, I think it was. Yeah, diverted up to Alaska, and it was flying across, and he believed that it should have been diverting to Hawaii. But if you actually draw it correctly on the globe, the Great Circle route, Alaska was the obvious choice. So we talked about it many times. We were looking at going to Tokyo for the Olympic Games in 2020 before the pandemic hit, and I communicated with Eddie. I said, look, I'm coming to Japan. That's where he's located. Let's meet up face to face. Let's discuss this. I'll go over the points with you. He immediately became defensive and started making excuses to not meet up and not have a live debate. He told me that he was unwell, that he was sick, he was not well enough to meet somebody face to face. He also told me that he was going to stop making videos. And I thought, okay, taking a person in good faith, I believed him. I said, okay, no problem, we'll let it go. He then blocked me, deleted my comments, and kept right on going.
Wow. Now, let's talk a little bit more about emergency landings, because what I've found is that flat earthers will do what I call surface level research,
yes,
which is YouTube videos and TikTok videos, and heavy confirmation bias.
Yes.
So they'll find one thing that confirms what they already believe, and then they'll run with it. Whereas I like to do deep research. I like to keep going, keep asking questions,
yes,
keep challenging. And so their surface level understanding of an emergency landing is that you would just go to the closest runway or the closest airport, but that's not what you would do either. Talk about the different levels of an emergency
yes,
that a pilot might face on a flight, and how they decide where they're going to land.
That's a really good point, Will, and that is a consideration that flat earthers do not look at. Talking to Eddie, he believed that in every emergency situation, you should go to the closest airport. Now, when we fly from Sydney to the USA, we have Hawaii as one of our alternate airports en route, and there's another place called Cassidy Island. Now, Cassidy Island is basically just a runway on a small island with no facilities. Now, it depends on the nature of the emergency. We can have an engine on fire. It sounds traumatic, but we can shut the engine down, we can put the fire out, we can continue quite safely with the remaining engine. If it's more critical than that, if we have severe depressurization and airframe is likely to have a structural failure, then we would want to get on the ground as soon as possible. But another scenario is a sick passenger. We're flying from Sydney to the USA. Cassidy Island is 10 minutes away, and suddenly our passenger's starting to have a heart attack. There's no point going to Cassidy Island. There's no hospital, there's no medical facilities. It's actually worse if we landed there and now we're stranded, okay? Then we've got to take off again. In that situation, we would choose to continue to Honolulu, where there is a major hospital, modern facilities, and they can get proper treatment. The point is there's so many different considerations that flat earthers are not aware of, and I asked this of Eddie. I said, can you list some of the considerations a pilot must make or a flight planning department should make when deciding on where to go in an alternate? And he couldn't produce one. His mindset was that you just must land at the nearest suitable airport in every situation. But we've got factors such as runway length. You know, if the runway's too short, it's useless. If the runway is not strong enough, you know, the pavement strength, if it's not strong enough, you're going to land, you're going to destroy the runway. You're not going to get off again. The availability of fuel, you know, you might have to land for some reason that can be corrected quite easily, but then if you don't have enough fuel to depart, you're stranded. You know, it may be extremely expensive to fly or to bring in a ship with aviation fuel. So some of the remote airports that might be good in a last-ditch emergency requirement may not be the best choice if you have a relatively minor emergency. We then have the weather considerations. You know, if you're diverting to an airport that has weather that is quite severe and the airport is not equipped with the appropriate instrument approach landing, you wouldn't go there. You might fly an extra hour just to get to a better airport. Okay, so as you heard, Will, I just paused then because we had a helicopter landing. It was overpowering our voices, but we'll continue. So yeah, the many considerations that a flight planning department or a pilot has to consider when looking at a divert option. And flat earthers don't consider this. Another one is that, you know, we don't have to worry about it in our aircraft, but some airliners, if they take off with a full load of fuel, they cannot land until they have reduced the fuel load. And they do something called fuel dumping. And to dump fuel from, say, a full load down to the point where they can land could take 30 or 40 minutes. Now, that 30 or 40 minutes means they have to keep flying, and it would then again be logical to choose a more suitable airport, even if it was completely off your original course. If it's 40 minutes away, you have to fly that 40 minutes anyway to dump the fuel. So that could explain why you have like a significantly off-track diversion point. The other thing is landing fees. You know, some airports will charge extreme landing fees. If you've got an airliner with 300 passengers and you're now conducting an emergency landing, what are you going to do with those passengers? Is there accommodation? Can you put them in a hotel? Can you arrange alternate aircraft to pick up these passengers and continue on the flight? There's just so many considerations that flat earthers just don't look at.
Yeah, this is the importance of asking questions and seeking out experts. So a perfect example is I see flat earthers so frequently refuse to reach out to people such as yourself, to reach out to people that are experts, and they just run with information instead of trying to understand it better. A perfect example is Anthony Powell, who filmed the 24-Hour Sun in Antarctica multiple times. They just called him a liar and didn't reach out to him. I reached out to him and created a relationship with him and found out he's not a liar. He actually does go to Antarctica every year. Same thing happened with you. You come out and say, hey guys, you have this wrong, I'm a pilot. Instead of reaching out and asking questions and trying to understand it, they just immediately call you a liar. Yeah. I'm guessing in the last 10 years, you didn't have a lot of flat earthers reaching out to you, trying to understand these issues and asking questions of you.
Almost none. Almost none. I do have a couple of emails where a flat earther has looked at all the evidence, not necessarily just because of me, but perhaps my videos contributed to their research and they've thanked me, you know. And one of them I remember distinctly was a guy called Odia Piku. That was his channel name. He was a strong flat earther. He was around in the days of Chippy the Chipmunk, who was another flat earther. Now, Odia Piku, I communicated with him. He called me a liar. He called me a deceiver, didn't believe I was a pilot, got all the standard abuse, but he did a complete turnaround based on his own research. I believe he did a cruise down around Antarctica. Don't know the full story, but he came back to the globe, and the one sticking point he couldn't understand was the artificial horizon in the aircraft. And I had a video about that, explaining how the artificial horizon can correct, and its ability to correct means it can remain aligned flying around curvature. And he came onto my channel and thanked me. And he said, thank you, Wolfie. He said, I apologize for insulting you in the past. He said, watching this video was the last point that I had to clarify in my mind, you know, and then you've explained how the artificial horizon works. So he came back to the globe. That was many, many years ago. Yeah, so I've had some good experiences. Yeah,
yeah, let's talk about the artificial horizon, because this is another thing that flat earthers don't understand. And they seem to think that it's set before you take off and then remains rigid on the flight.
That's completely wrong. And pilots learn about all the errors in the artificial horizon. There are turning and acceleration errors. The artificial horizon aligns itself based on the sensed direction of down. And it does that using pendulous vanes in the instrument. I have a series of detailed videos opening up an artificial horizon. I actually bought one. I bought myself an artificial horizon, powered it up, opened it up, and you can see how the mechanism works. You can see how the pendulous vanes will open and close if the gyro is not aligned correctly, and the airflow that comes out of those vanes will constantly keep aligning the gyro. Now, in my videos, I deliberately throw the gyro off alignment and just sit there and watch it in a time lapse, and it will slowly bring itself back to alignment. So yeah, the fact that the gyro remains rigid in space at all times, completely wrong. In fact, if you perform a turn and you just kept going around and around multiple times for several minutes, the gyro is going to start aligning to the turn, because as you're in a turn, you've got like an artificial direction of down due to the centrifugal force. So it's a combination of normal down and the G-force in the turn. It gives you like a false, it's like a G-force in the turn, and the instrument will start aligning to that over a period of many minutes. And this is why when we fly a holding pattern, when the aircraft is required to go into a holding pattern, we don't fly circles, because that can cause errors to develop in the instrument. We fly oval racetrack patterns. So generally a 180-degree turn, 2 minutes level, 180-degree turn, 2 minutes level. And that way, a single 180-degree turn is not enough for the gyro to start developing errors. And the 2 minutes of straight flight is enough for it to continue remaining correctly aligned.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the importance of reaching out to people who are actually pilots to understand how these things work. This is what true research looks like. And anybody that wants to call themselves a truther and is actually searching for the truth will do something as simple as I do, which is just reach out to these incredible people that are involved in this debate, that are willing to spend the time to educate you and to help you understand these situations. So Wolfie, thank you so much for doing this.
Thanks, Will. True privilege. Yep, thank you.
Awesome.
Welcome back. Now, in my last video, I told you this amazing story here of an entrepreneur who took a team of flat earthers down to Antarctica to destroy the delusional beliefs that the earth is flat by showing them that you can indeed have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Now, the flat earth response to my video was something special, and it came in all shapes and sizes. We're going to look at some of those today. Firstly, there were contributors like this guy here who just wants to ignore the observation of this 24-hour sun and just say, show us the curve. Not a lot of substance to that. We have this guy here who has successfully managed to spell an entire word without a spelling mistake. But then we also have contributions like this.
The flat earthers that went on the final experiment are not real people. They are, in fact, clones.
Well, thank you for your contribution, and given that you said that thing, I have to now believe you that they are indeed, in fact, clones. Clones, obviously, who did see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Now, you might think that that last contributor's post was a little bit low level, but believe me, it's going to take you at least 3 readings of this next comment to really understand what he's trying to say.
Hello, I've figured it all out. I've been doing some thinking. I know exactly what went on. Are you ready? The observation can be explained by QED. You see, the sun is an apparent point source of constant fluctuating field line interaction known as arc of collision, where matter is affected by electric charge at the apparent collision point that distributes no punctuation. Distributes photons as the matter. Hydrogen molecules are ionized. Now, argue with that?
Now, while I will admit that it is quite difficult to argue with that, perhaps that's not for the reasons that you might like to think, as is the case for this next comment here.
Hello. Now, this proves nothing, this experiment, because I'm a moon earther, and what I believe is that we're all actually living on the moon. And what we believe is the moon is actually just a giant mirror showing us our own reflection. So, yep, that's right. Why do you think we're not allowed to go back there? To where we came from, I think.
Now, in the interest of fairness, I didn't pull that comment off my video, I pulled it off Jeranism's video. Jeranism being the flat earther who actually went to Antarctica and admitted he saw the 24-hour sun there. And I do have a feeling that that guy maybe have been pulling our legs, maybe he wasn't 100% serious. I just wish I could say the same about this guy.
Okay, right. Celestial phenomena is not proof of the geophysics. I agree the sun shouldn't be there, but there could be explanations as to why it was observed there. What I need to see, what I'm really asking for, is a 24/7 time lapse.
So our good friend JK here now wants proof of the geophysics, and the only thing that will prove the geophysics to him is a time lapse, a 24/7 time lapse of what's going on in the Antarctic. But as our friend here tells him in a reply, there's already a video been made. It's out now on Dave McKeegan's channel. And here it is. Go and check it out on Dave McKeegan's channel. I've posted the link in the description. It is everything JK was asking for, a 24-hour time lapse of the sun. Surely, surely, this will answer JK's prayers and he will now have proof of the geophysics. But never underestimate just how hard a flat earther can deny something.
Yeah, I checked that guy's channel. There's no time lapse or live stream of the sun. Yeah, in fact, none of them down there has produced a video of a 24-hour time lapse yet. None of them. Even though you've just told me where to go to watch one, and I admitted going to his channel. And even though I'm going to go on in this comment to say Jeran has got one, but I've got to pay $5 to watch it. And even though it's the proof I need of the geophysics, I've not paid my $5 to watch it, even though I could have watched the free one he just put me to. So anyway, all I'm saying is there definitely doesn't exist such a video. Oh, and also I've got something else important to say. Yeah, I just want to say, shut up with that physics nonsense. Gets far too complicated. Yeah, I don't like that. Okay, my work here is done. Goodbye.
Well, thank you for stopping by, Jay. It's been lovely spending that time with you. My advice to you is maybe have a conversation with somebody you might respect a little bit more. Somebody who might have experience in the field that you want. Maybe a retired pilot, for example.
Oh, yeah, he said that because I'm here. It's super unknown, 6506 here. Anyway, that guy was already debunked. He was using a green screen, and I know because I am a retired pilot. You see, it's flat. We learned this from the day one of flight school. It's always been flat.
Now, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that on your first day of flight school, if they told you it's flat, I'm pretty sure they weren't talking about the Earth. I'm pretty sure they might have been talking about the runway.
When you got to the airport, the runway was flat, wasn't it? But you can't have flat runways on a ball, can you?
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I didn't realise. Now, before we get onto some of the personal attacks I received on my video, let's look at some of the generic, low-level, boring, yet still mildly amusing excuses that flat earthers have come up with to explain why you can see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Okay, me first, it's obvious. The sun you were looking at wasn't the real sun, it's another sun that exists for the other lands. Obvious. No, I disagree, it's simpler than that. It's just a reverse reflection of the sky. You're both wrong. Am I surrounded by idiots or what? It's simply the firmament reflecting the sun. Yeah, I agree actually. A dome would also explain that. Yeah, well done. No, 4 words. Sun, simulator, photos. Come on guys, it's obviously refraction, yeah? The 24-hour sun's an illusion. The Earth's atmosphere is just bending light. That's it, easy explanation. No, you're all wrong. The sun wasn't moving at all. They need to show it moving with actual radar detection. Otherwise, what they saw just simply didn't happen. No, what's wrong with you people? It's even easier than that, okay? Bah! Green screen everywhere in Antarctica, bus before it even started. Bah!
My word, am I the only one here with any sense? I think it could be that you are simply behind the sun and the rest of us are in front of it. That would explain everything. It's lovely that, isn't it? Don't you just love to see great scientific minds thrashing out the big ideas together? What a lovely interaction. But not every interaction under my video was so positive. This user here told me I was too old for this and I needed to get a life. And to be fair, he might have a point, at least on the age thing. But ever the educator, I wanted to correct him on his misspelling of 2. As you can see, I've done here. But unfortunately, that seemed to just make things worse. Yes, he went on to educate me that outside of Britain, the words 2, 2, 2 and 2 are all exactly the same. Well, you learn something new every day. This user here said he understood my agenda and he understood my pathetic in the video. I'm still trying to work that one out. He also accused me of not showing any flat earthers in the video. Well, I suppose, apart from this one here, the one who went to Antarctica and admitted that he could see the sun for 24 hours.
All right, guys. Sometimes
you are wrong in life. And I thought that there was no 24-hour sun. In fact, I was pretty sure of it. But I respect Will Duffy for being a stand-up guy, at least in the way that he kept saying it was true. I kept saying it wasn't. He said, "You want to go? I'll take you," and brought me here. And it's a fact. The sun does circle you in the south.
Anyway, that was just a short little video to show you the correspondence I've been having with my audience. I think it's always positive to engage in the comment section. I am going to leave this video now with the wise words of Whitsitt Gets It, the man who is a flat earther whose followers for a long time have been told that there is no 24-hour sun in the Antarctic. And it's just nice to see him eat a little bit of humble pie. And you know what? I'm absolutely positive that he will come back, he will reassess what he's been saying, he will think logically and realise that the flat earth is nothing but a delusion.
There is 100% a 24-hour sun, and I have seen it personally, yes. So at this point, I've been here for over 24 hours. The sun has not set. I've personally been here since 4 p.m. yesterday. The sun has not set. Not only has it not set, bro, it's like it stays pretty high up in the sky. Now the question is it too high? That's a good question. Let's check the elevation angles, but it seems to bounce right around where it's supposed to, which is 13 or 34 allegedly. But as I can confirm, 100%, no questions asked, that where we are, there is a 24-hour sun, 100%. I knew instantly it was the real sun. I could feel it. You know. So, yeah, I mean, it's been an experience, man. It's been pretty crazy. I'm extremely tired. I'm honestly ready for this 24. I've already seen the sun be in the sky for 24 hours. We've been here for 24 hours.
Welcome to the final experiments. The final experiments are a preponderance of evidence against flat Earth. And the final experiments all confirm the globe. These experiments were all conducted in December of 2024 when 4 flat earthers and 4 globers went on a journey with me, Will Duffy, to Antarctica. We spent time in Punta Arenas, Chile, which is at the southern tip of South America, before flying to Antarctica. This entire trip allowed us to conduct historic experiments and collect data firsthand from an area of the world that few people will ever have the opportunity to visit and do this themselves. Prior to my announcement of the final experiment in early 2024, a vast majority of flat earthers, with very few exceptions, promoted the Gleason's map of the world, which is an azimuthal equidistant projection. This map had the North Pole at the center and pushed the south to the outer perimeter of the known world. This made Antarctica an ice wall perimeter around all the world's continents, and it served to hold in all the world's oceans, as flat earthers claim water must have a container. It also extends the entire southern hemisphere into a larger and larger area where on the globe, everything south of the equator gets closer and closer together. This made being at the southern tip of South America and Antarctica the perfect place to test flat Earth claims and also confirm the globe predictions. Every single flat Earth claim failed. Every flat Earth prediction was demonstrably false. The final experiments are meant to be taken collectively, just like evidence in a court of law. Undoubtedly, flat earthers will attempt to discredit individual experiments we did, while at the same time ignoring the rest. If they cannot provide an accurate map of the world and a working model that can account for the results of all of these final experiments collectively, that is because we don't live on a flat Earth. If they try to say these experiments are not actual experiments, but only observations, that is because they cannot reconcile our findings with a flat Earth. If they say that flat Earth does not make predictions, that is because making accurate and testable predictions based on a flat Earth is impossible because a flat Earth does not exist. You cannot make and test predictions based on something that is not real. Maps of the globe exist because the globe exists. The entire globe model exists because the globe exists. Countless globe predictions come true every day, and countless future globe predictions will continue to happen exactly as predicted because the globe exists. If a flat earther tells you that there is no accurate flat earth map and there is no working flat earth model and that they don't make predictions, that is an implicit admission that a flat earth does not exist. Because you can map things that exist, you can model things that exist, and you can make very specific predictions that come true based on something that actually exists and is testable. I created the final experiment to give both sides, flat earth and globe, an equal opportunity to prove their side. Only the globe side returned with evidence supporting their position. The globe side returned with tons of concrete evidence that both accurately matches the globe model and also falsifies flat earth. This brings us to the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. A 24-hour sun is a sun that is visible in the sky all day and never sets. It's visible in the sky all 24 hours. Flat earthers said for almost a decade that there was not a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. They were wrong. Flat earthers said for almost a decade that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica would prove the globe, as a 24-hour sun in Antarctica would not be possible on a flat earth. Hear them for yourself.
One of the arguments that people give is on a flat earth, you can't have a 24-hour sun, a midnight sun in Antarctica. And I totally agree. But there is no midnight sun in Antarctica.
Now, let's say we are trying to prove the globe or trying to prove it's flat. Should be very, very easy, right? I mean, on a globe, we would have a 24-hour sun in the southern summer. That means that the sun would circle the continent.
In order to fit the heliocentric globe model, this midnight sun phenomenon must also occur for observers south of the Antarctic Circle during winter solstice. Depending how far south the observer is, the sun should be seen for several days or weeks, never fully setting, just like it does in the north.
In the one model, the heliocentric model, it would necessitate having a 24-hour sun in the south.
Honestly, if you want to know for sure if the Earth is spherical or not, go to Antarctica during the summer and see if you can watch the sun for 24 hours. You can't.
You mentioned the sun, right? Like the idea is, yeah, if you see the sun in the sky for 24 hours, that's what the globe predicts. And how would the flat earth explain that? But that's not what happened.
Say that right here. I've got a friend who's in Antarctica right now. She said there's no 24-hour sun. It rises and sets. If you don't have 24-hour sun in their summertime, if it's not doing a 360 degrees around it like it does the north, then it's not a flat. Simple.
Yeah, so I used to run the largest flat earth group in the world, but for 6 years I asked all the Globers, just show me the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and they couldn't do it. And then the group got deleted and we got censored.
And what I found is anything that would prove the earth is a globe, the globe science community lies about. For example, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica doesn't work on a flat earth.
So the reality of our world is that in both models, we're supposed to have a 24-hour sun. In the flat earth model, we say there isn't a 24-hour sun in the south, and there isn't.
You know, this would be easy to prove, but they hide this from us too. All we'd have to prove is go to Antarctica. Let me and you go to Antarctica, spend a week there in the summer, and let's see if the sun does a 360-degree circle all the way around us. If so, it's a ball.
It does not get any more clear than that. It's also important to point out that Gleason's map also says there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica and includes a bogus claim that there is no sunlight beyond 80 degrees south. Anyone promoting or using Gleason's map after 2024 is knowingly and willingly spreading false information. The globe predicted a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and flat earthers said there would not be a 24-hour sun. Because we live on a globe, the globe prediction was correct. The sun never set the entire time we were in Antarctica. All 4 flat earthers with us in Antarctica saw this with their own eyes and publicly now acknowledge that they were incorrect in their prediction that there would not be a 24-hour sun. In addition to their eyewitness testimony, we took video and time lapses with multiple cameras of the 24-hour sun. Here is one quick time lapse that Dave McKeegan captured while we were just outside Union Glacier Camp in Antarctica. If a flat earther tells you that a time lapse is not a video and therefore doesn't count as evidence of the 24-hour sun, remind them that a video is a series of pictures, as is a time lapse. And remember that they are only using that excuse because they cannot reconcile a 24-hour sun in Antarctica with a flat earth. So they will come up with other ways to attempt to dismiss the reality of the 24-hour sun, the eyewitness testimony from 4 flat earthers, and the high-definition video and time lapses we captured with multiple cameras. Let the record show that the globe prediction was correct and the flat earth prediction was wrong. But there's more to the story here. Globe predictions are precise and detailed, again, because the globe exists. You can only make accurate predictions that can be tested and verified with something that actually exists. Flat Earth cannot make these types of predictions because a flat Earth simply does not exist. The globe model not only has a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, but also a 24-hour sun in the Arctic in the north. This will be a common theme in this series where we will see a beautiful symmetry between the northern and southern hemispheres of the globe, a symmetry that is impossible on a flat Earth. And these 24-hour suns on the globe model in the north and the south happen at different times of year in their respective locations in the Arctic Circle and the Antarctic Circle. The globe model also says that the 24-hour sun in the north will move through the sky from left to right, while the 24-hour sun in the south in Antarctica will move through the sky from right to left. This is another common theme that will emerge in this series, a type of mirror effect when comparing observations in the northern hemisphere with observations in the southern hemisphere. Again, something that makes perfect sense on a globe, but would be impossible on a flat Earth. But the globe model does not stop there. The globe model also predicted the exact elevation angle of the sun based on where we were in Antarctica and what time of day it was, including the up and down wave pattern motion throughout the day. And if that's not enough, the globe model also says that at the geographic poles, the South Pole and North Pole, the sun's elevation angle will not have any visible change in a 24-hour period, meaning no wave pattern. And that is exactly what we see at the South Pole. Compare the time lapse from Dave McKeegan that we just watched, where the sun moves through the sky up and down, with this time lapse from Robert Schwartz, which was taken over 5 days at the South Pole. as you can see, the sun did not move up and down through the sky in a wave pattern like it did for us at Union Glacier. Yet both of these time lapses were taken in Antarctica. Still, the globe accurately predicted the sun's elevation angle changes at Union Glacier, in addition to accurately predicting the lack of elevation angle changes at the South Pole. Many people all over the world released video predictions of the sun's elevation angle changes prior to our trip to Antarctica. Here is a video prediction from Ola Dazalier, which he created before we flew to Antarctica. And as you can see, accurately predicted the movement of the sun through the sky at our specific location of Union Glacier. None of us had ever been to Antarctica, and the 24-hour sun had never been filmed at Union Glacier. So how was this precise prediction by Ola and others able to be made? Because we live on a globe. Because the globe exists, it can be modeled by anyone and will accurately predict what will be seen at any geographic location. This is impossible to do on a flat Earth because a flat Earth does not exist. All data points collected perfectly match the globe. A 24-hour sun in the north at the opposite time of year from a 24-hour sun in the south. A 24-hour sun in the north that moves through the sky from left to right, with a 24-hour sun in the south that moves through the sky in the opposite direction. And then the sun's exact elevation angle based on where the viewer is standing in Antarctica and what time of day it is. And finally, the lack of visible change in the sun's elevation angle at the South Pole, which is only 600 miles from Union Glacier. Flat Earth cannot account for any of this. Do not be fooled by a flat earther shining a flashlight on a plastic dome and claiming a 24-hour sun works on a flat Earth. They will film from the outside of the dome, hoping you won't notice. But they would need to instead film from inside the plastic dome, not outside, as there are no observers outside a dome. And that video inside the dome would need to have a 24-hour sun in the north one part of the year, a 24-hour sun in the south the other part of the year, which goes in the opposite direction, while the flashlight continues moving in the same direction as the 24-hour sun in the north. And it would need to have the sun's elevation angle changing for observers in Antarctica and the sun's elevation angle not changing for those far enough south, all at the same time. If you didn't follow all of that, that's okay. It's not possible on a flat Earth. And all of this together simultaneously will never be modeled because, again, you can't model something with this amount of precision and make these very specific, accurate predictions concerning something that doesn't exist. It's only possible to do this with something that is real. And because the globe is real, every single globe prediction concerning the 24-hour sun was confirmed. And the flat Earth predictions were completely false. Please watch our other experiments, which are part of these final experiments, where you will see results that confirm the globe and that would be impossible on a flat Earth. And please share this video with anyone you know who is a flat earther or considering flat Earth. As Jesus said in John 8:32, you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Hey everyone, Will here. Just wanted to give everyone an update. So we have been here for 2 full days now here at Union Glacier, and the sun has never set. So we've seen the sun do 2 full circles in the sky. But we just got word that, you'll notice maybe in the background, the clouds have started to come in. We had 2 days without clouds, which was incredible for filming purposes. But the clouds have started to roll in, and they just alerted us that they're expecting bad weather. And so we're probably going to have to depart a day early, which would be tomorrow. And so I just want to emphasize to everyone the importance of just getting this data of the sun and where it's at in different parts of the world, what it looks like, the sunspots, all that good stuff. So we have a very unique opportunity right now to collect data on a massive worldwide scale, including data of the sun in Antarctica all at the same time. So I just want to emphasize to everybody the importance of this. We've made this as easy as possible. Just go to our website, which is linked below, click on the observations tab, and it will teach you what we need. It'll show you how to use different apps on your phone, and it's just going to be really, really helpful. So since we're only down to our probably last 24 hours or so in Antarctica, this is the home stretch, and we really need everyone's help. So anyway, please head on over to our website, go ahead and check out that observations tab and see what you can do. The more people that we have doing this, and the more people that are starting to learn about the world that we live in and how to understand the movement of the sun in relation to the earth, the better off we're all going to be, and it'll bring us closer to the truth. So I hope you enjoy this beautiful landscape behind me. It's incredibly surreal. I just don't want to stop looking at it. I will definitely miss this place, and even though the pictures won't do it justice, I'm just trying to take it in as much as possible. So anyway, please head over to our website. For those of you that have been submitting your observations and your photos, thank you so much, but please keep them coming, and we'll talk to everybody soon. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's just a tale as old as time. It's a story about a man and a woman, and 2 other men, and a puppet, and a cease and desist letter, and a millionaire pastor, a trip to Antarctica, 2 other men, and the flat earth. And you know what, come to think about it, it's perhaps not as familiar a tale as I thought it was. Let's start at the beginning with this guy.
Don't believe anything I say.
Okay, well, don't worry, Dave. That won't be a problem at all. Now, this is Flat Earth Dave. If you don't know him, Google him. He's a very, very, very prominent flat earther. He's all over the internet. And he has a problem. And his problem is, in the past, he has been very, very open about saying that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica just simply wouldn't work on a flat Earth. Therefore, if one is seen, then the Earth can't be flat.
The 24-hour sun in Antarctica doesn't work on a flat Earth. It works in the north, but not in the south. Well, guess what? There's thousands of videos of the 24-hour sun from Alaska and Norway and, very northern places. You can book vacations and go and watch it in June, right? But in December, the same thing should happen in Antarctica, and it doesn't.
So as you've heard there, despite having never been to Antarctica, Flat Earth Dave is telling us there is never a 24-hour sun. Millionaire pastor Will Duffy thought, I'm not having that, hold my beer, and he organised a trip to take flat earthers down to Antarctica. And Flat Earth Dave?
Don't believe anything I say.
Well, he was invited, but unfortunately, I think maybe he was a little bit busy. He had to decline. What a shame that is for Flat Earth Dave and his followers, that he didn't get to go and back up his claims for himself. What a real shame. Anyway, one of the other biggest internet flat earthers, Jeranism, did accept the flight, and he saw what we all knew he was going to see. The 24-hour sun.
Sometimes you are wrong in life.
And he was wrong, and he admitted it, and I've got to apologise for the piano music being over that clip. I don't have the clip without the piano music anymore. If I could find it, I would use it. I think Jeranism is brilliant, and here's why. Well, since then, Jeranism has acknowledged his role in recruiting people to the Flat Earth, and he believes that Flat Earth is an extremely damaging place to be. And he's put out an awful lot of content trying to convince people why they should not listen to old Jeranism, and they should listen to new Jeranism and walk away from Flat Earth. But despite having declined the free offer to go to Antarctica, our friend Flat Earth Dave didn't seem convinced that Jeranism had actually seen the 24-hour sun. He thought that perhaps he could come up with alternative explanations, and obviously Flat Earth Dave is an extremely intelligent and well-researched person. So the explanations that Flat Earth Dave would give in the following weeks would absolutely not be off-the-wall bonkers. They would be completely sensible suggestions, like this.
So there's one of the technologies. This is called a dragon fire, and you can shoot energy up into the sky and literally create a plasma ball.
And this is a trip. This is
So just seeing this stuff. I mean, if I cut out the background, you wouldn't know what you were looking at. If I said it was the sun, you would see the sun, right? Look at this. Look at that. Doesn't that look a little bit like a sun? Doesn't that look like a beam, with the sun? Very strange.
Mm-hmm.
Like if there was at different beams projecting this, like these are very, very strange sun flares. This could be an extraterrestrial orb that we don't understand, or this could just be another hoax with some directed energy, a plasma ball being projected in the sky. Looks a little bit like a sun. So if here's Union Glacier, their camp is somewhere in here, you could have one location here, and it beams the sun around this beam, and then when it gets over here, there's a handoff to another projector.
Now, I, of course, am on the fence here. I don't know. Is it more likely that when they were in Antarctica, they just saw the 24-hour sun circling the sky? Or is it more likely that they saw some kind of possible UFO or directed energy plasma ball being aimed at a giant blue fabric stretched across their heads? I mean, obviously, both options are equally likely. I'll let you make up your own mind about that. But one person that wasn't convinced by Flat Earth Dave's UFO or plasma ball aimed at blue fabric stretched across the sky explanation was Patricia Steer, who at that point was the co-host of Mark Sargent's podcast. Now, the screen grab you just saw there was from episode 500 of Mark Sargent's show. This screen grab is from episode 501, and we'll notice Patricia Steer is missing. That is because Patricia, along with two other prominent flat earthers, Paul on the Plane and Robbie Davidson, have contemplated the 24-hour sun observation in Antarctica and decided that the Earth can't be flat after all, and they've walked away. And Mark Sargent here is addressing it on his show.
Okay. So on Saturday, Celebrate Truth posted a headstone in the snow for Flat Earth, and the text goes something like this.
Well, it goes something like this. After much thought, research and consideration, I've come to a new conclusion about the shape of the Earth. I was wrong. I am sorry. And of course, that is where the story ends, because obviously Mark Sargent, David Weiss and Marty Leeds, they decided to wish these three flat earthers well in their new beliefs, and they waved them goodbye from Flat Earth without any controversy whatsoever.
And Patricia, if you're listening, I just... nothing but love on my side. Just hoping that whatever you're going through, I just feel like we're all going through something, right? It's okay to question things. It's okay to leave. It's okay to change your mind. That's a part of this whole journey, but seeking the truth to me is still more important than anything. Right. And if that means people have to go about it in a roundabout way, then I'm going to try my best to not judge, because that's not my role and that's nobody's role here.
Only kidding, that was DJ Curious. He does seem like a really nice guy, by the way. From what I've seen of him, I don't know him well. But it seems that Dave, Marty and Mark weren't too interested in letting our flat earthers or ex-flat earthers walk off into the sunset without some kind of controversy. First up is Marty Leeds, who gives his take on the 24-hour sun observation.
I wanted nothing to do with this. I didn't give a f*** about Will Duffy. I didn't give a f*** about, you could tell me that the sun is doing dancing, with maracas and like Mexican polka music is jamming and the sun's doing this in Antarctica, and I would still be like, well, it's flat. I don't give a shit what they saw.
So that's Marty's take on the 24-hour sun observation, and I did present that to my team of professional astronomers, and they have reassured me, so I can pass on to you, Marty, that it is extremely unlikely that they will ever take a picture of the sun dancing with maracas, or even claim that the sun dances with maracas. So if you were really, really concerned about that, that's probably not on the bingo card for at least the next 100 years. I don't think we'll be seeing that. Okay, now that was Marty's take on the observation, but in this video, he also decided to speculate on Patricia Steere and why Patricia Steere might have left Flat Earth. And this is where things really start to go south for everybody involved.
Then she gets involved in this crypto thing, and she's like, oh, this is a good opportunity. Maybe I'll take that $150,000 I have and I'll turn it into $1.5 million or something. And then she gets involved with some of these guys that she trusts and knows. Paul in the Plane, what a great guy. Hey, he even contacted me to say, hey, you want to get involved in some... I'm like, no, thanks though, Paul. And then they start doing their podcast, and they're gunning, and they made money in Hex. So it's like, well, why wouldn't we make money in Axion? And then things start going and going and going. And next thing you know, hey guys, guess what? The thing that you were doing is actually illegal. And one violation would be 25 years in prison. I don't know if this is what happened. But I could imagine a scenario in which somebody from the SEC or the government calls up Patricia Steere and says, hey, honey, you know that crypto thing you were involved in? One violation from the feds, let alone anybody that you got to sign that contract that could sue you now. One violation is 25 years in prison. You know those vegan cats you have? We'll throw the book at you. By the time you get out of prison, they'll be dead. You'll be broke. You won't have any money. You know those nice little, those vinyl LPs you got on the back wall and shit like that? Nah, those will all be sold in auction. The nice car that you just bought, no, you're going to wear an orange jumpsuit. You won't be able to have your vegan whatever. You'll be eating shit in prison. You'll be wearing an orange jumpsuit. No more makeup for you. You'll be a wrinkly old bitch by the time you get out, and no one will give a f about you, and you'll have nothing. You sure you still believe in the flat earth? Patricia, is that what happened?
Now that reminds me, I do have to make a video on Christian pastors and how they are such nice people with amazing levels of tolerance, acceptance, and ability to turn the other cheek when faced with adversity. They really are lovely people. So thanks for that reminder, Marty. So in case you didn't pick up here, he's speculating. He's making a question, perhaps. Was Patricia Steere and Robbie and Paul, were they involved in something illegal? And is that why they were pressured into leaving the flat earth community? It's quite the speculation, isn't it? Now, you won't find the video containing that speculation on Marty's channel anymore. That'll become important when we get into the cease and desist letter later on, but you will find it on Flat Earth Dave's channel, or one of his channels, the Moon, Sun and Zodiac app channel. And on that video, Dave pins this to the beginning of the chat. Can anyone come up with a better explanation as to why these three all switched their decade-old flat earth position with the exact same script on the same day? Would love to hear one. I'm struggling to come up with one. And if we look at the replies underneath, people are buying into this. The money, their lives were threatened, according to a relative that posted on Facebook. Well, I'm sure we're all interested in hearing what your nan has got to say on the situation. Tale as old as time. I used that at the beginning of this video. I swear I didn't take it from him. The part of the Borg Collective. And so on. Apparently Jeranism and Witsit are in it too. Yes. Threats and bribery. And it goes on. Now, you might be thinking, well, what's wrong with that? People are allowed to speculate and ask questions. That's perfectly legal. And people obviously are also allowed to give their opinions on those speculations. For example, here's a speculation.
Could clouds be made of salt?
And here's my opinion. No. What an unbelievably stupid thing to say. However, and this is only my personal opinion, I do not think it is a good idea to make speculative comments or questions online about whether people have been involved in criminal activity, because in some states in America, defamation per se civil suits are permissible. Washington being one of those states, which I do believe is where Mark Sargent lives. I wonder if that'll be relevant later on. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. Now, in a per se civil suit, if you accuse somebody of being a criminal or doing something illegal, then damages are automatically assumed to have been caused. In other words, if a defamation suit is brought, the Robbie, Paul, and Patricia will not have to prove damages. They are simply assumed to have been caused. Now, in case you are a little bit confused about what's going on here, the speculation that Marty was providing on his stream is that there was some sort of violation, criminal illegal act that they found themselves performing in relation to a cryptocurrency called Axion. In other words, an SEC violation. Now, fortunately for Mark Sargent, he has never, ever, 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 ever said that Robbie, Paul, and Patricia were ever involved in anything illegal or that there's any ongoing case against them, because he does live in Washington, and that would be really bad for him. So it's really, really good news for everybody, him included, that he has never, ever said such a thing.
In their case, by the way, there's a wonderful little thing I could give you, the Axion disclosure thing, where they said, oh, by the way, they closed it down 4 years ago because they realized they were doing something illegal. That case is still open.
Oh dear. Perhaps he might need to wind those kind of comments in my opinion. Now, I would like to thank the Bin All of America podcast again for allowing us to use these clips, and it is an amazing podcast. Again, it's linked in the description. Please go and check them out. Really, really quality podcast along the lines of Coast to Coast AM, Jim Harold podcast, the old Almost Unbelievable podcast. It's brilliant. Go and check it out. Now, Mark Sargent has obviously said something. You'll have to judge for yourself when he uses the words, they realised they were doing something illegal and the case is still ongoing. You'll have to decide if he means they realised they were doing something illegal and there is a case still ongoing. But in the meantime, if any of you want to check whether Robbie Davidson, Paul on the Plane, and Patricia Steer have been involved in what we will call SEC violations, then all you've got to do is go to the US Securities and Exchange Commission and input their names. And what this will do is it will bring you information about any individual who's been named as a defendant due to these violations. Here's Patricia Steer's name. I'll hit submit. You can also, and obviously no results have been returned. She has absolutely not ever been involved in anything like that. You can put in Robbie Davidson's name, and Paul on the Plane, I know his name and I've looked it up. I don't know how public he is with putting his name out there, so I am not going to mention it in case he gets a bit annoyed and thinks I've doxed him. So there we go. They are completely innocent. So perhaps it's unfortunate for Mark Sargent that he lives in one of these states where per se civil defamation suits are permissible, because obviously if damages are assumed and they don't need to be proven, that could be extremely costly. But luckily for us, Mark does lots and lots of research. He doesn't say things based off pure speculation. He will have a reason for saying everything he says. He doesn't like to play to the court of public opinion or anything like that, which would obviously show a reckless disregard for the truth, which would be classed as malice. No, he does lots and lots of really hard research.
I mean, I don't want to be confrontational or whatever, but you're throwing around a lot of accusations here about these people getting paid off with absolutely no proof that they've been paid off, besides Patricia Steer buying a new car. So let's dial it back. I don't want to.
It's absolutely speculation, and but I love catering to the court of public opinion.
So let's just summarize a timeline of events. Marty Leeds makes a stream in which he speculates that perhaps Patricia Steer has been threatened with prison time because she's committed some kind of illegal violation. And that video was then taken and mirrored by David Weiss on his channel. Mark Sargent has then repeated some of these speculative comments on various social media platforms. And the prize that all three of them won was this cease and desist letter here. And now I do have the PDF. I said in my last video that Mark Sargent literally emailed it to me. He doesn't seem to be taking this very seriously. I would suggest that is not a good idea.
This whole thing, this is just to rattle your average person. If you ever get a cease and desist letter, just use it to line your birdcage. As a matter of fact, mine, just, I'm not even going to take it out of the FedEx. What's the point? Anyone wants this, by the way? You can email me, msergeant23. I'm taking offers, and by that I mean interesting trades. You got some, trade me like a samurai sword for it.
Now, one person who is taking this seriously, it would seem, is Marty Leeds. Again, this is all my opinion, but if you look on his YouTube channel, you can't find the original video. The original video that Flat Earth Dave is still mirroring on his channel here, it's gone from Marty's channel. one of the demands on the cease and desist letter, if we look down here, is to remove all online content, transcripts, written posts and recordings of these false statements. So it would appear on the surface to anybody doing just a little bit of investigation that the person who perhaps came up with this speculative idea has now decided it would be better to remove it from the internet altogether. Now, another one of the demands on the cease and desist letter is that an apology is issued. I can't see one of those on Marty Leeds' channel. I certainly can't see one on Flat Earth Dave's channel. Of course, he still has the video up. And I'm pretty sure we're not going to see one on Mark Sargent's channel, at least if we take his word at face value.
What? That can't be done. In fact, that would make the national feed for Are You Kidding Me? Even suggesting it is unbelievable, because how would you qualify something like that? How would you qualify an apology video? How many versions of an apology video could be sent? By the way, and that's one of the things you're never, ever, ever supposed to do on the internet is apologize for anything.
Now, another interesting bullet point on the letter Mark received is this here, where he's accused of contending Robbie Davidson accepted thousands of dollars in order to allow Logan Paul and Jake Bird to attend separate Flat Earth conferences, and this is the important bit, for the sole purpose of making hit pieces against Flat Earth. Okay, so accepting thousands of dollars for the sole purpose of them making hit pieces. Now, Robbie Davidson did organise Flat Earth conferences, and they were trolled by Logan Paul and the Jimmy Kimmel team. But that is not the same as him deliberately accepting money for the sole purpose of allowing that to happen. Those two things are very different. He was a victim of trolling, but he wasn't the organizer of the trolling. He wasn't the planner of the trolling. He wasn't bribed to allow the trolling to specifically happen. He just organized the conferences which were trolled. Now, Mark Sargent received this letter and then did a stream later on. And here is how he, I'm going to say, apologized for that. Or did he double down? Let's find out.
Robbie Davidson accepted thousands of dollars from Logan Paul, one of the worst internet trolls that there is, to look the other way while he pranked the conference. It's absolute fact. Not even a question.
Now it's time for me to make some predictions. I predict that in the next couple of weeks, Marty Leeds will issue a retraction video on his channel, and it will go something along the lines of, I am sorry that I suggested that you lost money through something to do with crypto. I'm sorry that I suggested you did something illegal. I now know you didn't. And I do not believe that you were threatened into turning away from Flat Earth. That's just my opinion. That's all that is. That is my prediction. We'll see if I am correct. I'll make a video in 2 weeks and we'll find out. I predict that David Weiss will leave his video up on his channel, because if he was going to take it down, I believe he would have taken it down by now. And I believe that Mark Sargent is going to continue to make the situation worse for himself.
It's not going to happen. I am going to keep talking about this moving forward. If you want to throw me in jail, please try to do it. I would love to see you try. You will turn this into a circus. And the best part about it is you're going to end up paying for it while you're doing it.
And again, in my opinion, the reason Mark is so falsely confident in this situation is because I think he is making two big misconceptions. The first one is that he won't be found to have acted with malice.
You have to prove malice, that I wanted to destroy you. I absolutely do not wish, and I have said this in how many interviews, because I got into Flat Earth, I will never do anything malicious to anyone ever again.
But unfortunately, using an everyday dictionary definition of malice isn't going to help you in a defamation lawsuit, when malice in that context can just be defined as a reckless disregard for the truth, which you've already admitted to when you said this.
It's absolutely speculation. And, but I love catering to the court of public opinion.
And secondly, because Flat Earth is mentioned in the letter, he seems to think that somehow this isn't just a simple, bog-standard case of defamation. He thinks it's, well, a Flat Earth case.
3, stating that they were pressured by authorities into renouncing Flat Earth beliefs. First time that Flat Earth is mentioned in this, by the way, which means it's a Flat Earth case.
And because he thinks it's a flat earth case, he seems to think that it will be almost impossible to carry this out fairly. Now, most defamation cases require just a judge and not a jury. But here he is, seemingly speculating in his own world about how this flat earth case is going to be put together and how you could possibly even begin to select a jury for it.
And one more thing before we go to break, which is let me throw this out here. This is something for the chat room to think about. Jury selection. How in the world do you qualify a jury for that? Remember, we're uncharted territory. How do you qualify a jury for this case if you're going to do it? Who do you disqualify?
Where would this even be held? That's what
where would you even? Thank you, Randy.
Oh yeah, sorry. And thirdly, his last problem seems to be that he's involving a puppet in discussions about his legal situation. Now, since my last video, I have been contacted by a lawyer from America and a lawyer from Canada who've been very, very, very helpful in explaining the legal situation and processes over there. For example, it was from those emails I learned about some states having per se suits, civil suits that were permissible. I didn't know anything about that until they contacted me. So thank you so, so much. I've been corrected on some things, which I will mention in future videos. And like I said, I've been given a lot of really useful information. That information I'm still processing and getting my head around. And should Mark Sargent decide not to put a retraction video out and things escalate, I will be absolutely using that information in future videos to try and explain to certainly people in the UK over here what will happen next and what the likely outcome will be. So thank you so much for helping me. Obviously, I'm just a science teacher and I don't know anything about the law, which is probably what Mark Sargent will be thinking if he watches this video. He'll think, why should I listen to Catz whatsoever? My answer to that will be, listen, because it's just the right, nice thing to do, isn't it? Just let your former friends just drift off into the distance and live the life they want to live. Just don't be a dick would be the advice, because that's my job. Right, till next time.
Hey everyone, we are live from Antarctica.
It's never been done before. I can't find any evidence of any flat earther going to Antarctica. You certainly can't find any evidence of a group of flat and globe earthers going together to try and prove each other wrong.
I was alerted that our flight was the #1 tracked flight yesterday.
They were 400 miles in.
Whoa.
So this was part of the final experiment.
I was shocked that it's the 21st century and people are still debating the shape of the Earth. I didn't know what I was going to do yet. I just needed to find it. Just a perfect final experiment. I had heard so many videos from flat earthers stating that Antarctica does hold the key to the truth.
I'm here to do the science, to partner with people that want to partner.
I think people look back on both of us going as something that is special.
I just heard about it. I thought this was something that I wanted to participate in. I mean, it just excited me, the whole idea.
He maintains that it is to move the discussion forward.
What I ended up learning throughout this journey was something that I would have never seen coming.
Big up to God, because he has a funny way. He has a funny way of humbling people.
This is not what we agreed to. You guys are changing the rules. If that's what you guys want your legacy to be, that's fine.
We can't just have a discussion about maybe just staying here? I mean, I'm not even sure that any of us would object to it.
I'll be there. It's too important to me. All right. I am back in the saddle and excited to be back, but I did need a break. So just to be brutally honest with everybody, you can only deal with the craziness for so long of being called a Satanist and a fake pastor and all the other crazy things being thrown at me. But I am rested up and excited to be back here in the chair. There is so much going on, everybody, just so you know. The next few weeks are going to be pretty wild in a good way. I need to silence my phone. I am also going to be trying to simulcast the debate tonight on our channel here, because it's also going to be on the Modern Day Debate channel. So I'm hoping there's not issues with technology, but we shall see. But anyway, a lot going on behind the scenes, things I'm working on. So I'm going to give everybody kind of a heads up here on what's to come. I did want to, reconnect here with the TFE fam. And if you have any thoughts on Nathan Thompson, who I will be debating here in just a little bit, let me know in the comments. I'll do my best to watch the comments here on the screen. But so yeah, this debate tonight is something I'm looking forward to. I look at TFE as kind of like a package deal. And so you've got everything leading up to it, which was a lot of craziness. And then you've got the time we actually spent in Antarctica and Chile, all of the experiments we did, all of the observations we made. Someone just asked me if I paid Nathan to debate. No, I did not. Modern Day Debate reached out to me and said, hey, would you debate Nathan Thompson? I said, sure. So anyway, I'm looking at TFE as a package, which is everything. And now afterward, I'm putting out the series that we already have 4 videos on, which is the final experiments, plural. That will end up having about 15 videos in that series. I personally think that series is going to be the most important thing that we do. I could be wrong on that, but that's the thing that I kind of hope stands the test of time, and kind of gets the most views. It's going to be something that anybody can hand to a family member, a friend, a loved one, a coworker who is flat Earth, who is considering flat Earth. And you can just say, hey, check out this series on YouTube. And no matter which one they click on, they will have incredible information that I think is just not possible on a flat Earth. All right, some important things coming up. We have the TFE Rewind. We're going to be doing a live stream with everybody that was in Antarctica that went on the trip with us. So 9 people, including myself. As you recall, we originally took 4 flat earthers and 4 globers. At least one of the flat earthers is no longer flat Earth and is now on the globe side. But anyway, we're going to get all of us together again for kind of one more live stream, which is mainly for you guys, mainly for the audience, so that people can see where they're at. I get people asking me questions all the time. Where is Lisbeth at? I have no idea. Where is Austin at with everything? I really don't know. He's been relatively quiet. A lot of people know where Jaren's at. He's been very vocal, but it's just going to be a good time to talk to the people that went, find out what's happened since they've been back, what they're experiencing in their own circles. It's just going to be great. So I'm excited for that. That's on Tuesday. Let me just grab my calendar here. There's so much going on, I'm forgetting. Yeah, that's going to be Tuesday at 5 p.m. EST. So 5 p.m. Eastern is the TFE reunion/rewind. So you don't want to miss that. What else? I'm forgetting. Why am I forgetting? All right, give me a second here. This is crazy. Oh, yes. How can I forget this? I will be debating Stephen Alonso. Stephen Alonso has kind of made a name for himself in the flat Earth world, including with TFE. And that is going to be on March 3rd at 6 p.m. EST. So you'll definitely want to check that out. That's in a little over a week. So look forward to that. We're going to be having on I have not had a chance to get this put on the channel yet, but I'm actually bringing someone on who lives in Jerusalem. He is Jewish. He's been there for over 20 years. He is very knowledgeable in Hebrew and the history of Hebrew and biblical Hebrew. And so we're going to be having him on to have a live discussion on the word rakia in Genesis 1, which is often translated firmament. So that one is coming. I don't remember when it is, but I'll get that. Oh, I do know when it is. It's March 5th, Wednesday, March 5th. That one will be at 3 p.m. EST, 3 p.m. Eastern. So yes, so much going on. Videos. Oh, videos. So if anybody wants to know the next video in the Final Experiments series, I hope to have out by Friday, next Friday, the 28th. And that one is going to be on the South Pole. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and announce something right now that I have not announced publicly yet, which I believe is very significant. By the way, that video that is going to be coming out hopefully on February 28th is my favorite video in the history of this channel, maybe the most important. But I'm going to go ahead and announce something right now for the first time. We had someone at the South Pole while we were at Union Glacier. So that is a very important piece to everything, and just in terms of what we're presenting to everyone. And so I'll be sharing some data and observations from the South Pole while we were at Union Glacier, which again confirms the globe, and I believe is impossible on a flat Earth. So anyway, that's just a taste of what's coming. I do want to exit this whole debate at some point, but I've got a lot of work to do, and so I am committed to getting all of this done before I move on to whatever the next next thing is in my life. By the way, just in case anybody thinks this is interesting, I actually, in this few weeks of a break that I took, just kind of stepping out of this whole crazy debate, one of the things I did, I actually checked off a major item on my bucket list, like major, like maybe it was at the top. I don't know, because I haven't written it out. But I actually swam in the ocean with whales. I swam with whales, and big whales. We're talking humpback whales. And that was just a very incredible experience. I didn't even know that was possible until I looked into it. And it was very, I would call it transcendent. And so if anybody ever wants to swim with whales, let me know. And you can go with me. I will probably do it frequently. The most you could really do it is about once a year, but it was really cool. So essentially what we did is we would try to find these whales, and if they were sleeping, we'd get into the water and we'd be above them while they're sleeping, and we'd wait for them to wake up to take a breath, and we'd be right over them while they're sleeping, and then they would come up right next to you. So you had to be a little careful, but because there's such a massive creature. Someone asked where I did it. Yeah, that's a really good question. There's actually a lot of places in the world where you can swim with whales, but I chose to go to the Silver Bank in the Dominican Republic, which was really cool. So that's more of a warmer climate than some of the other places that you can get into the water with whales. But a really cool story from my trip. There was a whale that was lobtailing. I had never heard of lobtailing, but the whale actually can just kind of either go on its belly or kind of hang like this, and it just puts its tail above the water and hits the water really hard, probably some sort of a mating ritual or something. But it was just massive you know, the tail hitting the water. You could just like hear it. You could almost feel it. We were very close to it. And I filmed it. And there's a website called happywhale.com. And you can upload a picture of any tail of any whale that you capture on film anywhere in the world to their website, and they will catalog it for you, and they'll also see if anyone else has ever taken a picture of that whale. So I think they've had well over 1 million photos submitted, and I decided to just submit that whale because I had a very clear photo of the tail, and they came back and they said that they had not seen, this website had not seen that whale since 1992, which is just incredible. So it was over 33 years ago was the last time someone submitted a photo of that whale. And that picture was taken up in Greenland, I believe. And I'm all the way down in the Dominican Republic. So anyway, that excited me because it shows that the efforts going into fighting the whaling industry, which was threatening, you know, whale extinction, are working, that these whales now are surviving for a very long time. But anyway, that's kind of just a cool story. I now need to do something very difficult, which is I need to switch over to modern day debate. Everybody needs to stay here, but I need to switch over to modern day debate to their Zoom. And I need to make sure everything works because I'm using a different program for our live stream on our channel. They're going to use Zoom for the debate tonight. And so everybody please hang out. I'm going to give this a shot. And then it would also help if you guys could make comments and let me know if the sound is okay, if the sound disappears, if there's an echo or whatever. Okay. Someone just asked me if I could do an interview. I am more open to doing interviews, but if you reached out to me when I was just really tired and needed a break, that's probably why I said no. So go ahead and send me an email and I'll see what we can do. Okay, so let's see here. I have to remember what to do. So I'm going to do this real fast and let's see what happens. I'm going to go ahead and I think mute myself. So give me 1 second here. Okay, I'm in the waiting room, so let's see when I get let in. And then we will try to make this happen. My first ever simulcast. Okay. Looking at... By the way, I'm totally fine if you guys want to watch the debate on Modern Day Debate or here. The reason I'm doing the simulcast is because Modern Day Debate does so many debates on so many topics. I want this debate to be part of like this package that I'm kind of giving the world through TFE, so that anybody that down the road, it could be years from now, that wants to look into all of this stuff can just go take everything from our channel and watch it, because a month from now, a year from now, this debate with Nathan Thompson is just going to get buried in the Modern Day Debate channel because they just do so much. Modern Day Debate is pretty awesome, by the way. They just did their DebateCon 5, I believe it was, in New Jersey. Tons of great debates and participants, big names. So anyway, yeah, James, who runs MDD, does a really good job. So anyway, Tony, how's it going, man? Tony and I just talked in a private VIP group recently, so good to see you. Glad you're here. Okay, someone just said I can't debate, so that's interesting. We'll have to see what happens. It's funny because Modern Day Debate asked me to do this debate based on how well my debate against Flatzoid was received. Calder, I tried. So Craig had 2 debates, I believe, at DebateCon 5, and I saw part of one. And that was really it. It was hard with the time difference and being on vacation. So, okay. Well, all right. Yeah, so a lot of people have warned me is probably the best word to use about Nathan Thompson. I will say that I didn't know much about him at all. I think he kind of was big before I was aware of Flat Earth. And then I think he kind of quieted down when I got into the picture. So he wasn't one of the 24 that I invited to participate in TFE. I just didn't really know much about him. And so I think he's kind of like getting back into it. But I have been warned, so thank you for that. Someone emailed me recently, like within the last few days, and they said, hey, Will, you should check out Nathan Thompson's debate against Aaron Ra, which was on the Modern Day Debate channel. So I did watch that one, and that one was rough, to say the least. I kind of felt bad for Aaron Ra. Aaron Ra said at the very beginning that he was warned about Nathan Thompson and that Nathan tries to, kind of get under people's skin and all that kind of stuff. And Aaron Ra literally said at the beginning of the debate, I've been warned about you. I'm not going to let that happen. And then it happened and Aaron quit kind of at the beginning. All right, I am now led in to the Zoom room. So guys, give me 1 second here and I'm going to try to make this happen here. So just give me 1 second here.
Base, we're waiting for you. We're excited for it. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay. So he's on his way?
Yeah. What was the best part of your day?
The best part of my day. Whoops. That's a good question. I just got back from vacation, and so I had to go shopping for food. So I will say that that must be it.
Awesome. All right, that's cool. Well, good. Now, oh, good. Excellent. Nathan just pulled in, you could say. I just went shopping yesterday. I got all sorts of new foods because I was like, man, I eat the same thing every day. So I'm very excited about these new foods.
Great.
Have you? How are you?
I'm super blessed, bro. Thank you.
Cool. This should be a great debate. And then,
now I know, Nathan, I already did mention that the arguments that Will had said, it's got to be on these, though, for everybody to do this together, were the arguments on the final experiment. And so the official resolution, I mean, I would hope it would be implied, but just in case, is did the final experiment end flat Earth? Cool with that, Nathan?
Yeah, that's the topic of the debate.
Cool. And then Will is going first. You guys have got at least 10 minutes. If you need 12, no problem. And you guys have any questions?
No, I'm good. Are we starting in 6 minutes?
Yeah, so if you have to use the restroom or something, I can start fitting the little feeds here in Zoom.
Cool.
All right. But yeah. Let's see. So, Will, you have an interesting story from right here. If I understand, you used to be an invested, and then you got to a point where you're like, hey, we could probably do fire. I'm sure you're familiar with the phrase that you're doing something like that, where you're like, it's optional in terms of your.
Hold on. When you say fire, do you mean financially independent, retire early? Yeah, I wasn't a big fan. I was not a big fan of that.
Tell me more. I'm curious, just as a quick side, is it, do you think that it's out of balance, or what is it?
So it's a little bit anecdotal, but when I was in finance, I heard all the stories. And so I heard about people trying to do fire, and one guy, now again, I'm not an expert at this, but one guy, he moved his family to a very, very low-cost housing neighborhood as part of fire. And it turned out there was, someone in the neighborhood that was not a good person and started threatening his family. And so he bought a firearm, and I think he ended up shooting the guy. And they got into some sort of an altercation. He ended up going to jail, left his wife and kids at the house without money. So that affected me in terms of okay, I didn't join fire. I didn't read their stuff, but I was like, if fire is going to say, go move into the cheapest, smallest house you can, that might not be the best thing for your family.
Agreed. I get what you mean. And it sounds like you kind of stumbled on, I think they call it fat fire. I just learned about this the last month. I've been learning about this, is where I guess fat fire is where you're uncomfortable and you don't have to make the adjustments. But the reason I'm asking it, because this probably sounds super nosy already, is that you're like, hey, I'm gonna do YouTube. Or maybe it's just that you're like, well, I wasn't super into YouTube per se. It was more that the final experiment was something that I really wanted to spend my time on. And I'm curious, what drew you to both?
So I'll kind of catch you up here on a couple of things. I ended up getting out of the financial world to become a pastor. And that was nothing that I had planned. Our pastor died unexpectedly. And his family essentially asked me to take up being pastor of the church. So I decided to do that. The final experiment came because I have a friend who's a flat earther. And I found out she was a flat earther in 2021. And I was going back and forth with her. My family was like frustrated that I was spending so much time debating her. And I decided I either need to drop this, or instead of wasting time with just one person, why don't I try to do something big for everyone? And so that's how I came up with the final experiment. So my channel is not even monetized on YouTube.
That's wild. That's an interesting story. Okay. So it wasn't YouTube. It was more the friend with a flat earth interest or leaning, and then you were like, hey, if I'm going to try to persuade one person, why don't I persuade as many people as I can at once?
Yeah, that's right.
That's interesting. That's a cool story.
Yeah.
And let's see, what I'll do is a quick sound test. Let's see, we'll start with you, Will, if you can do a quick 1, 2, 3 for me.
Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Good. And then Nathan, if you can do the same for me.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Cool. Right where we need you guys. So what I'm going to do is start the stream on my side. They won't see or hear us yet. This is just basically free. So I can make sure the connection is good. Oh yeah, I have a feeling. So actually I'm going to check something right now. But it's good that we're pretty on time still. So just in case this little hiccup is going to happen, we can easily pivot. Oh, wow. Perfect. All right. It didn't happen. So, yeah, what I'll do is I'm just fixing the last little adjustments here. Is in about a minute, I'll go on screen for the cold open where I'll say, hey, everybody, today we're debating. That's right. Let me get the official resolution back up because I've got this. It might indeed be the last flat earth debate, at least for a long time. So, I've got to put that in the actual title, but give me one moment here as I pull this up. And yeah, we already, like I said, already mentioned it. You guys are both looking for like a meaningful dialogue. Nathan is high energy and strange, and I mean that in a nice way, Nathan. So, but it also, as long as it's not, like mean, it definitely adds some entertainment. So I think this will be entertaining, but at the same time friendly. And official resolution for the final experiment end flat. So let me just pull that. I'm excited for this. Thanks for being here, guys. This is fun for me. Thanks for sharing your story, Will. And yes, Nathan, you have an interesting story as well. Former Netflix star. But all right. Let me just double check this is good. Cool. Do this. Intro. Main. One last little tweak. All right. So we just throw the blazer on and we'll be going. Double check this here. Okay, good. All right. Thanks for being here, guys. So yeah, like I said, I'll kick it over to you after I do that cold opening, and it'll be really obvious. So here I go in. Forgot I'm going to show this little bumper really quick for DebateCon 6 this fall. Excited about that, and it's our first debate since the conference, which is cool. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Ready, set.
Hey everybody, tonight we're debating, did the final experiment end flat Earth? And we are starting right now with Will Duffy's opening statement. Thanks so much for being with us. Will, the floor is all yours. Let me just do a little tweak here. There we go.
Okay, ready to go? Awesome. Our debate proposition is, did the final experiment end flat Earth? I will be defending the affirmative that yes, the final experiment of 2024 ended flat Earth. My opponent, Nathan Thompson, will be taking up the negative and attempting to argue that a flat Earth is possible despite the numerous observations and experiments we conducted while in Antarctica and Chile. I need to point out here that Nathan Thompson was told that since I am the creator of the final experiment, I'm only interested in debating TFE. And most importantly, our debate is over whether or not the final experiment has ended flat Earth, which means our debate has nothing to do with the globe or the globe model. Our debate proposition is not, did the final experiment prove the globe? No, it's did the final experiment end flat Earth? So I will be arguing that the final experiment trip and accompanying experiments and observations are not possible on a flat Earth, and therefore TFE has ended flat Earth. And it will be Nathan's role to argue that TFE's experiments and observations are possible on a flat stationary plane, and that flat Earth has survived. Now, if Nathan goes off topic and talks about the globe, I will hold up this globe to remind the audience that he is no longer debating the topic that we agreed to ahead of time. And I will bring the debate back to our agreed upon topic and refuse to allow him to deflect in this manner. If Nathan decides to keep evading our mutually agreed upon topic, that should send a very clear message to everyone watching that he is unable to reconcile TFE's observations and data with a flat Earth. When I created the final experiment, I set out to end the debate over the shape of the Earth. And I believe TFE has been incredibly successful in this regard. As evidence of this, there is currently a major exodus out of flat Earth, starting with Amarel from Canada, who was one of the first Patreon supporters of Eric Dubé. He saw the writing on the wall when Eric Dubé did not share his excitement about TFE going to Antarctica. Eric Dubé said for years that there is never a 24-hour sun at any time in Antarctica. Dubé also correctly asserted that the heliocentric globe model must have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Yet Eric Dubé did not think it was a good idea to travel to Antarctica to see which side was correct. And he even turned down an offer to have his trip to Antarctica paid for by a glober named Mark Harmon. Next is Jaron Campanella from the YouTube channel Jeranism. Jaron was one of the fortunate flat earthers who received a trip to Antarctica on my dime. And Jaron not only saw the 24-hour sun with his own eyes, but was also honest enough to admit that he had been wrong about the 24-hour sun and therefore wrong about flat Earth. Next is Alex Stein. Primetime 99 Alex Stein has been in the flat Earth community for a very long time, including participating in many debates on the topic on the Modern Day Debate channel. Alex Stein was also offered a free trip to Antarctica from political commentator Tim Pool, but elected not to join us. And although he did not join us, he has done the right thing in accepting the evidence and firsthand testimony we brought back of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and now acknowledges that flat Earth is false. Next is ROBBIE Davidson, who runs the very popular YouTube channel Celebrate Truth, which has over 150,000 subscribers. He is one of the OG flat earthers who has really been around since the beginning of the modern day flat earth movement. Then there is Nick Havoc. He had been a flat earther for 9 years, but is now so thankful for the final experiment, which has brought him the truth, so he no longer has to believe and defend a lie. Then there's Mellowdome, Austin Thompson, Stefan Driver, Shifty Eyes Shady, Rose 777, David Conklin. There was even an entire small flat earth group who all gave up flat earth after TFE. The list goes on and on. There are far too many to name, and there are many who have asked me to not mention their name. This exodus will continue until a flat earther can show how TFE's experiments and observations can work on a flat earth. But instead of doing this, the flat earth community as a whole is taking the position that we did not actually go to Antarctica, or that we did not see the real sun, or that there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica, despite the fact that we all witnessed it with our own eyes. They are arguing that we were in a giant studio filled with LED screens, or that the sun was created with a giant laser pointer to fool us. And Dean Odell actually argues that Satan was behind the 24-hour sun, possibly becoming the sun itself, in order to fool us. What the flat earth community is lacking, and what is continuing to fuel this major exodus, is a complete lack of any intellectual, logical, and rational responses to our trip to Antarctica and Chile. Will Nathan Thompson be able to reverse this trend? Will Nathan Thompson be able to make sense of our experiments and observations on a flat earth? Because that is Nathan Thompson's specific role in this debate, to show how all of these things we observed and captured and experienced can work on a flat earth. Here are just some of the observations and experiments we conducted for TFE in both Antarctica and Chile. First is the 24-hour sun. The sun never set the entire time we were at Union Glacier Camp, right at 80 degrees south in Antarctica. For years, the flat earth community was adamant that there was not a 24-hour sun in the south, in Antarctica. This rejection was fueled by the fact that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica is not possible on a flat earth. And this is because flat earthers say Antarctica is not an island continent at the bottom of a globe, but rather a massive ice wall that encircles the world's continents and holds in all the oceans. If Antarctica is this giant ice ring on the outside of our known world, the sun would have to rise and set each day, as both sides agree that the sun moves through the sky once every 24 hours for everyone on Earth. In December of 2023, this is a year before TFE, there was a debate outside Nashville, Tennessee, between Dean Odell and Greg Locke. The next day, there was a post-debate Q&A at a nearby hotel. And the room was filled with flat earthers, including Dean Odell, Flat Earth Dave, Austin Whitsitt, Joe Hanvey, and my opponent, Nathan Thompson. The first question at this event was about Antarctica and the 24-hour sun. After Dean Odell confidently stated during the debate that a 24-hour sun would mean we live on a globe, Joe Hanvey spoke up at the Q&A and said he had a friend in Antarctica at that time, and she told him there was not a 24-hour sun, and the sun rose and set each day. Shortly after this, my opponent, Nathan Thompson, was given the mic, and he said he used to run the largest flat earth group in the world for 6 years, and it was after he asked Globers to show him the 24-hour sun in Antarctica that his group was deleted and he was censored. This resolute position by the flat earth community that there was no 24-hour sun in Antarctica was because they knew it was not possible on a flat earth. In addition to the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, there is also a 24-hour moon in Antarctica. This is not possible on a flat earth for the same reason that a 24-hour sun is not possible. Up next is the South Pole. We have not released our video on the South Pole yet as part of our channel's The Final Experiments series, but we actually had someone at the South Pole at the same time as we were at Union Glacier. And there cannot be a South Pole on a flat Earth. And I'm talking about a geographic South Pole. On a flat Earth, the cardinal direction south is all directions away from the North Pole. And therefore, the south on a flat Earth gets bigger and bigger indefinitely, and lines of longitude would get further and further apart. This means they would never converge into a single point in the south like we see in the north with the North Pole. Up next is the South Celestial Pole. We both observed and filmed the South Celestial Pole while in Punta Arenas, Chile. A celestial pole is a point in the sky that the stars appear to rotate around in a circle as they move through the night sky. For the same reason you can't have a South Pole on a flat Earth, you cannot have a South Celestial Pole in the sky over a flat Earth. And it's worth noting that the 24-hour sun, the 24-hour moon, and the South Celestial Pole all move in the opposite direction that we observe them in the north. Also impossible on a flat Earth. And finally, we have southern flights. Flights far south on a flat Earth, for example, south of the Tropic of Capricorn, would require completely different flight paths than are actually experienced by passengers on these flights. They would also be of much longer flight lengths than flights in the north. As we already mentioned, a flat Earth pushes south to the outside, and distances on a flat Earth get further and further apart the further south you go. YouTuber Critical Think, a glober who was with us for the final experiment, flew home from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia, nonstop after our trip to Antarctica. And he filmed the entire flight, and it was just over 13 and a half hours. Not only that, but his entire flight from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia was over ocean. After leaving South America, the flight flew over no major land masses, including flying completely south of New Zealand before landing in Australia. This flight is just not possible on a flat Earth. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. And I want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, I'm your host, Dr. James Coons. We are a fully neutral debate channel. That means only debates, no interviews, with fair moderation as well. We hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you're from. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button right now, as we have plenty more debates coming up in the future that you don't want to miss out on. For that, we're going to kick it over to Nathan for his opening as well. Thank you very much for being with us as well, Nathan. The floor is all yours.
Thanks so much for moderating, James. Congratulations on the channel, just exploding. I remember when you had 20,000 subscribers back in the day, so it's nice to see you doing well. On top of that, Will, I really sincerely appreciate your stunt that you pulled there in Antarctica, because since then, I have multiple social media platforms doing over 1 million views a month, because I've been talking about flat Earth for 10 years, dude. It's my bread and butter. I eat, sleep, and breathe flat Earth, guys. I've done over 200 meetups. I used to run the official Flat Earth and Globe discussion before it was censored. We had 155,000 members in there. We didn't allow cursing. We didn't allow insults. We just got down to business, answering questions. So if you guys have questions, ask them in the super chat. We'll get to them at the end. Please share the show. Really appreciate that. But yeah, thanks, Will, for your stunt. It just Flat Earth is absolutely exploding on my social media platforms now. Thanks to you. Really appreciate it. So Will's opening was lots of talking, not a lot of proof sees. I would have liked to see more proof of the globe, or that the final experiment ended flat Earth, but all we got was talkie. You'll see a difference in my presentation. I'm going to actually pull up images and show evidence to support my claims that his stunt didn't debunk the flat Earth. Now, Romans 8:28 says, all things work towards good for those that love the Creator and are called according to his purpose. I've been featured in hit pieces where Globers try and prove the globe, and it always backfires on them, because all they do is make flat Earth more popular, and it's true. So when it comes to flat Earth, any publicity is good publicity. I learned about biblical cosmology from a guy named Michael Lavery, who was my brain coach for 10 years. We were studying applied neuroscience. steroidogenesis, neuroplasticity. And one day he says, Nate, you ever look in flat earth? And I just about dropped the phone after he told me he spent 7 months looking into it. I thought he was going to say, oh, I heard about it Tuesday. So the smartest guy I know, been looking into it 7 months. I didn't sleep for 3 days. Then I went and got a camera. The camera I got was a Nikon P900. That's this camera right here. But this camera has been converted to infrared. It's what the military uses to see super far. Then we upgraded to the P1000, which is 125 times zoom. Technology has far surpassed the globe lies and the globe religion. So I spent about a week on the beach debunking the globe. Then I started the official Flat Earth and Globe discussion. I've been doing meetups ever since. A couple months ago, someone called me and says, Nate, I got an RV. Do you want to go around doing interviews, gathering products for a website, doing meetups like you've been doing? And so now I'm in an RV with Geo, and we've got all sorts of stuff from the community, like Flat Earth Gleason mat blankets, some coffee here from Veritas. If you don't have the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac clock app, download that. The referral code is NEO, and you can get tinfoil hats at bonafidetruth.com. And if you need to find any of my social media links, bonafidetruth.com/Nathan. Now, let's get right into it, guys. If I could get this share screen.
Ready for you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. All right. So if we lived on a globe, and I know he's going to hold up his little sign, go ahead. This is the curvature rate for the globe. It would curve in all directions like a ball, 8 inches per mile squared, or 0.666 feet per mile squared. That would give you 66.6 feet of drop over just 10 miles. But from mile 40 to 50, you're talking 600 feet of drop because it's exponential. Now, we were told that boats go over the horizon, and that's the curve of the earth. Well, the horizon, formerly known as the curvature of the earth, is not physical or geometric. If you read Phil Metzger's book on the art of perspective, it says, what is 1 point linear perspective? And it details the horizon, first eye level. And it says, in the railroad picture, you can see where the flat land meets the sky. That imaginary line where the sky meets the land is the horizon. So on a globe, we would have a physical geometric horizon at 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for a 1 foot observer, it's 1.2 miles away. For a 6 foot observer, it's 3 miles away. Now this picture on the right is 1 foot observer. Horizon should be 1.2 miles away, and the horizon is past 9.5 miles. So we don't have a physical geometric horizon. This is a famous picture from Joshua Nowicki from 57.25 miles. Should be about 2,000 feet of drop. Now, the tallest building in this picture is 1,350 feet. I actually took this picture from Kenosha in a helicopter with the infrared P900 from 51 miles away, just when we got above the tree line. And the entire skyline was visible. None of it should have been visible. Should have all been obstructed by the imaginary elusive curvature that can never be found. Here's 6 lighthouses that should all be obstructed by curvature, but they're clearly visible because the earth is flat. Here's Mount San Jacinto, visible light, Mount San Jacinto with infrared. You can clearly see it 123 miles away. We've also got videos of the Candido Mountains, the sun setting behind them. No curvature on the surface of the earth. So I don't know why we're pretending that going to Antarctica and looking at the sky is going to somehow end the argument about the floor. Here we have world record photograph, 275 miles. Barre des Crans should be 50,416 feet of missing curvature that we can't find. It's very elusive. Can't find it anywhere. Then you've got microwave repeater in 90 kilometers, over 100 miles. Search and rescue. We've done laser tests. You can zoom in on distant objects. They're clearly not obstructed by curvature. Now, I'd highly recommend, guys, test all things and hold fast to that which is true. Once you go flat, you never glow back. Be the change you want to see on flat Earth. The truth is incontrovertible. Malice is going to attack it. Ignorance is going to try and deride it. But in the end, there it is. And you can lead globe earthers to flat water, but you cannot get them to put their sign down and think critically about the shape of the earth. That's all I got, James. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. what we're going to do is kick it into the open dialogue. Before we do that, just a couple of other housekeeping things. First, if you haven't yet, please do hit that like button. We appreciate your support. And if you are watching live, this is your opportunity. Modern Day Debate has just put a poll in the live chat. This is a great opportunity to vote on whether or not you think the Earth is flat, globe, or you are unsure. With that, we'll kick it into open dialogue. Thanks very much, gentlemen. The floor is all yours.
Sure. Hey, Nathan, you just said something false in your opening statement. I'd like you to correct it. You said once you go flat, you never globe back. Would you please correct that right now?
No, yeah, when you go flat, as far as like testing the Earth yourself, I know you might have some flipper floppers that haven't tested the Earth themselves for 10 years like I have. But once you do that, there's no way you're going to go back to believing you're on a cartoon ball because strangers went to Antarctica and looked at the sky.
Hey, Nathan, I know you're personal friends with Jaron and Robbie, and I really don't think you should do this to them right now. Were they true flat earthers? Because they're not anymore.
I don't care what some dude thinks about the shape of
Hey,
the
Nathan, you made a false statement. You said once you go flat, you never globe back. That's false. Your own friends, Jaron and Robbie, are no longer flat. Will you please correct your false statement right now?
All right, so we're going to move on to the evidence that the Earth's a globe or not.
You're off topic, Nathan. That's not what this debate is.
Off topic. We're not here to talk about what people think the Earth is.
Okay, so you won't even correct your mistake. That's really sad. Okay, so Nathan, let's start with an easy one. Were you aware that while we were in Antarctica, we live streamed?
Yes, I was aware there were live streams being done.
How did we live stream from Antarctica on a flat Earth? Please explain that on a flat Earth.
So you can only live stream on a globe?
How did we live stream on a flat Earth, Nathan? This is your job in this debate is to argue how what we did and what we observed is possible on a flat Earth. How did we live stream on a flat Earth? Please tell me.
You had 6 arguments. None of the
Hey, Nathan.
live streaming was one of the 6 arguments. So you could stick with your arguments.
Hey, Nathan.
Flat Earth.
Hey, Nathan. Nathan,
Can you chill out?
this is part of the final experiment. How did we live stream in Antarctica? Please answer.
Okay, live streaming from Antarctica wasn't one of your 6 arguments. You talked about a 24-hour sun, a 24-hour moon, a celestial south pole, airplane flights in the south. If you want to stick with your arguments, I can talk about how those are affirming the consequent fallacies and red herring fallacies. But how you live stream from Antarctica, the same way I'm live streaming right now. We have internet. It's 2025. But
How did we get internet in Antarctica, Nathan?
the same way I'm getting internet right now on a flat Earth.
How?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
How did we have internet in Antarctica?
So James, he's asked the question like 5 times. I wasn't there. I don't know how he got internet in Antarctica. That wasn't one of his 6 claims.
Okay, so Nathan, you know that the flat Earth position is that internet comes through undersea cables. Is that your position?
No, definitely not. It comes through a multitude of ways. It's a collective ensemble of things going on. You've got undersea fiber optic submarine communication cables. You've got towers. They normally put them on mountains, and the microwave towers have a Fresnel zone. And that Fresnel zone has to account for obstruction, like trees and buildings. But one of the most famous videos I had on my old YouTube channel before it was erased by your government overlords was a microwave engineer talking about how he doesn't account for curvature, sending microwave signals over long distances. So,
okay, so we were at 80 degrees south, so there's no undersea cables, and there were no towers. There's no cell service in Antarctica. So, do you have any idea how we could have got internet?
yeah, they might have bounced it off the dome, bro. I don't know. I wasn't there. Is that all you got?
Okay, so that's the easy one. Now we'll get to the hard stuff. There is a South Pole. I'm sure you've seen people take a picture at the South Pole, right?
I haven't been there. Have you been there?
Have you seen people take a picture at the South Pole, Nathan?
I haven't been there.
Have you seen people take a picture of themselves standing at the South Pole, yes or no?
Going to an icy wasteland and calling a place the South Pole and then taking a picture there doesn't prove you're on a cartoon spinning tilted ball wheel.
Okay, so Nathan, I need you to do me a favor.
It's too easy. Let's go. Chop, chop.
I need you to do me a favor. I need you to tell me where on a flat Earth the South Pole is, where they're taking their picture with that pole. Where is it on here?
Okay, see, what you do is you just go to a spot on the flat Earth that's a deserted, icy wasteland, and then you call it the South Pole, and then you get gullible Globers to go there and take a picture in front of the sign that says, "This is your globular South Pole," and then you pretend that that's how it works on a globe.
Okay, so Nathan, that pole that they're taking a picture with, where is that on this map?
I don't know. I haven't been there.
You have no idea where it is.
No, I don't know. I haven't been there.
Okay, so I'm afraid you're not very well researched then, because the South Pole and Antarctica is one of the main differences between flat Earth and globe, and you have no idea. So if you wanted to get to the South Pole, you have no idea how you'd get there?
No, I've never been there. So did you go there?
I've not been there either.
You haven't been there. I haven't been there.
But guess what, Nathan? Guess what, Nathan? We're not going to say that a place doesn't exist if we haven't been there, right? Have you been to the Dome?
No, I haven't been to the Dome.
Okay, perfect. So don't use an argument with me that you wouldn't use for yourself, okay? There is a pole, Nathan, that people can go to. Guess what? They fly there and they take their picture with it. I want to know where that is on a flat Earth. Can you reconcile a South Pole with a flat Earth? Yes or no?
Yes, I just detailed how you go to a specific icy wasteland, you put up a sign for gullible Globers that says, "This is your globular South Pole that you're upside down on," and then you take a picture because you're a gullible Glober and you think that proves the shape of the floor. That doesn't prove the shape of the floor. Well, you're gonna need better proofs than this, bro. No one's buying this, bro.
Hey, Nathan, you're off topic again. I'm not here to prove the globe. We're here to see if the final experiment observations and experiments work on a flat Earth, and you're not showing how they work. So,
You didn't even go to the South Pole.
hey, Nathan, hey, Nathan, we had someone at the South Pole, and you have no idea where that is. And
Icy wasteland, they put up a sign and said, "This is your globular South Pole," and then gullible Globers took a picture there, Will.
is there anything else there, or is it just a pole?
I don't know, I haven't been there.
Okay, so you haven't done research. Okay, so Nathan, guess what? There is a station there. It's called the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station. It's massive.
You say so. Without ever being there, that's cool.
So Nathan, you're going to have a very hard time defending flat Earth if you can't even show where this location is that people visit, that my friend visited and took information for us from the South Pole. So we're going to go ahead and move on because you have failed at reconciling a South Pole with a flat Earth. All right, next we're going to talk about the South Celestial Pole. Are you familiar with what a celestial pole is?
Yeah, you're familiar with what a red herring is?
Okay, so if you're familiar with what a celestial pole is, can you please explain how there's a South Celestial Pole on a flat Earth where the stars go in the opposite direction than they do in the north?
Yeah, no problem. James, can I get the big screen, please? Crystal clear, right? You go to Google and you type in red herring fallacy. A red herring fallacy is a logical fallacy that occurs when someone distracts from the main topic of the argument by introducing an irrelevant topic.
What's the topic of the debate? What's the topic of the debate?
I'm still talking, bro. Can you chill with your Tourette's?
You need to tell me what the topic of the debate is before you can establish that I'm going off topic. What is the topic?
You're talking of the topic is, did the final experiment end flat Earth, which has to do with the ground, and you're talking about a celestial South Pole.
Part of the final experiment was documenting the South Celestial Pole. The South Celestial Pole is not possible on a flat Earth. Your job is to show how it is. Can you do it? Yes or no?
Yeah, what'd you document? Let's see it.
You haven't seen the videos that we have of the South Celestial Pole?
No, I haven't seen them. You haven't shown anything either, bro. Are you going to show anything?
Sure. Will it change your mind?
Yeah, well, it depends on what I see.
Okay, give me 1 second.
We're gonna get shown something. Finally, get some showtime, bro. Oh my god, the story time. Ears are gonna start bleeding.
I am a little surprised that you're taking this position that there is no South Celestial Pole, or that I need to show it to you first, but that's okay.
You said you documented it. I'd like to see what you documented. That way I can detail how this is a red herring, has nothing to do with the shape of the floor.
That's not the topic of the debate, Nathan.
Yeah, you thought your final non-experiment ended flat Earth, which is the shape of the floor, Will.
There you go, South Celestial Pole. Those stars are rotating in the opposite direction of the north.
You took that in Antarctica?
Robert Schwartz did.
Okay, cool. No problem. Thanks for showing me. Now I forget. Can I get the big screen again? Am I still in it?
Can you reconcile the South Celestial Pole with a flat Earth? Yes or no?
A logical fallacy that occurs when someone distracts from the main topic of an argument by introducing an irrelevant topic. Now, the stars have nothing to do with the shape of the floor. Even Einstein has something called a kinematic equivalence. The Ptolemaic model explained the movement of everything in the sky for 1,400 years and was unchanged for 1,400 years. Now, I'd like to stop sharing my screen and show you my watch. It's the Prague clock. They had this Prague clock built 610 years ago, which predates the gravity religion by 200 years, 1666. There's that 666 again. But they had all this mapped out for 1,400 years on the Ptolemaic model, what was going on in the sky, assuming a flat Earth. You could also celestial navigate, getting angles to these stars and the sun, and then navigate the oceans, assuming a flat Earth. So this sky argument really isn't helping your globe religion, and it's a red herring.
So Nathan, you should have done a little bit better homework. You could have watched our videos, but you are not explaining how the South Celestial Pole can exist on a flat Earth. We observed it. It's a natural phenomenon. So we know it exists. So the real question is, can you reconcile what we observed with our own eyes, what we filmed, with a flat Earth, yes or no?
Yeah, I got this flat Earth dome I picked up from Joe Hanby. We can actually show star trails in the north and star trails in the south, 24-hour moons in the south and 24-hour suns in the south, and rainbows and halos and sundogs and eclipses. And just about everything you see in the sky can be modeled right here, or at least shown a physical representation of. So
yeah, I'm very familiar.
Better proof. You're going to try and end flat Earth.
Hey, Nathan, I'm very familiar with Joe Hanby's model. I actually offered him to demonstrate it on our channel, which he declined. And I've refuted his model. So when it comes to his model and the celestial poles, his South Celestial Pole is a reflection of the North Celestial Pole. But in reality, there are different stars and different constellations in the South versus the North. So it cannot be a reflection of the North. So that doesn't work. Do you have any other way of reconciling it or no?
I didn't say it's a reflection. I don't think it's a reflection. And when we project it from the top of the dome, it's not a reflection.
So what's showing up in the South if you're only projecting stars to the top of the dome? A reflection. It's not a red herring. It's on topic. So we can move on. You're failing miserably here. So what about the 24-hour moon in Antarctica? Can you explain that on a flat Earth?
Yes, of course. No problem. Can I get the big screen, James? Sweet. So if you Google affirming the consequent, it's a logical fallacy where someone assumes that because the outcome of a conditional statement is true, the condition itself must also be true, essentially reversing the logic and leading to an invalid conclusion. The fallacy of affirming the consequent occurs when a person draws a conclusion that if the consequent is true, then the antecedent must be true.
Okay, so thanks for showing that. I'm actually not doing that. So all I'm doing is presenting an observation that was made and filmed in Antarctica, and I'm asking you to show if it's possible to happen on a flat Earth. I'm not doing anything like that. This was, you had one. Okay, let's talk about that. So again, Joe Hanvey's model is that it's a reflection. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying the 24-hour moon in Antarctica is a reflection of a moon somewhere else? Because remember, Joe Hanvey's model uses a flashlight. The moon is not like the sun. So that his model doesn't work for the moon. So can you reconcile a 24-hour moon in Antarctica on a flat Earth?
What the sky does and what's happening in the sky does not determine the shape of the floor. It's another red herring talking about the sky and pretending you ended flat Earth. Thanks for playing, Will.
Well, the reason I ended flat Earth, Nathan, is because you nor the entire flat Earth community can explain these things that I'm telling you. Like, for example, they can't explain how we got internet in Antarctica. It's very simple. We got it from satellites. So this isn't good. This isn't good.
Explanations are not proof, Will. I don't know if you know that, but you can walk down to a local tavern, find the local village idiot, and ask him anything under the sun, and he'll give you an explanation for a pint. That doesn't mean he's true. That doesn't mean he's right. Okay? Explanations are not proof. So you sitting over there asking 21 questions about the sky and saying you don't have an explanation for the sky doesn't end what the floor is, bro. You gotta be joking me.
But Nathan, it's probably reasonable, right, for him to ask for an explanation where he's saying, hey, let's say evidence A seems less probable on a flat Earth than a globe Earth. It's reasonable for him to ask how you would explain it, right? So yeah, I do want to, if you're willing to engage in terms of trying to give an explanation.
I haven't seen it. So he went and saw it. Good for him. Looking at the sky doesn't determine what the floor is, James. That's all he's got. Great, excellent. We can just move to Q&A.
No, I've got more. It's great. I'm enjoying this thoroughly.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Great. All right. So, all right, I will. I'm just going to recap for the audience. So we don't know how you can get internet in Antarctica on a flat Earth. We don't know where the South Pole is on a flat Earth. We don't know how there can be a South Celestial Pole on a flat Earth. We don't know how there can be a 24-hour moon in Antarctica on a flat Earth. Let's talk about the 24-hour sun. So Nathan, will you at least admit that you were adamant that there was no 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
I didn't know. I've never been there.
Nathan, that was not your position. That's false. You never said, hey guys, I don't know if there's one or not. I haven't been there. You joined the rest of the flat Earth community in saying there isn't one. And the reason you guys were so adamant is because it doesn't work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I would have thought that there wasn't one because every time I posted in the group for 6 years, are you all right, bro?
I'm great.
Every time I posted in the group for like 6 years, if any glober could show me evidence of a 24-hour sun in the south, because there's thousands of videos of it happening in the north, that would be really great. I'd really appreciate that. And no one ever did after 6 years of me asking. So I was led to believe that it didn't happen. But if it does happen, that's cool. We can already show a physical representation above a flat Earth of how it happens. So
okay, so
I'm going to talk about the floor at all this debate.
Okay, so let's talk about the 24-hour sun. Again, Joe Hanvey's model fails big time. So were you aware that the 24-hour sun that we filmed and saw in Antarctica made a wave pattern through the sky, that it changed elevation consistently? It would go up, then down, then up, then down.
What the sun does in the sky has no relevance to what the Earth is or the floor is underneath your feet. I've looked at the floor with high-power zoom cameras, infrared, telescope, land surveying equipment, mirror reflection test, laser test. You don't live on a curved pear or a curved ball. So asking me 21 questions about a place I've never been and what happens in the sky there is making you look silly with it.
Okay.
Just one question. I think some people in the chat are confused because they're trying to understand. Nathan, would you say that a 24-hour sun is a problem for the flat Earth? Like, would you say, no, actually, it's not a problem. We have this explanation. Here it is. Or would you say we don't have an explanation?
We can show a physical representation of a dome and how you can get a 24-hour sun over a flat Earth with a dome. So no, it's not a problem if he saw a 24-hour sun.
Okay, so Nathan, here's the issue. People have noticed, and I brought this up to Joe Hanvey, and a lot of people have brought it up to him, that he's not putting the camera inside the dome. He's putting the camera on the outside of the dome to get what might look like a 24-hour sun. But if you put the camera inside, you would never see it. So that's actually a false model because we were not outside of any dome. We never saw any dome. And there was no camera outside the dome. Our cameras were all in Antarctica. So his model doesn't even work. If he were to put a camera on the inside of his dome, there would be no 24-hour sun. Now, again, Nathan, did you notice in our videos that the sun made a wave pattern through the sky? Because Joe Hanvey's model doesn't do that.
What the sun does in the sky over a place I've never been has no relevance on the floor that I've tested for the last 10 years and just showed you about a dozen evidences. It's not curving in all directions. We don't have a physical geometric horizon. We see way too far. Thanks for playing, Will.
Okay, Nathan, I'm happy to move on. Let's talk about southern flights. So Critical Think flew nonstop from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia. Can you please explain how that flight is possible on a flat Earth and where the path of that flight travels on a flat Earth?
I don't know how I'm taking that flight. I just test the floor. Well, that's what I do. But I do have pitch data from a 2-hour airplane flight, United Airlines flight. Here's the pitch data. If anybody needs it, send me an email, flatearthflyers@gmail.com. But the pitch data shows that the airplane flew straight and level for 2 hours. Now, if you do the math for the globe religion, after 2 hours of flying straight and level, you would be 120 miles above the surface of the Earth. You could almost stop at the ISS and pick up those stranded astronauts, if this was the case, guys. But yeah, we got the pitch data, the attitude indicator on Earth, and the FAA trains pilots on the Target Generation Facility, which is a flat Earth simulator that negates rotation and negates a gravity vector. So airplane flights aren't doing your curve any justice.
Okay, Nathan. So you went off topic again. We're talking about a very specific flight that's part of the final experiment. You have not explained how that flight works on a flat Earth. And you actually just said something completely false. Number one, the FAA does not train pilots, so you should stop saying that. Number two, pilots do not train on a target generation facility. That's false. Where did you get this? It's completely wrong. Was this from TikTok?
Federal Aviation Administration assumes a flat Earth when training pilots and air traffic controllers using their target generation facility. The TGF consists of several software programs that control simulation scenarios using simulated aircraft. The TGF computer simulator drive almost all of the air traffic control laboratories of the FAA William J. Hughes Technical Center. The FAA states, our lab has worked closely with the TGF group to have aircraft perform the way air traffic controllers would expect them to behave in a real, natural airspace systems.
What are you reading from?
This is from The Greatest Lie on Earth by Edward Hendry, and it has citations from the FAA website.
Okay, so number one, the FAA does not train pilots. You are incorrect there. They certify pilots. They don't train them. Number two, pilots are not trained on a target generation facility. That's for air traffic controllers. That's not for pilots. If you go find a pilot and ask him if he was trained on a target generation facility, he's going to say no, because they're not trained on a TGF. So you should just correct that going forward, because it's wrong. This is one of the issues that I found in the flat Earth community, is they don't do research with people that might disagree with them. All the flat Earth community had to do was reach out to Anthony Powell or Robert Schwartz about the 24-hour sun. But they refused to do that and took a position that there wasn't a 24-hour sun. If you just reach out to a pilot and talk to him, he will tell you what I'm telling you.
it says. We'll just believe that. Excellent.
Okay, so back to the topic of the debate. Can you please explain how a nonstop flight from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia is possible on a flat Earth?
Yeah, of course. If you look at the pitch data, which I'll put back on screen, I don't know, maybe you weren't paying attention. The pitch data shows that they fly straight and level the entire duration of the flight. They also have an attitude indicator, has a gyroscope inside. The reason they use the gyroscope, because it keeps its rigidity in space. Once you spin that thing up, it stays on that plane of rotation. And so if we were flying around a globe, which is a cartoon, by the way, guys, the orientation of the gimbal base would change with respect to the gyroscope. So, and we got the pitch data too, bro. So thanks for playing.
So I'm talking about a very specific flight here. And the reason...
I don't have any data for the flight. So you just asked me a question. I gave you the answer. If you don't like the answer, run home to mom, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
Would you like the data for the flight?
Does it show that we live on a cartoon globe?
Would you like the data for the flight?
If it shows we live on a cartoon globe, then I would love to see it.
Okay, so Nathan, the reason this flight doesn't work on a flat Earth is because it's so far south. It begins and ends south of the Tropic of Capricorn. As I mentioned, a flat Earth pushes the south out indefinitely, so distances get far. This flight is impossible on a flat Earth because of distance, and the time that this flight happens, which is about 13 and a half hours, is also impossible on a flat Earth. So can you reconcile that flight with a flat Earth?
Yeah, of course. There's no curve. You're talking about the sky again, bud. It's a red herring. Are we going to talk about the floor at all this debate, Will, or not?
Okay, so I gave you a list of the things that I was going to be presenting that I don't think you can reconcile with a flat Earth. You have not attempted to reconcile them with a flat Earth. I am completely content to go to Q&A at this point.
Excellent. If I could do closing arguments, James?
We had talked about closings, but if you guys mutually agree, I'm open to having closings.
Totally fine.
Maybe something like 3 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, whatever is great with me.
I just need 2.
You got it.
All right, who's the first
Go
in
ahead,
the closing? I'll go first in the closing.
Great.
So again, all of his arguments had to do with the sky. And he thinks looking at the sky is going to prove what the floor is. Now, I've looked at the floor for 10 years. I've used every piece of optical technology you can find, get your hands on, to look at the floor. The floor isn't curving. The Bible says test all things and hold fast to that which is true. I've done that with the floor. So asking me about a 24-hour sun in a place I've never been isn't going to convince me what the floor is. I've tested the floor. Asking me about a 24-hour moon in a place I've never been isn't going to convince me what the floor is. That's, again, the sky. Asking me about a South Pole that you've never been to doesn't convince me that the Earth is curving in all directions. It doesn't end flat Earth. Thanks for playing. Asking me about a southern celestial pole is a red herring argument. You're not even on topic anymore. You're not even talking about the floor. You're off in La La Land trying to Jedi mind trick gullible flat earthers that will listen to what you're saying. I'm not a global flat earther, okay? I was looking forward to some evidence. You didn't have any evidence. You had a lot of talking points, a lot of story time. I put up 12 images or so that debunk the cartoon globe religion. Anyone can go test it themselves. And thanks for playing well. I really appreciate your time, and thanks for all the work you did making my YouTube views and my Instagram views and my Facebook views explode through the roof. Keep up the good work, bud. Cheers.
We'll kick it to Will for his closing as well.
Okay, great. So I actually, just so everyone knows, I sent Nathan the list of what I would be talking about so that he knew exactly what I'd be presenting. He would have an opportunity to watch the videos on the TFE channel and know exactly the arguments I would be presenting. As I predicted, which is why I made this, he would not be able to reconcile the observations and experiments we did in Antarctica and Chile with a flat Earth. Now, this is why there is a major exodus right now, gone public yet, that have contacted me and will go public soon, is because there are no answers to this. And so real truthers are going to look at the evidence, and they're going to see the truth and the reality of what we saw. And they're going to see that it simply doesn't work on a flat earth. And those and the truthers that are willing to look at it and see the truth of the matter are going to leave flat earth, like Jaron, like Alex Stein, like Robbie Davidson, and so many others. And so this discussion tonight is a perfect example of how certain people will react when they don't like new evidence that's presented to them that contradicts a belief that they have. And so that's kind of where things stand. And I'm really glad that we did this. And I just hope that people will be able to see that the flat earth community does not have answers for what we brought back. And so I think that the final experiment has definitely ended flat earth. Thank you.
Thank you very much for both of those closings. We're going to jump into the Q&A, in fact, folks. So we're going to try to move fast. If you guys, gentlemen, because we do actually have a lot already, if you're able to keep your rebuttals to a very slim minimum, otherwise, if we have rebuttals on each question, we have trouble getting to the other ones down in the list later on. So this one coming in from Tango44 says, here's my contribution. Thanks for your question. They said, for Nathan, explain how the sun was up for 24 hours in Antarctica, but for the rest of us, me in New Zealand and you in trailer, it observably continued set and rise. Is there more than one sun? Is the sun a conspiracy?
You know, I think the sun's speed, its position, its size, and its path is all apparent. It's not actual. You're not looking at a goodness gracious great ball of fire in the sky. The sun on the globe religion actually violates the second law of thermodynamics because you can't have gas pressure without a container. Space is fake. The sun is actually in the firmament, like Will's Bible tells him, but I don't know. I guess Will doesn't want to read his Bible about what the earth is.
This one coming in from LJ says, Will never provided the 24-hour live as promised. You have a chance to respond.
Sure. This is a falsehood that's being spread around the flat earth community. Don't believe me, though. Ask Austin Whitsitt, ask Jaron Campanella, ask Lisbeth Acosta. We never said we would be able to do a 24-hour live stream. We weren't even sure we'd be able to live stream. I purchased a very expensive Starlink unit, a maritime unit. It was $5,000. It barely fit in my suitcase to hope that we could live stream at all. So we never promised that, and that unfortunately is a falsehood being spread in the flat earth community.
So Artorius says, Nathan, how many elementary school? Let's see. This one from Yelda Boath. We're looking for serious questions. They say flat or round is still a Masonic prison. Either of you know what that means? This one from Yelda Boath says it's the public. They say Nathan looks like a January 6th hardened criminal. You weren't there, were you? This one from Burnham says, put this toward, let's see, God, thanks for your kind support. Mr. E-Man says, does Nathan know that flat earth is what is making average people like me feel smart and give intelligent people a good laugh? Oh, I thought the screen was frozen. All right. This one, King 44 says, prediction. 2 minutes into Will's opening statement, Nathan will just go to his script. This one coming in from, do appreciate it as well. Mr. E-Man says, got that one. They also said, never buy or use the sun, moon, flat earth clock accessed easily. This one from Heaven Stocking says, stop dodging the 24-hour sun, Nathan. Explain it or game over.
What the sun does, it is has no relevance on the shape of the earth. You can test the earth yourself, guys. Large bodies of water do not curve.
I think they're saying, earlier it came up, where I think you were saying, hey, flat Earth can give an explanation for a 24-hour sun. Like, we can explain that. I think they're saying, give us the how. Like, how does it explain it?
I don't know. I didn't make the sky and haven't seen it yet. So hopefully looking to get down there this year. Once I see it, then I'll worry about explaining it.
Okay. King044 says, Nathan, you showed lighthouse in your presentation. Why do we have lighthouses?
Yeah, we have lighthouses so boats don't collide with the shore. And the lighthouses, even though they're only 150, 200 feet tall, their light can be seen 40 to 50 miles away. There should be substantial amounts of curvature over 40 and 50 miles, making a 150, 200 foot tall lighthouse obstructed. They wouldn't even work on a globe. They only work on a flat Earth. Thanks for playing.
This one from Booba Sweat says, did Nathan get a chance to shill his merch yet? That was earlier in the debate, actually. Can
I say something about that?
Yeah.
Nathan, I am disappointed that you're still peddling Gleason's map. Gleason's map contains a lie on it, a falsehood. Here in the lower right, it says there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So if I were you, I would stop promoting something that's completely false.
Okay, well, the Bible says, do not take counsel from the ungodly, Will. And sorry, Rob, I'm just not taking any advice from you, but I appreciate the consideration.
This one from Artoria says, public service announcement, down in the rabbit hole. Do you remember, is that what Dearth's? Do you remember the name of it? Thank you. They say their app is unsecured and is still leaking personal data. Do not download or log in. If you have logged in, be sure to email him and ask to have your data deleted. Booba Sweat strikes again and says, oh, we got that one. King044 says, Nathan was your proof that the earth is flat. You selling merchandise.
I don't even say that. We have blankets that Stephen Alonso offers. We have paraplegic. He's a veteran paraplegic. And I help him sell his copy. I've spent, if you look at my Cash App, like $800 of my own money on his copy because I just think it's good copy. These are not my products. This is not my merchandise. I'm just trying to help people in the community make more money because then we can do more stuff and debunk the globe further.
Megan Marie says Earth is a globe, but tinfoil hat is sick. King044 says, Nathan, was it hard that this time you couldn't just do your script like usual?
I did my keynote speech, the same one I pull up every single time, so I guess he's wrong. You've been debunked. Thanks for playing.
You're saying, no, I did do my script this time. Okay. Jacob says, they say, Nathan, this was hard to watch. Prepare better next time. Booba Sweat strikes again and says, Nathan, if you're willing to pair it, wits it. You need more word salad. Ooh. This one from Rossinate says, if I actually examine what would be visible on my flat Earth versus what actually is visible, that might cause me to doubt. So I refuse. Nathan, I think they're saying this is you.
Yeah, I know. A lot of coping globers in the super chats.
King044 says, Nathan, we don't need to go find the village. Okay, we got that. Only joined to troll. Thanks for your question. Says, holy smokes, Nathan. Never debate anyone, never again. You lack any, I have to read some of them. You lack any conversational skills whatsoever and don't deserve to be on this platform. Terrible attempt. This one from Matt says, oh gosh, Nathan, you got ruined by Mark Reed and now by Will. When will you stop debating? Because you obviously aren't good. Oh, geez, you have to make it personal. Okay, Mr. E-Man says, has Nathan ever observed New Zealand from where he is, though? I think they're saying, Nathan, you talked about New Zealand at some point in the debate. And they're saying, well, hey, you know, you kept saying like, oh, I've never been to Antarctica, so I can't really answer questions about it until I've been there. And they're saying, but wait a minute, you talked about New Zealand. And have you ever been there before?
No, I haven't been to New Zealand there.
Why do you keep turning your camera off? What are you doing over there?
This one from, I don't want to know. Zoomer Ray says, Nathan, do you believe in celestial navigation? Because that debunks your statement of what is measured in the sky.
Believe in celestial navigation? No, celestial navigation happens on a flat Earth because they use triangles to triangulate using the sky, assuming a flat Earth. It only works on a flat Earth. Thanks for calling.
This one coming in from the Turk says, what does the floor look like in Antarctica? How about the shadows on the floor?
The shadows did a 360, which is not possible on a flat Earth.
This one coming in from.
Wait, hold on. You don't think a shadow could go around someone on a flat surface? Are you serious?
But Nathan,
Not all 360 degrees, like from a 24-hour sun.
we do want to limit the rebuttals. This one from the Wicker Man says Nathan Thompson equals Pee Wee Herman. Will Duffy equals Mike Tyson. God bless you, Will. Nathan is only here to sell hats, not debate. Wait a minute. Nathan was.
Get temple hats.
This okay, gotcha. Thanks. This one from how Yar the Boath says no. So Nathan shouldn't believe in the resurrection because he wasn't there.
That's why it says the just will live by faith. You gotta go look up what the word faith means, bud. Next.
I don't. But wait, did we? Forgive me, because I don't know if we ever. Did you answer the question about New Zealand though? Like, if you talk about New Zealand,
I haven't been there.
did you talk about it earlier in the debate? I think they're saying that you did, and they're saying, but how could you talk about it then if you don't know, like if you haven't been there?
No, I didn't talk about New Zealand earlier.
So coming in from Elder Boat says, so Nathan, Muck Gump says, Nathan, can you show any of these physical demonstrations you keep claiming you have? Show in detail how it works, not just assertions that it works. So I think they're looking for that like connecting piece, like the how behind these claims that certain things fit on the flat Earth.
Yeah, I just picked up the dome like 3 days ago from Joe Hanby. I'm here in South Carolina where he lives. So I'm going to get better at working on it and modeling stuff on it or showing representations of what we see in the sky. But if you need, go tune in to Joseph Hanby's channel. He's doing it all.
Interesting. This one coming in from Munch Gum. Appreciate your question. The church says, airplanes fly over the floor. Explain the path. I don't know who that's for, though. They didn't say.
It's a really good question because we know the paths of flights. We know them through flight tracking, and we know them through looking out the window and seeing where you are. Are you over an ocean, or are you over a continent? And so this is why I don't think Nathan or any flat earther can make sense of that nonstop flight from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia.
Bang044 says, Nathan, instead of looking at the floor for 10 years, they say, did you drop your ball? Maybe you should have looked in some books instead. Mic drop. Alex Strand says, do you think Nathan mentioning red herring is a red herring or deflection?
Yes, it was, because what I was talking about was the exact topic of the debate, and it was the information that I told him I would be talking about before the debate.
Yeah, just because you tell me your argument in advance doesn't make it not a red herring. So.
Well, it was on topic. So it was about the final experiment and our observations. So it was on topic. It was not a red herring.
Looking at the sky is not on topic for the floor and what the shape of the floor is. Well, thanks for playing.
Just to be sure I understand, but was there an agreement that the only thing that would be covered tonight would be things that had to do with the shape of the floor?
No, Will
No.
sent me his 6 arguments in advance. They all had to do with the sky, so I patiently waited for this debate so I could laugh at him. He didn't have any arguments pertaining to the floor.
Except for the South Pole, which you had no answer for.
You haven't been there. You haven't been there. You're talking about Narnia, a place you believe in because someone put a sign up in an icy wasteland.
New Zealand exists even though you haven't been there. The South Pole exists even though I haven't been there.
Or is New Zealand a myth too, Nathan? Are you going to bite the bullet on that one? Or okay, this one, right?
I got flat earth friends down there.
Let's not go nuts. They say, Nathan, are you saying that airplanes only travel in the direction the nose is pointed? They routinely nose up when they are landing on a runway. Based on your assertion, it would still be climbing.
If they routinely nose up, then they're not routinely nosing down to go around a cartoon globe. You just debunked your globe with that question. Thanks for playing.
But just be assured the question, because I don't know if that was their question, though. I think they're saying, are you saying that airplanes only travel in the direction the nose is pointed?
Yeah, the airplane cannot travel in the opposite direction than the nose is pointed. That's not how they work.
But I think they're saying it's an empirical fact that people could look up on YouTube. That's what they're saying, at least. They say that planes routinely land where their nose is actually pointing upward as they do land.
They fly the entire duration of the flight with the nose slightly pitched upward. But what Globers need is the nose coming down around a globe, but they fly the entire duration of the flight with the nose pitched up 2 to 4 degrees.
Okay, just to be sure though, if you said sometimes they fly the entire duration of the flight with the nose pointed up, does that include the descent where they're moving downward, the opposite direction of the nose then?
Yes, they just tilt the nose up a little bit more and then they slow the plane down and that causes them to drop in altitude. But they are pointed nose up the entire time, so not going down around a globe, nose up.
This one from Mystery Man says, when Nathan states that all optical observations do not confirm a globe Earth, he is ignoring all reciprocal zenith angle observations.
The reciprocal zenith angles are measured from the horizon. The horizon is not physical and geometric. We've debunked that notion. So measuring angles to a non-physical, non-geometric horizon that changes hour to hour and day to day is ridiculous. Thanks for playing.
Drew says, Nathan, I think let me just double check, they're saying, aircraft maintain altitude via pressure set by altimeters. Stop using Angel's BS. Neither of you know what you're talking about. High altitude equals lower pressure. You wouldn't, quote, fly into space, unquote.
Yeah, if you fly straight and level on a globe for 2 hours, which is what the pitch data shows, you would be 123 miles above the surface of the Earth. That's pretty much halfway to the ISS in just 2 hours. So.
You got it. Folks, any more questions for Will? Look, he's excited to jump in here. And I know you can always do curveball questions for Will, where you can say, hey, Will, what was your thought on Nathan said something earlier in the debate? What's your thought on that? If you want to do that, that could get him involved. They say, Ha-Hua Man says, Nathan staring at the floor is definitely the brand. Were you staring at the floor? I didn't realize that during this debate.
Maybe.
Okay. Icy Spin says, Nathan, ever seen a duck dressed as a human? What's this question, Nathan? What's this about? You got a duck suit at home or something?
Oh, no. Disingenuous YouTubers, pranksters, invited me out under false pretenses that they were working with the Travel Channel, but they're just liars. I don't know why Globers are so obsessed with lies and believing liars, but they lied to me and dragged me all the way out to LA and then had me put on a chicken costume for like 5 minutes while they did an experiment, and I was laughing at them. So that's what he's talking about.
Interesting. This one from Ross and 8 says, Nathan's contribution to this debate is like MH370's contribution to Southern Hemisphere aviation history. Nathan, that means you failed totally. Silva says, for Nathan, why do you accept a plane's pitch data as evidence for the flat Earth, but a flight, which demonstrably happens, cannot be accepted as evidence for a globe or against the flat Earth?
Yeah, because that flight works just fine on a flat Earth, and if they were flying around a globe, the plane would have to pitch its nose down to get around the curvature of the globe that doesn't exist. So they fly nose up the entire duration of the flight. We have the pitch data.
Well, just to be sure I understand, would you concede that they say, why do you accept a plane's pitch data? So you're like, yeah, it sounds like you're very clearly saying you do. And they're saying, but why is it, they say, but a flight, which demonstrably happens, cannot be accepted as evidence. Right. So are you saying, oh, okay, actually, flight could be accepted as evidence?
There was no evidence in the flight. And the flight doesn't prove we live on a globe because the flight didn't go around a globe. They just have problems with the distances and don't understand that jet streams move faster in the south. Yeah, it's a total red herring. Nobody wants to talk about the floor. I remember back when I started flat earthing, people would actually talk about the floor. They would act like the floor is curving and then say, oh, look, the bottom of something's missing. Now they just don't even talk about the floor anymore. They just got the sky. They point at the sky. They talk about south poles that they've never been to. Pretty soon, they're just going to wave a white flag because they're cooking themselves.
The Silva says, for Nathan, why do you accept it? Got that. Eric Whedon says, Will, what is the odds the sun and moon appears the same size, yet the sun is 400 times larger than the moon and 400 times further from the earth than the moon, so they appear at a ratio of 1 to 1. They say, from the only planet we know to contain life?
Yeah, great question. I do not think that is very likely to have happened by random chance. So whoever's asking that, I would agree with you that I do think that's evidence of design for sure.
Nathan, maybe you're in agreement on this one, no?
Yeah, we can agree on some things. What about the moon landing, Will? You think they danced on the moon?
I don't remember seeing them dance on the moon, but they walked on the moon.
I think the Bible says the moon's in the firmament, Will.
Matt, hey, if you have a question, let me know.
Were they in the firmament, Will, when they walked on it?
We agreed earlier.
The expanse, yes. Not the fake glass crystal dome that no one's ever seen.
Trust Pro says, Nathan, how can you fail to understand that showing an observation is not physically possible on your model disproves your model? To deny the evidence that sits in front of you is intellectual dishonesty. Okay, Nathan, can you give them a little bit more? Can you humor them a little bit more than the move along figure?
All the arguments he thought that exclusively proved the globe can be modeled on a flat earth with a dome just fine.
I think they're looking for that how part, though. I think they're trying to, because I think they're saying, you know, but like some might say, yeah, these all fit on a banana-shaped Earth, and
yeah,
like you get about how.
Everything's got to be completely black. I got to have it on pillars. I don't have room for that in the RV, so not going to be modeling anything for you guys, except for my flat Earth sweater.
There it is, more merch. Links below. This one from Kango44 says, Nathan, you keep saying, quote, test the Earth yourself. I have. It's a globe. Go Takes says, Nathan is either a charlatan or painfully misinformed. There is no other option. The motion of the stars is not a red herring, Nathan. Quit lying. Nathan, come on, Nathan. You got to give him something. Can you one word? At least plug your merch. Come on. Birdham says, Nathan, can you admit all of Joe's work on his model is pointless since you wouldn't accept it on merit?
I don't know what I mean.
Let me read it again. Sometimes it takes twice to read or to hear it twice to understand it. They say, Can you admit all of Joe's work on his model is pointless since you would not accept it on merit?
No, I can't admit that.
Matt K says, Nathan, could you provide calculations based on second law of thermodynamics proving that Earth is an isolated system?
You can't have gas pressure without a container. NASA will tell you that. Go to their 3 Phases of Matter website. Also, if you go to their gas pressure website, NASA will tell you that the formula for gas pressure is force over area. So if you don't have an area to press against with the force, you don't have any gas pressure. And we certainly have gas pressure here on Earth, so there's an area containing the gas. That would be the firmament that Will Duffy denies. But it's in his Bible.
I'm Not Your Buddy guy says, quote, Nathan, there are only 3 groups of flat earthers. Which are you? There are those who are ignorant, those who want to rile others up, or trolls, and subversives who seek to burn the system down.
I'm one of the evangelical flat earthers that go out and share the good news. We don't live on a cartoon tilted ball, and they're stealing your money, $70 million a day. Let's get some of that back.
Fair, so you're doing it for the taxpayer. Okay. Farron Salas is Nathan. I know I'm being a little bit sarcastic toward Nathan. It just makes the Q&A a little bit more fun and playful. Because I saw someone in chat saying you're too hard on Nathan. He's tough. Look at him. He can take it. Farron Salas says, Nathan, you are quick to define fallacies. Will you be as quick to put forth a testable flat Earth model?
Yeah. I mean, we can model pretty much everything. Flat Earth is like a Victoria's Secret catalog when it comes to models. We can model ocean currents with magnetohydrodynamics. We can model gas pressure gradients inside a closed system. We can model hurricanes. We can model sundogs, star trails, 24-hour sun in the north and the south. We can model everything because we have a container. And we can hold water. Spinning balls that are tilted, flying breakneck speeds through an infinite vacuum of nothingness do not hold water. So we're actually the only ones who can model anything. Thanks for playing, Logan.
Were any of those, given that the topic is the final experiment, were any of those mentioned by Nathan just now, from either of you? Something that is relevant to the final experiment? And the reason I ask is not to be like, gotcha, Nathan, but more so just to, this would be an opportunity to like pick one of those examples and show how it's modeled. Like, hey, how are hurricanes modeled? I don't think hurricanes are relevant to the final experiment, but any of those relevant to the final experiment that you want to give us like the explanation or the model, give us the how behind it?
I didn't come here to explain the sky to someone asking questions about the sky over and over and over again. I talk about the floor. He thought looking at the sky debunked what the floor is. I came to laugh at him because that's a joke. I thought I was getting pranked. I thought at any moment Ashton Kutcher was going to come knock on my RV and be like, this is MTV prank. We were just kidding, Nathan.
But was there an agreement beforehand that arguments had to be about the floor?
I didn't say that because I wanted to show up real time and laugh at it.
But then why is it that you make it seem as if there was some sort of agreement, like that arguments had to be about the floor?
Okay, he's trying to end flat Earth, James, and he's doing it using the sky. He needs to end flat Earth using the Earth. That's how you end flat Earth. Well, just so you know, next time you spend $450,000 to look at the sky.
Don't forget about the South Pole, Nathan. I'm sorry. I'll keep reminding you of that because you have no answer for that.
I don't understand, Nathan. Like, why is it you have to use the floor? Like, it's not axiomatic to me. It's not self-evident that, like, you have to use the floor. You can't use other arguments that are not based on it.
If the debate is about the floor, James, you should bring evidence regarding the floor. Super simple. I mean,
look at me. Look what I'm reduced to. This is my life. Okay, I'm not your buddy guy. Says Nathan. There are only 3 groups of flat Earth. Oh, we got that. Aaron, we got that. Carol Simmons says Nathan entered as a bad faith debater. Josh says, look at him over there. Are you texting, Nathan? Put your little phone down. They say, Will, can you explain why what happens in the sky has implications on what the ground is? Nathan, do you have a rebuttal to this? If not, you kind of lost the debate with your fallacy strategy. Will, we'll give you a chance. Can you explain why what happens in the sky has implications on what the ground is?
Sure. So, number one, this is the most important thing, which is that all of these observations and experiments that we did with the final experiment, they don't have answers for how those are possible on a flat Earth. And so if they're not possible, then the flat Earth model is refuted. Number two, celestial navigation, to my knowledge, no flat earthers have been able to demonstrate celestial navigation on a flat Earth. I know that MCToon has an open offer to have a discussion or a debate with any flat earther on celestial navigation. Austin Whitsitt is on record saying that MCToon actually has a very good argument against flat Earth and for the globe on celestial navigation, but no one will debate or have this discussion with MCToon. So celestial navigation, if it works, is telling us about where we live and where to travel. And so celestial navigation actually does confirm the globe.
My great and worthy adversary, MCToon. We hope he's doing well. And that's Nathan's buddy, right, Nathan? Nathan, what are you doing over there? What are you doing with the lights out? Why is your camera on? Okay, this one, I don't even, Josh says, Will, oh, we got that one. Dave here says, Nathan, have you been back to Greenville, South Carolina? Is that where you were born? What's the story there, Nathan?
That's where I got arrested because I was standing on a public sidewalk and I said large bodies of water don't occur. And Glovers was so triggered, they called the police department, and the police department violated my civil rights because they don't know in America you have freedom of speech. You're allowed to say things on public sidewalks, like large bodies of water don't occur. But yeah, I'm currently banned at 80 schools in Greenville, South Carolina, which where I'm at right now. So I can't go to any of the schools at the moment.
Don't tell people that you're banned from schools. It sounds so bad. You don't have to put it that way. Just frame it a different way.
I was on a public sidewalk. I said large bodies of water don't occur, James. I'm not ashamed of it. No big deal.
This is the elementary school incident. Am I right?
Yeah.
Oh, we've all been there. Okay, this one from James Ketter. It says, lights in the sky say nothing about the shape of the floor. How do you see the floor, Nathan? If windows in ceiling look straight up, looking straight up show the house across the street, why wouldn't you question your understanding of the floor?
Copy and paint shop's good. Seriously.
Let me read it again because maybe it didn't. Maybe the point just didn't set in. They say lights in the sky say nothing about the shape of the floor? Question mark. You say, how do you see the floor? They say, if windows in the ceiling looking straight up show the house is across the street, why wouldn't you question your understanding of the floor as a result?
I've never looked up at a house across the street, bro. I don't know what that guy's talking about.
Dear gosh, Nathan, are you trying to be difficult? How can you be so obtuse, to quote my favorite movie? Does everybody know what movie that is? Okay. Big Bad Mama, says Nathan. With a flat Earth model, explain the existence, and by flat Earth model, they don't mean Whitsitt gets it, okay? They mean a flat Earth scientific model. Ow! Explain the existence of both the aurora borealis in the north and the aurora australis in the south. Is that what they call it there? But go ahead, Nathan.
Yeah, I would say they're not even very analogous. If you look at the north, you see these bands of light, like these rivers of light. And in the south, it's all splayed out. It's like a fabric of light that encompasses the entire night sky from horizon to horizon. And I think that's because there's something called electromagnetic ducts. I think that's what they're called, where they're studying the energy flow from the north out to the south. And as that energy flows outward, it is attenuated, which means the energy is absorbed or reflected. And that's why it's rivers in the north and fabric in the south.
Got it. And that is what they call it in Australia. Did you guys know that? Is that my understanding right?
Yeah, Aurora Australia, sir. Something like that.
Interesting. The Drunk Debunk Show. Thanks for your super chat. Said, Nathan, do you still yell at children at schools? Already covered that. He still does. Okay, Nick says, if your best argument is, quote, what's in the sky doesn't tell us about the ground, Ask yourself why everything up there moves exactly as we'd expect on a globe and not whatever shape you were doodling in crayon.
Now, there's actually numerous observations in the sky that debunk the globe, like crepuscular rays, local light illumination from the moon around the clouds, and the stars don't intersect the marine horizon. If you take a time lapse of the star trails, when they approach the marine horizon, they fade away off in the distance, not what would happen if we lived on a globe spinning 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
Interesting. Steve Marsh says Nathan shills his stuff so he could snort more drugs. Nathan, is this true?
Yikes, bro. Glover's in their fields tonight, bro. A lot of feeling policing here. Louise.
Dave Fear says, Nathan, how many feet of curvature do you need to be away from a grade school? Okay, come on. Okay. Eddie Lifts FX says, you sound like a DEI pilot. All right. Only joined to troll says, who has anything to gain from lying about the earth being a globe, Nathan? My question to all flat earth, why lie about it?
Well, not only are they stealing $70 million a day, but if they can get you to deny your senses and deny reality, well, that makes you essentially putty in their hand, because they can shape and shift and mold the world into whatever they want. So there's a huge motive to lie to you about where you live and steal $70 million a day.
You've been so restrained, self-regulated, Will, that I want to invite you to, if you have any rebuttals, you want to just chip in there, because I just hate having you sit idle. If you want, you can always, for example, this one, if you want to say anything, you're welcome to. I appreciate that you haven't, because you're wanting to make sure we get to all the questions. But I also don't want you to be left out. If you have anything.
All right, I'll chip in if I feel like it.
Deal. Mr. E-Man says, no. Reciprocal zenith angles are measured with respect to the downward bias. Why does Nathan have to lie? Nathan. All right, we're going to the next one. Debunk Show says, every time Nathan says, thanks for playing, the crucifix on my wall starts moving. Is this like they're saying you're infested with a demon? I don't understand. I don't get the joke. Rossinate says, Nathan, the course over ground path of a south hemisphere flight, for example, Sydney to Chile, does not pass anywhere near Anchorage, Vancouver, or Los Angeles, as they must on your Gleason map. Forget altitude or pitch over. Explain the path over ground. For anybody who's new, I do want to read it just one more time.
Jeez.
Pay attention, Nathan. This is it is a long one, to be fair. They say, Nathan, the quote, force over ground path of a southern hemisphere flight, such as Sydney to Chile, does not pass anywhere near Anchorage or Vancouver or Los Angeles, as they would have to on your Gleason map. Forget the altitude or pitch over. Just explain the path over ground.
I mean, unless you had a bird's eye view from like Polaris or the firmament, how would you really know the path that the airplane took unless you're just believing secondhand data that the airplane tells you? So, and that could be all programmed to tell you live on a cartoon globe, so that Globers who are gullible will look at it and say, oh my gosh, look, we live on a cartoon globe.
You can also look out. You can also buy a window seat and look out the window.
This one from Ajax.
We do that with infrared too, and you can see over 1,000 miles, which debunks your globe religion. So we're constantly looking out the window, Will. Thanks for playing.
This one from Ajax says, Will, how could your experiment end mental derangement of the flat earth?
I didn't understand the question.
Right. Keep saying, Will, how could, I'll read it verbatim. They say, how could your experiment end mental illness?
Oh, okay.
you're saying flat Earth is a mental illness. I'm saying, how could it end it?
Yeah. So I'll deal with that. When I say end flat Earth, I don't mean magically overnight every flat earther is going to say they were wrong. There are still people who deny the Holocaust. There are still people who deny that the Titanic sank and it is at the bottom of the ocean. What I'm saying is that we're going to see a mass exodus out of flat Earth. Flat Earth will slowly die and become very minor and irrelevant. And the people that don't want to look at evidence and just want to turn flat Earth into a type of a religion that's based on faith only, while they do this and this, there's not much we can do for them.
You got it. And this one coming in, I'm getting so much heat in chat. This is like, I don't understand. It's we're just having a good time, folks. I don't understand. Chat, let me know why is it that someone just keeps posting this super inappropriate thing. I'm like, what? The Megan Marie says, Will please take Nathan to space and show him the Earth. Nathan, would that persuade you? If you did go to space, you went on a SpaceX voyage with Will in several years, and you saw the Earth as a globe, would it change your mind, or would you think that maybe there's some sort of hijinks going on, some sort of trick?
Space is fake. It violated its natural law. That's why it's a cartoon, and the rocket launches are parabolic. What goes up must come down.
Speaking of space launches, I want to give a quick plug to Jeranism. Jaron Campanella, who lives in California, and he's been going out and filming the SpaceX launches, and they don't show up at his horizon for over a minute after they have launched. And so he is arguing that rocket is hidden by the curve of the Earth. He's asking flat earthers, what else could it be? And he has received no answers. And I can tell you that there are flat earthers who are convinced about this and are leaving flat Earth because of what he's doing. So these rocket launches are a powerful way to show the curve.
Nathan, do you want to add anything as you take your final line?
The rocket launches are parabolic. If you look at the lines that come out of the airplanes, those are all straight lines. So you can't tell me that the rocket's going over the curve of the Earth when the lines behind the airplanes are perfectly straight lines.
Where is the rocket for the first minute and 5 seconds, Nathan, before it hits Jaron's horizon? He's not that far away.
I'm doing 21 questions about the sky. That ended about 30 minutes ago.
Okay.
This one coming in from, I do want to bring this up, Nathan, because it came up earlier, and I am curious about your opinion, because Will did ask you, and it is interesting. So I'm looking on Social Blade. If anybody's unfamiliar, Social Blade is where you can like track social media accounts and see, for example, how many subs a YouTube channel gets per day, like new ones. And Jaron, this is actually to praise Jaron, not to put him down. His daily average is negative 33 subs. The reason being, of course, that if I understand right, he recently changed his mind on the flat Earth. And so a lot of flat earthers are probably unsubscribing because they're like, hey, bro, like, what's your deal? But, it's not like this changing of his mind has no cost. He is losing subscribers. So, like, it's probably sincere. Like, Nathan is sincere, right? Like, what's your explanation for Jaron doing this? Is there some sort of government subsidy he's receiving? I don't understand. What is it? How do you explain Jaron changing his mind?
Yeah, I mean, people change their mind all the time. I don't really care about what men think or what men do or what men believe. The Creator says, follow me. So I'm following the Creator. And it also says, do not take counsel from the ungodly. So I don't really listen to much of what Jaron has to say at all, period. He's not even a believer, dude. So.
Okay.
Riveting.
This one coming in from Burnham says, Will, did you measure longitude line distances?
Yes, we did. This hasn't been released yet, but this is, we actually did measure the ground. I didn't have the data, so I didn't bring it up. But Nathan, longitude lines converge south of the equator, which is only possible on a globe and is the exact opposite of what is required on a flat Earth. We measured the ground, and we will be releasing that at some point. We measured it both in Chile and Antarctica.
You saw imaginary lines curving and converging back into a southern point? Imaginary lines. You saw those?
Did I say I saw a line?
Oh, so you didn't see any lines, but you measured it.
We did
You
measure.
measured a line that you couldn't see.
We did measure, yeah.
You measured a line that you couldn't see.
We measured a line that people use to navigate every single day that works.
A line you couldn't see.
Yeah, the lines that Uber drivers that Uber drivers use every day.
You couldn't see, James.
The-
Did you hear that one, bro? That was the best part of the entire debate.
We gotta give him a chance to finish his sentence.
Hey Nathan, I'm going to tell you something right now that I wasn't going to release to the public, but it's too good. Okay. When I was in Antarctica, I was flying my drone and it crashed. And they can't have a crashed drone just left in Antarctica. And so the rules and the laws and the regulations state that it must be rescued. We didn't even know where it was. It was very, very far away. And so my controller had GPS coordinates of where it crashed. And so the guy that worked for ALE, Scott, plugged the GPS coordinates into his GPS unit, and it took him straight to my drone, which is about this big, and it weighs 249 grams. So you can sit there and laugh about not being able to see lines and GPS coordinates, but the reality is they are very real. You can't see the Wi-Fi signal that you're using for this debate, but that doesn't mean it's real. So I would suggest that you not laugh and look into these things a little bit more, because they work and they exist.
Nathan, put your clothes back on and turn your camera back on and answer, please. Nathan.
Yeah, a drone is not an imaginary line. So you claiming you measured an imaginary line and then transitioning to some story about how you lost your drone. I already knew you lost your drone. Jonathan came on TikTok channel and told us about you losing your drone. So I don't know why you're like, oh, I'm going to share something I wasn't going to share. I already heard that story, bro.
And it's okay. It was found by these imaginary lines that are really close together in the south. So that confirms the globe and is not possible on a flat Earth.
Imaginary lines. Prove the globe religion. Excellent.
This one from Kango44 says, Will, are you a young Earth creationist? If so, doesn't that put you in the same gang as flat Earthers?
Good question. And the answer is no. So what people need to realize is there's a massive difference. Okay, sorry. I'm going to confuse people when I say no. I consider myself a young Earth creationist. I do not subscribe to the 6,000 years, though. But I say this. There's a huge difference between young Earth creationism and flat Earth. Flat Earth is denying a physical present reality, which is the shape of the object that we live on. That's very different than trying to understand how long the Earth has been here and what happened when nobody that's living today was there. I also say this, that I am more than willing to admit or acknowledge or cater to somebody who thinks that the Earth is older, because I just don't think that that's a very profitable debate. It isn't for me. If God created a tree in front of me in an instant, a fully mature tree, I could never convince anyone that wants to disagree with me that that tree is young and that God just created it, because they would say, we've never seen this. We know every tree takes this long to grow. And so I just don't see that as a very worthwhile debate. So I take the position, if you disagree with me and you think I'm wrong, I will go ahead and give that to you. We'll start off with whatever age you think the Earth is. Then we can debate things that have more substance and meaning to me, such as the existence of God and those types of issues.
You do believe in God, though, Will, right?
Of course.
We'll jump to the second question. This one coming in front. Do appreciate it. Know your realm, says Will. Are you a traveling man?
I'm a traveling man.
Was that your first time to Antarctica, by the way?
Yes, it was. and it probably will not be my last.
It's pretty epic to go to Antarctica. It's kind of like, figuratively speaking, like the world's end. Like you're going, it's pretty cool. I mean, it's like certainly the least traveled to continent by a huge margin. So
yeah, it's the bottom of it's the bottom of the world. So it's amazing, and I am thankful that I was able to help flat earthers get there. And we'll see if any flat earthers go in the future, but I am skeptical that will happen.
Can a person walk on Antarctica if they take one of those
in the future?
cruises
But I am skeptical
across the
that will
Drake,
happen. Say that one more time.
You know if someone can set foot on Antarctica if they take one of those cruises that goes out there, or is it that you probably wouldn't be able to? You know?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure you can. Different cruises go to different places. There's a cruise line that goes pretty far south called Heritage Expeditions, and there's some that only go to the Antarctic Peninsula.
Let me write this down. Heritage Expeditions. Because if I were to go to Antarctica, I can't go to the Holiday Inn. So unless I know someone there, I have to just do a cruise and set foot for an hour or something and go back to the cruise ship.
No, or you can go with ALE, Antarctic Logistics and Expeditions, which is who we went with, which flies to the interior of Antarctica and has camps like Union Glacier. They have a camp at the South Pole, which doesn't exist on a flat Earth. And you can go camp at Union Glacier. You can camp at the South Pole by taking flights.
You might want to tell them at that encampment at the South Pole that they don't exist because, says Nathan. But let's see. Nathan, you got to go out there yourself, Nathan, and you got to visit these people at the South Pole and tell them this. What is there anything that
it doesn't exist, James? I said you could put up a sign anywhere in Antarctica that says this is your geographic South Pole, and gullible Globers will take a picture with it, a selfie, and pretend they're upside down on a ball. It doesn't verify that they actually live on a ball, dude.
Hey James.
Fair enough.
Hey James. Yeah. It's actually not fair enough. Flat earthers forget that there's a lot more than just that pole there, which is the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station, which is absolutely massive. It's 80,000 square feet. And so there's only one South Pole. You can get there at approximately the same amount of time, whether you're flying from South Africa, South America, or New Zealand. That only works on a globe. It is absolutely not possible on a flat Earth.
Interesting.
Yeah, this is the next video that I'm releasing on our channel. It is devastating.
Nathan, any thoughts? Are you looking up an answer on Google, Nathan? What are you doing over there? All right, this one from Steve M. says the Japanese Himawari 8 satellite takes a photo of the Earth every 10 minutes. Nearly the entire catalog of photos is available online. 144 per day, approximately 52,000 per year.
You know what else takes a picture of the Earth every 10 minutes? Your boy Nathan Thompson right here. And you can see too far. There's no curvature at all whatsoever. We don't have a physical geometric horizon. Specular reflections only work on a flat surface. Plane surveying assumes the Earth is flat. For 100 square miles, and celestial navigation on the ocean uses triangles, which assume a flat Earth as well.
So the Himawari, which you deflected on, Nathan, the Himawari 8 has been decommissioned. It's been replaced with the Himawari 9. What this person said is absolutely true. They do take an image of the Earth every 10 minutes. What I find is the most fascinating thing, though, is that they capture natural phenomenon that occur on the Earth that people don't even see or experience. So, for example, there was an underwater volcano called the Hunga Tonga, which erupted in the middle of the ocean, and people didn't even know that it happened until much later when there was like a tsunami. And so the Himawari 9 had a picture of the Hunga Tonga explosion before the sound of the volcano was heard in New Zealand. So there is no answer from flat earthers for the Himawari 9. There is none.
You could easily take real data and superimpose it onto a globe and just say, look, guys, you live on a globe. They had that technology back in the 70s, bro. So.
Wow. Ajax says, Will, you feel good owning the intellectually disabled? Oh, come on. He's sitting right here. Look, Nathan. All right. You've been a good sport, Nathan. We've been teasing you a lot, so we do appreciate
All right,
you.
James, it says, blessed are you when men curse you and revile you and speak all kind of evil against you falsely for my name's sake. So I'm just sitting up here telling people they can test the earth. I've done it for 10 years, and all of a sudden, I'm the bad guy. So that's fine. I'm cool with it. It's no big deal. It's been the case for about 10 years.
To be fair, in this context, I don't think that they're making fun of you for your being a Christian, or I think they're saying it's because of your flat earth position. Variety Tube Chan says, Will, how does it feel to sacrifice so much time and money to graciously invite flat earthers to Antarctica just to have them stubbornly persist in their invincible ignorance, aka their flat earth stance?
Here's the deal. If the final experiment rescues one person out of flat earth, it's worth it. And that's already happened. I can tell you right now that Jaron being out of flat earth has completely changed his life. And just the one thing that I need to hear to know all of this was a massive success is that he's no longer going to teach his son that we live on a flat earth. So that right there is enough. Everything else is icing on the cake. And it's been just a wild success, way more than I could have ever imagined.
Saving the world one flat earther at a time. Keep up the good work.
It's crazy that Jaron did change his position, because I remember Jaron's been around since before modern day debate, and that was his shtick. Is he used to be like Aaron Ra on Flat versus Globe on the Non Sequitur show. Anybody in chat remember that? So it is interesting.
James, I remember when Aaron Ra ran away 10 minutes into the debate with me, and then I just did question and answer for an hour and a half with you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, he admitted he didn't have any proof of the R value before he left. That was great.
I don't know if he said that, but basically Tarsus says, how does Nathan know the North Pole is the center of the flat earth? Has he been there?
Well, I didn't make the claim that the North Pole is the center of the flat earth, but if you look at the motion of the celestial bodies, everything is moving from east to west around polar center. Even the planets make perfect geometric shapes on a flat earth orbiting around Polaris. And the Globers say the sun is the center of the solar system, even though they make perfect geometric orbits. If you look into the Mercury problem, they actually had a problem explaining Mercury's retrograde movement on the globe religion because it just appears to stop and start going backwards. So that's where you get bendy warpy space-time and dark matter and dark energy and all the things in the globe religion that you can't see, test, or verify experimentally.
Interesting. This one from, don't forget to hit that like button. Max V says, for Will, would you prefer to debate an actual adult and not a child who doesn't even understand how airplanes fly?
I will say this, Nathan Thompson, if anybody wants to rewind when they're watching this later, he just made a claim about the ground based on the lights in the sky. He made a claim that there's a physical North Pole because of how the lights in the sky rotate. So it shows he understands the lights in the sky tell us a lot about the earth we live on.
Uh-oh, Nathan.
Yeah, I'm cooked.
Nathan, did you violate your own rule that you made up earlier? Or...
No, I was just saying that the solar system is not sun-centered, it's Polaris-centered because everything we see in the sky moves around Polaris. And you can line up giant megalithic structures like the Georgia Guidestones with that stationary pole star Polaris, which is what Polaris means, pole star. And you can observe all the constellations, 88. We have 36 in the north, 52 in the south. Make sense on a globe religion. We have more time zones in the south than we do in the north. So everything matches up with a flat earth celestially. That's why the Ptolemaic model was unchanged for 1,400 years, and the globe religion reinvents itself every 2 months.
Nick says, Will, what do you think is the main reason flat earthers refuse to accept evidence, no matter how clear it is? Why the mental block?
Yeah, this is a tough one that if I had the answer for, I would do something that would work. But I do think that there is a bit of Gnosticism inside the flat earth community where they think that they have this special knowledge. And I will give them credit that they do believe that they have uncovered this conspiracy of truth being hidden from the world. And so they're, wearing the cape of bringing the truth to everybody. So I will give them credit there. But I think that Gnosticism is making it hard for them to understand and accept and acknowledge things that disagree with their model. And so confirmation bias is rampant in flat earth.
This one from Ajax says, Nathan, how did you study or learn physics?
Who said I know physics? I mean, are you assuming I know physics?
Burnham says, all of Joe's work is on things in the sky on flat earth, Nathan. Is this true?
That's not true. He's done observations of the floor too. So, but yeah, he does a great job with astrophotography. He taught me a lot. Taught me about a Bahtinov mask and how to properly focus on the stars with my P1000 and my P900. Showed me the solar filter that I need for my P900 infrared.
All right, Joe is great. We got it.
Yeah, Joe, I sat next to him for an hour, and this guy's flipping through his phone, showing me everything he's modeled, from rainbows to clouds to local light illumination from the sun, 24-hour sun, 24-hour star trails in the north and the south. Like, the guy has been doing a lot of work. I got to tip my hat to him, and just having a lot of fun out with all the flat earthers that I've seen in the RV. You guys are the best.
Wow. KS USA 1933 says, why is Joseph Handley modeling the sun and stars if they don't prove the shape of the floor, Nathan?
Yeah, because the scriptures say, test all things and hold fast to that which is true. And he's just trying to show how on a flat earth, we can model pretty much everything we see in the sky, because flat earth is a Victoria's Secret catalog for modeling things. Globers can't model anything. They can't stick water to a spinning tilted ball and send it through an infinite vacuum of space. So they don't have any models. They have cartoons, video games, and fairy tales from dead people they've never met.
I just want to be sure that the original point isn't lost on just they say, why is Joseph Handley modeling the sun and the stars if they don't prove the shape of the earth floor? I think you're saying, but Nathan, don't you remember earlier in the debate you were saying that looking at the sky, it's not a useful way to learn about the floor, but it sounds like you just 20 seconds ago said that, there are all these ways in which the sky corroborates the floor being flat.
He's not trying to prove what the floor is by modeling things in the sky. He's just showing that now that we've proven what the floor is, flat and non-rotating, we can also model everything in the sky. Globers don't have a model.
That would be a waste of time, right? Because you said earlier... I don't mean
so,
to get into the debate myself.
No, this is actually really important. Only the globe model makes sense of what we observe. For example, I mentioned this earlier, that the sun made a wave pattern through the sky when we were in Union Glacier. That was actually predicted by the globe model, not Joe Handley's model. And MCToon actually took a prediction to Antarctica of the shadow lengths of the shadows in Antarctica, all 360 degrees, and it was exactly what the globe model predicted. Flat Earth does not have predictions because it's not real.
Can we see this global model that you just said made predictions? Can you show us it real quick?
Yeah, no problem.
So that model made predictions. Where are the predictions on that model?
They're all online on MCToon's website.
Okay, so MCToon made the predictions, not your globe model. Your globe model is just a toy, and on the bottom of the toy it says not for educational purposes.
He made his predictions public on his channel prior to us going to Antarctica, and they were based on the globe model.
Can you show that model again? Because it looks like the water's painted on. Do you have a model with actual water contained, or does it all have to be painted on?
It sounds like you don't understand what the word model means, and I'm not talking about a physical plastic model. The globe model is based on all the measurements and observations that we see.
So like I said before, ladies and gentlemen, Flat Earth has all the models. We are Victoria's Secret catalog. They can't even get water to stick to their spinning globe. They have to paint the water on. So they have cartoons painting video games, and fairy tales from dead people. That's all the globe has. They don't have any muscle.
Hey, Nathan. Hey, Nathan. Hey, Nathan. We're still waiting on the first model with an observer inside the dome. You guys have zero. You have nothing.
You want a model inside the dome?
Yeah, a camera in the dome.
All right. Here's a model. I'll model it for you. I'm the flat Earth model inside the dome. And look, I have a camera in the dome, Will. Congratulations. You got what you wanted, bro.
Okay, show a 24 sun going around you while you're under the dome. That's where you have to start, and you won't be able to do that.
Welcome to flat Earth.
This one from Uncranked Chevron says, Will, are you surprised by the flat Earth community's unwillingness to substantively engage with the evidence collected by the final experiment?
Yes, I am. I am, because, they call themselves truthers. They say they're just trying to go where the evidence leads and that all they care about is truth. We have delivered evidence. We have delivered the truth. And the flat Earth community as a whole is taking this position that we didn't go to Antarctica, or we faked it, or the sun wasn't real, or Satan became the sun and faked us. Austin Whitsitt, he is struggling to get his community to even accept that he actually went to Antarctica. So this was a shock that I didn't see coming, and it is the reason there's a mass exodus out of flat Earth.
Interesting. And this next question coming in from Ron. By the way, if I'm standing, I just want to prevent my back from cramping, but I'm still here. So they said, Nathan, all evidence is used not just by the cherry-picked ground immediately at your feet. Having said that, it's an Earth has been measured, curved. Nathan, what are your thoughts?
James, you got to tell your audience, stop eating paid chips. Next question, please.
I gotta be honest, I don't understand that one. So, Potato Man says, Nathan, what makes you think that you understand physics? Aren't you incompetent?
Well, if you look at the physics of water, like fluid statics, which is the study of large bodies of water at rest, large bodies of water at rest are level and horizontal to their container. Now, the word level means free of bends, curves, or irregularities. Synonyms are flat, plumb, flush, smooth, flat as a pancake. If you look at the properties or the physics of gas, and gas pressure requires a container. That's why every formula for gas pressure, doesn't matter if you use PSI or Pascals, is going to have area. That would be pounds per square inch, or newtons per meter squared. That would be the area. No area, no gas pressure. No firmament, no air to breathe.
The Wicker Man. Sorry, go ahead. The Wicker Man says, proud of being banned from schools says it all. Don't you think, Nathan?
I literally didn't even go to any schools. I was on a public sidewalk and I got banned from school. So yeah, it's fine. I don't really care. You guys can talk about it all you want.
Good, because Jonathan Gendler said, yelling and harassing kids isn't free speech. Next one from Potato Man says, Will, are you feeling... Okay, we got that one. Josh O says, I'm very Christian, and I assure you the Bible never suggests a flat earth. Since Nathan refuses, how do you flat earthers explain the 24-hour sun normally? Or I'm sorry, they say will. They say, Will, how do flat earthers explain the 24-hour sun usually? Like, what's the usual method?
Oh yeah, their usual method is to deny it. That's what they did for almost 10 years, is they were adamant that it does not exist. And now that we have gone, they're now saying that it was Satan, that it was a giant laser pointer, that we were in a giant Amazon studio with LED screens. So they're just in denial mode still.
Yeah, but you said that the Bible doesn't say anything about the shape of the earth being flat. It says in Job 38:14 that the earth takes shape like clay under a seal. Now, Will, if I press out clay with this flat earth seal, is it a ball or is it flat with upturned edges?
You forgot the word like.
So is it like a ball or is it like a flat earth with upturned edges, Will?
It's the word like means it's just a word picture. It's poetry.
Okay, but is it like a ball, or is it like a flat Earth with upturned edges when it has that word poetry going on?
It depends on what the Earth looked like when it took shape originally.
So if I press clay out with this wax seal, it depends on if it comes out globular or flat.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, how can I press something out and make it globular with this, Will?
You're assuming that that's the seal that it's referring to.
Could you show me a seal that presses out clay into a ball?
I can't show you a seal from the time of Job.
All right, well, here's a seal that presses out flat with upturned edges, Will. Thanks for playing.
Ron says, crepuscular rays are parallel. I have pictures.
The only way to duplicate crepuscular rays are with a local light, obstruction, and some sort of particulates in the air so you can see the rays. There's no other way to duplicate crepuscular rays with a light source that sends out parallel rays. If the rays were parallel, they wouldn't be crepuscular and converging to a single point. Also, since globers are obsessed with the sun, I would look into the UV light index. It shows that the light is focused between the tropics. Now, for a globe religion, the sun would have to be a laser beam pointing directly at the equator for that to happen. But on a flat Earth, it makes perfect sense because the sun is small and local and rotates around Polaris like every other celestial body we see.
This one from Angle of Elevation says, can Will demonstrate the 24-hour sun in Antarctica with a physical globe Earth model? If he can't do it, he concedes he lost this debate. Flat Earth takes the win.
Yeah, it's very easy. You can do it with a flashlight and a globe. I've done it. It's super easy. You just shine a flashlight on a globe tilted at about 23.5 degrees and you spin it west to east, and you'll notice that the majority of Antarctica stays lit, assuming the South Pole is facing in the direction of the light. So yeah, that's super easy to do. Actually, let me just do it. Let me just do it real quick. So there's Antarctica. You can see as it spins, you'll notice that's Australia right there in pink. So if the sun was here, if you're the sun, you're looking at it. Australia has daytime right now. Now Australia has nighttime. Now there's Africa. There's South America, and you'll notice you can see down here Antarctica the entire time, is lit the entire time. That is what causes the 24-hour sun.
Got it.
Well, your Bible says the earth doesn't move, so you showing the earth moving goes directly against the scriptures that you claim to preach.
Hey, Nathan, the Bible says certain men don't move either, so it sounds like you don't understand figures of speech.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it, Messianic Jewish Beaumont. Says, Nathan, is Antarctica the sky or the ground? Thank you, Will, for the final experiment.
Antarctica is the ground. We didn't get the evidence that Antarctica was curving in all directions. We went to Antarctica to look at the sky, and that doesn't prove what the floor is. Thanks for playing.
Only joined to troll. James, am I crazy? Did you use a chain smoke? No, I think that's Andrew Wilson. This one from Nick says, Will, now that you've been to Antarctica and witnessed the 24-hour sun firsthand, do you feel like you've accomplished your mission? Is the response from the flat Earth side what you'd had expected?
Yeah, I definitely have accomplished my mission. I gave them evidence. I gave it to them in a form that they have demanded in the past, which is very, very high threshold. They like to show very blurry photos of things and act like it proves something. We brought high definition video. We brought eyewitness account. I even made sure we had flat earthers there. So we gave them everything they asked for. Again, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. And so at this point, it's on them. But we're seeing a lot of flat earthers accepting the evidence and walking away. So it's good.
We asked for curvature, Will. You didn't pay attention for 10 years. We want some curvature to the Earth's surface. There's no curvature to the Earth's surface. So looking at the sky to prove what the Earth's surface is is goofy.
Hey, Nathan, I got a question for you. If somebody wanted to show you a picture of curvature from a weather balloon, what camera and lens would you accept for that experiment?
That's a Snoop Dogg fallacy, Will, because getting high to figure out what the shape of the earth is something Snoop Dogg would do. It's a Snoop Dogg fallacy. So we don't need to get high to figure out where we live. You could take an infrared camera or a regular P1000, save $449,000 on your trip to Antarctica, and debunk the globe religion. There's no curvature when we look at the floor, Will. Let me know if you need help testing it. Happy to come hold your hand, Will.
Okay, so the purpose of the weather balloon is to look at the floor. So you just kind of exposed yourself there that you're not willing to do tests or consider evidence that goes against your claim.
The purpose of an infrared, and by the way, we've sent up high altitude balloons. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson, who has a PhD in astrophysics, goes on Joe Rogan. Isn't Will Duffy sitting here on modern day debate talking to a flat earther right now? He's on Joe Rogan, bud, and he says the earth isn't curved from a high altitude weather balloon. So asking me if I'd accept curvature from a high altitude weather balloon that doesn't exist is goofy. You need to listen to the Delphic oracles of your globe religion, Will.
Nathan, are you saying Neil deGrasse Tyson can't be wrong?
Are you saying there's curvature from a high altitude weather balloon? Because we've sent them up.
You don't like to answer questions. It's very telling.
This one from KSUSA says, is airplane pitch data and path secondhand data?
Yeah, that's why I don't rely on it as proof that the earth is flat. You could take your own camera to a large body of water and verify what the pitch data is telling us, that airplanes don't fly around a globe.
This one from Nick says,
I want batteries here, guys. So how many more questions we got, Jay?
Well, we got a lot of them, Nathan. I need you to plug in. It says, Will, now that you've been to Antarctica and witnessed the 24-hour sun firsthand, do you feel like you've accomplished... We got that. Sorry. Megan Marie says, we all know you're enjoying nose candy, Nathan. Keep your camera on. All right. Booba Sweat says, notice all the super chats are chewing Nathan up, and the chat is full of flat earthers. Shows you who has the jobs around here. Oh, my gosh. Sorry, flat earthers. We love you. Magellan says, Nathan, what nonsense conspiracy theory do you plan to make a pathetic living off of next?
Next question, dude.
Max V says, Nathan's position is simply Bible, snort. I don't even know if Neil would agree. I don't even know if Will would agree with that. But Duskstorm Gaming says, if the sun is in the firmament, quote unquote, how do Mercury and Venus pass between the Earth and the sun? Do they just shrink down and pass into the quote unquote firmament? Nathan, where'd you go? I think Nathan's using the restroom or something. Folks, if you haven't yet, hit that like button. I'm sure Nathan's going to come back any moment. Maybe he's like underneath the table or something. But do hit that like button because we have more questions we're going to hit, some of which include Magellan saying, Nathan, whose house are you squatting at? And also, let's see. 3D Ron says, Nathan preaches about an imaginary dome no one has ever seen. Ha, 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 in all caps. Nathan, thoughts?
Gas pressure requires a container. The sky is a map and a clock. You can use it to celestial navigate. You can do astroarchaeology and line up giant megalithic buildings with the sky. Let me show you actually what that looks like. I went to the Georgia Guidestones and I recorded all the stars rotating around this oculus in the Georgia Guidestones. They built this 19-foot tall graphite megalithic structure 40 years before I showed up, and they knew that Polaris wasn't going to move because the sky is a map and a clock. We have a firmament dome above us. That's what's containing the gas pressure so you can breathe. Next question.
Jessica says, God endorses slavery, giving instructions to beat them, take their wives, and how to buy them. Jessica's watching the wrong debate. You say, do you agree with this? Or do you admit the Bible is wrong? It's kind of an apologetics question. They say, if the Bible is wrong, how can you trust it, Nathan?
That's begging the question, fallacy. They're assuming the Bible is wrong and then asking me how I can trust it. I don't think the Bible is strong. Will does, because Will thinks the earth moves, and the Bible says the earth doesn't move. Will thinks the earth takes shape like clay under a ball, but clay under a seal is flat with upturned edges. Will thinks the moon is in outer space when the Bible says the moon is in the firmament. So it's actually Will. You need to ask that question to Will.
Magellan says, Nathan, you man toddler, stop playing with your phone and engage with the grown-ups. Ubaswat says, you're the bad guy because you're not allowed within 200 yards of a school, Nathan. Shirag ND says, hey, Will, what according to you would be the final experiment equivalent to prove/disprove the existence of God?
Yeah, that's a very difficult one. Talking about something that is spiritual and non-physical is way different than talking about something that is physical. So I don't know if something like that exists. I will say that I love having a conversation about the existence of God because I struggle to see the possibility of there not being a God. I think that particular debate is going to go on for millennia indefinitely, and it's a good one to have, but I don't think it's going to be a slam dunk like we did with TFE.
Silva says, Nathan, can you provide your 10 years data?
Yeah, I tested the Salton Sea, 17 miles across. National Geographic was there. They filmed the horizon above and behind a boat, but said the curvature was happening in front of the boat. We've got infrared photography from a helicopter. I showed that earlier, I think. But also we tested Lake Pontchartrain. It's 22 miles across. I could see buildings that were under 200 feet tall. With Whitsett, I did an observation in Florida. From 14 miles away, you could see the water rushing up against the rocks on the opposite side of the ocean. And we were in some port that 12-foot observation height. So I've tested it. You guys can go test it. The numbers don't add up. Math doesn't lie. People and governments lie. Politicians lie. Actors and entertainers, musicians and journalists on the news station, they're paid to lie.
This one coming in from Tom Willis says, Will, Nathan said he has, quote, friends down there, unquote, about New Zealand. What do you think he meant by that? Nathan, if Earth is flat, quote, down there doesn't exist.
Yeah, this is a Freudian slip that flat earthers make a lot. They talk about it down because I think they know that we live on a globe. At least some of them do.
Yeah, this one from Ross and 8 says, Ghost Mantis. It was more of, quote, hey, kids, come get this pamphlet. Give it to your teachers. Your teachers are lying to you. This one from Isa Martel says, Christian scientists tested and found it's round. What about that, Nathan?
Yeah, something can be round and flat. So I'm going to have to teach that guy about shapes real quick, right? A pizza is round. A plate is round. A coin is round. And those are also flat. So something can be round and flat. Please go learn shapes. Then we can have a conversation about the shape of the earth.
This one coming in from Aaron, or is that how it's pronounced? They say, Aaron Raw left because you didn't hold up your end of the debate, Nathan. You agreed to bring something, namely a flat earth model, and didn't because you were not honest.
I don't have to give on a silver platter a map or model that measures the entire known observable world to debunk the fact there's no curvature anywhere I've ever tested. So I told him that, and he ran away anyways after admitting he didn't have evidence for the R value.
This one coming in from, that reminds me, folks, we have a poll in the chat right now. So if you come on over to the Modern Day Debate live chat, you can put a quick vote in. Even if you're just stopping by, you might as well participate in the poll. If you're watching over at the Final Experiment, you can swing on by to Modern Day Debate, as the poll is, did the Final Experiment end the Flat Earth movement? It's already got 1,100 votes, so it's a popular poll. So far, leading is 66% say yes, it beat it like it owed it money. Namely, the Flat Earth beat the, the Final Experiment beat the Flat Earth movement, they're saying. 25% though say no, flat Earth forever. And 9% say, I'm unsure, I'm drinking my Soylent. This one from Heathen Stocking says, Will, how do you explain lights from stars that are millions or billions of light years away? Weird, how can you believe in space but not how light works?
Yeah, it's a really good question. Again, people aren't hearing me. If you believe that light took however long it would take to reach us on Earth, I'm totally fine with that. Maybe you're right. That's great. I don't see the fruit in debating the age of the Earth, but I will say that the Bible does reference God stretching out the heavens. And so obviously if God was going to create a universe for us, he would want to create lights in the sky that we can see, and he'd want to create a mature world for us to live in and enjoy. And so I do think either of those are possible.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Mr. E-Man says, Will just nailed Nathan's hypocrisy. Even, so not even the finger thing, Nathan, come on. Even Stocking says, Will, how do you, we got that. Texas Red says, no, Nate, everything revolves around empty space in the sky near the Southern Cross. The world is flat and Antarctica is its center.
That's right. The flat Earth has no answer.
Nathan. Magellan says, Nathan, is the dog more intelligent than you? Oh, come on. All right. It's all on good fun. Seriously, we do appreciate Nathan being here. He is a good sport. I got to give him this. Give him credit for, at least give him at the minimum, the absolute minimum. You know, he takes a lot of heat from the chat. He takes some sarcasm, meant to be playful. From me, Stephen Ameling says, prior to the final experiment, it seems flat earthers were happy to use lights in the sky to predict the shape of the Earth. That is, regarding lights observed at the North Pole. Now, with the final experiment, that argument is now discarded.
Yeah, this is a great point. This is a great point. Eric Dubé said that a 24-hour sun in the north proves flat Earth. A group of flat earthers sent D. Marble to Alaska to film the 24-hour sun. So yes, their position was that the lights in the sky tell us that the Earth is flat until we showed them the one thing they said didn't exist, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And all of a sudden, magically now, the lights in the sky mean nothing. But you'll notice if you go back and rewind the Q&A, when Nathan talks a lot, he immediately brings up things in the sky like Polaris.
Nathan. This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Junes says, Nathan, submarines use a gyroscope and are shaped like a spacecraft. Therefore, space exists by following a gyroscope on a globe model. Thanks for coming.
Next question.
Mic drop. Go ahead, Nathan.
He said next question.
Nathan, all right, folks, I got to tell you, please don't send any more questions because Nathan is inebriated. I don't know what he's doing over there. He's laying on the floor. Nathan, don't give up like this. Come on. All right. I killed Earl.
Okay. I'm watching Gio. He had to go for a walk, but I'm listening, dude. I'm right here.
Thank you. I Killed Earl says there are more time zones in the Southern Hemisphere because China only has a one time zone enforced by the law, you doofus.
Bro, this is not worth my time, James. And you like expecting me to respond to all these ridiculous questions that aren't really questions, they're just insults? It's
maybe doofus. Like, I don't know, it's an insult, but I mean, like, really, it's not that bad.
I just got better.
Okay,
I mean,
I'll take the insults out of the questions, but they are saying there are more time zones in the Southern Hemisphere because China only has one time zone enforced by the law.
Cool story, bro.
Okay. This one from Burnham says, Nathan, did Joe show you how he aligns his telescope mount to the sky? As a fellow astrophotographer, I know it proves Polaris is not in the center.
We observe everything rotating around Polaris. You can line up giant megalithic buildings with Polaris, and it's the center point of rotation. Even Google admits this. This is how it works on your globes. All right.
Actually, this is false. Polaris moves. It is not the center of the North Celestial Pole.
Any evidence that it moves?
Yeah. Star trails.
Okay, well, it doesn't move in star trails. It has a slight oscillation, but all the stars move fixed to Polaris.
No.
Uva Sweat says, yeah, we'll just simulate a planet in a lab already. Max V says, quote, fairy tales from dead people, unquote. Are you talking about the Bible, Nathan?
No, I'm talking about like Newton and Galileo, Copernicus, a bunch of people that were all superseded by Einstein, who had a kinematic equivalence and said you could explain the sky on a geocentric Earth, which pretty much destroys 5 out of 6 of Will Duffy's arguments. Stop arguing with Einstein, Will.
This one coming in from, and I want to remind you folks, we cannot read any more questions. If you submit them after this time, we won't be able to read it. Aaron Armstrong says, my goodness, you have sunken. Okay. Aaron says, absolutely zero flat earth models have an atmospheric pressure gradient. Nathan, your arguments are unsound.
Everything in nature, all physical matter has a gradient. The ocean has a pressure gradient. As you dive down deeper in the ocean, there's more pressure because there's more overlying layers of water above your head. When he's with his Legos, and he stacks Legos on top of the bottom Legos have more Legos on top of them than the top Legos. So the Legos that he plays with actually have a pressure gradient as well. All phases of matter have pressure gradients. Thanks for playing.
Magellan says, Nathan, let's see, got that one. Potato Man says, Nathan, how did you learn these gas pressure laws?
You can look them up there on NASA's website. I can show you that, actually, if you guys want to see that. Here you go. Phases of matter on NASA's website saying that water needs a container and gas pressure requires a container. That's why the globe is a cartoon. It violates natural law. Doesn't comport with reality.
Tyler says, as a career pilot, everything Nathan said about aviation was ignorant or dishonest. Nathan is leaving the building. Potato Man says, Nathan, isn't your idea of, quote, Snoop Dogg fallacy idiotic?
No, you don't need to get high to test the floor. Actually, it's easier to test the floor from the floor. I don't know why, if you're trying to test the floor, you would move away from the floor. That, to me, seems kind of idiotic. If it was curving in all directions, we would see that tangent to our feet, especially at large bodies of water, because large bodies of water painted on Will's little model take up 70% of the Earth's surface. They would have to curve, and they don't.
This one from Shardog says, Who fingers, are you done lying about specular? Sorry, I didn't realize it said Foo Fingers. I just read it. They say Nathan fingers. Are you done lying about specular reflections being exclusive to your cult doctrine? They happen on most smooth surfaces, even curved.
No, you need a smooth surface. If you go to the House of Mirrors at the circus, which is probably where Chardock works, I know he's Santa during Christmas time, but the House of Mirrors has curved surfaces and there's distortion in the image. So you don't get a perfect mirror image, a specular reflection off of a curved surface. You need a flat surface for that. The incident angle has to meet the reflected angle. That only happens on a flat surface, guys. Thanks for playing.
General E. Shady says, F modern day debate. Your chat is uncontrolled. Channel sucks. Thanks for that feedback. And IC Stin says, I used to play Nate Goose as a child. I miss it. Potato Man says, Nathan, you say the math doesn't lie. Can you do the math? Nathan, Mr. X the Agnostic says, Will, are you considering taking people on the space perspective balloon to see curvature, the final experiment part 2? I didn't know about this. What is this, Will?
I'm not, no, but I am going to be releasing a video soon. Creaky, who runs the channel Creaky Blinder, is going to be sending up a weather balloon, because flat earthers claim that if you send up a weather balloon, it will not show curvature. And so that's why I'm going to be supporting Creaky and asking flat earthers what camera and lens they will accept for that weather balloon. And I'm anticipating that most flat earthers are going to pull a Nathan Thompson and refuse to state what lens and camera they will accept. By the way, Nathan, what you don't realize is that if you truly believe that we will see no curvature with the weather balloon, you should jump all over this.
Mr. X the Agnostic says, we got that one. Evo Banana Wind says, Nathan, what is your highest education level completed? Nathan?
Debunking global religion.
You got it. With that, we are going to wrap up. We do appreciate our guests. I want to give a huge thank you. Folks, the guests are the lifeblood of the channel. Check out their links. Seriously, we really do appreciate them. I know that like I tease and I play. Eventually I will tease, Will, once I just know him a little bit more, I'll, give him some teasing more. You just have to build rapport. But Nathan's been on for a long time. So despite my teasing, we do appreciate him. We do appreciate Will. It's the final experiment. What an interesting thing. Like, this is something that, is this ever mentioned on Joe Rogan by chance or anything? Like, has that gotten picked up?
Yeah. Joe Rogan has mentioned it. It was in the Jerusalem Post. It's been all over the world.
Wow, that's cool.
It's
That's
crazy.
That's big stuff.
It's on Wikipedia. So yeah, it's a big deal. So the flat earth debate has been forever changed. It's going to be very difficult for flat earthers in the future to have a conversation about flat earth without having to deal with the final experiment.
That's wild. Just because, and it's interesting just that, this is fascinating. So I do want to say thank you to our guests. Folks, they're linked in the description box right now. In fact, the final experiment is actually hyperlinked in the title. If you click on their links, you can go and hear more of their content right now. Even if you disagree, you're like, I don't like that position at all. There's a lot of value from hearing it firsthand, rather than hearing like, I listen to my buddy who shares my view. He summarizes what the other side says and then he debunks it. It's like, well, frankly, you'd probably be getting a stronger representation of it if you went straight to the source. So I do want to encourage you, do check out these guys' links, even if you disagree with them. And it's been a true pleasure to have you guys. Thank you guys. It's been a fun and lively debate. We appreciate you spending your time with us tonight.
Thanks, James, for hosting. Nathan, I do appreciate you doing this, man. So thanks for playing.
Appreciate it. Later, guys. Have a great night.
Have a great night. I'll be back in just a moment, folks, with updates on coming events. So stick around, and I'll be right back in just a moment. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure, guys. This has been a blast. So let me know if there's anything I can do besides add your link in the description, which is already there. And I hope you have a great rest of your night.
You too. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Awesome, James.
My pleasure.
Very well.
See you guys.
Bye. Okay. All right, guys. I am exhausted. Thanks for being a part of this. And look for everything that's going to be coming out. It's going to be fun. So good night, everyone. Bye-bye. Welcome to the final experiments. The final experiments are a preponderance of evidence against flat Earth. And the final experiments all confirm the globe. These experiments were all conducted in December of 2024, when 4 flat earthers and 4 globers went on a journey with me, Will Duffy, to Antarctica. We spent time in Punta Arenas, Chile, which is at the southern tip of South America, before flying to Antarctica. This entire trip allowed us to conduct historic experiments and collect data firsthand from an area of the world that few people will ever have the opportunity to visit and do this themselves. Prior to my announcement of the final experiment in early 2024, a vast majority of flat earthers, with very few exceptions, promoted the Gleason's map of the world, which is an azimuthal equidistant projection. This map had the North Pole at the center and pushed the South to the outer perimeter of the known world. This made Antarctica an ice wall perimeter around all the world's continents, and it served to hold in all the world's oceans, as flat earthers claim water must have a container. It also extends the entire southern hemisphere into a larger and larger area, where on the globe, everything south of the equator gets closer and closer together. This made being at the southern tip of South America and Antarctica the perfect place to test flat Earth claims and also confirm the globe predictions. Every single flat Earth claim failed. Every flat Earth prediction was demonstrably false. The final experiments are meant to be taken collectively, just like evidence in a court of law. Undoubtedly, flat earthers will attempt to discredit individual experiments we did, while at the same time ignoring the rest. If they cannot provide an accurate map of the world and a working model that can account for the results of all of these final experiments collectively, that is because we don't live on a flat Earth. If they try to say these experiments are not actual experiments, but only observations, that is because they cannot reconcile our findings with a flat Earth. If they say that flat Earth does not make predictions, that is because making accurate and testable predictions based on a flat Earth is impossible because a flat Earth does not exist. You cannot make and test predictions based on something that is not real. Maps of the globe exist because the globe exists. The entire globe model exists because the globe exists. Countless globe predictions come true every day, and countless future globe predictions will continue to happen exactly as predicted because the globe exists. If a flat earther tells you that there is no accurate flat Earth map and there is no working flat Earth model, and that they don't make predictions, that is an implicit admission that a flat Earth does not exist. Because you can map things that exist, you can model things that exist, and you can make very specific predictions that come true based on something that actually exists and is testable. I created the final experiment to give both sides, flat Earth and globe, an equal opportunity to prove their side. Only the globe side returned with evidence supporting their position. The globe side returned with tons of concrete evidence that both accurately matches the globe model and also falsifies flat Earth. This brings us to the South Celestial Pole. A southern celestial pole can only exist on a globe. So what is a celestial pole? To simplify it, a celestial pole is a point in the sky that the stars appear to rotate around in a circle as they move through the night sky. These concentric circles, known as star trails, can be captured as Wolfie 6020 did here using long exposure photography. On a flat Earth, there is only one celestial pole, and that is where the stars rotate counterclockwise around Polaris, which is better known as the North Star and also often referred to as a pole star.
In the flat Earth model of the cosmos, the North Pole is the immovable center of the world and the entire universe. Polaris, the North Star, sits straight over the North Pole at the highest point in the heavens, and like a slowly rotating planetarium dome, all the celestial bodies revolve around Polaris and over the Earth once per day.
On the globe, there would be two celestial poles, one in the north and one in the south. This will be a common theme in this series, where we will see a beautiful symmetry between the northern and southern hemispheres of the globe, a symmetry that is impossible on a flat Earth. Flat earther Eric Dubé, in his video titled Polaris Proves the Flat Earth, because lights in the sky do tell us a lot about the world we live in, he has this graphic in his video which says, stars are turning around on that dome. All stars rotate east to west around Polaris, just above the central North Pole, like in a planetarium dome. This is why there can only be one celestial pole on a flat Earth. On a flat Earth, there is only a North Pole and therefore only a celestial pole in the north. As Eric Dubé's video here reminds everyone, a South Pole does not exist on a flat Earth. And so, what motion would stars make in the night sky in the south on a flat Earth? Again, flat earther Eric Dubé, in his video titled How the Southern Stars Work on Flat Earth, has this graphic which says, star trails form circles near center, which is above the North Pole on a flat Earth. And then number 3 says, stars go along horizon near the edge, forming lines, which is the south on a flat Earth. On a flat Earth, stars would move through the night sky in horizontal lines parallel to the horizon. You would never see what you do in the north, with stars rotating around a point in the sky, creating star trails that are in concentric circles. This means a southern celestial pole would prove the globe and falsify flat Earth. And flat earthers agree.
The heliocentric model claims stars south of the equator revolve the opposite direction around Sigma Octantis, but in reality, all the luminaries revolve the same direction, east to west, around Polaris, like in a planetarium dome.
Yes, Eric, the heliocentric model does claim that stars in the south revolve around a southern celestial pole in the opposite direction as the stars in the north do around the northern celestial pole.
And Dr. Robotham wrote, it has often been urged that the Earth must be a globe because the stars in the southern hemisphere move round a south polar star in the same way that those of the north revolve around the northern pole star. This is another instance of the sacrifice of truth and denial of the evidence of our senses for the purpose of supporting a theory which is in every sense false and unnatural.
Eric, it seems you and Dr. Rowbottom were banking on no one ever traveling far enough south to see whether the stars in the southern hemisphere move around a celestial pole the same way the stars in the north do. Well, if you are actually in search of truth, today is your lucky day. Another flat earther who goes by the name Flatzoid said a southern celestial pole would prove the globe and even challenged me to try and capture it on camera during our trip to Antarctica.
But wouldn't that show a globe then if they had to show both celestial poles by standing underneath it on the GP? And no one shows that. Your globe's false because you're not able to show 2 actual celestial poles from the GPs on the ground. Well, Duffy, if you guys do go, that should be in the homework you guys should do.
Yeah.
Try and get the South Celestial Pole above you.
Yeah.
What's so funny, Flatzoid? Since there cannot be a South Celestial Pole on a flat Earth, did you think I would fail in capturing a video of it? Hear what Flat Earth Dave has to say about southern star trails around a South Celestial Pole.
So one of the big things is, in the southern outer hemisphere, people say that the stars rotate in the opposite direction. They make circles in the opposite direction, and that can only happen on a ball Earth. I have yet to see any real proof of this.
I am very happy to announce that Flat Earth Dave will no longer be able to say he has never seen proof of this because the globe is real. And because the globe is real, we were able to capture the southern star trails in the southern hemisphere while we were in Punta Arenas, Chile. Here is a time lapse that MCToon captured himself. And here's another one captured by Dave McKeegan. Now, I wanted to take a shot at capturing this myself as well. So one night before bed, I stuck my 360-degree camera out the hotel window, and I was able to capture these southern star trails as well. One thing not to be missed in these three captures is that the stars are rotating clockwise. This is another common theme that will emerge in this series. A type of mirror effect when comparing observations in the northern hemisphere with observations in the southern hemisphere. Again, something that makes perfect sense on a globe, but would be impossible on a flat Earth. The stars rotate around the north celestial pole counterclockwise, and they rotate around the south celestial pole clockwise. This is exactly what the globe model predicted, and once again, the flat Earth prediction of no southern celestial pole was wrong. Flat Earthers told us that the south celestial pole did not exist, and that stars in the south would move across the sky in horizontal lines parallel to the horizon. But these predictions were demonstrably false. Because the globe exists, it can be modeled by anyone and will accurately predict what will be seen at any geographic location. This is impossible to do on a flat Earth because a flat Earth does not exist. All data points perfectly match the globe. We do have a south celestial pole, and stars in the south do rotate around that celestial pole clockwise, which is the opposite of the counterclockwise movement we see in the north. Watch this incredible video from Robert Schwartz, who captured the south celestial pole from the geographic South Pole. This single video from Robert Schwartz shows two things that cannot exist on a flat Earth: a geographic South Pole and a celestial South Pole. Now, even though Eric Dubé said the heliocentric model predicts this south celestial pole, and even though Flatzoid said a south celestial pole would show the globe, flat earthers have already tipped their hand as to how they are going to respond to the fact that we have now captured the south celestial pole with multiple cameras and even procured a video from the geographic South Pole. They are going to claim that the southern star trails are some form of reflection of the star trails in the northern hemisphere. Here's Austin Whitsitt saying just that.
And it's been replicated even with the dome. It'll just reflect out the central part and it'll look like it's rotating the other way around. I do agree that the star trails, if you never have heard of this, you can just say that it doesn't make sense, but you have to look into it, see some visualizations. There are demonstrations that show it. there are literally demonstrations. If you take a dome and you have star trails projected up on that dome, the same stars that you see in the center towards the northern portion, but the interior portion, will actually be reflected out to the outside. They'll go the opposite way around a single point. So we've literally taken, again, listen, if you take a dome, you can take a group of stars that are all spinning around a center point. They're just spinning around a center point. If you project it up inside the dome, what happens is you'll see it on the outside of the dome, like spinning around a central point the opposite way. There aren't actually even lights there. The lights are in the middle of the dome, but all of a sudden you see this, like the lights stretched out and skewed a little bit in the south, spinning the opposite way around a point. So that's a real thing, objectively a real thing.
Now, most of you probably already see why this doesn't work, but let's also listen to Joe Hanvey explain southern star trails as a reflection of the stars in the north.
All right, you can see the singular rotating star field in top of the dome. I have projected it into the top of the dome, and when I come in here, what's interesting is, see how you get these two different looking anti-rotations. So I'm focused on the southern sky on the other side of the dome right now. When I back out, you see it looks like one star field. And it is one star field. It's one star field rotating one direction. But when you come in, the way the dome manipulates the light, you see it separate. And you get an anti-motion in the southern part of the motion that is actually happening in the top of the dome.
Another Flat Earth YouTube channel called No Fanfare has attempted to model this in a video, which I can only now find on Flat Earth Dave's YouTube channel, DITRH. Here is a clip from that video.
Yeah, you can see in the fan how it's reflecting off the side of the wall of the salad bowl. Right? Just move the stars. There goes the terminator line. See the stars moving around on the reflection. Right. There's the lights up there. So that's the lights on the reflection.
As you saw, the colored lights represented the stars, which were only at the top of the dome, which would be in the north. And it was a reflection of these exact same colored lights being seen in the south by those in Australia and Africa. Now, this Flat Earth YouTube channel, No Fanfare, just released a new video a few weeks ago, December of 2024, with a brand new 3D model purporting to show why the southern stars are just a reflection of the stars in the north. Check it out.
If you can conceptualise yourself on a giant record player turntable with a giant reflective dome over it, that tube light in the top centre, as you spin clockwise, that tube light reflection is going to go anti-clockwise. Now, when you stop and the stars are spinning, so the stars in the north go anti-clockwise, so as they're spinning anti-clockwise, your reflection then is going to go clockwise.
Just as flat earthers admitted for years that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica would prove the globe and falsify flat earth, and then changed their position once the final experiment was announced, they are doing the same exact thing with the South Celestial Pole. They originally said that stars did not rotate in a circle in the south like they do in the north. They originally said that a south celestial pole is what the heliocentric model would require and would prove the globe. But now they are changing their position once again and attempting to reconcile the perfect globe prediction of the south celestial pole with a flat earth. And as you heard Austin Whitsitt, Joe Hanvey, and No Fanfare state, their attempt to make this work on a flat earth involves the rotating stars we see in the north being reflected in the south. There's just one problem, one massive irreconcilable problem. There are different stars in the south than in the north. Flat earthers know this, as they have been very vocal that the North Star, Polaris, cannot be seen when you get far enough south.
Globe Earthers are taught that the reason the North Pole star cannot be seen from southern locations like Australia or New Zealand is because it is hidden behind the supposed curvature of their globular Earth. Similar to what is taught about boats disappearing beyond the horizon, they claim these boats and the pole star are disappearing behind the physical curvature of a globe, and insist if the Earth was truly a stationary plane, that Australians should have no trouble viewing Polaris. The fact of the matter is that all stars positioned north of a southbound traveler gradually decline overhead the farther the observer travels southwards.
And so the South Celestial Pole cannot be a reflection of the stars in the north that rotate around Polaris. This desperate attempt to refute the existence of the South Celestial Pole, which we've now seen with our own eyes and captured with multiple cameras, is a complete non-starter, as it requires the stars seen in the southern hemisphere to be the exact same stars as in the northern hemisphere. And that's just patently false. Flat Earth cannot account for any of this. There is no South Celestial Pole on a flat Earth. Stars do not move in parallel lines along the horizon in the south. The stars in the south rotate clockwise around the South Celestial Pole, which is the opposite of the counterclockwise movement around the North Celestial Pole. And the stars in the southern hemisphere are different stars than those in the northern hemisphere. And so the concentric circle star trails that we see in the south cannot be a reflection of the star trails in the north. And so all of this together simultaneously will never be modeled on a flat Earth. Because again, you can't model something with this amount of precision and make these very specific, accurate predictions concerning something that doesn't exist. It's only possible to do all of this with something that is real. And because the globe is real, every single globe prediction concerning the South Celestial Pole and southern star trails has been confirmed. And the flat Earth prediction of no South Celestial Pole was completely false. Please watch our other experiments, which are part of these final experiments, where you will see results that confirm the globe and results that would be impossible on a flat Earth. And please share this video with anyone you know who is a flat earther or considering flat Earth. As Jesus said in John 8:32, you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free.
Welcome back. Now, what is the greatest achievement in human history? Is it landing a man on the moon? Is it exploring the depths of the ocean? Or is it convincing a small number of flat earthers to actually put their money where their mouth is and go to Antarctica? And here they are. As of recording this video, today they are stood in Antarctica. Now, not everybody on this picture is a flat earther. We'll get to who's who in a second. But first of all, why is this important? Well, you see, flat earthers over the years on the internet have said some of the most insanely ridiculous, stupid things. And it is very, very easy to belittle them and laugh at them. Like this.
Now notice as I'm going south, I have to continue dipping the nose of my airplane in order to stay level with the ground. I'm continuing all the way to Antarctica. Notice I'm continuing to dip my nose down, stay level with the earth. Now I'm going down into South America. Continuing to dip down and finally I get down here to Antarctica. And look at that. My airplane is upside down. You can't deny that proof. Don't mock. I'm not a fool.
I know, but in reality, it really is so hard not to mock. So hard, in fact, that I don't even try. Now, one of the biggest flat earthers on the internet is a guy called David Weiss, or David Weiss, depending on who you listen to pronounce his name. Here he is, rubbing shoulders with the one and only Roseanne Barr.
And we have Flat Earth David Weiss as our guest. Hi, Flat Earth Dave. I'm so intrigued by the whole flat earth thing.
And here he is on the hugely popular James English podcast.
Would you like to finish up on anything, brother?
Don't believe anything I say.
And here he is getting absolutely torn apart and humiliated by the one and only Professor Dave Explains.
You think that we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and we don't feel it and we're changing, we're changing directions? How is that possible?
The Earth goes around the sun in how long? How long does it take?
A year.
A year, right? So why don't you go ahead and get in a car and do a 360 turn and make it take a year? Are you going to feel that?
Dave, that's not a
Let's
fair...
break it down. 360 degrees, 365 days, that's about a degree a year, right? Why don't you get in a car and drive for 24 hours and over 24 hours veer by 1 degree? Are you going to feel that?
Now, being one of the most successful flat earthers on the internet, which I suppose is a bit like being the least smelliest urinal in your local public bogs, David Weiss has told his followers for a long time now that there is no 24-hour sun ever in Antarctica. In fact, here he is in an internet comment claiming to have a source that worked in Antarctica for a year and never once saw a 24-hour sun. In fact, he's very publicly been open to the fact that if there was ever a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, that would debunk the idea that the Earth is flat. And he's been known to make stupid videos like this in which he claims that the videos of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica are indeed just fake. I myself, in fact, are somewhat of an expert when it comes to video editing, so check out my amazing PowerPoint skills here. Anyway, the point of this masterpiece is to show you that one of the biggest problems flat earthers have, other than continually getting stuck inside revolving doors, is that in their ridiculous model, the South Pole is a rim, it's an ice wall, it's a circular edge surrounding this flat disk. And therefore, as the sun rotates over the flat Earth, it cannot possibly light up all areas of the South Pole at the same time. Ever. In fact, if there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, this model gets thrown out the window. Now, however simple that sounds, it does appear that not all flat earthers fully understand the significance of this 24-hour sun, and that might be because sometimes it's referred to as the midnight sun, which, again, unsurprisingly, some flat earthers might take a little bit too literally.
This is the first problem. Yes, there is a sun that appears at midnight in Antarctica, but what no one ever says is that the clocks have been put forward.
Yes, not quite there yet, is it? Anyway, despite years and years of David Weiss telling people that the 24-hour sun in Antarctica was absolutely impossible, when offered a free flight to Antarctica to see it for himself by millionaire Pastor Will Duffy, David Weiss obviously wasted no time in saying no. Now, he did explain his reasons for not going. My favourite one of those excuses is that Antarctica, surprisingly, might be a bit cold. But Will Duffy is a resourceful man, and he scoured the internet looking for the best and brightest flat earthers to take with him, and he finally managed it, and they are there today. We'll introduce those in a second. But firstly, I just want to tip my hat and give a nod, a tribute, if you like, to some of the best and brightest flat earthers that I would have liked to see go to Antarctica. I'm sure after you hear the wise words of wisdom, you'll understand how much they could have contributed to this great experiment.
If you were travelling from Scotland down to London,
on a ball, it would be downhill all the way. You wouldn't need to put any petrol in your car. You just use your brakes.
You might be saying, that guy, why would they even invent gravity then? Why is there mass? What is this shit about mass?
Who owns the moon?
Things in motion stay in motion if there's no vacuum or there's no friction to stop them. Basically something like that. Isn't that the third law, third one dynamics?
And if you don't know where you live, you think you're ever gonna know why you live there?
When you got to the airport, the runway was flat, wasn't it? But you can't have flat runways on a ball, can you?
Mass is identical to weight, but this weight is space weight.
Yeah, I've never had a mustache before.
Now, I know it comes as a loss, but none of those flat earthers made the trip. But this man here did. A certain Mr. Whitsitt gets it. He's perhaps best known for getting himself arrested in front of Mount Rushmore while the onlookers applauded on. We also have this man here, Jeranism, who's had a massive online presence in flat earth nonsense for quite some time now. And we also have some counterparts, some flat earth debunkers, most notably MCToon, Dave McKeegan, and Critical Think. And the obvious outcome of this experiment is that they were always going to see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica at this time of year. Here's Jeranism coping with the truth.
All right, guys. Sometimes you are wrong in life. And I thought that there was no 24-hour sun. In fact, I was pretty sure of it. The sun does circle you in the south. So you should be able to accept that the sun does exactly what these guys said as far as circles the southern continent. So that's about it. I realize that I'll be called a shill for just saying that.
And here he is indeed being called exactly that in the comment section of a video posted by a flat earther named Flatzoid. Flatzoid himself is an interesting character. I once debated him, and during that debate, he tried to destroy physics as we know it by showing us what really happens when the sun sets. And he did this by hiding a torch behind a tin of paint. Good job, Flatzoid. Anyway, back to the comment, we can see that this sore flat earther is accusing the entire team, the globe earthers and the flat earthers alike, of being in some kind of shill unit. He's claiming here that they actually went to the Arctic last summer and filmed a 24-hour sun there, which would be possible on a flat earth map. This is apparently a conspiracy in the making. And our old friend and professional bullshitter David Weiss has also chipped in, suggesting he can't rule out that maybe they are somehow projecting a fake sun in the southern sky. And of course, this is a fantastic example of flat earth honesty. To sit back and say, no, I am not going to go to Antarctica to observe a 24-hour sun. And then when you are not there and other people are, you can sit back and claim that they are not observing what they are actually saying they are observing. It's a flawless plan. But David Weiss has gone one step further. He's come up with a plan of his own.
I don't know if you've seen my idea for the real final experiment. That'll never happen.
And the reason it'll never happen is because it's batshit bonkers crazy and ridiculous, and it's obviously a coping mechanism from David, who is suggesting hiring 2 planes and launching from some point in Antarctica, flying around Antarctica in opposite directions with these planes until they come back and meet each other, hopefully not in some kind of mid-air collision. He wants to time how long it takes for these planes to come back into contact with each other, and depending on how long it takes, he can then determine whether they're flying around a small continent or whether they are flying around the rim of some kind of flat Earth.
It'll take about 10 hours to get for both planes to meet over here. Now, if they both meet over there in 10 hours, that matches the globe model. But if they have to go around this way, it's going to take 68 hours.
Yes, brilliant, Dave. Obviously, hiring 2 planes, spending millions and millions of pounds, risking mid-air collisions in something as complex as that is obviously a better idea than standing safely on the ground in Antarctica and observing a 24-hour sun. I'm very, very impressed that you've came up with that, and the fact that you're not in Antarctica now, so you haven't seen the 24-hour sun, means that you can keep denying it exists and you can keep making money selling your app, so that is brilliant. Now, my thoughts on where the results of this are going to go. Well, of course, this whole thing is going to go absolutely nowhere. Jeranism has been in this position before. A few years ago, he took part in a documentary called Behind the Curve. It's on Netflix. And in that documentary, he designed an experiment to test whether the Earth was flat or whether the Earth was curved. It involved a torch and fences and blah, blah, blah. But ultimately, it backfired spectacularly on him because he got the results that he didn't want. The results of his own test that he stood by in the planning phase showed that the Earth was curved. And all he had to say about it was this.
Interesting.
And in that same documentary, we all remember the infamous ring laser gyroscope, a gyroscope that they've been wanting to get their hands on for so long. It should be capable of measuring the rotation of the Earth, a 15-degree-per-hour drift, but they wanted to use it to show that there was no rotation. But of course, when they turned it on, again, they got the results that they didn't want.
When we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were picking up a drift, a 15-degree-per-hour drift.
So what's happening in Antarctica right now is just another public dressing down of Flat Earth, the third one involving Jeranism, and he will be thrown under the bus by other Flat Earthers and called a shill, etc. But none of it matters, because when you're a Flat Earther, you have the ultimate trump card, the ultimate get-out clause card. And that is simply to say, well, I never had a model of my Flat Earth, so whatever observations you see, don't debunk my model. In other words, for the rest of us, they are simply saying, I never had a clue what I was talking about, so nothing you can say can prove me wrong. But the Flat Earther will continue to take bottles of water for a drive in a car and pretend that proves that the Earth is rising upwards. They will continue to pour water on a football and prove that the oceans can't stick to the Earth. They will continue to hide torches behind tins of paint and prove that the sun sets in a different way than established physics has already worked out. They will continue to provide endless amusement for years to come. And the final experiment, unfortunately, will not be the final experiment. It will just be long forgotten this time next year. And I don't like saying that. I've got a lot of time for Will Duffy. He seems like a very, very nice guy, and he's put a lot of his own money into this. And I do applaud everyone who's gone on the trip. I have linked the Final Experiment YouTube channel in the description. And I've also linked the greatest video of all time. It is a debunk by a conspiracy theorist on the channel The Conspiracist. You need to go and watch that. It is absolutely fantastic. Finally, this is all new for me, this green screeny stuff. Somebody on Twitter made this for me. If you're interested, leave a comment and I will let you know what the Twitter handle is if you want something like this doing for yourself. And in fact, I'll put it in the description as well, the Twitter handle. Maybe you can get in touch with them. But for now, that's really all I've got to say. Goodbye.
Right now, this very second, Akshay Nanavati is freely and independently exploring Antarctica. Yes, the very thing flat earthers say you cannot do is being done right now. For years, flat earthers claimed that Antarctica was closed. For years, flat earthers claimed you are not allowed to go to Antarctica.
When you come to what we should have, if the heliocentric model is true, then 6 months later, you now have sunlight. The Earth is on the opposite side of the sun, and you would get the same effect if you're in the 66th parallel, below the 66th parallel south in the Antarctic Circle. Okay. Now you have some problems. First off, we're not even allowed to go there because of the longest standing treaty in mankind, the Antarctic Treaty. We're not allowed below the 60th. I think it's the 60th, might be the 66th parallel south, but you're not allowed to go there.
For years, flat earthers claimed you could not go past the 60th south latitude.
But anyway, if you didn't know, we don't have a working flat earth model because 1, we're not allowed to go to the North Pole, and 2, we're not allowed to go past the 60th south latitude right here.
For years, flat earthers claimed that you could not even step foot in Antarctica.
Excluding overpriced chaperoned penguin tours and government-approved contractors, nobody is allowed to step foot in Antarctica, especially not during winter solstice when there should supposedly be constant 24-hour sunlight.
And for years, flat earthers claimed that if you tried to go to Antarctica, you would be turned around by Navy warships.
This ship is designed to cut through the ice and come and find you. Now, the only way that this Royal Navy ship is going to come looking for you in the ice is if you make it past 60th parallel. And at the 60th parallel, you will be turned around by just your average Navy warship, whether it's China, America, Russia, whatever country you are close to. When you get to that 60th parallel, that country's Navy is going to send a cruiser or a warship out to turn you around. They are the first line of defense. The final line of defense is this Royal Navy ship right here.
Now, before Nathan Oakley fans contact me and tell me that Nathan Oakley would never say such things because he doesn't make positive claims, even Nathan Oakley has said this as well. He said, "See the edge of the real world, but don't try to go, as you will get turned back at gunpoint. Antarctica is all around us. It's keeping in all the perfectly flat water." Now, when I unveiled the final experiment at the beginning of this year, the narrative from Flat